The stunning Monterey Peninsula, where sun-kissed coastlines meet the epic Pacific. Carmel with its pristine white sand beaches and picture book architecture. Monterey with the barking sea lions at Old Fisherman's Wharf. And the legendary Cannery Row, where the spirit of John Steinbeck still brings history to life. It's a special place at any time of the year. But every August, this extraordinary part of the world changes, from the perfect fairways of Pebble Beach to the exquisite lawns of the Quail to downtown Monterey. They all come together to celebrate Monterey Car Week, the undisputed jewel in the crown of the automotive world. It's 10 days of unmatched luxury, rare debuts and timeless elegance. But real enthusiasts know that the soul of this week isn't found parked on a golf course. It lives on the track, it's loud and breathes fire, and it races wheel to wheel here at the legendary WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. The Rolex Monterey Motorsport reunion, the undisputed star of the week. This is where museum pieces aren't just parked up to be looked at, they're out there on track, fighting for the checkered flag. Well, it always is an action-packed weekend featuring a vast array of classic racers. And historically, the event has always had a featured marque. But what makes it so very special this year is that the Rolex is featuring a country and its racing icons on both 2 wheels and 4. And that country is Japan. Well, I'm pleased to say joining me, as always, is the voice of the Rolex Monterey Motorsport reunion, Johnny Green, and also joining us for the first time this year, keeping across things up at the pre-grid area, Jonathan Grace. So, Jonathan, great to have you on the team. You've had a chance to look around now. What's been catching your eye?
Kev, it's a treat to be here, and in terms of what's catching my eye, I mean, take your pick, anywhere and everywhere. For me, though, the American contingency, the vintage to modern Indy cars on display, some flown in from the IMS Museum, the IROC cars, the Trans Am cars in period correct. It's something near and dear to my heart. It's the 45th anniversary of racing in the IMSA GTP class, and those cars have thoroughly impressed me.
There's a lot to impress, and motorsport, Johnny, well, it's big in Japan, but it's big at Laguna this weekend.
No question about it. I mean, they always celebrate a marque or a particular hero from the sport, but to celebrate a nation is so appropriate for such a modest country. And when you put all the Japanese cars together with the bikes and realize what they contributed to world motorsport, I'm really excited for them to be honored this way.
Well, quite right too, and that display is behind us on the lawn here. It really is quite something. In fact, there's a lot coming up throughout the course of the day, so let's take a look at it. So we'll be getting underway in just a moment with Group 1. That's the Del Monte Trophy cars from 1950 to 1956, those Pebble Beach road race cars. We then continue with Groups 2, 4 and 5, and then Group 3 will be coming up at 10 a.m. That's the 1955 to 67 SCCA large displacement production cars from the Ken Miles Trophy. 6, 8 and 7 are next in terms of race groups, and at 11:30, well, it's my favourite group, the 1966 to 72 Trans Am racers that make up the Parnelli-Jones Trans Am Trophy. We continue in the afternoon with action on track from midday, but as far as the group races are concerned, it's 1:35 when Group 13 will be out, and that's the Unser Family Cup, which of course is those 1973 to 2006 iconic IROC racing cars, which the fans have flocked here to see. Back to group racing then after the Japanese cars and motorcycles, the supercars and the hypercars and the zingers that sort of sandwich us in the mid-afternoon, because at 3:30 it's Group 10, the Hurley Hailwood Trophy cars, then Group 11, the Tommy Kendall Trophy cars. Then we've got that phenomenal IndyCar exhibition collection of cars that are out on track. Then our final two groups of the afternoon are groups 12 and 9, before the team at Gazoo Racing will be showing us the GT and the GT3 race cars out on track to finish the day here at Laguna. Well, we talked earlier about what an incredible weekend this is, and for the first time ever this year it brings together 6 former motorcycle racing world champions from a period when, let's face it, the USA ruled the racetracks on 2 wheels. And those champions have already been out and about entertaining the fans earlier this week.
Oh, I love the colors.
No, it's what a great day. It's CHP right here, and you know they're not chasing any of us. It's kind of a different scenario than normal.
Obviously, you've won world championships on 2 wheels. What do you think of these 4-wheel guys?
You know, they are very unique, but there's so many cool cars and stuff. I wish we had about 2 days to come look at all the stuff here.
Enjoying it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't do much in America, so it's kind of nice to see something different. You know, I don't do things with cars very much. I have to do the Goodwood thing once in a while, but yeah, this is different.
And great, obviously, you're multiple world champion. Great to be back here with your buddies who also won world championships.
I don't like any of them guys. I like my son, because he won the world championship, but I don't, these other guys are a pain in the ass.
You know, to represent motorcycles here for the first time is an honor for all of us. And of course, you know, what we have in common and representing the United States, and you know, Kevin and I and Senior, we do Festival of Speed, and so it's really great that we're getting to do events here in America, starting with here, that represent motorcycles.
You know, it just gets bigger and bigger. I think Car Week in Monterey, between the historics, all that's going on at the racetrack, here, the airport, all the different shindigs that are going on. No, I think Gordon's done a great job with this.
A lot of fun getting everyone together. It's not often this happens, so to get all the champions together at one time, pretty fun. Wonderful event, incredible. Yeah, I'm happy to be a part of it.
What do you think of these car guys? Do you think they're as cool as the 2-wheeled boys?
It's a totally different deal. Totally different deal. I tried it when I was done racing. Everybody wanted me to go to cars, and to be honest, it never got my heart beating. And you know, on a motorcycle, you think you're going to die about every 3 seconds. So you know, it's a different deal. But it's fun to watch the old cars go around. You know, I grew up with that stuff, you know, in Europe. So it's kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, it's cool. Absolutely. You know, like I said, we do events like the Festival of Speed where there's cars and motorcycles and things, and so it's, but of course, motorcycles, the coolest, right? I mean,
Well, getting all of those world champions and all of these cars together in one place for one weekend really does take a whole crew of people. And the crew chief who's in charge of all of that is the president and general manager here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, Mel Harder, who Jonathan caught up with earlier.
Well, Mel, what an event. The 52nd running of this great event with the Rolex sponsorship for the last handful of years, and a really big change and a fun one. For the first time, a nation in Japan is being highlighted as the marque rather than a manufacturer. Talk me behind that decision, because it's been a very welcome one.
Yeah, it's so exciting to see the impact that Japanese motorsports has had, not only around the world, but here in America as well. We just had the MotoGP champions out on track, 6 guys, incredible, 14 world championships, you know, all riding Japanese motorcycles. But you look over the heritage display, cars from Nissan, Subaru, Toyota, Honda, really, really impressive. But most importantly, it's been a lot of fun to add 2 wheels to it as well this year. So a new addition, a new tradition.
It's amazing, too. There's such a healthy grid from American cars, Japanese cars, motorcycles, you name it, they're here. But it's quite a rigorous selection process because you want quality here on the grid as well.
Yeah, so all the cars, that's what's great about this event. They're all authentic, period correct, really curated cars that are out there on the track racing at the limits. It's really impressive that these owners go to that extent to make sure that the cars come out here and that they want to drive them. Because they're beautiful. They're showpieces off the track, but the performance on the track is incredible.
I'm amazed by the breadth of cars here, too. Not just motorcycles, not just Japanese cars, but Trans Am cars, IROC cars, Indy cars, both from the last year's 500 winner all the way to a car from 1911 from the first running of the race. That's quite a feat to accomplish.
Yeah, definitely. The selection is incredible, not to mention IROC with Jimmy Johnson, Kurt Busch driving, Bobby Labonte's back. So Scott Pruitt, incredible selection there. But then you go down through the other classes with Jimmy Jensen Button out there driving. But it's also nice to have, we go back to our history, the Pebble Beach classes here, and as they celebrate their 75th, and we can help them do that as well. So it's really special all the way around. There's something for everyone. New this year, we'll have some hypercars here tomorrow. A very vast selection of those, some of the rarest and finest cars in the world. So it's a great matchup of the old cars, the new cars, and we do have a JDM show out on the lake bed that's quite impressive as well.
I think it's a nice segue before we end here to talk about some of the work that you and the team here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca have done. Since you came in as track president and general manager, you've done a lot of work not only to revitalize the track, but also its impact in the community here in Monterey, too.
Yeah, so I'll say one thing. Bonhams is here. Had an auction yesterday on Thursday. We have events within events. When you think about IROC, when you think about JDM Car Show, and I think that's a wave of the future, but for Laguna Seca.
If I want to ask you something
yes,
off
the
mic.
community's been super supportive. It's great to be a part of Car Week, but we're active 365 days a year, and really look forward to continuing on with this event.
Well, Mel, it's a feast for the eyes, it's a feast for the ears. Thanks so much for making this a part of our yearly calendar. We can't wait to get to it. We'll let you enjoy it as well.
Yeah, let's finish out with a great day on Saturday, and look forward to it.
Thanks, Mel. Appreciate it.
Good morning, everyone. A typical Monterey morning. Slightly dusky, slightly misty, but that's how we've come to love and enjoy Monterey, because at the moment, yes, it looks a bit dull, but I've done this so many times now, and I've come here so many times and taken feeds from around the world of motorcycle racing and car racing over the years. And what generally happens here in Monterey Bay is that by about 10 o'clock, it all blows off and the wind comes in and the breeze comes in, because we're high up in the hills above Monterey. And I want to welcome you to what is probably one of the most prestigious events of historic racing anywhere in the world. Certainly one of the oldest. It all began in 1950, not here at Laguna Seca, I may add, but it did start at Pebble Beach. And I'm joined today to talk about our first group, which is the Del Monte Trophy cars. And I'm joined by David Steele. Delighted to have you on board. Thanks for coming in so early, first and foremost.
It's a pleasure. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Let's get to the origins. I'm delighted that we're doing this group because we're looking at a circuit that was built in 1957. But racing, and that's why we got the Del Monte Trophy, began here in 1950. And it really was, now I understand the history of it, so much more than just a race around Pebble Beach. It actually began the concourse, which is now the biggest concourse d'elegance in the world.
Absolutely. I mean, this race really represents those times, those cars, and as you say, yes, the concourse, which is something very few people understand or even know about. The concourse was kind of an afterthought. It was the auto race that brought people here. It was the auto race that, through the Del Monte Forest, that established this event that we now call Monterey Car Week. And it's hard to believe because it really was just a ragtag, a bunch of guys racing on public roads for fun. And some exotic cars showed up because, it was kind of at the same time, a sort of high society after, bit of a hobby. And so the cars that showed up were pretty interesting cars of the day. And so they put them on the lawn at the golf course just for the heck of it. And look what happened.
Exactly. Well, we'll talk more about that because obviously that's a huge part of it. But let's take a look at what we're looking at right now, which is the circuit that was built in 1957 at Laguna Seca between two lakes. And here is the track guide to this actually quite simple layout, but boy, that's the last thing it is. It's tricky, it's technical, it's undulating, it's 2.238 miles of sheer adrenaline. And it includes, of course, the Andretti hairpin through one. It comes over the crest into hairpin Andretti. Then it starts to accelerate through 3 and 4. Then this corner, very important, turn 5, because you start climbing uphill, up the Hooray Hall Straight, 7 and 8, and then down the 180 feet that is the corkscrew through the Rainy Curve, Wayne Rainey here today, through 10, and finally turn 11, a simple corner, but probably one of the most important on the track, David, simply because out of 11, you've got to get on the power to get down that main straight, because it isn't a straight because it has a kink in it, but it's one of the fastest parts of the circuit.
Absolutely, and these V8-powered specials, that's where they really show. I mean, those cars really changed the game out here, and it's going to be very fun, as it always is, to see them battling once again against the Jaguar XK120s and other cars of the era that have a very different layout. But in sections like that on the track where horsepower really matters, it's a great bit of education to kind of see for real, this is why those cars were so competitive, And it's just wonderful. And, man, what a great way to start the day. Look at that.
Well, let's go back again down to Pebble Beach, because this first group is a group from 1950 to 1956. So these were the Mavericks. These were the cars. And I just want to kind of, and here they are.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, and anything you see, shout out, feel free, because I know you know these cars better than most, and so there's so much to talk about. But let's talk about putting these in perspective. These cars are the cars that went out around Pebble Beach and literally raced round painted forest. I say painted because they literally put paint around the trees so you'd see them. And some came to blows, and that's another reason why, obviously, after a few years of doing it and having the likes of Sterling Moss and Phil Hill, who would become the first American F1 champion, but from here in California, his son racing here this weekend in this group, which I find just fantastic. But this is where it all began for racing in California.
Absolutely, and speaking of just kind of the primitiveness of that original course, which was basically, again, public roads through a local forest, they dabbed paint onto the trees so that at speed the drivers could spot those obstacles. And one of the great drivers of these original races, Bill Pollock, made a pretty funny comment when he was once asked, well, geez, Bill, weren't those pine trees kind of stiff and hard when you hit them? And he said, well, actually, no, they were rather soft, but only for the first quarter inch.
Oh, yes. Now, listen, one thing that I know, because people are tuning in from around the world, and this is an interesting time in history. It just got out of World War II. You've got, as Mr. Ferrari called the British, you've got the tinkerers, just as they were in England. You've got the guys in the garagistas here in California making specials.
Exactly.
Now, what we're looking at here is a combination of Americans putting their ingenuity and taking engines and taking, either American engines or British cars and coming up with their own specials. And the reason for doing that is that certainly they didn't have everything at their beck and call all the time. But also on the other side of it, people like Jaguar were coming to California to try to sell their cars, because this was the place, without putting a footnote on it, where the money was. This is where people could afford, on the California coast, to potentially buy an XK120. And that's why it became popular. And then people, like I said, Sterling Moss would come over and take on Phil Hill and many others. But that's kind of how this all came together, right?
It is. And in fact, it was kind of in a way, a kind of two-chapter story. On the one hand, you had the auto dealers trying to sell these new fancy sports cars, which was in more ways than one a very foreign idea to the public over here. But then on the other side of it, you had the real estate investors trying to sell lots in this area. They wanted to develop this area. They wanted to sell homes and properties. And this was a way to attract their clientele, the people that they thought, well, the folks who can really afford to do this, they like this sports car racing. They like excitement like this. The setting is beautiful. I think we can attract them if we put on a nice sports car race, and maybe they'll want to buy a piece of land and put a house here, which is hilarious to think that there was a time when they had to struggle to find people to buy homes in Pebble
Beach,
in the Monterey area. But it's true, and so it's a very, the cars themselves kind of tell the story. When you see them on the grid like this today, and you see the specials next to the XK120s, and you imagine that kind of competition where the, like you say, the Tinkerer was racing against the kind of well-sponsored XK120 driver that may have been there because the local Jaguar dealership in San Francisco is making sure that he is, and that he's competitive.
And just to give you one example, Parkinson's special, right?
Absolutely.
So Don Parkinson, father-in-law, was Phil Hill's father-in-law.
Yes. Yeah.
And Phil Hill would race a Jaguar XK120 or similar, but Parkinson would produce his own special, and in fact the Jaguar Parkinson special from 1950 with Derek Hill, son of Phil, at the wheel, won yesterday. It's a long way to get there, but that really does connect all the dots.
It really does,
because there's a guy that built these specials. They were very popular at the first couple of races until he threw one around one of the pieces of forest you were talking about in 1951.
Correct.
But the Parkinson special is a good example of what we're talking about here. And by the way, there are many others too.
And if I can just say, and the Parkinson special kind of covers all of the territory because it began life as a factory lightweight aluminum XK120, which Donald Parkinson wrecked, and then turned into the special that we see today after it was rebodied. So that car had lived both lives, both as a production performance car and then later on a homemade special.
Well, as you can see, we've done a couple of laps behind the pace car, and that's to get those tyres up to temperature. It is pretty cold here in the early mornings, especially with the mist, and like you say, we expect it to blow on. But you are watching the Del Monte Trophy, our first race of the day here for the running.
And appropriately enough, the group that starts the day off is the group that started this entire event off.
Yes,
back in 1950.
We can see some footage from it, and you can see racing through the forest of Pebble Beach, and you can see when you see this footage how precarious it was. But those guys were mavericks back in the day. You remember, we were looking at World War II pilots. Those were the racing drivers of the early 50s, and they were heroes, just like this man, Phil Hill, who won the first ever trophy here, the Del Monte Trophy. 1950 to 1956, Pebble Beach races. Now we're here from 1957 onwards as we celebrate 75 years coming through turn 10. The pace car about to pull off as we start our first race. Now, again, put it in perspective, they've been, the month of August is now officially race time and historic racing time. Concourses everywhere, auctions everywhere. It's a full month, and it all culminates in the racing here at Laguna Seca. We're about to get underway. My guest is David Steele. Welcome aboard for the Del Monte Trophy. And again, a reminder, I mentioned Old Yeller, Baldwin specials, Hagman Jaguar, Manning specials, Tatum specials, Parkinson Jaguar we've talked about. Green flag waves and the Del Monte Trophy is underway. And David, I'm going to leave it to you to point out any of the cars that you want to highlight or draw people's attention to. There's a lot of cars out there, some 32 in all, and they've all got a story. But you tell me what you would like to talk about, because that's the key.
They certainly do, and we've got a car right up front that I'm particularly fond of. That the white with blue stripe special up front, the Tatum special.
Sure.
Absolutely, just a ruthless race car. Of all things, powered by a GMC truck. 6-cylinder, inline 6-cylinder with a Wayne cross-flow cylinder head. It had all of the best speed equipment of the day, but most important, it had Chuck Tatum, its designer and builder. And Chuck was a brilliant engineer, an aerospace designer, and he wanted to go sports car racing. he saw the cars in the pits that were competitive, and including XK120s and even Ferraris, and he thought to himself, I can build something. I see the strategy behind these things. I can. And speaking of, I think he may have gone a little bit wide at the top of the corkscrew.
I've done enough of these races to know that is not the trajectory you want to be on.
No.
But I think he's got away with it.
We hope so. It's a wonderful car, and as much as we want to see them dice and demonstrate on the edge, we don't want to see them damaged necessarily.
No, not at all.
So hopefully it's okay. But that car is one of my favorites, the Tatum, and will unless there's a failure mechanically, that car will always be out front. And
well,
sure enough,
they're pushing on. Look at that.
He's on his way back. Looks like he might have a brake that's locking up.
Oh, okay. We just got a glimpse of the number 9, John Budabaum's Curtis 500S Dodge from 1953. We saw that on screen. And we're looking currently at the number 8. Putting it through its race, that's David Hagen, who is a very, very good racer and has been around for a long, long time. Derek Hill, though, in that Jaguar Parkinson Special. They had a race yesterday, David, and Derek won that, and boy, he was scything at the wheel. It looked like it meant everything to him.
Absolutely.
And I think it's a lovely story that 75 years after his father won the first, here he is in action.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And in a car that he's known his entire life.
Yeah.
And to back up a little bit on that story, I believe it was Parkinson who was Phil Hill's brother-in-law.
That's right.
So that's family to Phil. He has a feel for the person and the personality behind that car, and what a thrill that's got to be for him to wring that out and really experience it the way this old family friend did.
Well, they have got a safety car out. It looks as though one of the cars is pulled off to the side there, and they'll try to keep it going if we can. That's all part of the way this event is run. And by the way, the stewards are some of the best. Dorsey Schroeder definitely making sure that these boys behave and do what they're supposed to be doing. There's that number 9, John Goodman, Curtis 500.
Boy, another very just fire-breathing race car. Frank Curtis, of course, one of the great IndyCar builders of the 1950s, who decided this sports car thing looks like it's gonna take root, and I better get involved, and decided to build these 500S sports cars for customers. They were sent out as rolling chassis, much like the Allards were, and you chose your drivetrain and your engine. And this one, a very popular choice at the time, was the Chrysler Hemi, which was a new V8 that was out and being developed and was showing to make incredible horsepower with very little modification. And Rob Manson owns that red car, and it is a absolutely perfect example of one of those as it would have been in period.
David, we're under yellow, we're under caution, as you can see the pace car out there, so we've slowed things down a little bit, but that gives us a chance to talk about a car I know you want to talk about, because I want to hear about it. The 1956 HWM Chevrolet Stovebolt?
The Stovebolt Special, yes.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, this is a really wonderful car, and yet again, it's another example of a car that started life as a proper race car. It was an HWM Formula 2 car built in 1950. The car went on to have a pretty colorful career. Sterling Moss famously raced in that very car for his first professional race outing ever, and has great memories of it, even though he had a kind of a pretty terrifying shunt that he had a pretty colorful description of. But the car was repaired. It found its way over to the United States via MGM Studios, who were producing a film at the time called The Racers, starring Kirk Douglas.
Yeah.
And the car was used in the film and kind of beat around and wrecked, and as they do, it was just a prop in the film. And by the time the film wrapped, production was over, the car was in the back lot of MGM, and along with 4 other cars that were used in the film, and a racer named Tom Karstens came along. He saw the car, and he wanted that particular car. He wanted the HWM racer, sports racer. He had a plan for it. But MGM, as Karstens once told the story, when he got the person on the phone that was making the decision as far as how the car would be sold, he apparently said to Karstens, "We are not a car dealer. We make movies." if you want these cars, you're buying all of them. So poor Tom Karsten's a hitch in his plan. He had to buy all 5 cars, but thankfully the HWM came with them. He had been coming to the races up here. He saw how competitive the guys down in the southern part of California were, because that's where the hot rodders were. And he decided, I'm going to mine that talent, and I'm going to send this HWM down to Southern California. I'm going to have Vic Edelbrock, Bobby Meeks, Phil Remington, Ted Hallebrand, the best hot rodders and fabricators of the time, go to work on my sports racer. We're going to fit a Chevrolet V8, which is a brand new engine that had just been released to the public through the 55 Chevy. No one had competed on a road course with that engine. He put that package together and absolutely blew the competition away, at least in the first few laps of the 1956 Pebble Beach road races.
Well, as you can see, we're underway again, and we are under green flag, and it's Hill leading. Derek Hill. And by the way, yes, he is the son of Phil Hill, and I'm sure as a son of a world champion, he doesn't like to be reminded of that all the way. He's a pretty handy racing driver in his own right, I may add. Made it all the way up to 3,000, as into the lead goes Dave Hagen in the Purple Dilly Special. Now, that's after the name of a driver, right? Whoa, and around he goes, as I mentioned him. I've jinxed him. Well, he nicely parked behind the Rolex sign. They'll appreciate that. Out of harm's way.
Looked like he was trying to do that.
That was precision, just like
yes,
Rolex. I love
exactly.
it. But yes, that's you wonder whether this is an exhibition or racing. I often get asked, are they racing? And I'm like, well, yeah, actually they are. Because if you're going to get into a spin, probably on cold tyres after a couple of laps under safety, but he's okay and running. And obviously we do not want to see that Porsche in any distress whatsoever. Wow.
But it's a great point, because it's proof that these are not parade laps.
No.
These guys want to win. They're competitive. Once a racer, always a racer. A lot of these guys have a long career of racing in many different kinds of formulas. And maybe some of them are in their senior years, and this is what they want to do. But they become 18 again when they get behind the wheel of these cars.
No question.
And the smoke coming off those rear tires is proof of that.
We've been looking at Marcus Bicknell's car. That's the number 15. That's the Street Manning Special from 1952. And I want to shout out to Marcus because he brought me these lovely little trump cards, as it were. I grew up with these, but these are specifically for the Del Monte Trophy. And you guys do a hell of a job, put on a hell of a show, and you've got a heck of a setup where these cars are parked. And if you are here at the circuit, it's definitely worth having a look at them. But yes, tell me about Marcus's role here.
Well, Marcus, this couldn't have happened without Marcus and certainly without Rob Manson. They are an amazing team. They lead this effort to celebrate these cars and demonstrate these cars. And the fact that they were able to put 40 of these cars together for a display for this 75th anniversary is just remarkable. I hate to think that it may never happen again that these cars would all be together like this. Maybe in 25 years for the 100th, I don't know. But Marcus is absolutely unstoppable. And as you say, as you're looking through the Del Monte Trophy Group playing cards, that was one of his brilliant ideas. Those are for sale in the tent over there.
Yeah, great.
And Marcus has a great feel for that Manning Special. He particularly knows what that car wants, and which is why that he, with that car, podiums so consistently. And it may not be the prettiest thing out there, but that's one of the things I like about it. It's kind of its charm. It comes up over the hill, and it's almost scary looking with its kind of angry grill shell. But a very effective race car. Chuck Manning, yet again, another aerospace engineer. He worked for Boeing. He was a sports car enthusiast. He had an MG when he was young. He saw what was going on in the movement, that the cars were getting faster and faster, and he designed his own car, put a flathead Ford V8 in it with all the best hot rod speed equipment of the day, and was immediately successful. Very competitive car right out of the gate, and in fact so successful that his fellow competitors complained that they didn't have a car like him, and how could they compete with him if they didn't have his technology? So he gave the blueprints to the public, selling them through Road and Track magazine. So you could buy your Manning sports car blueprints, make your own Manning, and then you wouldn't have any excuses as to why you were then losing to Chuck Manning.
You know, it's only now I've realized just the motivation behind all these specials, because when they first started bringing them over, the likes are, I mean, effectively, as I mentioned, it's straight after World War II, 1950 we're talking. And so you're seeing the likes of MGs and Jaguars and Allards come to America, and then followed by Ferraris, Mercedes, Porsches. And of course, the Americans loved them and started, you know, importing them avidly. But in that first race in 1950, we've mentioned that Phil Hill won it, but he won it in a British Jaguar XK120, and the under 1500cc was won on the same day by an MGTD. So the game was on after that.
Yes, absolutely. And that was a very special car that Phil brought back from England himself. He'd been studying with Jaguar, learning his craft as an expert mechanic, and was able to purchase that car, an aluminum-bodied XK120 from Jaguar, had it shipped over. It was dropped in New York City at the dock, and Phil and his buddy got in the car. In fact, I believe it was Don Parkinson who met him in New York, and the two of them drove cross-country and immediately started entering races with the car.
Well, that's another factor that I want to put a shout-out to. My good friend James Alder, he's also in an XK120, but he, in the spirit of how this all began, because though back in the day you didn't have trailers, you didn't have motorhomes, you basically drove the car to the racetrack, and that's exactly what James Alder, to this day, still does from Reno. He flies across he drives across the mountains, and sometimes in very inclement weather, in the car he's going to go racing in, and he's been doing it for over 30 years now. Yeah. He loves this and loves many other historics, but he does it in the true spirit. He gets the goggles on, open air, and across the mountains he comes to California.
Absolutely, and like you say, for 30 some odd years, it's absolutely remarkable. He is the true spirit of this racing. And if I can say again about the Stovebolt Special, we have the same story there. Simon Taylor has owned that car for decades, and famously, not only has it never been on a trailer, he doesn't own a trailer, and has logged 50,000 miles on that car under his ownership, both on the track and off. He uses it as a road car. So that car is in the spirit of that as well, a car that's driven to the track, enjoyed, competed in, and then driven home. And if I can give a little shout out to our American Hot Rod Foundation.
Yeah, absolutely. Please do.
Well,
explain why.
Well, we are so proud to have sponsored the transport of the Stovebolt Special from the UK to California and back. And this was a wonderful thing for us to be able to be involved in. We love the car. We feel it is just the epitome of California hot rod sports racer, and it flies the hot rod flag as good as anything, and yet it can do it on a road course. And we felt, well, the car needs to be here. It has to be here. Simon needs to be here with it, and we were happy to help make that happen.
Simon Taylor, of course, a storied and well-known British commentator of Formula One and historics and many other things, but also a guy that's been around these kind of cars for a long, long time now. Just saw a little bit of the Steve Schuller car, the Hageman. Is it Hageman or Hageman?
Hageman.
Hageman, yeah, Chrysler Special from 1955. As we look at a nice little wheel-to-wheel action here coming into Andretti. Tricky corner, Andretti. It seems to go on, it tightens up on you, doesn't it? And then you've got to get on the power early, and it's easy to go too wide there. We saw a car earlier today doing just that. We go back to the number 9 of John Budebom, who also is somebody who perennially has been to the Monterey Historics. And just to put that in perspective, the Historics began in 1974 when Steve Earle put it all together. So that just gives you some idea of just how long just Historics have been going on, over 50 years.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, incredible. And the great thing from that is the fact that these cars continue to be cared for and exercised and demonstrated for all of that time, for generations. Most importantly, for the people who weren't there in the day.
Final lap then, and we've had some great action. We had a little bit of a safety car. We had a car that basically got stuck on track, so they put a safety car to, or a safety truck to get in, make sure it was out of harm's way. And then we got back to racing again, and we've had a good race. Derek Hill out front still, and it looks as though it's going to be 2 for 2 for him as he now exits the corkscrew for the last time. John Budabaum, we talk about in that number 9, looking down on it now, that all red number 9. And then Charles McCabe, we didn't really mention him in the number 6. That's the Cooper Bobtail T39 from 1956. David, we're about to wrap this up. Put on a good show, did the Del Monte Trophy, and I hope it continues for many years to come.
Yeah.
Whoa! Just as I mentioned him, round goes Budabaum. Oh, and thankfully everybody avoided, but he hasn't got to the checkered flag yet, and he'll be spitting now. Oh dear, another exit at turn 11, Laguna Seca.
that went about as good as it could have. I'm glad he wasn't. No one gathered him up.
Yes, exactly. Well, there is Derek Hill, the winner of our first race, and talk about serendipity, kismet, you name it. But to think that his father won the first ever race, and now in 2026, Derek Hill, his son, is winning here in historic. Does a lot of stunt car driving. I think he did some of the F1 movies, but he's certainly been around in the movie scene here in the California sunshine. Well, we're underway. We haven't got that California sunshine yet, but we have got the Del Monte Trophy done and dusted, and it is an appropriate win in some ways for Derek Hill. His second win on the weekend in that beautiful Jaguar Parkinson Special. I think that is a nice footnote for history. Dave Hagan, I think, Charles McCabe now moves up to second place in the number 6 Cooper Bobtail after Budabaum went round before getting to the checkered flag, poor man. But there you go. I just want to thank David Steele for coming in. Did you enjoy having a look at these cars?
Always a pleasure. You make it easy, so thank you.
Well, thank you for all you guys do. You are the essence of why we're all here. And I love the license plate, Parkinson. There you go. You've got it. We'll take a short break here from Rolex Reunion. Join us with more to come.
Hey, everybody in? Yeah. The Acura MDX with Acura Watch, a system of advanced driver assist technology. Standard. The features that matter most come built in.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Welcome back to the Rolex Reunion. It's a little misty this morning, but we don't mind because we're misty-eyed, because all of these cars do make you so. Not red mist, I may add, but just misty-eyed, because you're really watching history here unfold, and it's just amazing how pristine and well done Rolex has done over the years to make these cars and bring these cars here. And there's so many different great stories as well. One of the big stories, or one of the biggest stories, is, of course, IROC, the return of IROC. And if you don't know what IROC is, you're about to find out, because Ray Everingham is the man who organized it all, and Roger Penske invented the series, but basically it's a race of champions. Ray Everingham is with our man Kevin.
Thanks, Johnny. Well, I'm over here. I've caught up with the main man, Ray Everingham. And Ray, I've got to say, I'm so pleased you're back, because I've still been grinning ear to ear after this time last year when I was part of that drivers' meeting. It was a roadblock when IROC were here, and you're back.
Yeah, and we're really happy to be back here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. The people at Laguna love IROC. They've been in and out of this tent. Really looking forward to today. We've got some really cool drivers. 7-time NASCAR champion Jimmy Johnson will be leading the pack. He was pole. He and Kurt Busch had quite a battle for pole position yesterday, so going to be an interesting race.
Yeah, it is. I saw Jimmy Johnson posting about that on his Instagram. He's done a lovely post. But just give us a quick heads up. 1 o'clock, it all kicks off up at the pre-grid area. But before that, if people want to come and see, 11 a.m. here?
All the drivers will be in here up front. We have an 11 a.m. drivers meeting, and it's a little bit intimidating when you've got to stand up there and tell some of the best drivers in the world what they've got to do, right? But we have a good time. The guys are having fun, but please come over to the tent, see the cars. All 7 generations of the cars that raced in the IROC series are going to be not only under this tent, they will be racing on track. 20 cars will take the green flag today.
It's phenomenal. And what a series it was, because here's the thought. Like, back in the day, 1973 to 2006, it was all about finding out who was the best. You had IndyCar drivers, you had NASCAR drivers, you had Formula One drivers. What a great series it was. It probably couldn't happen today, could it?
Well, I'd hope it would. That's my dream to bring it back, but it would be difficult. But back then, we talked to a lot of the veterans who raced it. It was a badge of honor just to be invited and to get to race, the best in Formula One against the best in NASCAR, against the best in IndyCar, against the best in sports car. There was some tremendous races, and the fellowship that those guys have created and friendships have gone on for years.
And it certainly has. And like I said, last year, this thing just blew it out of the park here. The fans couldn't get enough of it. So from 1 o'clock up at the pre-grid area, racing from 1:35, and eyes on them. What are we saying? Jimmy Johnson and Kurt Busch?
Jimmy Johnson and Kurt Busch are pretty competitive this weekend. It's a lot of fun. They were kind of messing with each other in qualifying. They kept waiting to who was going to beat who, and Jimmy finally ran Kurt out of time there. I thought we were out of Formula One qualifying, quite honestly, but keep your eye on Bobby Labonte and Dario Franchitti, because why Jimmy and Kurt are running around wearing out their tires, either one of them could sneak in.
I was going to say keep your eyes on Dario, because he's not a man who's going to want to lose. As soon as they get behind the wheel of these things, doesn't matter when they race, what era, what generation they are, they become a racer once again. I tell you what, Ray, thanks ever so much for talking to us. And Johnny, back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ray has done a hell of a job. I managed to had some time with him at Lime Rock when they first sort of started getting these IROC cars back together again. And the beauty of it is, and when you see them, you'll understand, they did different cars for different periods over 20 plus years. And so each year they had a specific car, whether it was a Porsche or whether it be a Dodge or whatever. But each of them had identical cars. As we turn now to our second group, which is small displacement production cars from 1955 to 1970. And this is what we call Run Group 2. And it's not often I get a chance to say this, but after successfully competing in the SCCA National Championship, John Morton and his talent were noticed by Carroll Shelby, who teamed him up with, of all people, Carroll Shelby and Mike put it together with Ken Miles, and you'll hear more about Ken Miles. He has his own group, and together they got together and went racing. And if Peter Brock did his bit for BRE, the man alongside me, it's not often we get a chance to say this, is the John Morton Trophy. And John Morton joins me here this morning. I am delighted of all the groups to be involved in, to actually have the purveyor of a group. First of all, how proud of you to be represented that way?
I'm very proud. I'm not. I make a joke that my name is on the slowest group, but they're not. They're one of the more exciting groups, and cars that I competed with against, primarily the Alphas and the Porsches and that sort of thing.
So like we said, this is small displacement, but amazingly, given that this is a world of big, heavy Chevrolets and V8s, it's amazing how quickly and how versatile and how interested the American market was in these smaller displacement cars, because you wouldn't have gauged that perhaps looking ahead, especially in the last group we were talking about these huge Jaguar XK 120s.
Yeah, the thing about the variety of cars in these races, in this particular race, are these cars that I got interested in racing. And there's a Turner. I mean,
well, as you can see, 2x2, or at least trying to be, as the pace car brings them around. They'll do 2 laps. But you're watching our second group of the day, and it's a full one too. The John Morton Trophy, and I'm delighted to, and honoured actually, to be with John Morton himself, being honoured for a group. And that's no mean feat at the Rolex to have a group named after you. It's something that they pride themselves in very much, to dedicate a group. And they've done a good job over the years since 1974 of basically giving kudos and honour to not just individuals, but marques and names of different marques that have come here over the years. And this year we celebrate the Japanese, but this is the John Morton Trophy. And there he was back in the day. We'll ask him about that in a moment. But you can see now from these photos just what it was like back then. And John, you were probably just a whippersnapper starting out. What was it like back then? It must have been amazing.
Back then, you couldn't even think about getting a license until you were 21. Now you've got 19-year-old Formula One, probably world champions. So it's a different world, and it's the world you got when you got it.
And I would have thought there was probably a lot of excitement about racing because, TV wasn't that established. It wasn't that established. It wasn't, it was early days for a lot of things. So going out of a weekend, this would be a full weekend out, right?
Yes, it would. Yes, it would be. I saw the first race here in 1962 when Roger Penske won in the Xerox Special. It was a wonderful track back then, and it's still exactly the same with one little modification because when they added about half a mile or a mile to it. But it's always been one of my favorite tracks.
And are there any particular cars or stories that you feel emulate the spirit of this particular group, your group?
Well, this group entails cars that I've raced against, and the most notable race I think I've ever run was the last race here in 1971 when we won the championship for Datsun over Alfa. And it was a very disputed race because it was won on the fact that the Alfa had too big a gas tank. And
that's right.
And
so they were disqualified, and that's what got you the win.
They were, yeah. And I think that's what.
And that's fair enough.
Yeah. Well, I think because we had to make a pit stop, and they
didn't.
Not.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, fair's fair. Motor racing's motor racing, and everybody is always trying to get that advantage. But sometimes, if you're caught, things can go wrong. So yes, I'm sure you do remember that well. As we take a look at the 56, it's Michael Sweeney at the wheel of the 56. Free shot there. Sweeney, another man who's been around these cars for a long time in that 356B Super 90 from 1963.
If I had to pick a favorite for this race, I'd say Cameron Healy in the Cooper.
Yes. Well, why don't you explain what a Pooper is? Because it's basically a Cooper and a Pooper. It's a Porsche and the Cooper.
Yes, it's a Cooper chassis with a Porsche engine. And I don't know if it was, I think Ken Miles raced one of those back in the day. But I'm not sure the history of the one on the pole here, but it's been a winner in this class.
Well, I can tell you that recent history tells you that Cameron Healy won yesterday, actually, in that Cooper Porsche Cooper from 1953, with a best time of 1:43.1. But we don't take too much to look at the times of what they're doing. It's just a case of making sure that they are clean and tidy. And as the Porsche pulls off, now the official car here at Laguna Seca, we are underway. I am delighted to be joined by John Morton for the John Morton Trophy. Doesn't get any better than that when you can bring the original guys in. What was it like back then to come to Laguna and go racing? Was it as exciting as it would seem from the photos and video we saw?
Well, back then, for me anyway, I was living paycheck to paycheck, so it was 2 or 3 paychecks, and I could make a race. And I've always been accessible to me because I've lived in Southern California. But I've had lots of highlights here, and a few very low lights.
Well, tell me about Carroll Shelby and working with Ken Miles.
Well, working with Carroll Shelby was, you know, it's funny when years later with all the history, it makes you feel differently about what you did, 50 years ago. And working with Ken Miles was, it was a thrill. And it's more of a thrill now than it was back then, because it was just one of the stepping stones is to be involved with the Shelby team. I started out as the janitor and ended up co-driving with Ken Miles, and like 3 years later. So it was, and I thought I was on my way, but you know what? I wasn't.
And it's interesting, being a Brit myself, Ken Miles, of course, originally from Coventry in England, came over. And like many Englishmen, just wanted to find his way in California, knew a lot about cars, wanted to get involved, but totally accepted. And that's what I love about American racing, is the acceptance of foreigners coming in. And if they can do it, and they can do it right and properly, and more importantly, if they're competitive, there's an admiration, there's an understanding that it's not, well, you're not from here, so you don't count. It's, hey, come on board,
Well, there may have been some of that sentiment with Miles, because he'd been here for 15 years or so, and he still had that British accent you could barely understand.
That's not a word he said, yeah. It's that Midlands accent, as we call it, is very, very strong, yes.
Yeah.
Andrew Larson going through shot there in the 191. Another beautiful car. That's a 356A Speedster from 56. Going up against the number 43 of Hiroki Nakamura in the Lotus Elan 26R. So a real variance of different cars out there. But yeah, Ken Miles, and I don't know what you thought of the movie representation of Ford versus Ferrari and Ken Miles' role in that, because they featured quite heavily on his role in that whole thing. And of course, he was on that podium in 1966 when Ford beat Ferrari.
Yeah. That movie did not capture his personality.
In what way?
Aspects of it. Well, the relationship with his child was not like that. And I got that from his child.
Right, there you go.
And he was not hot-headed to the level they had him at.
Right.
And he wasn't a hothead.
Yes, they did kind of put him across as that, didn't they?
Yeah. He was largely responsible for a lot of the engineering on the Cobra Coupe, which last night sold for $39 million.
You're kidding me.
Kidding you. I am not kidding. And I watched that thing I drove that car at Goodwood, and I drove it right here at Monterey, that St. number 2300 Ford Cobra Coupe.
Yeah.
Designed by Peter Brock, who was my driving instructor at Shelby's driving school, and later my employee at Nissan, Datsun.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a second, because obviously the Japanese wave of cars racing here, and Peter Brock, our chief steward today, kind of very much responsible for what happened on the California side, but it was just as strong on the East Coast as well. But the Japanese really can thank the Americans for really putting them on the map, both on the racetrack and, the race on Sunday, buy on Monday motive, as it were, because that's really how Japanese cars got established here, right?
It is. And there was a time during these Monterey historic races that they let the Datsun 510, because it won the championship 30 years prior, they let it run, said that's the only Japanese car we're ever going to let run here.
Interesting.
And now they've got a whole category. I mean, they've got the whole race weekend dedicated to Japanese cars.
And wouldn't you agree that it's well past time to celebrate it? And also, I like the idea of celebrating the entire Japanese nation of motorsport and the history, because it's so vast, and only when you come here and see it all together do you realize just what they've contributed.
Yeah, it is. It's incredible. And Japanese drivers, too. I mean, a Japanese driver won the Indianapolis 500 twice, and all of that has to do with the Japanese car industry.
I've spent a lot of time in Japan, currently covering the Super GT Championship as well. And there's a real pride to what they do. They are a modest nation. I've said that before, and they don't shout from the hills what they can and can't do. But they are so dedicated. As talking about Japanese, there is Nakamura-san in the Lotus Elan. And in fact, we actually spoke to him, Hiroki Nakamura, about his Lotus Elan earlier in the weekend. Let's hear from him.
Cars from all over the world here on the grid getting set to go, including this Lotus Elan. Right-hand drive, no less, and it's beautiful crimson red with the number 43. Its driver, Hiroki Nakamura, is here with us this morning. You were telling me it's a little bit colder right now, but that might be favorable going out on track?
Yes, I think so. More power.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about your right-hand drive Elan that you brought us this weekend.
This is Lotus 26R. I think racing around Elan. It's a very light and like a nimble, really quick.
And right-hand drive, no less, as well. How was that around Laguna Seca? Plenty of left-hand corners as well.
Yeah, I got used to it. It's like it's really fun to drive this car. It's Laguna Seca. It's very technical, but it's really fun to drive because it's a nimble.
You mentioned the lightweight, the hallmark of Lotus is dating all the way back, and it's I imagine a place like Laguna Seca going down the corkscrew, something like a light car would be particularly fun.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Hiroki, thank you very much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
So then, some interesting insight there as we go back to Cameron Healy in that Cooper Porsche. Pooper, as it's called. It's a pretty little thing and probably a lot of fun to drive. Alongside me is John Morton, who the group is named after, and these are small displacement production cars from 1955 to 1970. Cameron, though, doing a good job.
Cameron's doing a great job. I've known him for several years. He started out as a good driver, but now he's gotten to another level. He's also an incredibly accomplished person, starting a potato chip magnet and a beer manufacturer. He's quite a guy, and he's done with his success what I wish I could have done with mine.
And of course, we're talking about pretty old cars here, and they have to have the provenance. They have to be correct in terms of their historical and period running. And that's another big part of historic racing is to have it right. Because just to make the list of over 400 cars here this weekend, a lot don't make that list.
That's true. But the thing about vintage racing, they're supposed to be, the spirit of vintage racing is not to cheat like it is in real racing. You do what you can get away with, and it's easy to get away with that in vintage racing because it isn't carefully policed. But it's a spirit, the spirit of it. There goes a Porsche Abarth. Incredible to see a car like that, but you would not want to cheat with a car because it's too valuable.
Right. Yeah, that was Ransom Webster at the wheel of that Abarth you just mentioned. Yeah. You wanted to talk about one of the Datsuns, yes? The 200 Sports from 1967.
Yeah, the Datsun 2000 is what started my career. I remember when they came out. I didn't like them. I didn't think they were very pretty, a poor copy of an English car. But when I was hired to drive them, they got more and more beautiful.
Yeah, that helps, doesn't it?
We won a lot of races.
Why would you say that, though? Was it not an easy car to drive, or was it just not a pretty car?
I didn't think it was pretty, but it got prettier and prettier, and now I wouldn't even mind having one in my garage.
So how was it dealing with the Japanese? Because obviously they've always been a very insular nation. And in fact, when you go to Japan, you understand why. It's a beautiful place. Yep. They do speak a very different language to everybody else. And they do have a culture very different than anybody else. Yeah. And that's its pride at the moment.
Yeah. That's true. Fortunately, I didn't have to deal with them. Peter Brock's job was dealing with the Japanese. Enough. I knew what the result was of the dealings, but I didn't have to do it. Yeah, there goes one.
That's the 8.
Yeah.
So as you can see, right in the mix of it all, that number 88. It's like I say, it's not. It does look like a bit of a British.
It does.
A British. Well, but the Japanese went. Well, okay.
Yeah.
The Japanese went. Okay, the British weren't reliable. Let's make a reliable British sports car.
That's
basically
what they did. And eventually they made the Mazda Miata.
Yes,
which was really, I think, founded or based on the, Lotus Elan.
Yeah, and as we celebrate Japanese motor racing this weekend, and we will be doing that throughout this day. So if you want to learn about some of the great marques from Honda, from Acura, from Toyota, and of course Two Wheels as well, but Datsun and Nissan, all part of that history. But the ethos behind almost all Japanese cars was they took the best of what they saw, and we just mentioned a few like the MG, and they said, well, how can we create a car that is more reliable, that is more sustainable, and frankly, as a road car, more accessible? And I think, the big gas-guzzling cars of America, this was not only a price point, but I think it resonated because it was racing in the lower, in the lower disciplines, not big Chevrolet V8s, but in their own category. And I think it did attract people to say, well, I can afford one of those, or that's the car I drive to the store, so I can get behind it when I'm seeing it race.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. I had the good fortune years and years ago to watch at Riverside the first Formula One Honda tested with Richie Ginther and Ronnie Bucknam. And it was a 12-cylinder, horizontally opposed, the engine sat in the chassis crossways, and I thought, this is never going to work. It was a 1500cc, which was the formula back then. And now Honda is one of the forerunners of every category in racing.
Yeah, and like I said, we're looking at the roots here of what has become effectively a stalwart. I mean, we're going to celebrate IMSA. I've got John Noonan coming in here, and were it not for the Japanese influence and dominance, if you look back into the late 80s and early 90s, Japanese marques have really made their mark over here in the States, and were it not for these early beginnings, perhaps it wouldn't be the same story. 43, and Nakamura, look at it, how much the wheel is moving, and it's something. It's great to see, and our cameraman do a hell of a job, I may add. But you are working that wheel, aren't you?
Yeah, you are. The cars back then didn't have power steering or power brakes, and they were a lot harder to drive than the current cars.
Well, we're watching Group 2, and that is the John Morton Trophy for cars from 1955 to 1970, all small displacement production cars. And I've got the very man that is John Morton alongside me, and I feel very honoured. But that is just part of Rolex. The white flag is out for Cameron Healy as he heads for the penultimate time down to Andretti. He's got to be careful here because he's a lot faster than some of the cars in front of him. But if he just navigates the traffic and takes his time, that's another delicate thing about historic racing. You've got to be aware at all times, whether you're behind or in front, just what the other people are doing, because they're in their own race and they may not see you coming. And obviously with these classic cars, not all the mirrors are 100% attached, as it were, or they may rattle a little bit. So you might be stunned by a faster car coming up on you.
Another thing about vintage racing, you're not sure who all the drivers are.
Right.
You're not that familiar with them.
And some have better skills than others. Well, we're coming down to the final lap in a moment, and it looks as though Cameron has totally dominated proceedings here. So Nakamura still second in the 43. We've had plenty of looks at him. Haven't seen too much of the 191 of Larson in third place. That's Andrew Larson in the 191 in that 356A Speedster from 1956. And Healy making his way out of Rainey and down towards turn 10 on this final lap. So, John, what's your weekend look like for the rest of the weekend? What will you be doing?
Well, if it was not this year, I'd wait for Sunday for the main race, but it's over today, and hanging around at the what's left, the selling of cars that cost $39 million. It's out of my ballpark.
I find that just insane as the checkered flag waves for our Group 2 finish. But I'm sure it's also a chance to catch up with old friends. Is there anybody you're trying to find?
Yeah. Sorry?
Are you trying to find any of your old friends? Is there anybody you want to...
I haven't had a chance because I've been stuck here with the Datsuns and I've got a lot of fans, more fans than I dreamed I'd ever have. And I haven't gotten to see my real friends, which are out there in the paddock.
Well, let me ask you this. Are the organizers here at Laguna and Rolex carrying on the spirit that you and many others began?
Well, I love that they do. I mean, I've done vintage racing now for probably 25 years. Well, 20 years. Some overlap with real racing. But, no, it's something you never get over.
No, I can imagine. And each year I come back here, I love to meet and get the stories of people like yourself, because that's what really makes these events so special and what makes this community so special. And it really is. It's a tight-knit community. Everybody knows everybody. And these cars will race all over America, mostly on the West Coast. But I want to just thank John Morton for coming in early morning this morning to join us on our coverage of the Rolex reunion for 2026. 52 years now and running, and they've now got a new charter that will take them another 50 years here at Laguna. Friends of Laguna now, of course, in charge of the track and have leased the property for the next 50 years. So we're going to be having more and more of these races. It's the Rolex reunion. We'll take a short break. The mist hopefully will be rising up soon. My thanks to John Morton and the John Morton Trophy.
Thank you very much for having me. I've enjoyed it.
Welcome back to the Monterey Peninsula, where it's a little bit misty. But as you can look down on the Laguna Seca paddock, you can see the big IROC tent and the Friends of Laguna Seca in the foreground. And we're getting ready for our next group race, which is the Peter Revson Group 4 coming up. And it's fast and furious. We're going to take you through the history of this event, but also we celebrate the Japanese marques and Japanese racing in its entirety, really. So let's head down now to Kev and learn more about that Japanese heritage.
Yeah, lovely. Thanks, Johnny. As you just said there, we're celebrating Japanese motorsport heritage here at the Rolex this year. It's the first time we've ever done this, because normally it's a manufacturer featured marque, but this year it's a featured country. And I can tell you, as you'll see in a moment, when we walk along this collection of Mazdas, Toyotas, Subarus and everything else that's here, the crowds are flocking. This is the busiest that we've ever seen it on a Saturday morning at this time. But come and have a look at this, because alongside all of the groups of cars here, I'm going to go backwards. I'm going to ask Ethan, our cameraman, to point this way and have a look, because here's another first. At the Rolex, you've never seen me or any of us talking about motorsport on two wheels. But that's what we're doing, because Japan, they ruled the track, didn't they, on two wheels and four for so many years. Look at this, in 1976, Kenny Roberts was doing what he did both on the dirt and on the track, and there's two of his exquisite machines right here. Over the back there's a Wayne Rainey Yamaha alongside a Nicky Hayden Honda. Phenomenal stuff. And excitingly, get this, and I know you'll be excited about this, Johnny, as well. We have 6 former motorcycle world champions here, and they're going out on track a little bit later on at 2:05 as part of the Japanese Motorsport Heritage Collection. It's going to be awesome. And joining Wayne Rainey on his bike is the CEO of Ford, my mate, Jim Farley. So that's going to be good. But come this way, because there's one car that really has been the star of the show. And look, you can see the fans are flocking around it. You've got all these other cars. You've got a 2019 Mazda here, but the one that they all want the photo of is this one. It's the 1991 Mazda 787B. That is perhaps the loudest car that you will hear here this weekend, from an era when these Group C cars were the loudest on track. But this was the car that made motorsport history, because it gave Japan its first ever overall win at Le Mans. Thanks to the guys at Mazda, of course, with Volker Welder, Johnny Herbert and Bertrand Gachot at the helm. It's phenomenal. This thing will fire up a little bit later on, and like I said, this is the one the fans all want to see. There's a lot of people all around me. There must be 20 or 30 or 40 cars in this middle section, but this is the one they're all taking photos of, and it's quite something when it fires up. So a quick reminder then, 2:05 is when the Japanese Heritage Motorsport Collection will be going out on track. You'll see that, you'll see the bikes, and you'll see a whole lot of people flocking the grandstands, because this has been a really, really good thing this year to celebrate the history of Japanese motorsport. So Johnny, while I muscle my way in to get a photo with this, I'll go back to you.
Thanks, mate. And yes, legendary cars and legendary drivers and riders, I may add. And as we get ready for the Peter Revson group, that's Group 4 coming up, I'm delighted to be joined here in the booth by one of our great world champions, Kenny Roberts Jr., the 2000 MotoGP champion. And here with his father, of course, King Kenny. I laughed last night when I heard your father say, I don't like any of these guys. My son, I don't mind.
Yeah.
He's okay, but the rest of them I don't like.
That's right.
But that is the essence of your dad.
So I got the okay status, right?
Yeah, you got the okay status.
Perfect.
Which I would have thought in the Roberts community,
hey,
that's actually pretty good.
That's right. Well, that's what. Yeah, it's above average. So I'm set.
Can we just say it for the record? How happy are we that motorcycles are part of it? And given that we are celebrating Japanese motorsport, it's appropriate.
Well, I think that the guys on the bikes as well, right? So you got a lot of world champions there together at one time. And the bikes are, for me, a second thought of it. I mean, they're fantastic to see on the track, but just the guys that are on it for me is kind of a fun thing to, you wouldn't have thought of it 20 years ago that you would enjoy riding with these guys, because when you were riding with them 20 years ago, you were trying to beat them the whole time.
Yeah, no kidding. And while we're still waiting for this race to get underway, I just want to put my finger on something that I thought of immediately when they brought all of you back. You were part of a period, actually it was your father, I mean, all the way back to the late 70s, but there was a period when America ruled motorcycle racing. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think we still could. I think that, we had an advantage, I think, a little bit early on with maybe the mentality, the riding things in different, areas with the dirt track and motocross and all that, and then, that just the pure riding of it. If you don't get too lost in what the dirt track does for you from the standpoint of racing bikes, or riding bikes, but just the commonality of being on a motorcycle, then that transfers over to road race or, anything you sort of do with two wheels. So that being said, we had a stronghold on that stuff, and guys that were coming up were, Wayne and Eddie and Kaczynski, Mamola, they were just trying to beat the fastest American guy that we all trained around and with. So at my dad's ranch, we had, 3 or 4 world champions at all time. When you start beating the guy that you're racing against, it was a world champion. So then your level, by the time you get to Europe, was at a world championship level. We lost that through, what it is now with basically a European championship.
Yeah, no question. Well, as you can see, on track now is our latest group, and it is the Formula Juniors from 1958 to 1963. So these are the very small cars, but probably the most fun to drive and race, I would have thought. And this is known as the Peter Revson Trophy, because, of course, Peter Revson, the son of the Revlon Cosmetics empire, Peter obviously getting a bit of a lift there. There is Peter Revson, but a very accomplished driver in his own time, and a stepping stone to Formula One where Revson got to, and that's why Formula Junior celebrates his name. And drivers such as Jim Clark, John Surtees, Jochen Rindt, Mike Spence, Mike Hailwood, who I'm sure Kenny knows, or at least his history. But some of the greats, and Peter was right in there. Howard Ganley, another one, the Kiwi, that raced with, or mechanicked with Bruce McLaren, and then got him to Formula One himself. Have you thought about doing that?
Yeah, for sure, because then we're immortal in roll cage. The bike stuff, you get in there and we just feel like weapons free, man. It's like, this is awesome.
Yeah.
So generally the bike guys are quick, and I mean like on pace with the car guys, because we have that. We don't think we can, get injured in one of these things.
Yeah.
Yeah. On the bike stuff, you are always, you go through a turn, you're like, oh man, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because the alternative, what can happen is violence.
Yeah.
So you kind of always keep a little bit of reserve there. On the cars, you go, I pushed it around off the track or spun around. But the bikes, it's like you make a mistake at turn 6 here, and you're going to be in Salinas.
Yeah. The trouble with that, I get it, and I've been around you guys a long time. I get it, but when you get out there and the guy that isn't doing 10/10ths, and you're going, well, I'll just do 8/10ths, and then you get passed by somebody, he's doing 9/10ths, you're like, oh, well, I better do 9/10ths.
And on the bikes.
On the bikes.
Oh, yeah, no, that, again, that's just like you got a guy that's a little bit quicker, and then you match him, and then you're a little bit quicker. The bike stuff's, but at least on the bikes, it's easier for me to see what somebody's doing.
Yes.
And go quicker. The cars, it's kind of like, man, this guy passed me and he's a half second quicker. Like where? Like, it's difficult to see. It's easier on a bike.
Well, we are celebrating both 4- and 2-wheel racing this weekend, hence having Kenny Roberts Jr. alongside us for this watch. I'm delighted. What are you out on today?
It's a 2-stroke 750, and I need. It's a nice bike. I got to ride it yesterday, and I want to follow my dad and these guys around a little bit today. I kind of yesterday went and tried to drag my knee and had a little fun, and nobody was behind me. So I'm going to see where everybody's at today and try to stay close. I think next year they're going to, if we're invited back to do something with maybe another 100 more horsepower onto it. So try to get something in the 180 horsepower range.
You've been around so many bikes. Is there a bike that you really would like to just, especially in an environment like this, is there one that you like?
2-stroke 500.
Yeah.
Kind of because the thing that the 2-stroke, the 500, specifically when they're jetted correctly and all that, they want to go, and they're nimble and they're light and they stop. You have to basically, when you ride them, it's like you're riding in the wet.
Right.
In a condition like this, meaning you're not dragging your knee and lean angle is not maximum, but when you open the throttle, the lean angle, the direction of the machine, everything has to be ready to go. You don't just open it like these standard bikes now. You can just open them on the side, and you got a little bit of help with the rideability and the traction control or whatever they have. The 500 is like, okay, you're gonna pull the throttle, open the throttle, be ready to go. because it's not going to just go, oh, well, let's go this way. No, you got to, they will throw you down the road in a hurry. So with that, though, we're so used to that, and, you know, it's just fun to have that. Yeah.
Oh, a little tap there. They're racing.
That's just, Rubbin's racing.
Rubbin's racing.
So, yeah, anyway.
Well, as you can see, we're well underway. Joseph Colsacchio leading the way. Michael O'Brien in second, and Danny Baker. 3 names very used to historic racing here in California. Still a bit misty here this morning at the Rolex reunion, but we're underway. And we have stars and cars for sure. Alongside me, Kenny Roberts Jr., winner of the MotoGP title back in 2000, and still enjoying coming back to these events. And just listening to Father yesterday, he was saying that most of the events he's done have been outside the United States, so it's nice to come to California and actually do an historic event where the bikes are included, because you know he often does Goodwood. I'm sure you have as well. And places like Australia have big festivals, so it's great that bikes are finally getting more and more involved in historic racing.
Yeah, I mean, thank you to Laguna Seca for getting us together, all the world champions together, and it's an honor to be here. This part of California is the beauty, the ocean, the views, just lifestyle is fantastic. So it's a pleasure to be here and to be able to ride the bikes, ride with the guys on track. Everything. See the car guys and some of these, like that Mazda, just hearing that engine is it's worth just the whole trip, right?
Yeah, I actually went to the Le Mans where it featured, and it was so. I mean, even if it was in 10th place, we could tell when the first car was coming, because we could hear the Mazda coming down the back.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's 100%.
You're looking at Paul Thomas in that Brabham BT6 from 1963, just passing the number 18 there, and making easy work of it. Kyle Collins in that Lotus 18, but the race currently is being led by Joe Colsacchio. And it is Lee Mole in second place, Art Herbert in third. And the man who won this race yesterday, Danny Baker in the Lotus 27, dropped down, but he won that race, and Colsacchio yesterday in Stangolini Delfino was second place, and Lee Mole, who's also looking for another podium, he got third yesterday in his Lotus 2022, and currently sits in third position. So it must be nice to catch up with. I mean, you see Dad all the time, I'm sure, but who have you bumped into that you haven't seen for a while?
Actually, just was talking in the drivers' club there to Jimmy Johnson. We haven't seen him in a minute. He was kind enough to take pictures when our kids were smaller, and I was telling him a story. If you have time for it, about a minute story, I can let you know.
Go for it.
When my son was maybe, 3 foot tall, so you're 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old range. I had him convinced that, we would watch Jimmy in his years winning the championships. The last championship, I was just telling Jimmy this. He loved the story. My dad's not a big NASCAR thing. It just turn left, and so that was, my dad, of course.
He's a dirt man.
Yeah.
He's a dirt man.
And so my son, when my dad would go, "Who won the Formula One race?" and my son Logan would go, "Jimmy Johnson." So Jimmy had won everything for like 2 years: the Moto America race, the Formula One race, the NASCAR race. So Jimmy dominated motorsports for about a year and a half or two there. And anyway, I shared the story with him on that. He got a kick out of it.
So as you can see, Joseph Colsacchio doing a good job in the 62 Delfino. And in fact, we caught up with him earlier in the weekend. Let's hear about that car and what he's up to.
One of the most beautiful liveried cars, and one of the most unique as well with that high exhaust. Joseph Colsacchio, tell me a little bit about your 1962 Delfino here. It's a pretty special weekend, too, racing with your son, and we'll get into that in a moment. But the engine moved to the rear of this car from Strangolini after front engine Formula Juniors. How has it been going around Monterey so far this weekend?
It's been going well, actually. I'm pretty impressed with the Europeans that came over. They got right up to speed, and some locals are very, very quick. it's been a good, clean weekend. I think everyone's having a really good time. They put on a great show. The juniors are one of the best classes that to ever see race. There's a mixture of cars, some front engines, some rear engines, some drum brake, disc brake. But this particular car is one of three. Stanguolini was actually one of the very, very early manufacturers in Formula Junior. Kind of set the pace for the early 50s, late 50s, the early front engine cars, and won a lot of championships and a lot of races. And then the British manufacturers came along. And then once they went with the rear engine, they figured out that that was the way to go. So Stanguolini decided to build a rear engine, and here you have the Delfino.
We mentioned pretty special weekend for you as well, because your son is a few good spots behind you too.
Yes, he's in my, he's in the older car that I used to use. All the cars belong in the Oriana collection, Lawrence Oriana from Connecticut. That was the first Formula Junior we purchased in 2004, and sort of set a new bar for us, because a lot of the Fiat-powered cars were in the back, and we took it out in our first international debut in 04 and won at Monaco in that particular car. It's very dear to me. My son's taking care of it this weekend. He's ahead of all the other front engine cars, but he's still keeping his pace and doing well.
Well, pretty special weekend and a pretty special class as well. The juniors are always such a treat. Thank you very much, and best of luck.
And we're enjoying the Peter Revson Trophy. That's Formula Junior cars from 1958 to 1963. And why Peter Revson is relevant, because that's where he started. And, of course, he made it all the way to Formula One. But he also was pretty handy at Can-Am racing, too. And during the early 70s, he'd also become a leading light in the works McLaren IndyCar squad, securing pole for the 71 Indianapolis 500 at a record speed of just over 176 miles an hour. And if you say the name Peter Revson, most four-wheel guys and proponents of motor racing in America will know exactly who you mean. And there's no question he fits absolutely up there with all the great names that you will hear today. It was a delight to have John Morton. It's not often, I've got Kenny Roberts Jr. alongside me at the moment, it's not often that you get somebody who represents a group that actually comes in and describes it for you and tells you what happened back in the 1962 he was talking to me about this morning. So that's pretty darn impressive that we could drag people out that have experienced so much of the historic part of this racing.
Well, yeah, those stories are black and white now, right?
Literally, yeah. So have you been here for the week? Because people get an eye full of this and think this is just a weekend of racing, but it's a month of sort of events and auctions and concours d'elegance. It really is. It takes over Monterey, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. We have a lot of local friends and stuff here. That is, they didn't know we were coming in for this, so they were warning us about it. Yeah, we're taking part of it. And they're like, oh, okay, well, so yeah, whether you're taking part of it or not, you're going to be in it around here, specifically if you live here, whether you want to or not. So it's a huge event.
And you've got a glimpse of what we're doing here. We're right in the middle of the thick of it. We are in the box seat. This is the best seat in the house, no question about it. And we wanted to be right here in the paddock because that's what this event is all about. It's very, very inclusive. And it also means that when we're out here, you know, people walking by, people like yourself, you've got time to just stroll over because we're literally right in the thick of it. The IROC is over there, the IndyCar display's over there, and so we're right in the heart of it. And I really would urge you, after 52 years, come for the 53rd if you're not here, because it's definitely a unique event. Laguna Seca, in its own way, is unique. Kenny, was this a good circuit for you or not?
It would have been a good circuit the years that I was able to be competitive in the 500. We were never in the U.S. at that time, 99, right. 2000, that time frame. But Laguna is one of those things. When you're going well, it's enjoyable. When you're struggling, it's a hard track. There's a lot of this track's got a lot of pressure on a bike, meaning the camber, the corkscrew, things like that. So when you're having fun, it's easy. When you're not, it's an aggressive track. It's physical.
I can well imagine. Well, as we clock down the laps, tell you a little bit about some of the Formula Junior cars out there, and that Stanguolini Delfino In the 1961 season, it became clear that the front engine car, the Stangolino, the Stangolini Formula Junior was no longer competitive, and so they presented a new rear engine car in November 1961 at the Turin Motor Show. So many cars been launched at that motor show over the years. It's always a very prestigious motor show. And we're looking at a nice little battle here, going at it. It's the 26th, Paul Thomas in currently third place, being chased by Art Herbert. And Herbert in the Lola Mark 5A from 1963, the all grey. And they've got a nice little battle going on to try and see if they can get on the podium. Just behind them, Collins in the 18, Locke in the 6. And Clark, sorry, in 7th place in the number 6. That's the Lotus 22 from 1962. Here they come. It's the battle for third place. Just behind the 167, that's BJ Kolarik in the Lola Mark II 1960. Looks like a fun car to drive. And we've also got a couple of Huffaker's born in California. Huffaker name synonymous with racing here in this part of the world. We've got a Huffaker Mark III out there, John Fudge, who is a perennial historic racer in this group. And of course they raced yesterday, and as I mentioned, Danny Baker in the Lotus 27 from 1963 won that race. Colasacco was in 2nd place yesterday, but he's kind of dominating today. Well, we also spoke to Dominic Colasacchio earlier in the weekend. So as we're on the final lap and we're celebrating the Colasacchios, let's talk to Dominic.
The other of the Colasaccos, Dominic, but not in a rear engine, a front engine from 1959. Tell us about your Strangolini.
Correct. It's incredible to drive this car for the first time here and first time on this track. I've watched my dad campaign this car all over the world for Mr. Lawrence Oriana, and to jump into it for the first time has been a great pleasure. Fun to drive a car with the front engine, get it to move around a lot. So it's great fun. I'll wave to him when they lap me for the first time.
Well, he was pretty complimentary of your driving, saying you're doing pretty well for yourself this weekend compared to some of the other front engine competitors. What is it like with a front engine Formula Junior car around Laguna Seca?
It's great because you could really toss the car and get it to move around. It's a high momentum car, and at a track like this where the car really compresses nicely, it's just a joy to drive, and with a nice, strong, powerful motor, it's even more fun.
Well, it's a joy to watch as well. We'll let you get to it. Best of luck.
Guys, well done to everybody as well. It's been a great event so far.
Thanks for being here. You're absolutely part of making it.
And so, as timing is working out perfectly, because the checkered flag waves for Team Colasacchio, and he takes the checkered flag and wins the 2nd race of the weekend. And as I mentioned, Danny Baker took the win yesterday and won't do that today, but this time Joseph Colasacchio gets the wave, waves to the marshals, love the lid. And I'm alongside Kenny Roberts Jr., who will be out local time, 2 o'clock, something like that?
I think so, yeah.
And who have we got? We've got some, well, your dad's here, but we've got some great names. I mean, Freddie Spencer's here, Kevin Schwantz is here.
Yeah, then Eddie Lawson.
Amazing.
Got Eddie, Freddie, Wayne, my dad, Jim Farley, CEO of Ford's.
He did a pillion ride.
Sorry?
He did a pillion ride yesterday.
Yep. So he's out there, and
you must like his bikes then, as well as.
I said to all the guys, I'm like, okay, as long as everybody stays behind me, we're not racing.
How did that go down?
Everybody stayed behind me, so we didn't race.
That might change.
Okay.
I love it. I know you guys too well. You're all the same. You love your racing. So a big wave from Joseph Colasacchio. My thanks to Kenny Roberts Jr. coming in here, and we'll watch him in action later today with all the other legends of two-wheel racing, and we are celebrating Japanese marques, Japanese motor racing, and basically we are celebrating the history that is the Rolex reunion. We'll take a short break. We'll be back from the corkscrew very soon.
Highway 1, the legendary road connecting Los Angeles to San Francisco. A place to slow down and enjoy the view.
Hey, Callum, what's up? Where are you headed? Grand Prix Long Beach. You? I'm going up to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Or treat the track for the pitch.
What's with the ball?
The match in LA. San Francisco's next.
Highway 1.
Enjoy the view.
It's the iconic path between California's premier sporting events.
See that one at all? Okay. Well, I'll. They're going to be going wheel to wheel.
Why do we race? Not just for trophies or records. At Gazoo Racing, we race for something bigger. We race to push every nut and bolt to the absolute limit. Then we rebuild it and make it stronger. That high-performance powertrain, Le Mans tested. This is research and development at 200 miles an hour. Because the track doesn't just test our cars, it shapes what we build next.
Welcome back to the Rolex reunion. The mist is still lingering, but as we say here in this part of the world, it won't take long. Usually it blows off by 10:30, 11 o'clock. We started early because we got a full day of racing here, the 52nd running of this beautiful historic event. Plenty to talk about, some stars, as well as the cars. There's also the drivers that made them. And talking of legends, the great Jimmy Johnson is here this weekend. He is racing the seven-time NASCAR champion. Let's go down to Kev and get the latest on what's happening with Jimmy Johnson.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, I'm back under the IROC awning where the fans are starting to gather because we're not far away now from that 11 a.m. drivers briefing when all the drivers that are going out of these cars will be just up there getting the drivers briefing. And if you remember, cast your mind back to this time last year, I was in amongst it and it was just incredible. The fans had flocked. But I'm stood at the moment next to Jimmy Johnson's car, who wasn't here last year, and I'm kind of wondering if he saw what went down last year, he thought, I want a piece of that action for next year, and that's why he's here. But excitingly, he's been going well in this one. Qualified, I think, quickest yesterday. Check his Instagram, you'll learn all about that. But alongside Jimmy Johnson's car to my left is Dario Franchitti's car. That's the one that he's going to be going out in. An IROC driver back in the day, but now a racer obviously through and through, and he's going to want to take a win here today when they race at 1:35. But then going the other way, Bobby Labonte, is he going to be on the podium as well? The black car there, I can't remember what number it is, and I can't quite see from here, the number 1 car there. So could these be our 3 podium contenders for the IROC when they race a little bit later on? They may be. But one thing's for sure, we're going to have a really exciting race group go out on track. It all kicks off from 1 o'clock with Ralph Sheehan, who will be up at the pre-grid area, taking care of all of the kind of formalities and the driver interviews ahead of the race, which is due to go out at 1:35. And if you remember back in the day, and Johnny, you know all about this because I know you're a big fan of it, ran from 1973 to 2006, didn't it? And it was all about pitching the best drivers from all of the different race classes in a single homologated car. So they were all racing the same car, but outside of that, they all came from different race classes, NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, the lot. You've only got to look at some of the names on these cars. Dale Earnhardt, Jimmy Johnson, Niki Lauda, Ickx, all of these names are on the cars. It's quite incredible. So the excitement is building here under the IROC awning. 1 o'clock for the kickoff then up at the pre-grid area. Before that 11 a.m. the driver's briefing. We might be able to bring you some pictures of that. And then they go wheel to wheel. The lights will go out. The green flag will fly at 1:35. It's going to be a highlight for sure. And Johnny, I know that you are going to love calling that race play by play.
Absolutely. Tommy Dreesy, a good friend of mine, a Trans Am driver currently, but a big historic collector as well. Won it last time out when they had the first IROC race here. And it was such a success last year that they brought it back in force. And you're right, I absolutely love it. And there's an expression, I don't know if it's just akin to motorsport, but it's a good one. Herding cats. If you want to start bringing Niki Lauda, James Hunt, Kurt Busch, Jimmy Johnson all together to race a car, then you need to know how to herd cats, because those guys, they're all pretty individual, as motor racing drivers are inherently. And so I have to take my hat off to Ray Everingham and his group and team that have put the IROCs back together, because it's pretty impressive. As we move on, though, I've got a new guest, as Michael Sweeney joins me here in the booth, and he's got some big reasons to be here. His son is in the next group, and that, of course, is the Pedro Rodriguez Trophy for 1961 to 1975 FIA Manufacturers Championship, and I believe that is your son's car.
No, he's the number 6.
Okay, so but similar. Yep. But tell me about these cars and your interest in this particular group, besides obviously your son.
Well, the car actually belongs to Jim Storer, and it's a interesting car. It's a B16 Spider, of which there's only one.
Wow.
It was a B16, which is usually a coupe. James Redmond drove it in '69, then drove a 208, and said, if we don't make this thing look like a 208, we're going to get killed next year. And so that's the only, it looks like a B19, but it actually started life as a B16.
That's Jim Farley we were looking at just a moment ago in that 98. And of course, Jim Farley, the head of Ford, the manager director of Ford, as out goes the number 8. And we're getting a good close-up look at some of the cars coming out in this group. Pedro Rodriguez, of course, brothers from Mexican racing, and they really made a name for themselves. He and his brother. He won with his brother the 1968 24 Hours of Le Mans, driving for Ferrari between 1957 to 1970. And Pedro was on the podium steps an impressive 40 times in 94 races, did Pedro Rodriguez. And even though the Pato Awards of today are making their names, the originals were the Rodriguez brothers, for sure. So, FIA Manufacturers Championship, 1961 to 1975. Yes, this group attracted manufacturers that wanted to prove their cars were the best, and the drivers at the wheel were likewise. And Pedro Rodriguez absolutely epitomized that, not only a great Grand Prix driver, but also a legendary Porsche 917 in the long-distance races. Raced in Formula One from 1963 to 1971. And no question about it, the Rodriguez brothers were two of the biggest names in racing, very affable, and they both had very distinguished careers themselves and raced together a few times. Mike, as we look at this group of cars, you mentioned a couple there. Just talk a little bit about how important an era that 61 to 75 was.
Well, especially these two leader cars are just amazing machines. And what I like about this is real. I mean, because there's GT cars in with prototypes, huge speed differential, and of course, it's 61 to 75, so there's also development. But really, when you look at a well-driven prototype here, they're some of the fastest cars out here, even though they're 50 years old plus.
And it's a remarkable thing how well they do look after these cars. And there's a lot of prep shops here in California that do just that. Intrepid being one, and there's many others we could rack off. Well, I mentioned Huffaker earlier. But the way these cars are prepared always amazes me, because they are old cars, and you know, they are pushing them too. They're not holding back, are they?
No. Well, and there's just a lot of fabrication goes on, because there just aren't parts. You just have to make them.
Sure. Well, as you can see, we're under the Porsche safety car that's brought them round for a couple of laps, and he is starting to peel off now, so we'll be underway. And this is the Pedro Rodriguez Trophy. Group 5, 1961 to 75 FIA manufacturers. I've got Mike Sweeney alongside me. His son will be at the wheel. And how did he qualify?
I think he was like 7th or 8th. We have a pickup problem, so.
Okay. Juan Gonzalez also in this group. from Mission Foods. And away we go then. The beautiful roar as they come over the crest down towards Andretti for the first time. A beautiful sight, a beautiful sound. Let's enjoy it. Cal Mika immediately gets into the lead, but then gets swamped as through comes Tony Delaney in the number 8. And nice move too in the Chevron B21. And we are underway. Just in the background there, Mike Sweeney Jr. and the Spider. And compared to other tracks you've been to, Laguna's up there?
Oh, it's
got to be.
It's way up there.
Why? Tell me why, because I'm sure there's a lot of people who like myself, have not raced it. I've come here many times, and obviously you can see from the corkscrew that it's unique. But what makes it a great racetrack?
Well, the history of it is because it's just what it is. It wasn't something planned where they asked somebody, this is what the land looked like. So the elevation change, the weather. I was out earlier today. The track is really slippy, which, is just a function of the weather and where it is. But it's just, like they call it iconic. You go to Europe, everybody knows Laguna Seca. Everybody knows Laguna Seca.
Yeah, no question. Well, the car out front, Cal Mika, for a moment, was bought in 1973 by John Abrams from the Lola factory, and he ran just 2 races. And just as I say that, Tony Laney gets into the lead in the 8A. So he now picks up the lead here early on in this Pedro Rodriguez group. David Roberts at the wheel of a similar car, and we look down and it's Delaney, Mika, James Farley in 3rd position, then Juan Gonzalez, of course, who is a regular, both to historics and to racing each and every other weekend. Big sponsor from Mission Foods. And Jim Davenport in 5th place, Mike Sweeney Jr. 6th. And yes, so he's had a good start. Top 6, that'll do. And what was the problem you had, or what did he have?
A couple of problems. An electrical problem, but another problem that we're seeing now is we changed the tanks out and the pickup. So we have to just jam it full of fuel, or else when he goes through a turn, he starves. So he's having his issues, but he's driving hard.
Well, not only is this a prestigious group in terms of the cars out there, but also from a historic driver's point of view. You've got the likes of John Fudge, Paddings Dowling, who races around the world in historics. I mean, he is one of, it's delightful to have him here even, isn't it?
And that Lotus 23 is the most original Lotus 23 in the world. I love it. I love him. He's a great guy.
And then from the American side, you've got the likes of Todd Willing. John Goodman is out there. Alex McAllister, son of. And had a quick chat with Chris, who wasn't too displeased that he wasn't quicker than his son yesterday. He said, no, if I'm going to be slower than someone, my son's okay. But Chris and Alex, a big part. And talking of Alex, the son of Chris McAllister, I just mentioned him, we did catch up with Alex. He's currently in 8th. Before the weekend got underway, and this is what he had to say.
Well, the Ford GT40 is incredibly iconic on its own. If you were to have picked up a brochure to look at a 1972 Ford GT, you would have seen this car, albeit in a different paint scheme. Alex McAllister, pretty neat to be driving literally the car on the brochure.
Yeah, it's an honor and a privilege, and I'm lucky to get to be around such a car and lucky to get to drive it. My dad bought the car about 8 years before I was born, and that was his first big vintage race car. And he's been vintage racing it ever since 1982, and yeah, it's a kind of a staple for our family, and it's a pleasure to bring it out. And I kind of wish there were some more GT40s out here to race with. There's one more, which is nice, but used to see 5, 6, 10 of them out here every year, and so I wish we'd see a couple more of them. But it's an honor to get to drive it. For sure.
Well, you'll just have to fly the flag then, especially. At 72, such great bodywork on these as well. A little bit wider in the back and things like that. Still some of the buttresses. What do you like about this year in particular?
I like how stable and safe I feel in the car. The car is very confidence-inspiring. It's got great grip. It's got good brakes. It's got good power. So it's fun to drive. It's got a comfortable seating position. You could take a nap in there if you needed to. It's competitive with the group of cars that it runs with. So that makes it fun as well. You're not stuck at the back of the field or stuck up at the front of the field by yourself. So it's just a good all-arounder. It's reliable too. That's probably one of the best things about it, is that it typically doesn't have too many issues. So knock on wood.
Well, wish you the best of luck. It certainly sounds the part as well. Thanks, Alex.
Cheers.
So we're deep in the heart of the Pedro Rodriguez Trophy. If you can hear engines roaring, I'm currently down in the paddock getting an eyeful of the IROX warming up as we take a look at Group 5 on track with me, Mike Sweeney, whose son is racing in this one. And we're looking at Jim Davenport in the number 3 Chevron B36 from 1976. He owns the car, does Jim, and he has been a regular here at the Historics as well. And Michael, what was the car you wanted to point out? Juan Gonzalez car. I mentioned the man that is the head of Mission Foods, and of course we've got the Mission Foods bridge right there on the start-finish straight. But he's in that Lola T282 from 1973.
Right, and I misspoke when I called these cars all 2-liter.
Okay.
That's a DFB F1 motor from that era.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Fun.
Wow, a lot of fun. Mike Sweeney Jr. in the number 6. Chevron B16 Spider from 1970. I bet these are a handful around Laguna, especially in these cooler conditions.
Oh, just absolutely. All out.
Yeah, not easy to get the tires up to temperature. You know, I was talking to one of the tire guys and said, well, how do you've got to have the right tire. You've got to have everything right. And one of the things that when historic racing sort of started becoming more and more popular and there were more and more events, they tried to use modern tires, but the grip and the compounds were just too much for the chassis and the suspensions.
Absolutely. I mean, if you put a modern tire on these cars, it'll just rip them apart. I mean, they're designed to move. These cars, you have to slide the cars, even these somewhat, to get the performance out of it. And the new cars, they don't slide. They just have massive grip, and they come out of these tire warmers at 90 degrees C or something. So, now, it's fun to go out on these cold tires in a cold day.
Well, one man who knows about historic racing and modern racing is the man who runs the Ford Corporation. His name, James Farley. We caught up with him. He's currently in second place.
CEO of the Ford Motor Company, Jim Farley. It seems just about every weekend you're at a racetrack, and I absolutely love that. Tell us a little bit about the Lola you brought us this weekend.
Yeah, it's a 2-liter car, raced at Le Mans in 1978. This was kind of the LMP2 of Le Mans in the 70s. It's a great car, Ford engine, and red, white, and blue, all America.
Certainly is. You're no stranger to racing, vintage racing, and certainly racing at Laguna Seca. I've seen you here in Mustang Challenge cars and plenty of other, vintage cars, plenty with the blue oval as well. How does the Lola stack up?
Oh, it's fast. It's 127, 128 a lap, and if my wife approves my budget, I'm here as much as I can.
Well, we certainly love to see it. Have a great time, Jim. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks for everything you guys do. I appreciate all the fans. Should be a good race today, and with the Cobra after this.
Excellent. Busy day for Jim Farley.
James Farley just heading in and out of, almost bumping into a Porsche there. That was some Larry driving there from the big man. But he has, I admire him. I asked him about racing historics because he has got a full-time job. And Ford are kind of busy on the racing front these days, from Formula One all the way across the world. But he says for him, it's a good B2B opportunity. He does get work done actually here. And in a weird way, he gets the 20 minutes where nobody can talk to him. So I'm sure he enjoys that. And as you can see, he's pretty darn competitive too. And I love the fact that it's one thing to represent a marque and to be the head of a company that has such a huge heritage in racing, but to actually go out there on a Sunday and do it, you've got to take your hat off. There's a modicum of respect there that goes a long way.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's great.
Ford with big things going on, obviously, around the world. Currently working in Formula One for the first time in many years. And, of course, Ford, the most successful engine in Formula One's history over the years. People forget that. It was, back in the 80s and 90s, it was all Ford engines, wasn't it?
Pretty much. Ferrari versus Ford, basically.
Yeah. And, of course, that was the same in the sports car world. And back then, the head of Ford would wave the French flag back in the 60s to start the race. And, of course, Ford coming back to win the 1966, entering, I think, 13 cars or something.
Right.
Yeah, amazing. And they did get a 1-2-3 in the race and finally beat Ferrari. And so it was a real turning point, certainly in Ford's racing history, and they continue to celebrate it today. But, yeah, no question, very forward-thinking Jim Farley, and is a regular at historic events. Take a look at Tony Delane in that number 8A, making his way, currently in third place, just ahead of Davenport. Sweeney Jr. still in, well, he's up to fifth now, so he's managed to get one place up.
He's working his way up, yeah.
What's his history in racing? How did you, I mean, presumably he followed in your footsteps, but was he always interested?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Mike started coming to Laguna Seca when he was 4 years old. So, but strangely, I started vintage racing about 25 years ago, and Mike was at Cal Poly, and I had him drive our truck and trailer to the races. And as a reward, I sent him to go-kart school, and he was there for 2 days, and they hired him as an instructor. So I said, well, maybe this is something you're pretty good at. And that's, from there, he moved on to pro racing, and Skip Barber, and he must have, I don't know how many thousand laps of Laguna Seca. So he's my instructor.
Yeah, no question. Well, that's true. To be honest, that's true of the community of racing worldwide, isn't it? So many families make it their pastime, and it almost becomes a natural thing for. Nobody forces anybody to go racing, but it's just a natural thing, isn't it?
And now he's been the spotter for Vassar Sullivan for years now, so he travels the United States with the team, and it's a wonderful career that he's made for himself. So I'm very proud of him.
And just a reminder that the drone shot images that you are seeing from time to time and will do throughout the day are brought to you by HRC, that's Honda Racing. And of course, HRC now becoming more and more prevalent for Honda. They've really wanted to come back. And don't forget, visit shop.honda.racing for the official merchandise and memorabilia of HRC, that's Honda Racing. And some few programs we're going to mention later in the day of what Honda Heritage are doing. They're starting to prepare cars now, officially restoring cars for events just like this, and no question about it. So, as we look at the Mission Bridge, it's kind of neat to have Juan Gonzalez, who has been a huge proponent for investing in motorsport here in the United States, from IndyCar to SVRA to Trans Am, and of course he races himself, and that, again, a bit like Jim Farley, you've got to take your hat off to him. He's invested in it, not only himself, but also in his company's money. And Mission Foods has certainly made a name for itself. We're often treated to the dip and chips that they make, and I highly recommend them. As we look at Stanley Fulton in the number 62, and that's a Chevron B19 from 1971, and Stanley also the owner of that car. So, winding down our Group 5, Pedro Rodriguez. Mike just took a big, deep breath there. You were with him on board then, weren't you, through the corkscrew?
Well, when you have the GT in the And the prototypes together, I mean,
yes,
that makes it exciting. And, you know, the GT cars can't just disappear. So.
Well, you heard from Alex McAllister. Well, Chris McAllister, his father, we'll talk about father-son, is also out there, currently running in 9th position in the number 5. That's the Gulf Mirage from 1972. And again, Chris, the owner of that one, I had a quick chat with Chris earlier in the weekend. Great proponent and a huge part of this event and many others. And like I said, it's rare that you see someone like Padding Dowling, who we mentioned earlier, the Brit that's come over and has been racing around the world for many years, down in 17th place. But, you know, that's historic racing, you never know. And let's face it, there's 37 cars, and Alex has just gone to the back, so there's some sort of problem for Alex McAllister.
I saw him in the pit here. He came in.
He came in. Could you guess what it might have been?
No. It was moving. He wasn't on a hook.
Yeah. That's the big plus, right? If he wasn't on a hook, that's the big plus. Kyan Dowling, you know, Padding's Dowling, cool, it's like a father and son race, this. We'll get the Egg and Spoons out next. But he's running, what, 22nd in the number 13? That's the Lotus 23P from 1963.
I mean, once again, huge 1961 to 1975, huge development. And those are 1,600cc twin cams. And I love the Dowlings because they run them as they ran in 1963.
Another one, shout out, Kevin Buckley, a guy I've got to know over the years in his 1967 Porsche 911S. Kevin, over the years, did a great job. And a winner at Daytona. And a typical Californian out there in Sonoma doing the business. And McAllister actually up to 8th position now. Your boy still 5th. And Delaney still in, 3rd place. Farley still 2nd. And Cal Mika, leading the way as he has done. I'm just trying to check on just how much of a gap Cal has pulled. Well, he's 8 seconds ahead. And that's pretty impressive in a short race, isn't it?
That thing is a rocket ship. And he drives it well, but it is a fast car.
Yeah, well, Cal...
And once again, there he is with the GT cars.
I don't know how many races Cal will do this weekend, but he's always got several cars on the go. Here he is, coming down the hill one more time through Rainy Curve. And I don't think Jim Farley's going to get much of a say in the race overall with that 8-second gap he's got at the moment. But it doesn't matter.
No, that's the great thing about this whole thing. You can always find somebody to race with.
Yes, I think that's another part of this. Yeah, you kind of work out where you're going to be.
Oh, and here's the checker.
And there is the checkered flag. Yeah, you work out where you're going to be, and then you can probably look at the times and go, okay, I'm going to be racing with this guy.
Right, exactly. And you go back and forth.
Sure. Well, checkered flag is out then for Group 5. Pedro Rodriguez Trophy for cars from the FIA Manufacturers Championship. 61 to 75, so quite a broad reach, and as you say, quite a difference in the overall speeds and several cars being lapped early on. But it's a win for Cal Mika. Jim Farley 2nd, and Tony Delaney in 3rd place. Jim Davenport 4th, Mike Sweeney Jr., Joe Beaujolard in 6th place, Chris McAllister 7th, Paul Hagar in 8th position, John Goodman in 9th, and Juan Gonzalez, the man we were talking about, finishing 10th position. But there's your winner. That beautifully prepared car number 115, the Lola T294 from 1974. My thanks to Michael Sweeney coming in here. Hope your son also had a good time out there. But I'm sure he did.
I'm sure he did. He loves, he drives modern cars, and he loves that Chevron.
There you go.
There is a real love relationship with that guy. It is just a wonderful piece of machinery. Just wonderful.
It's the essence of historic racing, and you're watching the best of it here at the Rolex Reunion 2026. Join us after this break. Welcome back to the Rolex reunion, where it's brightening up. The sun's not out just yet, but it will be. I promise. I say that. But we're looking down, and the crowd's starting to file in here. And it's interesting that always I find how many young people come to events like this and how much interest there is amongst youngsters. I've got one sat next to me right now. Yeah, I think it's a very important thing that we nurture the youngsters. And as we look ahead to our next group coming up, which is the Ken Miles group, we caught up with Bob Stockwell. Let's head down and hear what he has to say ahead of our next group.
Get much more American than a 1965 fastback Shelby. How about that? Bob Stockwell, driver of the number 115 Classic, white with the blue stripe. Like I said, it doesn't get much more patriotic here at one of America's iconic circuits.
Absolutely. I've been racing 61 years and 83 years old, and I'm glad to be here.
We're glad to have you as well. You've been prolific in this car. It's done well, and it's done a heck of a lot of races since you acquired, I believe, in 2001. Nearly 80 races under its belt, is that right?
I'm sorry, what again?
Nearly 80 races under its belt in this car. It's done a whole lot of vintage racing, and it's been fairly successful as well.
Correct, right. That's exactly right. Close to, more than 80, I think, but close to it, yeah. 80 at least.
What's the secret other than the fact that it looks great and sounds the part with that big grumbling front-engine V8?
I think part of it is the fact that I've got 60 years of experience. It becomes instinct. So everything just feels right in this car, handles correctly, I feel good in it, and it just works.
Well, I've always been a fan of the Ford Mustang, Bob. Thanks very much for your time. Appreciate it. Looking forward to watching you on track.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Great job by Jonathan Grace there, and he'll be running around the pits. Now, before we get to our next group, and we've got a new special guest, I just want to go to another special guest of the whole meeting, and that, of course, is the legend that is Jimmy Johnson. He's with Kev.
Yeah, lovely. Thanks, Johnny. How about this? You talk about legends when you come to a racetrack. I'm stood right next to one, Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy, great to see you. Thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us. I just said to you, when IROC was here last year, you were watching this at home and thought, I want in on that, but you just couldn't get here.
No, I really did want to be here, and I planned on it. My car was ready. My family and I moved to the UK for an adventure year, and it turned into 2. We had such a great time, and then we were literally moving back this weekend last year, so I missed it.
Well, it was a highlight last year. It's going to be a highlight this year. And I know from looking at your Instagram, you're going pretty well in this car this year already.
When you have Kurt Busch and Dario Franchitti, this incredible group of drivers, including Scott Pruitt, Zach Brown over here in his older IROC car. I mean, everybody's out there sending it. That's what's drawn me to this. You have these beautiful cars with this great history, and then being able to put them through the paces and treat them like race cars once again is so much fun.
Well, that's what you're going to be doing, because obviously this is historic racing. You know, you've got to be careful with these things. You don't want to bend them. But when you guys get in these cars, yourself, Franchitti, Bobby Labonte, Zach Brown, you're going to be doing everything you can to win, right?
We do, because the bragging rights after are more important than anything. So you need a brave story. You need something good to bring to the social hour that follows.
Yeah. And you're a busy man, because I pulled you across the way from over there. You stood next to a little Alpha GTA 1965. You're out in that as well?
Yes, coming up soon. A great friend of mine has had a desire to get into historic car racing. We bought the Alpha together maybe about a year ago, and a few days ago was the first time I saw it in person. He's been working on it, getting it together, and a great little car.
Quite a contrast to this, though. And again, just forgive me, but I know on your Instagram you had a great little in-car video of running that Alpha. What's it like being in such quite a smallish car on such a big track and dropping it down the corkscrew?
You drive the guts out of it, which is fun. Yesterday I had the wildest experience. I jumped out of that with 160 horsepower, jumped in the Indy car, and ripped around the racetrack in that. So it was 2 different dimensions, to say the least.
You're getting a lot of bang for your buck this weekend, but exciting as well. Am I right in saying in February you're going to get the number 48 back and running? Is that going to happen?
I am, yes. My last ride in NASCAR Cup Series will be in the 48. Mr. Hendrick's been so gracious to let me have the car number on our Legacy Motor Club Toyota, and it's going to be a big weekend. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, Jimmy, thanks so much for talking to us. You just mentioned something there as well, Legacy Motor Club. Just give us a word about that, because you're trying to do something different with American motorsport, some of the names that you're bringing into that.
Yeah, you know, the love of the race car culture, and our vision to try to tie it all together and have hospitality and experiences around racing is coming to life, and some great friends have jumped in as strategic owners, Kelly Slater to Bryce Harper, Chase Utley, long list, Dario Franchitti, Scott Dixon, Tony Kanaan are also involved. So we're just bringing it to life. Of course, focused on our NASCAR Cup effort and core product, but there's a lifestyle brand here that we're trying to create.
I think it's a really good idea, and just keeping your career going and keeping involved in the sport that you love. So, well, Jimmy, thanks so much for talking to us. Enjoy your weekend. You're going to be busy, and all eyes on this race script then for when that flag goes green at 1:35.
Appreciate it, and thank you to all the fans that are here. Car culture is alive and well, and I'm so pleased to see it.
It really is. How about that, Johnny? Back to you, mate. Legends unite at the Rolex once again.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that, and it's delightful. You could call him retired, but he far from is, as he's going to be racing again in the big one next year, and he's going to bring that famous 48 back again for one last hurrah. Now, we're getting back to the action on track, and coming up next is the Ken Miles 60 GT Trophy, and looking forward to this one because we've already been talking about Ken Miles, but you weren't with us earlier. Ken Miles, now widely known, of course, for that 2019 film, Ford versus Ferrari. He won the Daytona at 12 hours and was also a Sebring race winner, and along with Carroll Shelby, Ken was deeply involved in the development of the Ford GT40. That got 1, 2, and 3 in the 1966 Le Mans race in which Ken took part, and he was one of those in the top 3. But grew up in England, but came here to California and was very much a part of the California scene. And talking about somebody involved in the California scene, Martin Lauber joins me. And Martin, you've been with me for many of these commentaries, and just want to say welcome again. But going from Jimmy Johnson, not a bad to follow Jimmy Johnson, is it?
Not at all, and so happy and proud to be here. This is, I think it's my 17th or 18th year in a row participating as a gentleman racer here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports reunion. And seated next to me here is my young son, Teo, who's as big a fan, and so we just love it. I grew up here, married a local girl, and our whole family's here, and it's not August without this event.
I know it's a California thing. Green flag waves. Your son's got it right. Yeah. He's going to be a commentator, I can tell. But away we go for the Ken Miles Trophy. But are you surprised by the amount of youngsters interested still in this?
I'm not surprised. I mean, like horsepower, design, color, liveries. These are just things that transcend, generations. People just love it. And all this, there's car spotting kids all over the peninsula this weekend. And some people are giving people grief about, too many supercars, this, that. I don't know. It's all enthusiasm. People love cars. I don't care what kind. I just love that the enthusiasm is not waning whatsoever, right?
Yeah, and I mean, we're 52 years in, and it's as popular as ever. And it's certainly in the car count. You always judge Laguna by the car park. Yeah. And if it's full to the top of to the corkscrew, you're in good shape. Talking of good shape, Jim Farley's out there again. By gosh, he's busy. Out there in the 96. That's the Shelby Cobra 289 from 1964, of course. Racing the marque that he represents, and out front, so doing the business. But he's got some work on his hands, because as you can see, there's a Corvette, and Billy Johnson in the 89, Patrick Byrne there in the 17, chasing him hard down as through the corkscrew comes Michael Doyle in the 99. That's the Jaguar E-Type from 1961. So a good start to this one, and it looks as though it's going to be a racy one too, Martin.
I love seeing that Datsun up there. You know, what's he running fourth right now?
Yep.
So this is a track that rewards braking and exit speed, and he's certainly using those advantages to his advantage here. What's he running fourth? Yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about how hard it is in these early mornings at Laguna to get mechanical grip from the tires, because there's just, I mean, it's going to get hot, but right now it's still low 50s even, and I would have thought the track temperature might be even lower, but you can see them swirling around there. How do you go about trying to get, you know, the car up to optimum running?
You know, I was told and practice a lot of braking on and off, drag the brake during the pace lap, you know, the out lap. The tires really heat up from the inside. The swerving that you see drivers doing, that's really to clean off the surface of the tire. That's one of the ways you heat them up. You know, we had a very interesting dimension last weekend at the pre-reunion. You had the fires, and there was actually soot on the surface of the track that a lot of guys were saying maybe it was making it a little more slick. So you got to deal with nature. You got to deal with the engineering of the tire itself. And the track surface, as you said, early in the morning like this. But actually, today's not too bad. This is going to burn off here any minute. And the fog is lifted already. The cars like these cool temperatures, too.
Well, the car leading, the Chevrolet Corvette from 1963, famed for its split window, fuel-injected coupe, and rare because it was a real and true road race car right from the very beginning, and it's a car that we see here a lot, but it's sort of gone down in history. That split spring as a kind of mate, because it was only for 1 year, right?
Just that 1 year, yeah. I owned one of those cars, and they're so sought after now. It's kind of funny that back in the day, people would actually have them cut out and turned into a solid window like the 64 because it was hard to see out the back, and of course now it's the one everybody wants.
It's ironic, isn't it?
Great to see an authentic one out there racing hard.
Well, I'll tell you what, Patrick and Jim are having a good ding-dong battle at the moment. Just a reminder, these high-up drone shots we're getting thanks to Honda Racing HRC. We thank them for their involvement in the event. But Jim Farley going head-to-head with the Corvette. And they're having to get through traffic as well. I say traffic, it's the 89 of Johnson. And Billy Johnson had led early on, and now he's back to second. But this is great. Look at these top three going for it. Are you out there today?
I will be, yeah. I'm out there in two groups. I've got my 75 Porsche RSR in the group 12, and then a 09 997 Porsche Cup car, the metallic gold Hertz liveried car.
Oh, that.
So yeah, when the sun is shining, we use that car to blind the other drivers.
That's a good call.
Yeah, you take an advantage wherever you can find it.
Do you prefer one or the other?
They're so different. You know, love driving the Porsches. Today, I really like the older RSR. We're the quickest of the non-turbo cars, Porsches. So I'm right behind a 935 Ranson Webster's car, watching it spit fire at me at every turn.
I was talking
fantastic.
I was talking to Patrick Long, and he's driving that K4.
Yeah.
He's the right guy to do it.
he's battling with my dear friend Alan Turpins, who's in his Momo 935. They're having some good races up front. Talk about races up front. Look at these guys.
I know, this is great.
Look at these guys.
I mean, we're watching. I mean, yes, it's an historic race, but these guys have swapped positions like 4 times each lap. Johnson going back to the front now. Billy Johnson in the number 89. 64 Shelby Cobra at 289. And giving the other two a run for their money. And it looks as though a fourth car's coming in as Glenn Choi is going to join these three. As away goes Farley again into the lead. McAllister also in this, in the 146. Alex McAllister in another 289, 64. Just letting the cameras drift back a little bit to see the rest of the field. They're all fighting. Any favorites for you in this group?
Well, you know, actually there is. I've got one in there. It's he's running 7th right now. It's Dave Smith in that TVR. You just don't see many of those. That's Ben's car. Dave Smith driving it. had a year-long restoration and motor rebuild at Huffaker Motorsports up in Sonoma. They did an awesome job because look at how that thing is running up there. It's running, what, 7th?
Yep.
And again, you just don't see too many TVRs. So that's a favorite of mine in this group. And of course, you got to root for Farley all the time. I mean, the guy he's a true racer, true car nut. Obviously, running one of the greatest car companies ever. Here we go again. They're drag racing up the front straight. But you got to give it to that Dodson. Look at.
I know, doing a good job.
I mean, he's hanging with them again. That's handling. There's the TVR there coming out of 11.
You mentioned Huffaker there. Just put in perspective how important they are as a company and were as a company in creating, so much of the history of this part of the world.
Well, full disclosure, I'm one of the owners. A bunch of us a few years ago got together and bought out the company from the family, and it's the oldest continuously running race shop in the United States.
There's your Dave Smith car.
Yep, there it is. And I just think Huffaker is one example, but it's like there's been a renaissance of these motorsports garages that are keeping this sport alive. We always talk about the car and we talk about the driver, but it's all the crews that are racing, keeping these cars on track. Huffaker's a great example. We've got 22 cars out here. We've got 11 guys, 3 trucks.
Wow.
It's not pro level, but man, it's grassroots in a big way. So yeah, Huffaker Motorsports and a bunch of other brands and shops that are here, and without them, none of us would be here, right? So it's great. It's and I again, we wouldn't be able to do it if there weren't events like this. So the whole ecosystem, the whole community of vintage racing, we're all supporting each other.
Yeah, no question. And you're getting to hear from Martin Lauber just how the California scene works. It's just as strong on the East Coast, up at Watkins Glen and places that have raced many great races like the Glen. And there's an East and West Coast battle continues.
The racing scene out in the Southeast especially is fantastic as well. And, we've got transplants. So many guys come out from Florida and Atlanta, Georgia area. And the HSR crew that's now part of IMSA, they're the ones operating this race along with the Laguna Seca team. So it's phenomenal to have that crowd out here too, David Hinton and Dorsey Schrader and his guys.
So as we continue to watch this great battle at the front, let's head down to the paddock. Kev Harris has got the latest.
Thanks, Johnny. Well, I tell you what, I nearly missed my cue because up here, just at the top end of this alley here is the pre-grid area. And Group 6, the Bruce McLaren Trophy Can-Am cars are just getting fired up, just out of camera shot. But what we thought we'd do is we'd take a little moment just to give you a look at the view here, because this is one of the many alleys that's here at Laguna Seca, and it is really, really good this year. The crowds have flocked, very, very busy already, but just to say, what a great morning we're having. I've just done a stand-up interview with Jimmy Johnson. That's going to be a career highlight for me. And is he the nicest guy in motorsport? He might just be. He's going wheel to wheel, don't you forget, with those other IROC racers at 135. But also right after that, we've got 6 motorbike world champions here. And they're going to be going on track as part of the Japanese Motorsport Heritage exhibitions. And that's going to be really, really exciting. Wayne Rainey getting on his bike. But alongside him as well, Ford Motor Company CEO Jim Farley. So, I mean, from me so far this morning, what time are we at? Well, we're at about 10:15 a.m. here in California, and I've already had a career highlight and so much fun. And the great thing is the day has many, many hours still to go. So, Johnny, I know you're enjoying your time outside in your commentary booth this year, and I'm certainly enjoying my time here this morning, getting to walk up and down the alleys like this, and each alley is a different era of motorsport. And oh boy, I tell you what, has the Rolex reunion done it once again. So, Johnny, great to see you. I'll try and get back over to the booth shortly, but for now, back to you. What a morning.
And I'll tell you what, the action's fast and furious here at Laguna Seca here.
You'll notice that the weight difference in these cars is starting to play a role.
Right, okay.
The Corvette, which weighs a bit more, still fast enough in the straightaways, but starting to lose a little bit of ground in the turns as the tires start to heat up. So you'll see the lighter of the two cars, right? The Cobra's kind of pulled away in the twisties down the hill, this kind of thing. And then the Corvette catches them back up or keeps up with them down the front straightaway and between turns like 4 and 5.
Now, I want you to tell me a little bit about, you've come here with your Club Wheelhouse Classic Cup gear on. Tell me about that.
Yeah, we've got, we started a social club and co-working space called the Wheelhouse up in Marin County. We're expanding down here in Monterey and the San Mateo Peninsula, Silicon Valley area. And then we ended up, a bunch of us wanted to go racing, so we started buying up the 997 Porsche Cup cars, and we've got our own race series called the Wheelhouse Classic Cup. And we raced here with CSRG a couple months back, and then we'll be one of the feature races at Willow Springs for their Willow Springs Reimagined race on October 17th. So, yeah, we're just having fun, creating community. And, yeah, the Wheelhouse has been a great experience. Got the whole family involved in it, doing the hospitality. Like I said, the racing, vintage racing, it's a community thing. It's a family affair. We love it.
More and more I'm hearing groups getting together to create communities, because in this day and age when everybody's accessible on the phone, you can do things like this and you can create communities quite easily and then physically get together and like you say, get going on what you love.
Yeah, and it's encouraging each other, right, to come out, because it's easy to say, I can't get it all together, the car's not ready, or this or that, or logistics are a bear. But when you're part of a community, you got your buddies egging you on, helping each other out. I had a friend at the last minute tow down 2 cars for me and 2 motorcycles, right, just so that we could get around town. So that's what it's all about.
Oh, no question.
Looks like McAllister was gaining ground, but he's fallen back a little bit. Alex.
Still a pretty tight race, and you can see they're pushing hard. Farley getting out of shape there. They are spreading out a little bit more than they were. Johnson just pulling away. Farley now trying to make one more gasp effort. Byrne dropping off in the Corvette in third. McAllister now up to 4th place. That's Alex McAllister in the 146.
Well, and the Dodson's fallen away too. He's no longer in the top 10, so I wonder what's happened there.
Here we go for the lead, and back goes Johnson on Farley. Farley takes a tighter line. May have one more go, and that's brought the Corvette back into play as they head under the tyre rack bridge and into turn 4. So they've got the white flag coming up. Martin, it's hard to call this one.
I think Farley's going to make a move at some point here. We got some traffic coming up, so that's going to help all of them down the hill to kind of strategize inside or outside.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be the one in the board meeting on the Monday saying, James, 2nd place, you let us down.
Especially if it's a Chevy product that passes
exactly.
you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll never hear the end of that.
So down the corkscrew for the last time in traffic as well. This could be the reason why the race is won and lost, but they're doing a very good job. Marshall's letting them know that the leaders are coming through, but it's going to be Billy Johnson at the moment, holding on as he comes through 10 for the last time. Jim Farley will keep him honest in the 96. And Byrne, it looks as though, will hold on to his 3rd place. But they come into a very busy turn 11, and it's toast. It's very close indeed. But it's going to be Billy Johnson. And sure enough, Johnson in the 89 wins.
They got one to go.
They have got one more. Sorry, I'm getting too excited. Another lap to go. There you go. That's historic racing for you. I'm so excited for them. But let's have one more lap. Into Andretti they go.
Half the time when we're racing these cars, you either want one more lap or you're like, please throw the checker.
Yeah, please throw it. I've had enough.
Just depends on how your race is going.
So 1964, Shelby Cobra 289 leading the way. And now just, as you can see, putting in a little extra wheel to try to break the toe. And Farley may well settle for 2nd again.
He's pulled out a gap there, yeah.
Good to see Hinton out there as well in the number 40. David Hinton, who of course is a big player in the historics, and we'll probably hear from him later. He's out there in that Jaguar E-Type from 1962, currently running in ninth position.
I got to give AC D'Agostino a shout out too.
Go ahead.
6th place. I mean, and he's been doing this forever. No, what's he running? Let's see.
He's in a Chevrolet Corvette 65.
In 6th place in his I mean, he's been, I don't even know how many years he's been coming to this event, but a long time. So I love that they still give it the beans, right? All the way.
Well, talking of all the way, just the 2 corners to go then. And it's neck and neck. I love it. This is how we want it to finish. A very competitive race here in this group for Ken Miles. I think he'd be pretty proud if he were looking down on what is being raced in his honor. But it's going to be a win for Billy Johnson as he now takes the checkered flag. Farley takes 2nd place right behind him. 0.4 of a second between them. The Corvette crosses the line with Patrick Byrne in the 17th split screen 1963 Corvette to take 3rd place.
Well done. And again, Dave Smith in that TVR is going to come in 7th.
And now he's putting a bit of showboating on. Why not? Take those tires out.
Look at the mix of
Look
cars.
At him.
The mix of cars in that top 10. You've even got a Bizzarini there.
Yep.
And it's a great show.
Putting on a show here at Laguna. Still a bit overcast, but we're expecting the sun to come out later in the day. Still early days yet. But a win for Billy Johnson. And I was just checking out yesterday, Kalmika. Yesterday. Yes, it was Billy Johnson again. And so the same 3 from yesterday's first race are the same 3 for today's race. So 264 Shelby Cobras taking 1st and 2nd, and the Chevrolet Corvette taking 3rd, as they did yesterday. Well, my thanks to Martin Lauber. You'll be out in a few hours' time. We'll let you go and get prepared. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for giving us your insight. And as we look high above the Monterey Peninsula, we'll take a short break here at the WeatherTech Laguna Raceway.
Some things aren't made in a day. They're built by hand, taught by hearts, and sharpened by time. This is our legacy, built by generations and carried forward by you.
Highway 1, the legendary road connecting Los Angeles to San Francisco. A place to slow down and enjoy the view.
Hey, Callum, what's up? Where are you headed? Grand Prix Long Beach. You? I'm going up to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Or trade the track for the pitch.
What's with the ball? The match in LA. San Francisco's next.
Highway 1.
Enjoy the view.
It's the iconic path between California's premier sporting events.
Welcome back, and we've had some nice races already. That was a cracker, the last one, and it's always good to see historic racing, and hate to be Dorsey Schroeder trying to keep these guys from racing too hard, because they can get away with themselves sometimes. You heard Kenny Roberts Jr. here talking about the bikes coming up, and they'll be in action this afternoon. And we talk about legends. By word, we've got some legends from Two Wheels this year, and they've done a hell of a job at getting together both the bikes and the guys that rode them in period. And a lot to celebrate as we look towards Group 6, which is the Bruce McLaren Trophy. And if you want to hear some sounds echoing off the hills of Monterey, the next group, Group 6, is definitely one to watch. So as we await the next group to come out, we did do an interview with, I mentioned the Two Wheels, but we did an interview with the president of HRC USA. That's David Salters. Let's hear from him now.
President of HRC US, David Salters, what a treat for joining us here this weekend on What's a pretty incredible display of force for Honda, Acura, and HRC. First, we'll get to the cars in a moment, but I want to ask you about the HRC Heritage Racing program that's been launched. It's a really neat thing. I got a chance to catch up a little bit with the ARX-01C over there that took restoration, the Le Mans winner, American Le Mans Series winner, but car behind us as well, the Sebring winner. This is one of my personal favorites. I'm glad we picked this to stand in front of it. Talk me through just the program itself and what's on offer for customers and enthusiasts.
Okay, it's one of my favorites too, so thank you. Yeah, we're launching this weekend the HRC Heritage Racing program, where really we'll offer for sale and restoration iconic cars such as this, so that owners can enjoy them, but very importantly fans can see them and hear them. So you can see here we have the ARX-01A. That was the first car that was designed here, powertrain chassis in the US. You can tell it's the first ever Acura prototype racing car ever. Clues in the name, ARX-01A, and its first race it won. So lots of firsts.
Absolutely, and that heritage has lived on. I love that current Acura GTP driver from the ARX-06, Nick Yellowly, got to drive and sample some of the machinery as well. That's pretty cool, just keeping that tie in line.
Yeah, he was having fun. So we go from Nick with ARX-06 back to ARX-01A, and there's a C there. So I'm sneaking behind us. You can see a lovely Formula One car. So that's Honda, isn't it? That's Honda Acura. We have one of the most storied histories in racing, I think. So it's nice to celebrate it here. And again, it's all about the fans. So it's nice to show the fans, get them, literally come and touch it. So it's lovely.
When you talk about heritage in Honda, Acura, and HRC, I mean, it's nearly 7 decades, isn't it, from all of the success in Formula One, in IndyCar, in sports car racing, Super GT. I love the NSX GT back there with Jenson Button getting to drive his championship car from 2018. There's so much under the umbrella, and I love that the Heritage program gives people the chance not only to acquire these cars, but to do a full, beautiful service restoration on them and get them back to what they were when they were racing.
Yeah, as HRC, because we designed and developed them, we're so well placed to put them back to their original specification. We have all the original homologation documents, all the drawings, all the know-how. We still have people that were there at the start of HRC, so we have all the know-how and all the little bits that people just know. So we're really well placed to do that. You mentioned all the cars. There's also Ricky Brabeck's Dakar bike in the back, so that's Honda now. We've been racing for, they say, almost 70 years at the highest level, whether it's F1 Championships, Indy 500, sports car. This car won, as I mentioned, Sebring at its first go, which is one of the hardest race endurance events. So, yeah, we're very fortunate to be able to share this.
Well, it's a treat for us that you've shared it with us this weekend, and customers can get involved in the way that they can with the Heritage program.
Yeah, no, thank you, and just thank you, and thank you to everyone here at Laguna. This is off the charts. This is the busiest I've ever seen this. So the amount of machinery. Yesterday, as part of our Heritage program, we helped Zach Brown with his Reynard 01i, where we did their powertrain. That ran here yesterday, which that car is, that 01i, that family of cars, is still the fastest racing car ever, with a closed course record of 241 miles an hour. So that was running yesterday, so amazing.
Incredible. Well, thank you so much. I'm going to go keep enjoying the cars. I'll let you get to enjoying what's on track as well. But David, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone here, and thank you to all the fans. Thank you.
Great stuff. Thank you. And we turn our attention to the track again, where we will be racing very soon. But I'm delighted to be joined in the booth by a man that needs no introduction. Certainly is, well, he's part of the furniture here and has been for many years. And his name is, of course, Patrick Long, who it's not many people get described as a modern-day Porsche polymath. I had to look it up.
It's above my pay grade.
But you'll take it, right?
That's right. Yeah, I appreciate the support of the board. I'm on the advisory board here for this event. I've been working with the team for roughly 7 years and seeing this race come back to its heyday and then some. It's really been evolving. But, yeah, to take part as a driver and also to consult the board of directors, it's been enjoyable.
You've had a long and storied career, and you've been around for a long time, but I can't believe I think you're working harder now than you ever did, because you're in 5 races?
5 races well, it was all in the afternoon in practice and qualifying. They spread it out a little bit yesterday, but great teams, very diverse equipment, front engine, mid-engine, rear engine, turbo, V8, right-hand drive, left-hand drive, sequential H. I mean, it's taken a little bit of
note-taking. That must meld the mind a little bit.
Yeah, I had to go one up on Zach Brown. You know, he brings out all his beautiful cars and flexes, and he's racing in 4. So I had to go one better.
One better,
so, yeah, we joined the Trans Am group, which will go out at 11:30. But glad to join you here for this Can-Am race. I mean, what a heyday.
Yeah, I was about to say, just put in perspective, I know you're a Porsche man, but you understand as an American just what Can-Am and Bruce McLaren particularly brought to this era of racing, because it was no holds barred, right?
Absolutely. It was all about, I guess, authenticity and run what you brung. There were very few sets of rules. I mean, I believe open top was one of them, but admittedly, I'm a driver. I get paid to tell the engineers and the mechanics what the car needs, but the science and the technology and the history is still a learning process for me. But yeah, I've driven the 91710, 91730, so those are my open top Can-Am experiences, but most of these cars are V8, naturally aspirated, massive horsepower. I was talking to Rob Kaufman. I'm sharing a crew with him this weekend for Mike Seymour's group, and he's out here in a stunning car, and he told me his hand hurts. It's so brutal to shift, and they've been working hard on that car. I think they had to change a clutch and maybe haven't been out for the last couple sessions, but yeah, amazing cars. Some great friends out here, Gunnar Jeanette, Rick Knoop, old school, one of Busby's guys from back in the day. So there's some big names in here, but even more so the cars are the stars.
Yeah, no question. We call this Group 6, 1963 to 74, the Can-Am and USRRC V8s. And there's no question that this was a crowd pleaser. And the fact that Bruce McLaren, who of course, is known for obviously his racing, but he's also such a great designer and such an innovator, the Kiwi. And I actually think in America, Bruce will go down in history for this championship more so than his accolades in Formula One.
Yeah, and I've toured the McLaren factory with his daughter, actually, and listening to her talk about her dad and how he developed cars and what a driver he was and what an innovator he was. I mean, to me, I look at guys like Dan Gurney and Bruce McLaren. They could speak to the driving, but also to the engineering, the design, and the whole package. I mean, it looks like the majority of these cars are McLarens, but there's a bunch of other stuff in here that, frankly, honestly, I've never heard of. But, Gunnar, he's in the Porsche 917 PA.
Gunnar Jeanette, yeah.
I spent 20 years driving for Porsche, so I really only know much about Porsches, and I'll be cheering him on in the PA. That's a naturally aspirated, sort of the precursor to the 91710 and, of course, the famous Sunoco 91730.
Well, you mentioned Zach Brown. Well, we'll be talking a lot about him, but as we do that, let's get ready then, as we are still under safety for this, the Bruce McLaren Trophy from 1963 to 1974. And there is the great man. And such a special guy from New Zealand. He and Denny Hulme, of course, became the Hulme and McLaren duo, and of course alongside Chris Amon as well. The three of them really brought the Kiwi name. SVG's kind of doing it single-handedly. I say single-handedly. There's a bunch of them. Scott Dixon, Scott McLaughlin, you name it. But the Kiwis have always had that special kind of history, and really the names I just mentioned there were such a synonymous part of putting both New Zealand on the map, but also kind of revolutionizing motor racing worldwide.
Yeah, it's stunning to see, how driven they are, how passionate they are, how innovative they are. But there's even young Kiwis here I'm meeting this weekend. I'm sharing in the 962 in the Group C and GTP group, young man Brandon, who's driving the Mark III Eagle, and I think that
Brendan Leach.
Yeah, they've got a fighting spirit coming out of
Send
New
him
Zealand.
over here. Tell him I'm here.
And of course they usually make their way pretty quickly over to Australia, but some of them that I grew up racing with, like Scott, came to the U.S. quite young. Formula Holden was definitely a place with ex-Formula 3000 and ex-Indy Lights cars running a Holden power plant. So those cars were brutally physical and developed drivers, and you saw that they transitioned quickly to Indy Lights, Atlantic, etc. But yeah, no, there's been tons of Australian and Kiwis that I've enjoyed sharing a beer with after the race, but getting over and racing V8 supercars was eye-opening for me as well. Just the culture and how they are personas and mega stars. I mean, you walk into a convenience store and there's cardboard cutouts of V8 supercar drivers. So yeah, tremendous talents.
Yeah, I know Brendan Leach very well, and I've spent a lot of time in New Zealand, and the Bruce McLaren Trust goes from strength to strength. They're rebuilding the original garage that his father owned, and putting the museum in there, and the legend lives on in many ways. And I was just about, before we introduced the group, to mention Zach Brown, but the car he's driving, the 1970 McLaren M8D, was a car that came out basically just after Bruce's death, and of course he died in a testing accident of all things at the height of his powers. But that car is definitely something that is very special. I talked to Zach actually earlier in the weekend because I just wanted to make sure, because I know he's a very big collector. All the cars he's racing this weekend he owns.
Excellent.
Away we go then for the Bruce McLaren Trophy. Cars from Group 6, 1963 to 1974 Can-Am and USRRC V8s. Alongside me is Patrick Long. Perfect to be able to talk about these cars because, as you say, these were, well, they were special, and they really did change the face of racing in the USA in the 70s.
Yeah, ultra lightweight, lots of downforce, massive power. It was open season as far as what you could innovate. The box was pretty wide, and you saw all kinds of wacky and wild designs. These were super dangerous cars, but the lap times they put down, it's sort of your modern-day LMP car, if you will. It's got fenders, but the weight to power ratio is much like a single seater, and you can see on this opening lap with not a lot of sunshine here, these guys are taking their time, letting their tires warm up. I was out at 9:30 yesterday, and the Jägermeister 962 in the first couple laps were treacherous. So I'm feeling for these guys right now, but this group has a good understanding of what these cars are. They're art and pieces of museum history, so they give each other pretty good room, but they're also going to be pushing them pretty hard.
Patrick, to be fair, this isn't one for the amateurs.
No. These cars test your car control. You got to have quick hands and even faster eyes. But certainly, once you get them dialed in and the setup right, they are a tremendous amount of fun and super, super quick. You look at the lap times. I mean, running high 28s around this place is no joke. I mean, that would run with a lot of modern one-make cup races that come here.
Yeah, no question. And that's what impresses me when you mentioned Gunnar Jeanette, guys like him, Chris McAllister out there in the 5 M8F1, you saw a good glimpse of him. But these guys, Robert Kaufman, you've already mentioned, really good racing drivers and regulars to the historic scene, which actually, gives more praise to Zach Brown, really, because he doesn't have time to go historic racing every weekend, although he does as much as he can. But given that he's got the day job, well, I say the day job, it's a couple of day jobs, given he runs an Indy team and a Formula One team. And, of course, McLaren, there is every kind of type of racing there is. There's that 5 I just mentioned, Chris McAllister. But, you've got to take your hat off to him. He's competing against some pretty impressive guys, including Scott Durnick, leading in that Sting GW1 74 at the moment. 25, just going through a shot. That's Springer, Chris Springer in the McLaren M8F from 1972.
Yeah, you talk about guys that carry a day job. I mean, that Rob Kaufman, for instance, Chris McAllister. I mean, these are C-level guys that work super hard, even if they're in their 60s. And to come out here and hold it against guys like Rick Nuke, Gunnar Jeanette, people who have had pro racing for multiple decades, it says a lot about not only their talent, but their enthusiasm and what they put into their sport. I know Zach takes it very serious. If you look at Zach, I mean, the urban legend is he was sort of an aspiring pro in the early 90s running in 2-liter Formula Ford and decided to go work for a living, started a massive marketing firm, brought so many sponsors to Formula One with JMI, and then became sort of a headhunted leader in some of these different racing programs. And, of course, McLaren probably done more for his name than anything he's ever done with Drive to Survive. His autograph line is as long as any of the legends here this weekend.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, and it's nice to be able to walk up to him on a weekend like this and have a chat with him rather than be closeted away in the Formula One scene. But yeah, I actually think people like him enjoy these events because there isn't that pressure, there isn't that hounding from the media. It's all pretty laid back.
Yeah, they keep a schedule. Yesterday, the schedule was a little bit jumbled, and I quickly found out the rumor was that some of these guys needed to be over at the Quail to be businessmen. So they sort of gave a gap in the middle of the day to sneak over to the Quail and then get back to racing. But yeah, Jim Farley, I was on his podcast a couple days ago, and obviously leading Ford, but still here racing. And I think we need leaders like that, people that advocate for motorsport, that keep budgets allocated from a board level to continue to develop motorsport and keep the leading edge of, exactly Ford going back to overall and their quest to come back to Le Mans as well as McLaren. So you see the leadership of the guys that are out here racing. They're also directing their funds into motorsport, and it's not just about marketing. It's about developing product that's street-to-track transfer. So it's good to see.
Well, Scott Gernick is another man that's been around here for a fair few years, leading the way at the moment in the 22, the Sting GW1 from 1974.
Yeah, Scott's been driving a lot of classes this weekend. He's got plenty of seat time. As far as I know, he runs a historic race team, and so, yeah, not only is he a client, but he's also the boss, and so I've seen him out in modern equipment and then stuff like this in the Can-Am cars, so he's certainly getting his laps and doing a great job in this class.
Patrick, if people don't know, I believe you got your start, like a lot of youngsters, in single-seaters, but then sort of got picked up or noticed by Porsche. But you also gave back because you spent a lot of, I don't know if you still do it, but you still help the juniors and look for the juniors, because Porsche have a great program for effectively supporting juniors to get to the level they need to go.
Yeah, my background was karting in SoCal. I moved to Italy at 16 to go international karting with CRG. My mentor, Dino Chiesa, was somebody who looked after Nico Rosberg, Lewis Hamilton, and even Kimi Antonelli, who's sort of the talk of the town in Formula One today. So I had great people around me, and was able to progress into single-seaters, first in France, 3 years in the UK. And my tenure in the UK came to an end in 2002. The pinnacle was being invited to the Red Bull Formula One driver search, where Red Bull had gathered all of the American prospects that had a chance to make it to Formula One, and that opened the door to Porsche for me, and I spent the next 18 seasons racing for Porsche. Today, I've stepped out of the full-time racing scene at a pro level, but I still consult the CEO of Porsche Motorsport North America, based in Southern California, and then I head up the young driver strategy. Porsche has always been about recognizing young talent, putting money and resources behind them to educate them and to help guide them through what is a pretty overwhelming ladder as you're trying to grow into becoming a pro driver.
Well, Porsche do one hell of a job, of course, our official Porsche pace car. And now Porsche's synonymous with the track as well as yourself.
Yeah, the Porsche experiences have for most of the last 2 decades, I would believe, but now they have a setup here at Laguna Seca, so really fun with the new leadership that they've been able to strike that deal. And so you can come drive a Porsche around Laguna Seca, tear somebody else's equipment up, receive instruction, and have a lot of fun. So yeah, obviously Rennsport has been hubbed here, and it's been the home at Laguna Seca, so it's very fitting, and it's great to see that GT3 out front as the pace car.
Yeah, and talking of Porsche, how about that Zero car? Gunnar Jeanette, we mentioned him. He's in that 1969 Porsche 917 PA, and we spoke to him before the race.
Hard to talk about iconic race cars without mentioning the Porsche 917, and it always helps when you've got a handy pilot behind the wheel. Gunnar Jeanette, how has your Rolex reunion been so far?
Yeah, it's been great. Anytime you get the opportunity to drive and race a Porsche 917 is special. This 917 in the Can-Am group is not all dominating like the 917 10s and 30s were, but it's really cool because this is what got Porsche started in Can-Am. This is what Joe Siffert wanted to have Porsche build and bring to Can-Am. So it's a really cool story because it's the origin story of what the Penske cars ended up being. So this is a normally aspirated car. It's only 4.5 liters. So against some of the big blocks here, we're at a slight disadvantage on the straights, but it certainly goes around the corner well. It sounds great, and it's an absolute honor getting to drive such a special car and have the same feeling that Joe Siffert did back in the late 60s and early 70s.
You spend so much time with AO Racing around modern prototypes and modern Porsches. It's kind of a treat to come to the reunion. You're always quick as well. These are not demonstration laps. You're always on the loud pedal.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about Revs and Miles Collier and what they do with all of their cars is they want them to be driven as they were meant to, and they're as period correct as possible. So yeah, the fans here today get to see a car race around like it would have in 1969, and I have to pinch myself that I'm the guy that gets to drive it.
Well, we'll let you get to it. Gunnar, thanks as always for your time. Best of luck.
Yeah, Gunnar, a great character, and he races all around the world. I've been honoured with Greenlight Television to have done the Monaco Historic back in the day, and Gunnar, Paddings Dowling, people like that who are here this weekend are regulars there. Have you ever done anything like that?
I've not done Monaco, but I did race the FW07 from Frank Williams at Long Beach a couple of years ago, and vintage Formula One around a street track is no joke. It was insane, actually. Eric Joyner gave me the opportunity to drive KK Rosberg's Monaco winner, and I went out there with humility and thought to myself, the amount of danger present and the value of this car, I'm just going to take it easy and run it about 75%, at least for the first session, and get my feel. I obviously know my way around Long Beach from my pro days, and I was quickly humbled that that car was not going to run at 75%. It was 100% or pull it into the pits. And I had an amazing time. We were able to win the race in front of the hometown crowd. But, yeah, all of these guys who are willing to share their cars, Gunnar mentioned Miles Collier and the Collier family, the Revs Institute. They want to see these cars racing. They're not just going to be rolled out and stationary for the weekend, and there's fewer and fewer big collections and museums that are willing to put these things out wheel to wheel, so you have to be a trusted set of hands. And obviously Gunnar has been a pro for a long time, as I mentioned, but one of the youngest pros I've ever seen at the forefront of endurance sports car racing, driving for Don Panos, and he's been around a long time. He's a great leader at AO Racing with Rexy and Roxy. They're sort of the crowd favorite with the kids these days in modern IMSA racing. But yeah, the 917 PA is interesting. You look at it and you see that the 917K, of course, made famous by the movie Le Mans and Steve McQueen, this is the sort of second step where they had to chop the roof off for Can-Am here in North America, and just a wild project and such a rare car. I've only ever seen one in person, including going to the museum in Stuttgart and going into the family's archive. There's only one PA I've ever seen, and it's here racing at Laguna Seca today.
That's wild. And we're under safety, as you can see, the Porsche out in front of the cars, slowing everything down, and we thank HRC, Honda Racing, for bringing us these overhead shots from our drone. Wow. Now, you mentioned Rob Kaufman, and before the race started, and given we're under safety, let's hear from Rob.
1:35 when the IROC race class will be out on track, but the co-owner of IROC, Rob Kaufman, is going to be out on track a little bit earlier than that. Rob, great to see you. I'll get the mic in there. You're about to go out in the Bruce McLaren class in a moment or two. How are you feeling about it? Are you set and ready to go?
Oh yeah, it's a great class. You see the Can-Am cars roaring around the track. It's epic.
Forgive me, Rob, it is so noisy down here, I can barely hear you, but what a weekend you're having. You're busy out racing, but once again, the IROC class, it's brought the fans out in droves, hasn't it? The fans are really keen to see IROC once again.
We've been having a lot of fun with the IROC stuff as well, with Jimmy Johnson and Kurt and Tommy Labonte and all the real stars out. It's really been fun. You know, sort of a pro-am event now. There's a big event next weekend in Washington, supporting the IndyCar race. So we're really excited about it. It's great. Thanks for the compliments.
And after this weekend, I understand you're taking them over to Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, exactly. That should be a big show. All pro, warm up to Indy. It'll be on Fox, so it should be really fun. We're really looking forward to it.
Lot to look forward to there then. Ahead of that, though, get your game face on. You're about to go out and race in the Can-Am car. What was it about this car and this series that you loved so much, which is why you're back in again doing it now?
I mean, they're just epic cars with the crazy trumpet intakes and the roar. Giant engines, giant tires, no rules. It's pretty epic.
Rob, very best of luck. Super noisy here. Let's see what you can do. Go well, my friend. Thank you.
Great stuff, Kev, and I'm here again with Patrick Long, and we are enjoying, well, we're not enjoying this part because, unfortunately, we were trying to work out who had stopped proceedings, and in fact it was, by the looks of things, Scott Durnick, who was leading the race at the time, so that's a real shame because the Sting GW1 looks as though it might have conked out, and that's why we're under caution at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like he's on the outside of turn 6 on the way up to the corkscrew, if I got my landmarks correct. Likely a mechanical lost drive. Didn't look like he had an incident, so that's the fortunate part, but looks like the car's called it quits for this weekend. So this will be now a battle with Warren Briggs, and he's got Gunnar Jeanette right behind him. Gunnar's been really good on restarts, cold tires. I think that's the experience of a pro driver. I know he doesn't have the horsepower, but he might try to give him a little bit of around the outside in turn 2 if he can get on the brakes late enough. So this would be interesting.
I was going to say, what's your go-to here? You must have done a fair few overtakes.
Yeah, I mean, turn 2 is very interesting. The Andretti hairpin is super inviting on the outside.
Right.
A lot of the cars line up on the inside. That's the place to be. I always tell young drivers, if you're on the outside through the second apex of turn 2, you better file in, because if not, you'll get boxed out and pushed off at the exit. It's sort of a decreasing radius. The exit curve is coming toward you. So, yeah, you got to find your slot pretty quick. Yesterday in the IMSA series, it was very dicey on the first lap running in the modern cars. And I was in my TRG 2004 Porsche RSR, and with my old sparring partner, Bill Oberlin, we were not the best of friends in our pro careers, but always ran each other hard, so it was fun to get out there and mix it up. But, yeah, turn 2's dicey. You can hold it around the outside if you get a little bit of room from the car on the inside. And then, of course, the next corner, turn 3, is yours on the inside. But not a lot of grip offline here. There's a light amount of sand and dirt that blows across the racetrack. There's no wind right now, so it should be pretty two-line if they've cleaned the track up well last night.
And it goes without saying, as we look at the top of the corkscrew, I'm sure you've had some moments there.
Yeah, there's more moments at the corkscrew than I'd like to admit, but you can still make passes there. You really want to be the car on the left, and you got to send it in pretty deep, and the car on the outside has to coexist. But it looks like they're coming back to green here out of 11.
All right, Patrick, here we go then. Race restart for our Bruce McLaren Trophy, and the green flag waves, and away we go. Over the crest, under the Mission Bridge, and down to Andretti.
Yeah, you can see that discrepancy on the straightaways. Mr. Briggs has no problems getting on the gas and driving away from Gunnar, but as you watch here, turn 3's turn 4 is pretty technical. Gunnar will reel him in a little bit, and then he'll probably stretch it out on Gunnar from the exit of turn 4 all the way up to the corkscrew, and then the corkscrew down to turn 11 is all downhill, so horsepower doesn't count. Then it's about balance and bravery. So here's Gunnar. You know, he's within as close as he's been this lap, but he'll struggle a little bit up the hill out of 5 and up 6. Oh, we got a spinner.
Oh, not what we want to see at all. And that was a strange one. That's not a place you expect somebody to go off.
Yeah,
he's still going.
Yeah, he likely dropped a wheel out of 4 and then sort of flew across the racetrack. Luckily, he didn't collect anybody. It looks like he stayed off the wall and continued.
I think that was Chris Springer in the 25 in the M8F McLaren from 1972. But the way he took off again, it looked as though he was kind of hopeful that there wasn't any real damage.
Here you go with Gunnar on the inside,
Yep.
turn 9. So downhill, especially on cold tires, Gunnar's carrying massive mid-corner speed, and he was able to make that pass very decisively. But he'll have his work cut out when they come through this next left-hander, turn 11, because Mr. Briggs will be back on that big V8 power track. So watch Gunnar. He'll probably run a bit defensive here.
Yep. So out of 11 they come, and as you say, most important corner in many ways, because you've got to get the drive out of here in these powerful cars. But just in time, I'll tell you what, checkered flag came out. That caught me by surprise a little bit, but it's great to see. And wow, Gunnar Jeanette then just does it at the last moment there, coming through the rainy curve, set him up nicely and never looked back. So the zero of the Porsche of Gunnar Jeanette then winning this one in the 917 PA.
Yeah, that one snuck up on us. That was a green, white, and a checkered. Congrats to the Revs Institute, Miles Collier and Gunnar Jeanette. What a pass, and awesome to see that car with such less horsepower winning. So one for Porsche on the books.
Yep, one for Porsche on the books. Now, you've already won one race, I'm right in saying?
Yeah, we won Trans Am yesterday, as well as the FIA class in the 935 K4.
Now that got to be a handful.
Oh, it's an amazing car. I'm working with Max Crawford over at the Mike Seymour Group, and Max was a big part of the development and design of that car. So it's amazing. I drove for Max back in the Grand Am days in a Daytona prototype. So, yeah, it's fun working with these guys. So many legends, not only drivers and cars, but also the pit crews. So, yeah, look forward at the end of the day to getting back out in the 935 as well as the Jägermeister 962. But I'm going to leave you guys now, go put my suit on, and I'll be jumping out in Peter Refson's in the vintage Mustang group, which is just incredible. It's a roar, louder than anything out here all weekend, and fun to drive something new. I'm driving for Jim Click Racing, and Jim I've raced against in the Grand Am days, and an amazing guy and so passionate, so it's fun racing with him.
Well, as busy as you are, and you've just described it, it's a pleasure to have you just for a moment to join us. Go and get your suit on, go and entertain us as you always do. My thanks to you. It's an honor to have you in the booth today, especially as you are such an integral part of this event and many others like it. My thanks to Patrick Long. We'll take a short break. More action coming up from the reunion after this.
Okay, everybody in? Yeah. The Acura MDX with Acura Watch, a system of advanced driver assist technology. Standard. The features that matter most come built in.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Some things aren't made in a day. They're built by hand, taught by hearts, and sharpened by time. This is our legacy, built by generations and carried forward by you.
Highway 1, the legendary road connecting Los Angeles to San Francisco. A place to slow down and enjoy the view.
Hey, Callum, what's up? Where are you headed? Grand Prix Long Beach. You? I'm going up to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Or treat the track for the pitch.
What's with the ball? The match in LA. San Francisco's next.
Highway 1.
Enjoy the view.
It's the iconic path between California's premier sporting events.
Welcome back to the Rolex reunion. We are looking high above the track, and as you can see, plenty of people milling around, enjoying the festivities, and it's a real family affair, has been for many years, and 52 years of great racing. And looking forward to our next group action coming up. And I'll be joined by some more luminaries as the race goes on, as the race weekend goes on, I should say. And like I said before, this is part of a huge week and 2 weeks, 3 weeks even, for people who are involved in the historic side of it. There are concours d'elegance, there are auctions like Bonham's, the Quail, you name it. It is probably the most prestigious event. Now, let's head down to another interview that we got earlier in the weekend. Jessica Loudmilk. Let's head down and hear from her.
VP of Acura National Sales, Jessica Loudermilk, here with us at the Monterey Rolex reunion. And what a display from HRC, but from Acura as well. Celebrating 40 years of precision-crafted performance. Kind of fitting we're standing in front of the Integra 40 as well. Tell us a little bit about the cars you've brought and why this event is so significant to Acura this year.
Yeah, no, we're thrilled to be here to celebrate our heritage. You know, like you said, Acura is a young brand, 40 years young, and so to be here to celebrate all of our heritage at the Motorsports reunion, it's really an honor to see some of the cars that we've brought, from the ARX-06 to the real-time Integra here on the track. And then later, Nick Yellowly is going to be racing the Straka car later this afternoon. So in between Acura and also HRC, it's really exciting time. Acura, you know, motorsports is in our DNA, and we bring that challenging spirit that we do to win and deliver championships on the track to our consumer products. And so 40 years ago, Acura was launched, and shortly after, we began racing. And racing to win IMSA championships with the Integra. And then from there, we went on to race other prototype racings with some iconic championships, from Sebring to Daytona, then all the way here to Laguna Seca. So it's really exciting, and we're thrilled to be here.
Speaking of the cars on display, you mentioned some of the ARXs. I love that just behind us, the ARX-01A, the Sebring winner that's kind of started it all prototype racing, and you've got the ARX-06 as well, and you said Nick Yellowly, one of its drivers. It may be a relatively short history, but it's been a very rich one in a short amount of time in those 40 years.
Absolutely. Rich in challenging convention and in racing and performance, which is what the brand has been founded on. So some of the old, some of the new, and some of the in-between.
So much variety as well, from the Integra 40 to the new Integra in that same beautiful red as well, but anything but stock, but I love to see it. I was watching them do laps earlier, and they're a treat.
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, it's really fun to watch. So.
Do you have a favorite here?
Probably the Integra. Yeah, absolutely.
Hard not to love.
I know. It's so fun to drive. So.
It's hard to not think of Acura without thinking of the Integra as well. Every Integra owner's got a story, and you know, they either have never sold it or wish they never did.
Yes, exactly. And you can see it on the track, but then everyday driving, and there's not a lot of cars you can do that with. So.
Well, thanks for helping us and Acura celebrate 40 years of a very rich and ever-growing history.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
So, my fellow JG, but he's Jonathan Grace, and I'm just Grace under pressure. Johnny Green. That's me. Thank you, Jonathan. And as you can see, cars are on track for our next group. And it's thick and fast at the moment here. Looking forward to calling this one, because it's another special group. Bob Sharp. And of course, we are celebrating Japanese racing. And looking forward to also a very special guest coming in. Not at all. He's just showed to me, but we have the Grand Marshal of the event walking into the booth with his canine as well. We'll find out about him in a moment. But I'm delighted to welcome Peter Brock into the booth, who is the Grand Marshal of the event here. And if you want to celebrate Japanese cars, well, Peter Brock is definitely one. Bob Sharp, the other, I guess.
Yep.
Welcome, sir.
Great. It's so good to hear you.
Likewise.
Great.
Good to see you. I've been looking forward to this because not only do you have one of the most important jobs here, but it's relevant, too, for this weekend of Japanese racing.
Absolutely.
Tell me how you got involved with Japanese cars and racing them here in America.
It's a very interesting story because at the time that I was working for Carroll Shelby, there was a very small Japanese company that in the automotive area called Hino, H-I-N-O, that had some enthusiasts within the company that thought, you know, we could get into the American market because Nissan and Toyota are not doing very much. But maybe with some American background, we could come out and be ahead of them. So they had heard that I was specializing in small development, high-performance cars, and they came over and talked to me and said, would you like to test and see if we could run Hinos in the United States if this car would sell, because the Datsun and Toyota cars were not doing very well because those were basically sort of copies of European cars. They'd bought the licenses to do those cars. For example, they would get a Renault R4 or something like that. So the Japanese cars had a very sort of bad reputation in the United States at that time. So they came over and basically said, how could we do this? And so they gave us their very first version over there was a little car called the 900 and asked us to race it in the United States. And you have to understand, at that period, the SCCA did not have any sedans racing in the United States. But there was a special club in California called the California Sports Car Club that was dedicated pretty much to enthusiasts. And they encouraged people with Mini Coopers, Ford Cortinas, any foreign cars, Saabs, whatever, to run. So we ran this little Hino with this bunch of European cars, and it worked out very successfully. So the factory was encouraged to build some special cars for the American market. They were called Hino 1300 Contessas. And to test them, they brought them over to the Riverside Grand Prix, which at that time was the largest money-paying automobile road racing in the world, more than Formula One. We had crowds of over 70 to 80,000.
Wow.
So as an opening event for the Riverside Grand Prix, they decided to have this little race for sedans because they were not working with the SCCA. They were working with Cal Club to develop the race. So we had this race for the sedans, the opening event, and I built 2 special Hinos up, and we won 1-2.
Good way to start.
And nobody'd ever heard of these cars, and we win the race 1-2. But the most amazing thing is that when I pulled into Victory Circle, I looked around, and it was almost solid Japanese media and people all around. So we actually made more history in Japan than we made in the United States, because this car that nobody'd ever heard of won this race.
Nice.
And we had orders, of course. People from every Japanese company were coming over asking us to work, and of course I'm very happy working with them.
Well, you're listening to the words of Peter Brock, who is our Grand Marshal this weekend, and very relevant to come in and talk to us here because this is the Bob Sharp Cup for historic B and C sedans, since you've just been talking about, from 1967 to 1979. And Bob Sharp, if you like, was the equivalent of what Mr. Brock alongside me was doing on the East Coast. And so effectively, he, along with Peter, can also be remembered and looked to as somebody who also made a big part, certainly from the East Coast side of it, to bring Japanese racing and Japanese cars into the American market, and they continue to be the success they are still today. So we honor Bob Sharp. And your relationship with him?
With Bob Sharp?
Yeah.
Well, Bob, at that time, the United States was divided in Mississippi, and Datsun was the East Coast, a separate corporation from the West Coast. So we were actually friendly competitors. But Bob was actually the very first guy to run Nissan cars in the United States about a year before us. He saw that thing because he was the dealer. So we had a wonderful time competing. He took over the East Coast. We took over the West Coast. And, of course, when we went to the national championships, which were held down in Atlanta at that time, we actually had Bob Sharp drive some of our cars as well. But we won the national championship 2 years in a row. And we're so successful that basically we put Alfa Romeo and BMW on the trailer, and they stopped the series because they couldn't get any support from the factories because the European FIA race rules were different than the American ones. But go ahead and cover your own race here.
Well, Peter, we're underway, and what a sight and sound it is. I'm sure it's thrilling to see this in 2026, isn't it?
This is a wonderful, wonderful group running.
Well, we've got world F1 champions involved in this one too. We've got Jenson Button, of course, in the 1967 Alfa Romeo GT Junior. He owns as well.
Yep.
But then there's the locals like Carrie Eisenhower, Andy Prill. We've even got some celebrities. Adam Carolla out there in the Datsun 510.
He is actually driving one of our BRE 510s that actually Bobby Allison drove it, one of our guest cars.
How hard was it? Because I know the Japanese scene pretty well, and without being rude, they're an insular bunch, and they don't travel very easily around the world. They stick to their own. So you guys, Bob and yourself, not did them a favor because they built a damn good car, but I think your influence as Americans really tipped the balance for making it for them.
Well, they were at a disadvantage because they thought that most of the world ran under FIA rules. They didn't understand that the United States market had a whole different set of rules, and there was no way that they could come in here and understand how it worked. So they turned it over to us completely, and we utilized those rules and made some really good hot rod cars out of them. And because the basic engineering was so good that we made them in winners, and that encouraged a whole new, what we call the tuner market. At that time, there were no young Japanese kids interested in Japanese cars, because you could buy a little 510 like this for $3,500 and be out there and competing with Alfa Romeos and BMWs. Very, very popular, and it just grew the whole market.
Seems ironic, doesn't it? Jenson Button, a world champion in Formula One, out there now retired. He was here last year and raced his Fangio car, Jaguar, and this year he brings the Alfa, which he also brought last year and raced. And he's becoming part of the furniture here. He has a place in LA, so he spends a lot of time here. He's finally hung up his WEC interests and still carries on doing the Formula One for Sky in the UK. I think we'll see him as a regular here, and just like the likes of Fangio back in the day. Of course, like I said, he owns one of Fangio's old cars. And
what a race.
I know, we've got a cracking race going on here. So Fuller leading the way in the 40 at the moment. Rob Fuller in the BMW 1600, 68. Ahead of the number 18 of Richard Stewart Milne in the Datsun 510. And that's a 1970 Virgin. And second car at the moment, Jimmy Johnson is out there. So we've got some pretty good legends. We've got a 7-time NASCAR world champion. Cup champion. And then, of course, we've got Jenson Button out there. And just had a bit of Adam Carolla, why don't you? But Adam Carolla is a big fan of the Japanese brand, and always has been, hasn't he? Yeah.
Yep. He actually owns 3 of the BRE race cars.
That's amazing. There is Adam Carolla in the 510. His a 1971, and he is the owner of that car. Great to have him on board. Had a chat with him a few years ago. He was trying out Trans Am Historic and hit a bit of a wet patch at turn 3 and was very, very despondent when he came in the booth that he hadn't done a better job. But hey, that's racing, isn't it? So is there any particular car? I mean, there's so many Datsuns and Nissans out there. Is there any particular one? I mean,
well, I think you have to look at, there's about 6 or 7 of these cars out there that have been prepared by Troy Ermish, who's really one of the top builders of 510 automobiles. So he has clients that come from all over. They come from South America and from Mexico and Europe and prepare the cars to run the cars here in the United States. So I'd say anything that Troy has built has probably been the top of the line.
Now, I misspoke. We were looking actually at Jimmy Johnson there in that Alfa Romeo GTA. That was my mistake. Adam Carolla's in the Datsun 510, my bad. But even so, it's a who's who out there. Chet Taylor also out there. Kevin Say, another one of the regulars to historic racing. Taz Harvey in another 510 from 69. And And we've already mentioned him. We got an interview with Hiroki Nakamura in his Datsun 510. So that's the perfect guy to be wheeling that as we celebrate Japanese racing this weekend. And I'm so delighted. Peter, I'm sure you share this with me. It's not until you have an event dedicated to the Japanese where you realize just what they brought to the table.
Absolutely.
To America specifically, but worldwide.
Right. The fact that you could buy a car inexpensively and compete with the top European cars at that time sort of changed the whole thing. And what had existed in Southern California as the hot rod market sort of changed to this whole new generation of what we call the tuner market. So that the parts that we developed a lot for all of the Datsuns, we made available to the general public. And for that example, you could go out and get a $3,500 510, put a set of wheels on it, a spoiler, and a little headwork on it, and be competitive. So we had a huge following at that time for that particular brand. And you could come to the races and there'd be a group of Alfa Romeo enthusiasts on one corner and BMW enthusiasts on another, and Datsun. So the overall rivalry between those three makes really made this series what it is, and you can see now how popular it still is. It's just the frontal area on all the cars is about the same. It's one of the safest cars to run because the sedan has a lot of crush room in it, so you can't get really hurt in it as fast as you run, but it's a great racing.
We've got great racing in the front here. Rob Fuller and Richard Stewart Milne going at it, and the top three, nothing between them. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention a man who absolutely, I guess, caught the imagination of so many people when Paul Newman started racing these cars.
Oh, yes.
I mean, you tell me. To me, not knowing his history until I arrived at Lime Rock, and then seeing the picture on the wall, and then understanding what he did, 4 national SCCA titles, and also, under PL Newman, almost incognito, not
absolutely,
but
yes,
tried to be.
Yeah. No, he was an excellent driver. He always said if he was not as successful in the media and the movie business, he would have loved to have been a race driver, and he was all the talent. And of course, everybody was all trying to always get his signature and everything, so he stayed as low-key as possible and would not talk to anybody about movies or his stardom at all. He was a racer, full-time racer guy, and a wonderful guy, and very, very good in the car. Won several championships for the Bob Sharp team.
Yeah, no question about it. And I also was impressed by the fact that he stayed in sedans, stayed in the sort of smaller cars, didn't try to kind of go above his pay grade, if that's the word, but he didn't try to be something special in motor racing. He enjoyed this level of racing.
Well, he
successful
did.
in it.
But I think that you got to understand that there was so much resistance with the studios preventing him from running a higher performance car. So they knew that this is probably as safe as he could go, but I think that he would love to have run any of the much faster, higher performance cars. He was certainly capable of doing it. But this was sort of the level that he could get away with being incognito, and the studios didn't really recognize what he was doing as much,
Well, we're looking at Probert in the 9 car, Timothy Probert in the 510 from 71. He now has joined that three-way battle at the front here in Group 8. I'm delighted to be in the booth now with our Grand Marshal for the weekend, Peter Brock, who, along with Bob Sharp, the group that it's named after, was a huge factor in bringing Japanese cars and sedans like this that you're watching to the United States. And if you look at now the market in the USA, you could almost say, they all say all boats rise. And in many ways, the Japanese, because they built reliable cars, because they built cars that were accessible and affordable, they got everybody up there getting the market.
Right. Yeah, it was a combination of good engineering and the good price that made it really, a really fun car to run. But boy, this is a really close
race
pack here.
Well, listen, while this action continues, let's head down to Jonathan Grace. He's in the autograph session for the IROCs.
Well, one of the great parts about the Rolex Monterey Motorsport reunion is the access that you got, not just to the cars, but also to some of the drivers. You can see behind me not only a tremendous display of vintage cars, the celebration of all the Japanese manufacturers, some Formula One cars, some motorcycles, but it takes some legends to drive some of those legendary machinery, and in many cases, a lot of the drivers that drove them in period are here. Certainly case with some of the IROC cars. See if we can make our way through the queue here and just get an indication of who people are excited to talk to. I know there's drivers like Jimmy Johnson. Kurt Busch is here as well. Scott Pruitt, a legend, won just about anything you can win in a sports car, an IROC car. See if we can talk to some of these fans. Just going to run in real quick and talk to you guys. Who are you excited to see in the autograph session?
I'm excited to see Jimmy Johnson. I mean, 7-time champion. So how often can you get this close to him, you know, when you're at the, say, Sonoma or something like that, and he's doing the races, it's like impossible to get next to him. So this is who I'm here to see.
I would say you've got a good spot in line as well.
For sure.
Have you been to Reunion before?
Oh yeah, like 25 years I've been doing this. So yeah, this is the best place. This is the place to be for sure.
Oh, it absolutely is.
Yeah.
I'll let you get to it.
Okay, thank you.
See if we can make our way and see who else people are excited to talk to. It's got a pretty good spot in line near the front of the queue. Let's talk to the people at the very front of the line. You guys have the best spot of anybody. Who are you trying to see in the autograph session?
Oh, looking forward to seeing Jimmy Johnson, Bubba the Bunny. A huge NASCAR fan for years. Grew up during that time period, so getting a chance to see them, really looking forward to it.
And how about you?
I'm just excited to be here. It's beautiful. The weather's amazing, and seeing all these amazing cars and these amazing drivers has been fantastic.
Pretty hard sell, right? Coming to watch a weekend in Monterey with some historic cars. It's a pretty easy yes, isn't it?
Absolutely, can't beat it. It's telling my wife earlier, it's kind of like, it's amazing, coming out, seeing the drivers and things that I grew up seeing, get the chance to actually be close to them and things like that. When I was a kid, never would have thought anything like this would be possible, so being able to come out to something like this is absolutely amazing.
We'll leave you to it. I know the autograph session is moments away, but continue to enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Spirits are high, safe to say, here in the paddock. Drivers are just making their way down here now, but it's a feast for the eyes. On track, it's a feast for the ears, and it's a feast for the fans as well.
No question about it. Thank you, Jonathan. As you can see, we've got an uncorked at the corkscrew. Somebody has planted it at the bottom of the hill there. Luckily, they've got the safety car or the safety truck out there. Slowed things down a little bit, but no harm, no foul. The yellow flag is out, and we are under safety. But I'm delighted to once again welcome in the booth Peter Brock, who is our Grand Marshal. Do they have you working hard here, or are you enjoying it?
Oh, enjoying it. Work is really enjoying this weekend as much. And it's so wonderful to see Rob Fuller running in first place here. He's one of the top builders of Datsun cars here and with a shop down in San Jose, California, and has done some work for us. And it's just fabulous to see him leading this event.
Well, we are currently in the paddock, as you can see, and yeah, perfect place to be. We've got some of the great cars behind us. The crowds are now filling in. The sun's coming out too, which is just on time. That's a pretty natty jacket. It looks like you've had that a fair few years.
Yes, this is an original team jacket. All of our members had these jackets at that time. So
very cool indeed. Well, we've got the Grand Marshal for the event, and Peter Brock, a huge part of the history for Japanese cars here in the USA. And what, coming on 90, are you still piloting? Yeah, I know you're an aircraft man as well.
No. You know, you reach a certain thing and you know that you're just not as sharp as you're there. You know, you'd like to be there, but the thing is you put that amount of talent and background into building stuff and bring new, younger generation people along. And I think that's the fun thing about racing is you reach that point where you said, well, I'm not a front runner, but I can build front runners. And so it's a great combination.
It's a good way to transition, I'm sure.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think that's what Jimmy Johnson's kind of hinted at when he's putting his legacy thing together. I think it's like, well, what am I going to do? Jensen Button, on the other hand, has said, you know what? I quite like these hysterics.
Right.
Well, it looks as though we're going to finish under caution here because it's hard to extract that car at the bottom of the corkscrew. But it looks as though that means it's going to be a win for Rob Fuller in the number 40. And no surprise, really, the 70 Datsun 510 and somewhat appropriately with the man sitting alongside me from Bree, Peter Brock, who has been, there we go, yeah, still there, so we're going to finish under caution. You've got some great highlights in your career, because I don't want to just talk about the Japanese stuff. You've also done a lot of FIA and GT championships back in the day, and also working with the Daytona Cobra,
which just sold for $42.9 million last night. It set a new record for American.
Million.
$42.9 million last night.
And did the guy who bought it remain anonymous, or?
There's no name yet, so we're not sure yet who bought the car. But
did you see it go?
Oh yeah, I was definitely there to see it happen, and it was a total surprise.
What was special about that particular one?
Well, for me, it was a very special project because when I built and designed the car, I was working for Carroll Shelby at that time, and I was trying to convince Carroll that we should build this car. And at that point, Carroll was very much trying to get the contract from Ford Motor Company to do the GT40 program. But this was an internal problem for him because I was trying to convince him to build a car to compete against the GT40. So we could not go to Ford Motor Company to get the money to develop the Daytona. So we built the car sort of in secret, and actually Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company put up the money, and we called the car a test car for tires. And then, of course, when it was all done, the car was so fast, and as it turned out, the GT40 program did not get developed in time and was not very successful. But we won the top time on every track that we ran in 1964. We had the course record, and at that time the GT40s did not finish one race. So the Daytona ended up being incredibly successful. And so today I don't think there is a car, any GT40, that will come even close to that price. So it's very satisfying to see in the end that they were very, very successful.
Well, I know you've got your own Daytona Cobra, Cobra at home, which I know is your pride and joy. So you may not have the 42 million one, but I'm sure you were pretty pleased that was how it went.
Absolutely. No, it's a definitely let's say a proof that the American public definitely approved the design.
No kidding.
It was a very interesting thing because at the beginning nobody understood the overall shape of the car and the chopped off back end and everything. But those basic lines actually came out of Germany about 1935. And they were never utilized because the war came along and the Germans never got to use those ideas. And I found a white paper with some of those designs on them, and was trying to convince people, that the Germans are so far ahead of the rest of the world in 1935, and nobody would understand it. So it wasn't until I built the car and proved how good their overall design studies were that people began to understand it. And now, if you look at all cars, they're basically very much a copy of the same thing. They have the same rounded front and the chopped off back ends. Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter whether it's a Prius or a modern American car. They're all very similar now. So it was a car that really led the whole trend in the design change.
Well, you've been listening to Peter Brock, our Grand Marshal here at this weekend, and fantastic to have you on board. As you can see, we are still... Now we've got some sunshine, here in the sunshine. But Peter, thank you so much for coming in.
You
Enjoy
bet.
The rest of the
thank
weekend.
You so much. Really enjoy it. Your voice comes across so well here, I love it.
Praise from you. Thank you.
All right.
So Peter Brock will get back to being the marshal that he is, but we've had a fascinating insight into what is. But well done to Rob Fuller winning that last race in. That's a fantastic work by him. And we'll take a short break here from the Rolex. The sun's coming out. It's California. It doesn't get much better than this.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Highway 1, the legendary road connecting Los Angeles to San Francisco. A place to slow down and enjoy the view.
Hey, Callum, what's up? Where are you headed? Grand Prix Long Beach. You? I'm going up to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Or treat the track for the pitch.
What's with the ball? The match in LA. San Francisco's next.
Highway 1.
Enjoy the view.
It's the iconic path between California's premier sporting events.
Why do we race? Not just for trophies or records. At Gazoo Racing, we race for something bigger. We race to push every nut and bolt to the absolute limit. Then we rebuild it and make it stronger. That high-performance powertrain, Le Mans tested. This is research and development at 200 miles an hour. Because the track doesn't just test our cars, it shapes what we build next.
Some things aren't made in a day. They're built by hand, taught by hearts, and sharpened by time. This is our legacy, built by generations and carried forward by you.
Welcome back to the Rolex Monterey reunion, and Porsche, Mission Foods, WeatherTech, all part of this historic event. And of course, since 2010, Rolex have brought their precision, their timing, and their vision of excellence. And that is what these cars represent. Each and every one of them, over 400 cars. And that has nothing to do with the thousands of others, and I literally mean that are in the area. So, as we get ready for the Parnelli Jones Trans Am Trophy, that's Group 7 coming up. Parnelli Jones, of course, with magnificent accomplishments in IndyCar Trans Am and off-road. Has a big history, of course, at Laguna Seca. Parnelli, a huge competitor, became known for helping drive IndyCar Series to the national spotlight. His probably most memorable win came at Laguna Seca when he lapped almost the entire field in a Ford Mustang Boss 302. And that was the opening race of the 1970 Trans Am season, where he went on to win the championship. So we are on track again as we get ready for our next group, which is, as I said, the Parnelli Jones group, and I'm joined by another luminary of this event, particularly, and a man who's got plenty of work on his hands, but he's still got time to come and join me. Ross Merrill joins me here in the booth. Welcome.
Hello, Jonathan. Good to see you again.
How's the event going? Because you're probably the busiest man here.
Oh, it's going fantastic. Thank you.
So wait, you're running the event, you're racing an IROC. What else are you racing?
Porsche.
You're the spirit of the whole thing. How's it going?
Well, it's going great. Thank you. It's been a lot of fun so far.
I know your son very well and know his history, but this is your family's history, isn't it?
It is. It is. We're all locals. We grew up just on the other side of that hill, and we've been Laguna fans from the beginning.
I remember talking to Thomas, talking about how your wife used to take him around in a Porsche in the lunch in the lunch breaks and show him around, and that's why he fell in love with it.
Oh, that was a treat that he and his brother look forward to every year. I mean, she didn't have a passenger seat, so they would stand on the floorboards or sit and hang on to the roll cage.
So just explain, as we get underway here, what your role is here, because it's a myriad of different things.
Well, yeah, my particular role is I'm the president of Friends of Laguna Seca, which is the 501c3 nonprofit that owns the concession agreement for the County of Monterey here at Laguna Seca for the next 55 years.
Well, and I know this Trans Am trophy is warm to your heart. These cars kind of made a name for themselves and made a name for Laguna Seca back in the day, back in the early 70s, the late 60s. This is what it all was about, and 80,000 people would come out on a Sunday to watch them, right?
Oh, yeah. I don't profess to be a Trans Am expert, but I do respect the long history and legacy of Trans Am. And, my son Thomas is a former Trans Am champion, and yeah, we've got some great legends here.
Still going.
I'm looking at the entry list right now, and it's just like a who's who in that style of racing.
Well, Patrick, who's been in here, Patrick Long, a moment ago, he's in that 69 Ford Mustang Boss 302, and he says he loves it, and absolutely loves that. Ken Etzman's in this one. Patrick Byrne is out there again, having been out just a moment ago. Mike Joy and Scott Joy.
Yeah.
And if you know that name, Mike Joy, of course, famous NASCAR commentator, still does. Saw him waving the flag at the start of one of the earlier races in the season, but a voice you'll hear every Sunday afternoon if you follow NASCAR. And his son Scott is very much an accomplished historic driver as well. So
what an iconic voice in our sport.
Oh yeah,
and wonderful to have him here and participating. And he'll
a
get
regular,
a chance.
isn't he?
He is, and he's a heck of a driver, and he's pretty good at the microphone too.
Yeah, I've heard that. No, I listen to him every Sunday, and I'm a big follower of guys that do this for a living, i.e. commentating, and I do love the American style, and it's pretty much what brought me over here, because you guys, we look up to you guys when it comes to race commentary for sure. So we're underway, and as you can see, Ken Etzman in the AMC Javelin from 1972. Having a good little run against the 19 of Joshua Fiber in the Camaro 69, so pretty evenly yoked those two. Got Ross Merrill alongside me, and just talk for a moment while we get underway. Friends of Laguna, you've just signed last year, in fact, a new lease. This is an area that's owned by the county of Monterey, so you've always been kind of toing and froing about what you can do, what you can't do. And there was always a worry that it might come to an end. But you guys got together, you convinced them that you were in safe hands, I guess, and now we've got a new, 55-year lease?
We do. It's not actually a lease, it's a concession agreement, but it allows us to operate, maintain, and improve the facility. So we own that obligation. It's a very serious obligation, and we have some wonderful plans. We've been busy for 2 years now. In fact, this August is our 24-month anniversary of taking control of the facility. We've been busy for those 24 months fixing a lot of things and making plans for the future.
Yeah, I noticed coming here last year just how much the big improvements. Obviously, you've taken away the tower over the back there, but the new bridge. There's a lot of upgrades and a lot of things that are really making Laguna shine again, if you will.
Well, thank you. We've been busy brushing up a lot of existing infrastructure and, building a calendar of events that's both exciting and also profitable. And
that's what I love about you guys. There's your vice president.
Yeah, I was going to ask where Bruce is.
Yeah.
Here he comes.
Yeah.
Typical side-by-side fashion.
So that is Bruce Canepa, a regular on the Historics and also the vice president of the Friends of Laguna Seca. And as you can see, fairly handy in a car himself. And, and a very, very important car he's in as well. That AMC Javelin. Big storied history for that one. But a car that is instantly recognizable.
And boy, did that car have success back in the day. The team that fielded it had access to some interesting parts from Germany that found their way on an American car, and look at the performance we get.
Joshua Fiber in the 69 Chevrolet Camaro, just going through shot there. John Hildebrand, another regular to the Trans Am Historics, out there in the number 49. And yes, relation to the other J.R. Hildebrand. He's in the Tempest, the Pontiac Tempest GTO, and he's driven that for a long time. And he owns that car as well.
The Grey Ghost.
Yes.
Yes, very, very iconic car. A fan favorite as well.
Yes, yeah. And it's, I mean, I've been following historic Trans Am for over a decade, and that car is pretty much on every grid.
Pretty much. A lot of track time.
Who of the group in here, obviously we've just mentioned Bruce, but who else would you like to mention as somebody that, is a long-time member of this fraternity?
Well, there's a huge list of names here, and all of them are supporters of Friends and the cause that we have in their own way. Bruce, of course, is on the board of directors.
Yep.
Ken Adams is a supporter. So is Jeff O'Neill and Robert Kaufman, Ken Epson. I mean, the list goes on. Joshua Fiber, the son of John Fiber. John is a board member and a founding board member of Friends of Laguna Seca.
And what is your next, if you like, innovation? What do you want to see for Laguna? What needs to be done for you to feel, okay, we're making more and more progress?
Well, we're all about reinventing, revitalizing, and rebuilding Laguna Seca. And that's a combination of the facility itself and the business model that feeds that. And so that will ultimately drive a master plan. And while we're busy now fixing infrastructure, existing facilities, and working on that business plan and event schedule, we're also busy working on a master plan, which will show improvements that are coming in future years.
Well,
it's all about raising the standard out here to the level you would expect at a racetrack of this caliber, and also any other venue you may see on the Monterey Peninsula.
Well, I know you're as excited as I am to have the bikes here this year. I think it's an important part, especially as we celebrate Japanese racing. Of course, they'll be on track. And we've got many a legend out there. We've already met one in Kenny Roberts Jr. earlier in the day. But Kenny Roberts Sr., the king, as he was known, multiple world champion, and one of the greats of American racing. Kenny Roberts Sr. caught up with Kev earlier in the weekend.
So it looks like Bruce has worked his way up very handily.
Well, how about this then? For the first time at the Rolex ever, we now have motorcycle world champions, and we've got 6 of them here this year. And Kenny Roberts Sr. with me now. Kenny, firstly, thanks for coming along. This has been sort of bubbling under now for about 6 months or more, hasn't it?
Yes, and I'm here. But 6 months ago, I said, I'm not doing that. But here I am.
But here you are. And who was it who twisted your arm? How did we get you here?
It took a lot, and Wayne finally called me and said, look, you got to come because it'll be the last time we're going to be on the racetrack probably together, riding. And they put it all together. I said, oh, okay, I broke off my vacation to come here.
Well, I can tell there's a lot of people that are happy that you did break off your vacation. Can you see the other side of this camera, by the way? We're about 4 or 5 deep right now. There's more iPhones and phones pointed at us than I think I've ever had. But you've bought the crowds, Kenny. But like you say, Wayne said there, it's the last time we'll all be together on the track. It's going to be a special moment at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. It's going to be quite something, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I didn't really realize it because I don't pay attention to most of the stuff. And it's like, all the world champions will be there. It's like, I know them all. It's no big deal to me. So, no, it's really interesting to see this whole thing. To be honest, I had no idea.
Well, the thing is, the Rolex has been going for so many years now. I've worked on the last 4 or 5. It's the first time we've had 2-wheeled motorsport here. It's the first time we've had motorcycles. And I think it's a massive thing. People have loved it.
I hope so. Because it's a pain in the butt. So, the people used to come here and they still talk about it, the motorcycle race. Because I would not let anybody race until the last 5 laps.
Right.
So that's why we're doing wheelies and show off, and the people loved it.
Yeah, they did. And fond memories of racing in America as well. Laguna here, one of the tracks that you were able to come back and do it in front of home fans.
I couldn't race in front of my home fans, so if I didn't come here, the only time they would have saw me race when I was World Championship was Daytona. So this was it.
What else has caught your eye this weekend while you're here? Obviously, we're stood next to a couple of your bikes here. Phenomenal machinery. All of this Japanese heritage display is excellent. But anything else caught your eye that you've really sort of enjoyed seeing, or what you're looking forward to going and seeing?
No. It's all a maze. Of course, I like to watch the old cars race. You know, I did a little bit of car stuff, so it's cool.
And a lot of the fans here as well, like you said, kind of you came back and raced here in front of home fans. There'll be people in amongst this crowd, the other side of that camera, who probably saw you do it back in the day. They're probably reeling out a few stories that even you've forgotten.
Yes, and that's funny, they're all old. I don't know why. Problem living this long, I guess.
Experienced is what they are. All right, well, listen, Kenny, looking forward to it a little bit later on. Then what's going to happen? Just going to enjoy it, wave to the crowd, or are you going to get your knee down?
I'm going to try to get my knee down today. Yesterday we rode around with Wayne, and today he said, okay, you can do a couple laps with me, and then you can go. So it'll be a little better today.
Kenny, thanks for talking to us, man. It's really, really exciting, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. But thanks for talking to us.
I'm not comfortable unless my knee's on the ground. I wasn't comfortable yesterday, so maybe today I will.
There you go. You heard it here first. Get set for it.
Another fascinating interview, but also fascinating is this battle between Chad Renal and Patrick Long. We had Patrick in the booth earlier this morning, and he was looking forward to this one. But I'll tell you what, Chad's giving him a run for his money, that's for sure. Chad running the 1972 number 64. As we look back again at Bruce Canepa in the number 60, currently running in third place. But Renault in that 64, that's a car that ran at Lime Rock, Watkins Glen, VIR, all in the 1972 Trans Am Series, Mid-Ohio, Daytona at the finale as well with IMSA. So all of these cars have raced in period and are just in immaculate condition and a delight to see and a roar. You can imagine the first time these guys came here and they were seeing cars that were on the roads, but were racing as hard. They would make them as lightweight as possible, and there was all sorts of shenanigans in terms of trying to get round the rules, and Ross, they would dip them in acid just to make them as light as possible.
Make them as light as possible, make them brake as good as possible.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, the power was all pretty standard.
Yep, but it really did what it said on the box, which was race on Sunday, buy on Monday, because when the manufacturers realized what they were getting into and realizing that they really could get people into the showroom having seen the race on the Sunday, then suddenly it took off, and it was a war, wasn't it? The Pony Wars.
Yeah, and then it becomes the battle of brands. You
Yeah.
know, who's going to win, a Ford or Chevy, Chrysler or Dodge?
And of course the Australians in the supercars took it to another level in many ways, because it was, and still is, very much brands against brands over there, as it is worldwide. But here in America, the Trans Am, and by the way, celebrating its 60th year this year, I may add, and it's the longest road racing series in history. That's pretty impressive, and long may it continue. They do a hell of a job. Tommy Drisi is here this weekend, the current Trans Am driver, but your son Thomas we mentioned, and they're going wheel to wheel, not in the same class necessarily. But great to have Tommy here. He's an owner of one of these historic cars too. He's actually racing one of his IROC cars here this weekend, so we'll see Tommy, who won the IROC race last year, but usually would turn a wheel with one of his Trans Am cars here. But I tell you what, as they come through Rainey, they're getting a nice wiggle on, getting a nice slide on. Wayne Rainey here this weekend, and another part of the history here. Wayne, a big part of Laguna Seca.
And here we go. We're setting up for a nice battle at the finish here. A couple of buddies, Bruce Canepa and Patrick Long. They love running together.
Yep. Patrick Byrne in the Boss 302 from 69, coming into the picture now. And coming into the equation when it comes to the podium. Canepa on the inside at Andretti. Will he make the pass? Brakes late. Maybe left it a little too late to get round the outside of Long, but these two going at it just as we hoped they would. It's not whether you win in historics, it's how fast, and it's not how fast you go, it's how fast you look and how fast you feel. Right?
Yeah,
not
and
about
for these
winning.
cars, what do they all sound like?
Yeah, exactly. It's the thrill of it all. And, yeah, it's a joy to see these.
And we got some
very
traffic
old cars.
now.
Yeah, this is going to make or break this race. Next time by, it'll be white flag. So these two are going to go take it to the line, as they should. Long versus Canepa. Patrick Long, what a character. He's in 5 races. And he said to me, I'm only doing 5 races because Zach Brown's doing 4, and I'm competitive.
Yeah, only 5.
Only 5. But he still had time to come and talk to me, which is great. Lovely guy.
Well, there's a difference between an amateur and a professional. You can do 5 races and maintain confidence.
Still keep going, yeah. Into rainy they come then.
There we got a pass underway.
Yeah, looks as though we've got a pass to come as they head towards 10. You see it from the HRC Honda Racing sponsored drone shot through 10, nicely cambered through there. And then the final corner, turn 11, which has caught many a 2-wheel and many a 4-wheel car out in the past, either going in too deep or too wide into the gravel. Watched a lot of motorcycle races from Laguna Seca growing up. Looking forward to seeing the bikes on track. Here we go then. Can Patrick Long get on level turns as Canepa's got the lead for now? Long will follow him into Andretti. And he was telling me that this corner is a good one for an overtake, was Patrick. And he's doing exactly what he said he would do. But he hasn't going to pull it off in this one. Canepa knows that.
Oh,
and defends well. Oh, a little bump there. Well, that's true to the spirit. Audrey Schroeder might be happy, former Trans Am champion himself. But I think that's okay. That was just a tap. That's a love tap.
A gentle reminder.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'll tell you what, Chad Renault might just wipe up the pieces here if he's lucky, because he's in 3rd at the moment, and you can see him in the 64, just in that all yellow, right behind him, the 69 Chevy. Now, up the hill they go.
Here we go.
And he's going for it. He's going for it. Into the corkscrew they come, and he's got the advantage as Patrick Long dives down the 5 stories that is the corkscrew, heading home through rainy. But coming back is Canepa. Not done with this yet. 2 corners to go. Ross Merrill enjoying this with me. It looks like we scripted it, but we didn't. But a great finish to this one, and Patrick Long is going to take.
I'm not sure this is over yet.
No, it may not be. Here we go then. Out of 11 they come. Oh, sideways goes Canepa, but he's not going to make any impact on it. It's going to be a close nip and tuck for 3rd. Oh, and Long gets the win ahead of Canepa. Reynolds almost does it there in 3rd place, but doesn't quite beat Bruce Canepa to the victory. But that's what this is all about, historic racing at its finest. And yes, folks, these cars were brand new in 1969 and 1970. That's a long time
ago. That's an entertaining race. What a great treat for me to watch it from this perspective. So thank you, Jonathan.
Oh, thank you for coming in on a busy day like today where you're right and flat out. We wish you well with the Friends of Laguna. I think it has made this place, well, to be honest, it cemented its place in history. It had a history that no one could take away. But you always look to the future to continue that history, and that's what everybody wants. And I think you've done it, and I think you've got the group of people behind you that will make sure and honour that, not least, but what did you call it?
It's a concession
agreement.
So,
yeah.
You know, a shout out to our dedicated staff and our valuable sponsors. We've got some wonderful partners going forward, and looking forward to the future. And our 70th anniversary next year.
Oh, wow.
Here at Laguna Seca.
Well, listen, Ross Merrill, president of Friends of Laguna, thank you for coming in. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend. And regards to the family, I know them well now. I feel like I do. Yeah. And may you continue long into the future in doing this kind of racing. That's the end of Group 7. We'll take a short break, and it is a lunch break for everybody here as they head out and get some concessions. We'll see you after the break.
Some things aren't made in a day. They're built by hand, taught by hearts, and sharpened by time. This is our legacy, built by generations and carried forward by you.
Everybody in?
Yeah. The Acura MDX with Acura Watch, a system of advanced driver assist technology. Standard. The features that matter most come built in.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Highway 1, the legendary road connecting Los Angeles to San Francisco. A place to slow down and enjoy the view.
Hey, Callum, what's up? Where are you headed? Grand Prix Long Beach. You? I'm going up to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Or treat the track for the pitch.
What's with the ball? The match in LA. San Francisco's next.
Highway 1.
Enjoy the view.
It's the iconic path between California's premier sporting events.
Why do we race? Not just for trophies or records. At Gazoo Racing, we race for something bigger. We race to push every nut and bolt to the absolute limit. Then we rebuild it and make it stronger. That high-performance powertrain, Le Mans tested.
went out around Pebble Beach and literally raced round painted forest. I say painted because they literally put paint around the trees so you'd see them. And some came to blows, and that's another reason why, obviously, after a few years of doing it and having the likes of Sterling Moss and Phil Hill, who would become the first American F1 champion, but from here in California, his son racing here this weekend in this group, which I find just fantastic. But this is where it all began for racing in California.
Absolutely, and speaking of just kind of the primitiveness of that original course, which was basically, again, public roads through a local forest, they dabbed paint onto the trees so that at speed the drivers could spot those obstacles. And one of the great drivers of these original races, Bill Pollock, made a pretty funny comment when he was once asked, well, geez, Bill, weren't those pine trees kind of stiff and hard when you hit them? And he said, well, actually, no, they were rather soft, but only for the first quarter inch.
Oh, yes. Now, listen, one thing that I know, because people are tuning in from around the world, and this is an interesting time in history. It just got out of World War II. You've got, as Mr. Ferrari called the British, you've got the tinkerers, just as they were in England. You've got the guys in the garagistas here in California making specials.
Exactly.
Now, what we're looking at here is a combination of Americans putting their ingenuity and taking engines and taking, either American engines or British cars and coming up with their own specials. And the reason for doing that is that certainly they didn't have everything at their beck and call all the time. But also on the other side of it, people like Jaguar were coming to California to try to sell their cars, because this was the place, without putting a footnote on it, where the money was. This is where people could afford, on the California coast, to potentially buy an XK120. And that's why it became popular. And then people, like I said, Sterling Moss would come over and take on Phil Hill and many others. But that's kind of how this all came together, right?
It is. And in fact, it was kind of in a way, a kind of two-chapter story. On the one hand, you had the auto dealers trying to sell these new fancy sports cars, which was in more ways than one a very foreign idea to the public over here. But then on the other side of it, you had the real estate investors trying to sell lots in this area. They wanted to develop this area. They wanted to sell homes and properties. And this was a way to attract their clientele, the people that they thought, well, the folks who can really afford to do this, they like this sports car racing. They like excitement like this. The setting is beautiful. I think we can attract them if we put on a nice sports car race, and maybe they'll want to buy a piece of land and put a house here, which is hilarious to think that there was a time when they had to struggle to find people to buy homes in Pebble Beach, in the Monterey area. But it's true, and so it's the cars themselves kind of tell the story. When you see them on the grid like this today, and you see the specials next to the XK120s, and you imagine that kind of competition where like you say, the tinkerer was racing against the kind of well-sponsored XK120 driver that may have been there because the local Jaguar dealership in San Francisco is making sure that he is, and that he's competitive.
And just to give you one example, Parkinson's special, right?
Absolutely.
So Don Parkinson, father-in-law, was Phil Hill's father-in-law.
Yes. Yeah.
And Phil Hill would race a Jaguar XK120 or similar, but Parkinson would produce his own special. And in fact, the Jaguar Parkinson special from 1950 with Derek Hill, son of Phil, at the wheel, won yesterday. It's a long way to get there, but that really does connect all the dots.
It really does,
because there's a guy that built these specials. They were very popular at the first couple of races until he threw one around one of the pieces of forest you were talking about in 1951.
Correct.
But the Parkinson special is a good example of what we're talking about here. And by the way, there are many others too.
And if I can just say, and the Parkinson special kind of covers all of the territory because it began life as a factory lightweight aluminum XK120, which Donald Parkinson wrecked, and then turned into the special that we see today after it was rebodied. So that car had lived both lives, both as a production performance car, and then later on a homemade special.
Well, as you can see, we've done a couple of laps behind the pace car, and that's to get those tyres up to temperature. It is pretty cold here in the early mornings, especially with the mist, and like you say, we expect it to blow off. But you are watching the Del Monte Trophy, our first race of the day here for the running.
And appropriately enough, the group that starts the day off is the group that started this entire event off.
Yes,
back in 1950.
We can see some footage from it, and you can see racing through the forest of Pebble Beach, and you can see when you see this footage how precarious it was. But those guys were mavericks back in the day. You remember, we were looking at World War II pilots. Those were the racing drivers of the early 50s, and they were heroes, just like this man, Phil Hill, who won the first ever trophy here, the Del Monte Trophy. 1950 to 1956, Pebble Beach races. Now we're here from 1957 onwards as we celebrate 75 years coming through turn 10. The pace car about to pull off as we start our first race. Now, again, put it in perspective, they've been, the month of August is now officially race time and historic racing time. Concourses everywhere, auctions everywhere. It's a full month, and it all culminates in the racing here at Laguna Seca. We're about to get underway. My guest is David Steele. Welcome aboard for the Del Monte Trophy. And again, a reminder, I mentioned Old Yeller, Baldwin specials, Hagman Jaguar, Manning specials, Tatum specials, Parkinson Jaguar we've talked about. Green flag waves in the Del Monte Trophy is underway. And David, I'm going to leave it to you to point out any of the cars that you want to highlight or draw people's attention to. There's a lot of cars out there, some 32 in all, and they've all got a story. But you tell me what you would like to talk about, because that's the key.
They certainly do, and we've got a car right up front that I'm particularly fond of. That the white with blue stripe special up front, the Tatum special.
Sure.
Absolutely, just a ruthless race car. Of all things, powered by a GMC truck, six-cylinder, inline six-cylinder with a Wayne cross-flow cylinder head. It had all of the best speed equipment of the day, but most important, it had Chuck Tatum, its designer and builder. And Chuck was a brilliant engineer, an aerospace designer, and he wanted to go sports car racing. He saw the cars in the pits that were competitive, and including XK120s and even Ferraris, and he thought to himself, I can build something. I see the strategy behind these things. I can. And speaking of, I think he may have gone a little bit wide at the top of the corkscrew.
I've done enough of these races to know that is not the trajectory you want to be on.
No.
But I think he's got away with it.
We hope so. It's a wonderful car, and as much as we want to see them dice and demonstrate on the edge, we don't want to see them damaged necessarily. No, so hopefully it's okay. But that car is one of my favorites, the Tatum, and will unless there's a failure mechanically, that car will always be out front. And
well,
sure enough,
they're pushing on. Look at that.
He's on his way back. Looks like he might have a brake that's locking up.
Oh, okay. We just got a glimpse of the number 9 John Budabaum's Curtis 500S Dodge from 1953. We saw that on screen. And we're looking currently at the number 8. Putting it through its race, that's David Hagen, who is a very, very good racer and has been around for a long, long time. Derek Hill, though, in that Jaguar Parkinson Special. They had a race yesterday, David, and Derek won that, and boy, he was scything at the wheel. It looked like it meant everything to him.
Absolutely.
And I think it's a lovely story that 75 years after his father won the first, here he is in action.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And in a car that he's known his entire life.
Yeah.
And to back up a little bit on that story, I believe it was Parkinson who was Phil Hill's brother-in-law.
That's right.
So that's family to Phil. He has a feel for the person and the personality behind that car. And what a thrill that's got to be for him to ring that out and really experience it the way this old family friend did.
Well, they have got a safety car out. It looks as though one of the cars is pulled off to the side there, and they'll try to keep it going if we can. That's all part of the way this event is run. And by the way, the stewards are some of the best. Dorsey Schroeder definitely making sure that these boys behave. and do what they're supposed to be doing. There's that John. That's that number 9, John Budebaum, Curtis 500.
Boy, another very just fire-breathing race car. Frank Curtis, of course, one of the great IndyCar builders of the 1950s, who decided this sports car thing looks like it's gonna take root, and I better get involved, and decided to build these 500S sports cars for customers. They were sent out as rolling chassis, much like the Allards were, and you chose your drivetrain and your engine. And this one, a very popular choice at the time, was the Chrysler Hemi, which was a new V8 that was out and being developed and was showing to make incredible horsepower with very little modification. And Rob Manson owns that red car, and it is a absolutely perfect example of one of those as it would have been in period.
David, we're under yellow, we're under caution, as you can see, the pace car out there, so we've slowed things down a little bit, but that gives us a chance to talk about a car I know you want to talk about, because I want to hear about it. The 1956 HWM Chevrolet Stovebolt?
The Stovebolt Special, yes.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, this is a really wonderful car, and yet again, it's another example of a car that started like car. It was an HWM Formula 2 car built in 1950. The car went on to have a pretty colorful career. Sterling Moss famously raced in that very car for his first professional race outing ever, and has great memories of it, even though he had a kind of a pretty terrifying shunt that he had a pretty colorful description of. But the car was repaired. It found its way over to the United States via MGM Studios, who were producing a film at the time called The Racers, starring Kirk Douglas.
Yeah.
And the car was used in the film and kind of beat around and wrecked, and as they do, it was just a prop in the film. And by the time the film wrapped, production was over, the car was in the back lot of MGM, and along with 4 other cars that were used in the film, and a racer named Tom Karstens came along. He saw the car, and he wanted that particular car. He wanted the HWM racer, sports racer. He had a plan for it. But MGM, as Karstens once told the story, when he got the person on the phone that was making the decision as far as how the car would be sold, he apparently said to Karstens, "We are not a car dealer. We make movies. If you want these cars, you're buying all of them." So poor Tom Karstens, a hitch in his plan, he had to buy all 5 cars, but thankfully the HWM came with them. He had been coming to the races up here. He saw how competitive the guys down in the southern part of California were, because that's where the hot rodders were. And he decided, I'm going to mine that talent, and I'm going to send this HWM down to Southern California. I'm going to have Vic Edelbrock, Bobby Meeks, Phil Remington, Ted Hallebrand, the best hot rodders and fabricators of the time, go to work on my sports racer. We're going to fit a Chevrolet V8, which is a brand new engine that had just been released to the public through the 55 Chevy. No one had competed on a road course with that engine. He put that package together and absolutely blew the competition away, at least in the first few laps of the 1956 Pebble Beach road races.
Well, as you can see, we're underway again, and we are under green flag, and it's Hill leading. Derek Hill. And by the way, yes, he is the son of Phil Hill, and I'm sure as a son of a world champion, he doesn't like to be reminded of that all the way. He's a pretty handy racing driver in his own right, I may add. Made it all the way up to 3,000, as into the lead goes Dave Hagen in the Pupildilly Special. Now, that's after the name of a driver, right? Whoa, and around he goes, as I mentioned him. I've jinxed him. Well, he nicely parked behind the Rolex sign. They'll appreciate that. Out of harm's way.
Looked like he was trying to do that.
That was precision, just like
yes,
Rolex. I love
exactly.
it. But yes, that's you wonder whether this is an exhibition or racing. I often get asked, are they racing? And I'm like, well, yeah, actually they are. Because if you're going to get into a spin, probably on cold tires after a couple of laps under safety, but he's okay and running. And obviously we do not want to see that Porsche in any distress whatsoever. Wow.
But it's a great point, because it's proof that these are not parade laps.
No.
These guys want to win. They're competitive. Once a racer, always a racer. A lot of these guys have a long career of racing in many different kinds of formulas. And maybe some of them are in their senior years, and this is what they want to do, but they become 18 again when they get behind the wheel of these cars.
No question.
And the smoke coming off those rear tires is proof of that.
We've been looking at Marcus Bicknell's car. That's the number 15. That's the Street Manning Special from 1952. And I want to shout out to Marcus because he brought me these lovely little trump cards, as it were. I grew up with these, but these are specifically for the Del Monte Trophy. And you guys do a hell of a job, put on a hell of a show, and you've got a heck of a setup where these cars are parked. And if you are here at the circuit, it's definitely worth having a look at them. But yes, tell me about Marcus's role here.
Well, Marcus, this couldn't have happened without Marcus and certainly without Rob Manson. They are an amazing team. They lead this effort to celebrate these cars and demonstrate these cars. And the fact that they were able to put 40 of these cars together for a display for this 75th anniversary is just remarkable. I hate to think that it may never happen again that these cars would all be together like this. Maybe in 25 years for the 100th, I don't know. But Marcus is absolutely unstoppable. And as you say, as you're looking through the Del Monte Trophy Group playing cards, that was one of his brilliant ideas. Those are for sale in the tent over there.
Yeah, great.
And Marcus has a great feel for that Manning Special. He particularly knows what that car wants, and which is why that he, with that car, podiums so consistently. And it may not be the prettiest thing out there, but that's one of the things I like about it. It's kind of its charm. It comes up over the hill, and it's almost scary looking with its kind of angry grill shell. But a very effective race car. Chuck Manning, yet again, another aerospace engineer. He worked for Boeing. He was a sports car enthusiast. He had an MG when he was young. He saw what was going on in the movement, that the cars were getting faster and faster, and he designed his own car, put a flathead Ford V8 in it with all the best hot rod speed equipment of the day, and was immediately successful. Very competitive car right out of the gate, and in fact so successful that his fellow competitors complained that they didn't have a car like him, and how could they compete with him if they didn't have his technology? So he gave the blueprints to the public, selling them through Road and Track magazine. So you could buy your Manning sports car blueprints, make your own Manning, and then you wouldn't have any excuses as to why you were then losing to Chuck Manning.
You know, it's only now I realized just the motivation behind all these specials, because when they first started bringing them over, the likes, effectively, as I mentioned, it's straight after World War II, 1950 we're talking. And so you're seeing the likes of MGs and Jaguars and Allards come to America, and then followed by Ferraris, Mercedes, Porsches, and of course the Americans loved them and started, importing them avidly. But in that first race in 1950, we've mentioned that Phil Hill won it, but he won it in a British Jaguar XK120, and the under 1500cc was won on the same day by an MGTD. So the game was on after that.
Yes, absolutely. And that was a very special car that Phil brought back from England himself. He'd been studying with Jaguar, learning his craft as an expert mechanic, and was able to purchase that car, an aluminum-bodied XK120 from Jaguar, had it shipped over. It was dropped in New York City at the dock, and Phil and his buddy got in the car. In fact, I believe it was Don Parkinson who met him in New York, and the two of them drove cross-country and immediately started entering races with the car.
Well, that's another factor that I want to put a shout out to. My good friend James Alder, he's also in an XK120, but he, in the spirit of how this all began, because though back in the day you didn't have trailers, you didn't have motorhomes, you basically drove the car to the racetrack, and that's exactly what James Alder to this day still does from Reno. He flies across he drives across the mountains, and sometimes in very inclement weather, in the car he's going to go racing in, and he's been doing it for over 30 years now. Yeah. He loves this and loves many other historics, but he does it in the true spirit. He gets the goggles on, open air, and across the mountains he comes to California.
Absolutely, and like you say, for 30 some odd years, it's absolutely remarkable. He is the true spirit of this racing. And if I can say again about the Stokehold Special, we have the same story there. Simon Taylor has owned that car for decades, And famously, not only has it never been on a trailer, he doesn't own a trailer and has logged 50,000 miles on that car under his ownership, both on the track and off. He uses it as a road car. So that car is in the spirit of that as well, a car that's driven to the track, enjoyed, competed in, and then driven home. And if I can give a little shout out to our American Hot Rod Foundation.
Yeah, absolutely. Please do. Well, explain why.
Well, we are so proud to have sponsored the transport of the Stove Bolt Special from the UK to California and back. And this was a wonderful thing for us to be able to be involved in. We love the car. We feel it is just the epitome of California hot rod sports racer, and it flies the hot rod flag as good as anything, and yet it can do it on a road course. And we felt, well, the car needs to be here. It has to be here. Simon needs to be here with it, and we were happy to help make that happen.
Simon Taylor, of course, a storied and well-known British commentator of Formula One and historics and many other things, but also a guy that's been around these kind of cars for a long, long time now. Just saw a little bit of the Steve Schuller car, the Hageman. Is it Hageman or Hageman?
Hageman.
Hageman, yeah, Chrysler Special from 1955. As we look at a nice little wheel-to-wheel action here coming into Andretti. Tricky corner, Andretti. It seems to go on, it tightens up on you, doesn't it? And then you've got to get on the power early. And it's easy to go too wide there. We saw a car earlier today doing just that. We go back to the number 9 of John Budebaum, who also is somebody who perennially has been to the Monterey Historics. And just to put that in perspective, the Historics began in 1974 when Steve Earle put it all together. So that just gives you some idea of just how long just Historics have been going on, over 50 years.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, incredible. And the great thing from that is the fact that these cars continue to be cared for and exercised and demonstrated for all of that time, for generations. Most importantly, for the people who weren't there in the day.
Final lap then, and we've had some great action. We had a little bit of a safety car. We had a car that basically got stuck on track, so they put a safety car or a safety truck to get in, make sure it was out of harm's way. And then we got back to racing again, and we've had a good race. Derek Hill out front still, and it looks as though it's going to be 2 for 2 for him as he now exits the corkscrew for the last time. John Budebaum, we talk about in that number 9, looking down on it now, that all red number 9. And then Charles McCabe, we didn't really mention him in the number 6. That's the Cooper Bobtail T39 from 1956. David, we're about to wrap this up. Put on a good show, did the Del Monte Trophy, and I hope it continues for many years to come.
Yeah.
Whoa! Look at just as I mentioned him, round goes Budebaum. Oh, and thankfully everybody avoided, but he hasn't got to the checkered flag yet, and he'll be spitting now. Oh dear! Another exit at turn 11, Laguna Seca.
that went about as good as it could have. I'm glad he wasn't. No one gathered him up.
Yes, exactly. Well, there is Derek Hill, the winner of our first race, and talk about serendipity, kismet, you name it. But to think that his father won the first ever race, and now in 2026, Derek Hill, his son, is winning here in Historics. Does a lot of stunt car driving. I think he did some of the F1 movies, but he's certainly been around in the movie scene here in the California sunshine. Well, we're underway. We haven't got that California sunshine yet, but we have got the Del Monte Trophy done and dusted, and it is an appropriate win in some ways for Derek Hill. His second win on the weekend in that beautiful Jaguar Parkinson Special. I think that is a nice footnote for history. Dave Hagan, I think, Charles McCabe now moves up to second place in the number 6 Cooper Bobtail after Budebaum went round before getting to the checkered flag, poor man. But there you go. I just want to thank David Steele for coming in. Did you enjoy having a look at these cars?
Always a pleasure. You make it easy, so thank you.
Well, thank you for all you guys do. You are the essence of why we're all here. And I love the license plate. Parkinson, there you go. You've got it. We'll take a short break here from Rolex Reunion. Join us with more to come.
in? Yeah. The Acura MDX with Acura Watch, a system of advanced driver assist technology. Standard. The features that matter most come built in.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Welcome back to the Rolex reunion. It's a little misty this morning, but we don't mind because we're misty-eyed, because all of these cars do make you so. Not red mist, I may add, but just misty-eyed, because you're really watching history here unfold, and it's just amazing how pristine and well done Rolex has done over the years to make these cars and bring these cars here. And there's so many different great stories as well. One of the big stories, or one of the biggest stories, is, of course, IROC, the return of IROC. And if you don't know what IROC is, you're about to find out, because Ray Everingham is the man who organized it all, and Roger Penske invented the series, but basically it's a race of champions. Ray Everingham is with our man Kevin.
Thanks, Johnny. Well, I'm over here. I've caught up with the main man, Ray Everingham. And Ray, I've got to say, I'm so pleased you're back, because I've still been grinning ear to ear after this time last year when I was part of that drivers' meeting. It was a roadblock when IROC were here, and you're back.
Yeah, and we're really happy to be back here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. The people at Laguna love IROC. They've been in and out of this tent. Really looking forward to today. We've got some really cool drivers. Seven-time NASCAR champion Jimmy Johnson will be leading the pack. He was pole. He and Kurt Busch had quite a battle for pole position yesterday, so going to be an interesting race.
Yeah, it is. I saw Jimmy Johnson posting about that on his Instagram. He's done a lovely post. But just give us a quick heads up. 1 o'clock, it all kicks off up at the pre-grid area. But before that, if people want to come and see, 11 a.m. here?
All the drivers will be in here up front. We have an 11 a.m. drivers meeting, and it's a little bit intimidating when you've got to stand up there and tell some of the best drivers in the world what they've got to do, right? You know, but we have a good time. The guys are having fun, but please come over to the tent, see the cars. All 7 generations of the cars that raced in the IROC series are going to be not only under this tent, they will be racing on track. 20 cars will take the green flag today.
It's phenomenal. And what a series it was, because here's the thought. Like, back in the day, 1973 to 2006, it was all about finding out who was the best. You had IndyCar drivers, you had NASCAR drivers, you had Formula One drivers. What a great series it was. It probably couldn't happen today, could it?
Well, I'd hope it would. That's my dream, to bring it back, but it would be difficult. But back then, we talked to a lot of the veterans who raced it. It was a badge of honor just to be invited and to get to race, you know, the best in Formula One against the best in NASCAR, against the best in IndyCar, against the best in sports car. There was some tremendous races, and the fellowship that those guys have created and friendships have gone on for years.
And it certainly has. And like I said, last year, this thing just blew it out of the park here. The fans couldn't get enough of it. So from 1 o'clock up at the pre-grid area, racing from 1:35, and eyes on them. What are we saying? Jimmy Johnson and Kurt Busch?
Jimmy Johnson and Kurt Busch are pretty competitive this weekend. It's a lot of fun. They were kind of messing with each other in qualifying. They kept waiting to who was going to beat who, and Jimmy finally ran Kurt out of time there. I thought we were out of Formula One qualifying, quite honestly, but keep your eye on Bobby Labonte and Dario Franchitti, because why Jimmy and Kurt are running around wearing out their tires, either one of them could sneak in.
I was going to say keep your eyes on Dario, because he's not a man who's going to want to lose. As soon as they get behind the wheel of these things, doesn't matter when they race, what era, what generation they are, they become a racer once again. I tell you what, Ray, thanks ever so much for talking to us. And Johnny, back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ray has done a hell of a job. I managed to had some time with him at Lime Rock when they first sort of started getting these IROC cars back together again. And the beauty of it is, and when you see them, you'll understand, they did different cars for different periods over 20 plus years. And so each year they had a specific car, whether it be Porsche or whether it be a Dodge or whatever. But each of them had identical cars. As we turn now to our second group, which is small displacement production cars from 1955 to 1970. And this is what we call Run Group 2. And it's not often I get a chance to say this, but after successfully competing in the SCCA National Championship, John Morton and his talent were noticed by Carroll Shelby, who teamed him up with, of all people, Carroll Shelby and Mike put it together with Ken Miles, and you'll hear more about Ken Miles. He has his own group, and together they got together and went racing. And if Peter Brock did his bit for BRE, the man alongside me, it's not often we get a chance to say this, is the John Morton Trophy. And John Morton joins me here this morning. I am delighted, of all the groups to be involved in, to actually have the purveyor of a group. First of all, how proud of you to be represented that way?
I'm very proud. I'm not. I make a joke that my name is on the slowest group, but they're not. They're one of the more exciting groups, and cars that I competed with against, primarily the Alphas and the Porsches and that sort of thing.
So like we said, this is small displacement, but amazingly, given that this is a world of big, heavy Chevrolets and V8s, it's amazing how quickly and how versatile and how interested the American market was in these smaller displacement cars, because you wouldn't have gauged that perhaps looking ahead, especially in the last group we were talking about these huge Jaguar XK 120s.
Yeah, the thing about the variety of cars in these races, in this particular race, are these cars that I got interested in racing, and there's a Turner. I mean,
well, as you can see, 2x2, or at least trying to be, as the pace car brings them around. They'll do 2 laps. But you're watching our second group of the day, and it's a full one too. The John Morton Trophy, and I'm delighted to, and honoured actually, to be with John Morton himself, being honoured for a group. And that's no mean feat at the Rolex to have a group named after you. It's something that they pride themselves in very much, to dedicate a group. And they've done a good job over the years since 1974 of basically giving kudos and honour to not just individuals, but marques and names of different marques that have come here over the years. And this year we celebrate the Japanese, but this is the John Morton Trophy. And there he was back in the day. We'll ask him about that in a moment. But you can see now from these photos just what it was like back then. And John, you were probably just a whippersnapper starting out. What was it like back then? It must have been amazing.
Back then, you couldn't even think about getting a license until you were 21. Now you've got 19-year-old Formula One, probably world champions. So it's a different world, and it's the world you got when you got it.
And I would have thought there was probably a lot of excitement about racing because, TV wasn't that established. It wasn't that established. It wasn't, it was early days for a lot of things. So going out of a weekend, this would be a full weekend out, right?
Yes, it would. Yes, it would be. I saw the first race here in 1962 when Roger Penske won in the Xerox Special. It was a wonderful track back then, and it's still exactly the same with one little modification, because when they added about half a mile or a mile to it. But it's always been one of my favorite tracks.
Another you feel emulate the spirit of this particular group, your group?
Well, this group entails cars that I've raced against, and the most notable race I think I've ever run was the last race here in 1971 when we won the championship for Datsun over Alfa. and it was a very disputed race because it was won on the fact that the Alfa had too big a gas tank. And
that's right.
And
so they were disqualified, and that's what got you the win.
They were, yeah. And I think that's what.
And that's fair enough.
Yeah. Well, I think 'cause we had to make a pit stop, and they didn't.
Not. Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, fair's fair. Motor racing's motor racing, and everybody is always trying to get that advantage. But sometimes, if you're caught, things can go wrong. So yes, I'm sure you do remember that well. As we take a look at the 56, it's Michael Sweeney at the wheel of the 56. Through shot there. Sweeney, another man who's been around these cars for a long time in that 356B Super 90 from 1963.
If I had to pick a favorite for this race, I'd say Cameron Healy in the Cooper.
Yes. Well, why don't you explain what a Cooper is? Because it's basically a Cooper and a Cooper. It's a Porsche and a Cooper.
Yes, it's a Cooper chassis with a Porsche engine. And I don't know if it was, I think Ken Miles raced one of those back in the day. But I'm not sure the history of the one on the pole here, but it's been a winner in this class.
Well, I can tell you that recent history tells you that Cameron Healy won yesterday, actually, in that Cooper Porsche Cooper from 1953, with a best time of 1:43.1. But we don't take too much to look at the times of what they're doing. It's just a case of making sure that they are clean and tidy. And as the Porsche pulls off, now the official car here at Laguna Seca, we are underway. I am delighted to be joined by John Morton for the John Morton Trophy. Doesn't get any better than that when you can bring the original guys in. What was it like back then to come to Laguna and go racing? Was it as exciting as it would seem from the photos and video we saw?
Well, back then, for me anyway, I was living paycheck to paycheck, so it was 2 or 3 paychecks, and I could make a race. And I've always been accessible to me because I've lived in Southern California. But I've had lots of highlights here and a few very low lights.
Well, tell me about Carroll Shelby and working with Ken Miles.
Well, working with Carroll Shelby was, it's funny when years later with all the history, it makes you feel differently about what you did, 50 years ago. And working with Ken Miles was, it was a thrill. And it's more of a thrill now than it was back then because it was just one of the stepping stones is to be involved with the Shelby team. I started out as the janitor and ended up co-driving with Ken Miles, and like 3 years later. So it was, and I thought I was on my way, but you know what? I wasn't.
And it's interesting, being a Brit myself, Ken Miles, of course, originally from Coventry in England, came over, and like many English, all about cars, wanted to get involved, but totally accepted. And that's what I love about American racing is the acceptance of foreigners coming in, and if they can do it, and they can do it right and properly, and more importantly, if they're competitive, there's an admiration, there's an understanding that it's not, oh, well, you're not from here, so you don't count. It's, hey, come on board,
Well, there may have been some of that sentiment with Miles because he'd been here for 15 years or so, and he still had that British accent you could barely understand.
That's not a word he said, yeah. It's that Midlands accent, as we call it, is very, very strong, yes.
Yeah.
Andrew Larson going through shot there in the 191. Another beautiful car. That's a 356A Speedster from 56. Going up against the number 43 of Hiroki Nakamura in the Lotus Elan 26R. So a real variance of different cars out there. But yeah, Ken Miles, and I don't know what you thought of the movie representation of Ford versus Ferrari and Ken Miles' role in that, because they featured quite heavily on his role in that whole thing. And of course, he was on that podium in 1966 when Ford beat Ferrari.
Yeah. That movie did not capture his personality.
In what way?
Aspects of it. Well, the relationship with his child was not like that. And I've got that from his child.
Right, there you go.
And was not hot-headed to the level they had him at.
Right.
He wasn't a hothead.
Yes, they did. They did kind of put him across as that, didn't they?
Yeah. He was largely responsible for a lot of the engineering on that Cobra Coupe, which last night sold for $39 million.
You're kidding me.
Kidding you. I am not kidding. And I watched that thing I drove that car at Goodwood, and I drove it at right here at Monterey. That's number 2300 for Cobra Coupe.
Yeah.
Designed by Peter Brock, who was my driving instructor at Shelby's driving school. And later my employee at Nissan. Datsun.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a second, because obviously the Japanese wave of cars racing here, and Peter Brock, our chief steward today, kind of very much responsible for what happened on the California side, but it was just as strong on the East Coast as well. But the Japanese really can thank the Americans for really putting them on the map, both on the racetrack and the race on Sunday, buy on Monday motive, as it were, because that's really how Japanese cars got established here, right?
It is. And there was a time during these Monterey historic races that they let the Datsun 510, because it won the championship 30 years prior, they let it run, said this is the only Japanese car we're ever going to let run here.
Interesting.
And now they've got a whole category. I mean, they've got the whole race weekend dedicated to Japanese cars.
And wouldn't you agree that it's well past time to celebrate it? And also, I like the idea of celebrating the entire Japanese nation of motorsport and the history, because it's so vast, and only when you come here and see it all together do you realize just what they've contributed.
Yeah, it is. It's incredible. And Japanese drivers, too. I mean, a Japanese driver won the Indianapolis 500 twice, and all of that has to do with the Japanese car industry.
I've spent a lot of time in Japan, currently covering the Super GT Championship as well, and there's a real pride to what they do. They are a modest nation. I've said that before, and they don't shout from the hills what they can and can't do, but they are so dedicated. As talking about Japanese, there is Nakamura-san in the Lotus Elan. And in fact, we actually spoke to him, Hiroki Nakamura, about his Lotus Elan earlier in the weekend. Let's hear from him.
Cars from all over the world here on the grid getting set to go, including this Lotus Elan. Right-hand drive, no less, and it's beautiful crimson red with the number 43. Its driver, Hiroki Nakamura, is here with us this morning. You were telling me it's a little bit colder right now, but that might be favorable going out on track?
Yes, I think so. More power.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about your right-hand drive Elan that you've brought us this weekend.
This is Lotus 26R. I think racing around Elan. It's a very light and like a nimble, really quick.
And right-hand drive, no less, as well. How was that around Laguna Seca? Plenty of left-hand corners as well.
Yeah, I got used to it. It's really fun to drive this car. It's Laguna Seca. It's very technical, but it's really fun to drive because it's a nimble.
You mentioned the lightweight, the hallmark of Lotus's dating all the way back. And it's, I imagine a place like Laguna Seca going down the corkscrew, something like a light car would be particularly fun.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Hiroki, thank you very much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
So then, some interesting insight there as we go back to Cameron Healy in that Cooper Porsche. Pooper, as it's called. It's a pretty little thing and probably a lot of fun to drive. Alongside me is John Morton, who the group is named after, and these are small displacement production cars from 1955 to 1970. Cameron, though, doing a good job.
Cameron's doing a great job. I've known him for several years. He started out as a good driver, but now he's gotten to another level. He's also an incredibly accomplished person, starting a potato chip magnet and and a beer manufacturer. He's quite a guy, and he's done with his success what I wish I could have done with mine.
And of course, we're talking about pretty old cars here, and they have to have the provenance. They have to be correct in terms of their historical and period running. And that's another big part of historic racing, is to have it right. Because just to make the list of over 400 cars here this weekend, a lot don't make that list.
That's true. But the thing about vintage racing, they're supposed to be, the spirit of vintage racing is not to cheat like it is in real racing. You do what you can get away with, and it's easy to get away with that in vintage racing because it isn't carefully policed. But it's a spirit, the spirit of it. There goes a Porsche Abarth. Incredible to see a car like that, but you would not want to cheat with a car because it's too valuable.
Right. Yeah, that was Ransom Webster at the wheel of that Abarth you just mentioned. Yeah. You wanted to talk about one of the Datsuns, yes? The 200 Sports from 1967.
Yeah, the Datsun 2000 is what started my career. I remember when they came out. I didn't like them. I didn't think they were very pretty, a poor copy of an English car. But when I was hired to drive them, they got more and more beautiful.
Yeah, that helps, doesn't it?
We won a lot of races.
Why would you say that, though? Was it not an easy car to drive, or was it just not a pretty car?
I didn't think it was pretty, but it got prettier and prettier, and now I wouldn't even mind having one in my garage.
So how was it dealing with the Japanese? Because obviously they've always been a very insular nation. And in fact, when you go to Japan, you understand why. It's a beautiful place. Yeah. They do speak a very different language to everybody else. And they do have a culture very different than anybody else. Yeah. And that's its pride at the moment.
Yeah. That's true. Fortunately, I didn't have to deal with them. Peter Brock's job was dealing with the Japanese. Enough. I knew what the result was of the dealings, but I didn't have to do it. Yeah, there goes one.
That's the 8.
Yeah.
So as you can see, right in the mix of it all, that number 88. It's like I say, it's not. It does look like a bit of a British.
It does.
A British. Well, but the Japanese went. Well, okay.
Yeah.
The Japanese went, okay, the British weren't reliable. Let's make a reliable British sports car, basically.
That's what they did. And eventually they made the Mazda Miata.
Yes.
Which was really, I think, founded or based on the Lotus Elan.
Yeah, and as we celebrate Japanese motor racing this weekend, and we will be doing that throughout this day. So if you want to learn about some of the great marques from Honda, from Acura, from Toyota, and of course Two Wheels as well, but Datsun and Nissan, all part of that history. But the ethos behind almost all Japanese cars was they took the best of what they saw, and we've just mentioned a few like the MG, and they said, well, how can we create a car that is more reliable, that is more sustainable, and frankly, as a road car, more accessible? And I think, the big gas-guzzling cars of America, this was not only a price point, but I think it resonated because it was racing in the lower, in the lower disciplines, not big Chevrolet V8s, but in their own category. And I think it did attract people to say, well, I can afford one of those, or that's the car I drive to the store, so I can get behind it when I'm seeing it race.
Yeah. I think that's absolutely true. I have the good fortune years and years ago to watch at Riverside the first Formula One Honda tested with Richie Ginther and Ronnie Buckman. And it was a 12-cylinder, horizontally opposed, the engine sat in the chassis crossways. And I thought, this is never going to work. It was a 1500 cc, which was the formula back then. And now Honda is one of the forerunners of every category in racing.
Yeah, and like I said, we're looking at the roots here of what has become effectively a stalwart. I mean, you know, we're going to celebrate IMSA. I've got John Noonan coming in here, and were it not for the Japanese influence and dominance, if you look back into the late 80s and early 90s, Japanese marques have really made their mark over here in the States, and were it not for these early beginnings, perhaps it wouldn't be the same story. 43, and Nakamura, look at him, how much the wheel is moving, and it's something, it's great to see, and our cameraman do a hell of a job, I may add, but you are working that wheel, aren't you?
Yeah, you are. The cars back then didn't have power steering or power brakes, and they were a lot harder to drive than the current cars.
Well, we're watching Group 2, and that is the John Morton Trophy for cars from 1955 to 1970, all small displacement production cars. And I've got the very man that is John Morton alongside me, and I feel very honoured. But that is just part of Rolex. The white flag is out for Cameron Healy as he heads for the penultimate time down to Andre. He's got to be careful here because he's a lot faster than some of the cars in front of him. But if he just navigates the traffic and takes his time, that's another delicate thing about historic racing. You've got to be aware at all times, whether you're behind or in front, just what the other people are doing, because they're in their own race and they may not see you coming. And obviously with these classic cars, not all the mirrors are 100% attached, as it were, or they may rattle a little bit. So you might be stunned by a faster car coming up on you.
Another thing about vintage racing, you're not sure who all the drivers are.
Right.
You're not that familiar with them.
And some have better skills than others. Well, we're coming down to the final lap in a moment, and it looks as though Cameron has totally dominated proceedings here. So Nakamura still second in the 43. We've had plenty of looks at him. Haven't seen too much of the 191 of Larson. In third place, that's Andrew Larson in the 191 in that 356A Speedster from 1956. And Healy making his way out of Rainey and down towards turn 10 on this final lap. So John, what's your weekend look like for the rest of the weekend? What will you be doing?
Well, if it was not this year, I'd wait for Sunday for the main race, but it's over today. And you know, hanging around at the what's left, the selling of cars that cost $39 million. It's out of my ballpark.
I find that just insane as the checkered flag waves for our Group 2 finish. But I'm sure it's also a chance to catch up with old friends. Is there anybody you're trying to find?
Yeah. Sorry?
Are you trying to find any of your old friends? Is there anybody you want to...
I haven't had a chance because I've been stuck here with the Datsuns and the people. I've got a lot of fans, more fans than I dreamed I'd ever have. And I haven't gotten to see my real friends, which are out there in the paddock.
Well, let me ask you this. Are the organizers here at Laguna and Rolex carrying on the spirit that you and many others began?
Well, I love that they do. I mean, I've done vintage racing now for probably 25 years. Well, 20 years. Some overlap with real racing. But, no, it's something you never get over.
No, I can imagine. And each year I come back here, I love to meet and get the
It's a special place at any time of the year. But every August, this extraordinary part of the world changes, from the perfect fairways of Pebble Beach to the exquisite lawns of the Quail to downtown Monterey. They all come together to celebrate Monterey Car Week, the undisputed jewel in the crown of the automotive world. It's 10 days of unmatched luxury, rare debuts and timeless elegance. But real enthusiasts know that the soul of this week isn't found parked on a golf course. It lives on the track, it's loud and breathes fire, and it races wheel to wheel here at the legendary WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. The Rolex Monterey Motorsport reunion, the undisputed star of the week. This is where museum pieces aren't just parked up to be looked at, they're out there on track, fighting for the checkered flag. Well, it always is an action-packed weekend featuring a vast array of classic racers. And historically, the event has always had a featured marque. But what makes it so very special this year is that the Rolex is featuring a country and its racing icons on both 2 wheels and 4. And that country is Japan. Well, I'm pleased to say joining me, as always, is the voice of the Rolex Monterey Motorsport reunion, Johnny Green, and also joining us for the first time this year, keeping across things up at the pre-grid area, Jonathan Grace. So, Jonathan, great to have you on the team. You've had a chance to look around now. What's been catching your eye?
Kev, it's a treat to be here. And in terms of what's catching my eye, I mean, take your pick, anywhere and everywhere. For me, though, the American contingency, the vintage to modern Indy cars on display, some flown in from the IMS Museum, the IROC cars, the Trans Am cars in period correct. It's something near and dear to my heart. It's the 45th anniversary of racing in the IMSA GTP class, and those cars have thoroughly impressed me.
There's a lot to impress, and motorsport, Johnny, well, it's big in Japan, but it's big at Laguna this weekend.
No question about it. I mean, they always celebrate a marque or a particular hero from the sport, but to celebrate a nation is so appropriate for such a modest country. And when you put all the Japanese cars together with the bikes and realize what they've contributed to world motorsport, I'm really excited for them to be honored this way.
Well, quite right too, and that display is behind us on the lawn here. It really is quite something. In fact, there's a lot coming up throughout the course of the day, so let's take a look at it. So we'll be getting underway in just a moment with Group 1. That's the Del Monte Trophy cars from 1950 to 1956, those Pebble Beach road race cars. We then continue with Groups 2, 4 and 5. And then Group 3 will be coming up at 10 a.m. That's the 1955 to 67 SCCA large displacement production cars from the Ken Miles Trophy. 6, 8 and 7 are next in terms of race groups. And at 11:30, well, it's my favourite group, the 1966 to 72 Trans Am racers that make up the Parnelli-Jones Trans Am Trophy. We continue in the afternoon with action on track from midday, but as far as the group races are concerned, it's 1:35 when Group 13 will be out, and that's the Unser Family Cup, which of course is those 1973 to 2006 iconic IROC racing cars, which the fans have flocked here to see. Back to group racing then after the Japanese cars and motorcycles, the supercars and the hypercars and the zingers that sort of sandwich us in the mid-afternoon, because at 3:30 it's Group 10, the Hurley Hailwood Trophy cars, then Group 11, the Tommy Kendall Trophy cars. Then we've got that phenomenal IndyCar exhibition collection of cars that are out on track. Then our final 2 groups of the afternoon are Groups 12 and 9, before the team at Gazoo Racing will be showing us the GT and the GT3 race cars out on track to finish the day here at Laguna. Well, we talked earlier about what an incredible weekend this is, and for the first time ever this year, it brings together 6 former motorcycle racing world champions from a period when, let's face it, the USA ruled the racetracks on 2 wheels. And those champions have already been out and about entertaining the fans earlier this week.
I love the colors.
It's what a great day. It's CHP right here, and you know they're not chasing any of us. It's kind of a different scenario than normal.
Obviously, you've won world championships on 2 wheels. What do you think of these 4-wheel guys?
You know, they are very unique, but there's so many cool cars and stuff. I wish we had about 2 days to come look at all the stuff here.
Enjoying it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't do much in America, so it's kind of nice to see something different. You know, I don't do things with cars very much. I have to do the Goodwood thing once in a while, but yeah, this is different.
And great, obviously, you're multiple world champion. Great to be back here with your buddies who also won world championships.
I don't like any of them guys. I like my son, because he won the world championship, but I don't, these other guys are a pain in the ass.
You know, to represent motorcycles here for the first time is an honor for all of us. And of course, you know, what we have in common and representing the United States, and you know, Kevin and I and Senior, we do Festival of Speed, and so it's really great that we're getting to do events here in America, starting with here, that represent motorcycles.
You know, it just gets bigger and bigger. I think Car Week in Monterey, between the historics, all that's going on at the racetrack, here, the airport, all the different shindigs that are going on. No, I think Gordon's done a great job with this.
A lot of fun getting everyone together. It's not often this happens, so to get all the champions together at one time, pretty fun. Wonderful event, incredible. Yeah, I'm happy to be a part of it.
What do you think of these car guys? Do you think they're as cool as the 2-wheeled boys?
It's a totally different deal. Totally different deal. I tried it when I was done racing. Everybody wanted me to go to cars, and to be honest, it never got my heart beating. And you know, on a motorcycle, you think you're going to die about every 3 seconds. So, you know, it's a different deal. But it's fun to watch the old cars go around. You know, I grew up with that stuff, you know, in Europe. So it's kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, it's cool. Absolutely. You know, like I said, we do events like the Festival of Speed where there's cars and motorcycles and things. And so it's, but of course, motorcycles, the coolest, right? I mean,
Well, getting all of those world champions and all of these cars together in one place for one weekend really does take a whole crew of people. And the crew chief who's in charge of all of that is the president and general manager here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, Mel Harder, who Jonathan caught up with earlier.
Well, Mel, what an event. The 52nd running of this great event with the Rolex sponsorship for the last handful of years, and a really big change and a fun one. For the first time, a nation in Japan is being highlighted as the marque rather than a manufacturer. Talk me behind that decision, because it's been a very welcome one.
Yeah, it's so exciting to see the impact that Japanese motorsports has had, not only around the world, but here in America as well. We just had the MotoGP champions out on track, 6 guys, incredible, 14 world championships, you know, all riding Japanese motorcycles. But you look over the heritage display, cars from Nissan, Subaru, Toyota, Honda, really, really impressive. But most importantly, it's been a lot of fun to add 2 wheels to it as well this year. So a new addition, a new tradition.
It's amazing, too. There's such a healthy grid from American cars, Japanese cars, motorcycles, you name it, they're here. But it's quite a rigorous selection process because you want quality here on the grid as well.
Yeah, so all the cars, that's what's great about this event. They're all authentic, period correct, really curated cars that are out there on the track racing at the limits. It's really impressive that these owners go to that extent to make sure that the cars come out here and that they want to drive them. because they're beautiful. They should really they're showpieces off the track, but the performance on the track is incredible.
I'm amazed by the breadth of cars here, too. Not just motorcycles, not just Japanese cars, but Trans Am cars, IROC cars, Indy cars, both from the last year's 500 winner all the way to a car from 1911 from the first running of the race. That's quite a feat to accomplish.
Yeah, definitely. The selection is incredible, not to mention IROC with Jimmy Johnson, Kurt Busch driving, Bobby Labonte's back, so Scott Pruitt. Incredible selection there. But then you go down through the other classes with Jimmy Jensen Button out there driving. But it's also nice to have, we go back to our history, the Pebble Beach classes here, and as they celebrate their 75th, and we can help them do that as well. So it's really special all the way around. There's something for everyone. New this year, we'll have some hypercars here tomorrow, a very vast selection of those, some of the rarest and finest cars in the world. So it's a great matchup of the old cars, the new cars, and we do have a JDM show out on the lake bed that's quite impressive as well.
I think it's a nice segue before we end here to talk about some of the work that you and the team here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca have done. Since you came in as track president and general manager, you've done a lot of work not only to revitalize the track, but also its impact in the community here in Monterey too.
Yeah, so I'll say one thing. Bonhams is here. Had an auction yesterday or on Thursday. We have events within events. When you think about IROC, when you think about JDM Car Show, and I think that's a wave of the future, but for Laguna Seca. But yes, the community's been super supportive. It's great to be a part of Car Week, but we're active 365 days a year, and really look forward to continuing on with this event.
Well, Mel, it's a feast for the eyes, it's a feast for the ears. Thanks so much for making this a part of our yearly calendar. We can't wait to get to it and let you enjoy it as well.
Yeah, let's finish out with a great day on Saturday, and look forward to it.
Thanks, Mel. Appreciate it.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca, where the sun has come out in California style. As you can see, a packed house here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports reunion for 2026 at the WeatherTech Raceway that is Laguna Seca. And yes, over 400 cars here racing, and it goes all the way back to 1950. Some of these cars, if not before that with some of them, because we've got some old Indy cars that go back to the original 1911 race. Could you believe it? They'll be in action on track. Not racing per se, it's more of a parade, but we've got lots of great historic Indy cars to come. And of course, the big event of the afternoon, it started last year, and that of course is IROC. It was so successful. Ray Everingham put a team together to bring back those cars that were in their heyday one of the best championships America's ever produced, putting the greatest drivers in the world from every discipline and saying, come on, let's see who's really the best. Let's give you all identical cars. And that's what they did. And that tradition has now been brought back. And those heroes, some of the guys that did it in the original days, are part of that. It's all part of Rolex Reunion for 2026, and long may it continue. Well, we're about to get ready to go down to the grid to get amongst the IROC cars, and I think you'll be pleased to hear that the likes of Jimmy Johnson and Zach Brown are all involved. Bobby Labonte, it doesn't get any better than this. And of course, there's luminaries from the broadcast world as we have Ralph Shaheen to tell us more about IROC.
Well, for the second time in history here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion, we have all 7 generations of IROC machines together, ready to battle it out here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And the man that's going to be giving the command to fire up the engines, our good buddy Bill Warner is here. He is the guy who actually helped start vintage car racing here at Laguna Seca, and you're a big part of the IROC show because you actually have a car in the event. Tell me about this machine.
I bought it about 5 years ago. It came out of England. We thought it was a Jackie Eakes car. I brought it over for me in Concord and sent it up to Ray, and he said, "Nah, you don't have the Jackie Eakes car." I said, "Well, I'm kind of disappointed in that." "No, it's better. You got the Nicky Lauda car." So the story was that Nicky Lauda was under contract with Roger Penske to drive this car in the IROC, but he was also under contract to Bernie Ecclestone to run Formula One. Bernie called Roger and says, "I can't have him in that car. If he's injured, I'm out millions." So Nicky got the car, did 3 laps, gave it a clutch job, blew it up, got on his airplane, flew back to Europe, and they knew he was going to do it because he filed a flight plan before the race was over.
And today you got a pretty good shoe behind the wheel as well.
Oh yeah, Patrick Long's great. He's the fastest of Series 2 cars out here. This is a Banjo Matthews chassis, skinned as a Camaro, 350, about 525 horsepower. And I kind of gave up driving a couple of years ago. You get to be my age, 83. I can't even climb in the window.
Well, you look fantastic, and I got a funny feeling this generation Camaro would maybe knock a few years off, huh?
Oh yeah, it makes you feel young. I've driven it a couple of times. Drove it at Lime Rock, drove it at Homestead, but my competition days are over. But I'm still driving.
Well, it's a wonderful car. We look forward to your command coming up in a little bit, Bill. But now let's introduce you to the Grand Marshal for this year's event, Mr. Peter Brock, who's over here chatting with our buddy Patrick Long. I'm going to jump in here just for a second, Peter. Let's. Bill wants you to smile big. Peter Brock, of course, has done so much in the world of motorsports. We're celebrating Japanese heritage here at this year's event at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And BRE, Brock Racing Enterprises, basically made Japanese performance a real thing here in the United States. It is wonderful to have you here with us. Are you having a good time?
I'm having one of the best weekends I've ever had here, and I've been here since 1951, the first race here. I was 14 years old, and I've come every year, and it just gets better and better. So this is just the top of the game.
And it, just about everything you touch throughout your career is here. There's BRE Datsuns everywhere, 63 Corvettes, the split window, which you did when you were just a teenager. And then last night at one of the auctions here in town, one of the 6 Daytona Coupes went for $42 million, and I know you had a lot to do with that. How does that make you feel?
I think that is probably the most satisfying number I've ever seen for a car, and the fact that I designed the car has really made it accepted now, you know, because there was a lot of resistance to it, and to have it finally done and recognized has been so satisfying. It's really, really been fun.
Well, we couldn't have picked a better Grand Marshal for this year's event. The problem for poor Peter now, everybody thinks he got the $42 million.
No,
so everybody's saying, where are you buying drinks and dinner tonight, right?
Right, I wish it had been mine. But I'm so pleased for the people that owned the car in Germany originally, and they did a fabulous job in maintaining it and racing it over there quite a bit. So we got to see it, but it's a car that not many people got to see here in the United States, but it's more famous in Europe than it is here.
Well, just make sure you text me later where to meet you for dinner. All right, let's go to the head of the grid and introduce you to some of the guys who are going to be wheeling these IROC machines here today, the International Race of Champions. We're going to go to the front of the grid. That's where you're going to find your pole sitter, some kid named Johnson, Jimmy. He did 7 times. He was a NASCAR champion, got to the front of the first of the checkered flag for the Daytona 500 as well. And he's over here in this car because it's actually the car that he raced in IROC. Casey Mears leaning in the window here, giving some tips, old 7-time over here. What are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Who you texting?
Just catching up. It's been really busy, and my family is in Kentucky. Our daughters are riding their horses, and looks like they've had a good weekend there so far and taking in some ribbons. So just checking in.
Well, you've been driving all sorts of stuff this weekend. We've seen you in Alfa Romeos, have seen you in an Indy car, and now you got your IROC car on the pole. And this is a car you actually won in, isn't it?
It is. I was fortunate to win at the Brickyard in this car. And through the 3 or 4 years I raced in IROC, I won 1 race. And when Jay was moving on from this project, he let me know the car was still in his inventory. And I've had it sitting in my warehouse for 15 years. And was able to bring it back to life with Ray's help, and here it is.
Of course, because you were off winning all those NASCAR championships, you never got to race here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in anything until IROC came around. You did run IndyCar here once. How much is that helping you get this IROC car around?
It's helpful. This track, has so much history, and there's so many blind corners that every lap around here just helps you get more comfortable and understand where to push. I wasn't sure how to think of it in a low downforce heavy car, but found pace pretty quickly, and it's been fun.
Well, you have a blast out there. Of course, Jimmy was chatting with Casey Mears, another former NASCAR driver, and the two of them, a couple of desert rats. They love to be out in the desert racing off-road stuff. And then we got Kurt Busch next door over here looking for Kurt. Oh, here he is over here. Let's find Kurt over here. Former NASCAR champion. Mid-conversation, I got to jump in here. Hey, buddy, how are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. The car looks fantastic. Is it ready to go?
She's on the front row, and here it is, old school, Jimmy Johnson, Kurt Busch, our little rivalry we've always
Sounds like Richmond.
I love it, right? And then just the whole group that's back again, and everyone's cars, they're getting better with changing out O-rings, changing out things for safety, upgrading the power a little bit. But this place, Laguna, and the whole vibe here is so much fun, so it's good to be back.
You have been on a world tour. You went to Le Mans, brought your cup car over there, the monster car that you won a championship with, and you had a lot of fun over there at the Le Mans Classic. Then I saw you 2 weeks ago at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and now here you are at WeatherTech Raceway going IROC racing. What's next?
I know, I love it. I've raced NASCAR for 30 years. I was very disciplined and ran 40 weeks a year, and didn't know about all these vintage races and all these historic races. So it's fun to have my IROC car and then the car I won Vegas with. That's the one I shipped over to Le Mans and knocking off bucket list tracks. I was doing 204 down the Mousson Straight with my Monster Energy Ganassi car.
And last year, Tommy Dreese just got you here. You got something for the old Trans Am champion, maybe Johnson over there?
It's going to be good. Like last year's battle, Canepa, he jumped up in there. And then what was the coolest part, Patrick Long in one of the old Camaros was pacing with us in the Firebirds. Like, it is such a cool, diverse group of the professionals, the champions, and even the country club guys. So Dreese's quick. That pink one, Johnson, watch out for that one.
All right, we look forward to watching Kurt Busch, former NASCAR champion, is going to be running here in just a little bit. We've got Tony Stewart's car over here. That's going to be Tommy Dreese. I'm not sure where Tommy got off to. We'll see if we can find him in a minute. Trans Am champion. Here's another NASCAR champ over here. Bobby Labonte, how are you, my friend? Good to go. This is a car you actually won the IROC championship with, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's the original car won at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Won the race, beat Tony Stewart. Sorry, bud. And then won the championship that same day. So, yeah, this was awesome to have this car. 01, there was only 11 cars in that race because Earnhardt passed away before that. And I always looked at this car as being his car because he would have been in the black car, because he was always in the black car. So anyway, yeah, this is a special little piece, and, love bringing it out on the racetrack and let it rip.
And you and your brother Terry, one of the very few brother pairings that ever won in IROC, correct?
Yeah, I didn't know that for a long time. I forgot. I remembered, I forgot. I knew he did it, I forgot. So then I looked it up the other night, and I'm like, dang, where's he at, right? So anyway, but yeah, that's cool that he won when he did, and I was able to. I actually ran with him a couple times, or a few times, I guess, maybe a full year in the IROC series, and then he didn't run anymore, and then I got to the point where I ran so bad I wasn't invited back. So yeah. So anyway, yeah. So it's cool to have Terry and myself on the roster of champions in this series.
Not only that, they're NASCAR Cup Series champions as well. You have fun out there today, Bobby. We'll see you a little bit. Here's Tommy Dreese over here, the Trans Am champ. Let's catch up with him, the man that won this event a year ago in the Tony Stewart car. Yeah, this is your own car, right? You own this one.
Yes. Evernham gave me a call, and I couldn't say no. I wasn't allowed to say no, I don't think.
Well, knowing how you are as a racer, I'm sure you've done a couple of tweaks to it since last year.
You know what? We got it 2 weeks before we came here. This great team over here, the Dreese Motorsports team, they took it apart, put it back together, and it's as it drove. And I'm noticing some of the guys are starting to add some stuff to it, and I think Ray's going to start policing this a little closer.
Trans Am champion looking to win another IROC race here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Just proud to be here amongst the greatest of all time, so I'm humbled to be here.
Well, we're glad to have you here. It's a stellar field. We got Scott Borchetta sitting over here, getting ready to go, the man behind Big Machine Label Group. You got Danny Sullivan, the 19.5 Indy 500 winner, is in the field as well. It's going to be a great race, but before we can go racing, we got to wrap up opening ceremonies, so let's take you back there now.
In a minute. And, here at WeatherTech, you never know who you meet. And we've got an impressive guest here today. He's one of the co-founders of Hall & Oates, John Oates, currently living in Nashville, Tennessee, inductee in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and the Songwriters Hall of Fame. John, come on out. Let's go say hi to everybody. Give him a hand. John Oates, everyone. So we all know about your music prowess, and we just We didn't know you were such a car enthusiast. I didn't know that you had raced IMSA previously.
I've loved cars my whole life, and yeah, I raced the amateur SCCA and a little bit of IMSA, and I have so many friends here in the paddock, great friends from way back, and I love racing, and I love car collecting and all that good stuff.
Well, we thank you for coming out. We thank you for participating in this event. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to rise, remove your hats for our national anthem being sung by John Oates.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, thank you, John Oates. We shoot it back up to Ralph Shaheen on the grid.
Some of the drivers, we're here at Scott Pruitt's car as well, but let's take a walk down the grid, and just as we're moments away from going green.
Yeah, and remember, these are the cars they actually raced with. Scott, of course, multi-time Trans Am, Grand Am champion. He ran IROC. This is one of the cars he actually raced and won in, so it's awesome to have him in a Dodge Avenger. And then, of course, we have Patrick Long that we talked about in the Niki Lauda cars. We're going to move up this way. Dario Franchitti, IndyCar champion, Indy 500 winner. Sitting there all ready to go. Dario loves this stuff. You good to go, Dario? Look at him. He's all fired up and ready to go.
See if we can get a word or two from Dario. You look suited and booted, everything but the helmet. How are you feeling?
I'm good. I haven't done any practice laps, so this has been my first time in the car, so a little trepidation, but I did it last year. It was a lot of fun, so looking forward to it.
Well, I suppose that's when it pays to be Dario Franchitti. You're fast in just about anything. You looking forward to this?
I really am. We'll soon find out if I'm fast in it. There's some pretty stiff competition up the front there with Jimmy and Kurt. We'll see. We'll see how it goes, and we'll try and spin it around there as quickly as we can.
Thanks, Dario. Appreciate it. That is the challenge, isn't it, with IROC? It's a who's who. It's not you're not just putting around. You're not doing parade laps. These guys are going to be on it. You put some of the best in the world nose to nose in a capable machine. We're going to get something fun, aren't we?
You are, and you're also going to get some other really interesting guys, like right next to Dario over here driving this yellow car. This is when True Value is one of the sponsors. When Dario was driving this car, it was Crown Royal on the side. But right in here is Scott Borchetta. Get a quick word with Scott. Now, Scott hasn't won any major NASCAR championships or Indy 500s like the guys next door, but you're quite the wheel man, Scott. You ready to give these guys a go?
Oh, yeah. You know, it's so great to be out with my friends who are really my heroes. So hopefully I'll, keep Dario on the track in turn one and not push him too far off. So
These Dodges are the quick ones to have, too. Tell me about the history of your car.
This car has an incredible history. David Pearson drove this car. Mario Andretti, Al Unser, both Al Unsers drove this car, Bobby. And that's the beautiful thing about these IROC cars. They never let a driver drive the same car every week. So you look at the history, and it's so well documented for every driver who drove these cars. There's nothing like it. So, we are truly sitting in the chassis, in the seat of heroes and legends.
It's incredible, and don't be surprised if Scott takes this thing right to the front. Borchetta Bourbon, a big part of what he's doing now. The man behind Big Machine Label Group, he's got it all going on, and he's driving an Al Unser Jr. car. And one final thing I wanted to show you over here real quick before we get back to racing and the start of this thing. Bobby was talking about why he wanted to run this car in black. Look at the number right on the side here. the famous font of the man, the Intimidator, Dale Earnhardt Sr. And Bobby's going to show him what Big E was all about here today.
I think it's fitting on an IROC car, isn't it? But there's more still, too. I know you talked to the fellas at the front of the grid. Kurt was saying it's not the first time Kurt Busch and Jimmy Johnson have shared the front of the grid, isn't it?
No, it's not at all. And let's make our way over here so we can get to our Grand Marshal and the man who's going to fire up the engines so they're ready to go in just a couple of minutes here. What's your favorite part of IROC? Do you like the older Camaros, the RSR Porsches, or maybe some of the Dodges?
So the Porsches actually hold a special place in my heart. Obviously, it was not something that I got to see, but when they were at Riverside, quick anecdote, if you will, my grandfather who got me into racing he ended up sneaking into an IROC race at Riverside. He worked for the Department of Power, snuck in saying he was a journalist. They gave him a press pass and let him in, and so he's got a 35-millimeter photo somewhere of him shaking A.J. Foyt's hand, and I think that's pretty funny. But I'll live vicariously through him today for that.
Well, one of Foyt's cars is here. Remember, there was only 15 of those cars that first year. That first year was really 73 and 74. They ran 3 heat races at Riverside and then a finale at Daytona later at the beginning of 74. 15 cars built. They cost $30,000 a piece. Now I'm sure they're worth just a hair bit more than that. 12 of those cars actually raced. 2 of those are here. The other 3 were used as practice cars and backups in case they had any issues.
No kidding. What about you? Any favorites on the grid?
I kind of like the first generation Camaros. Those are pretty cool too. Some big old American V8s. Like that noise a lot.
Yeah, they sound the part, don't they?
They sure do, and we got a few of those in the field too. There were 4 generations of Camaros. Then, of course, we had the Dodge Avenger, the Dodge Daytona, and the car that ran the most was the Pontiac Firebird. We have some of those in the field too. But what's really interesting is that the chassis stayed the same for the majority of the time. So a lot of those cars were bodied as Camaros, Avengers, Chargers, or Avengers, Daytonas, and even Firebirds. It's crazy.
Incredible. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
That's right. The chassis were good. All right, I'm going to steal your mic.
All right.
We're going to go over here and get this thing underway. We just want to say hello one more time real quickly to our Grand Marshal over here, Mr. Peter Brock, who is standing by with the man who's going to give the command to fire up the engines, Mr. Bill Warner, who started the wonderful Amelia auction. Bill, when you're ready, sir.
Thank you. Gentlemen,
start your engines.
Takes 2.
2 great guys that kick off our IROC race here today.
And with that, we are underway. As you can see, the beautiful sound of IROC bellowing out over the hills of Monterey here at the former Army base, Fort Ward. And yes, this was very special last year when they brought them for the first time, and we weren't sure just how it would go down. It's not the typical historic race, but to be fair, it has a huge place in American racing history, no question about it. Last year, the likes of Kurt Busch, he's back here again. Bill Elliott was here, Jeff Gordon, Bobby Labonte returns again. Mark Martin was here last year. Scott Pruitt is back. Kenny Schrader came last year. Danny Sullivan is also back. Al Unser Jr. was here last year as well. And it was a great event. And in fact, in terms of how it went down, just so you know, Tommy Dreesy won the race in a Pontiac Firebird 2006. Dario Franchitti out there again today was second, and third was Kurt Busch. So add Jimmy Johnson to the mix, why don't you? They thought they were having an easy time of it. And they said, oh, yeah, you guys can go at it again, but we've put a couple more drivers in. And they said, oh, who's that then? And they said, well, there's this kid called Jimmy Johnson. You might know him. So I'm sure that really pleased them to realize that Jimmy was going to be on the grid. We are delighted to have him. It's great to see him here. And in fact, he's already led one of the practices and been one of the top guys in qualified pole with a 134.1, but it was close, and I think it's going to be a good battle between all 3 of them. But if I just mention just a couple more names, Patrick Long's out there, Scott Pruitt, Zach Brown, McLaren CEO is out there as well, Robert Kaufman, who's been in action, Ross Merrill, head of the Friends of Laguna, is also out there. Danny Sullivan, spin and win, doesn't get any better. He is out there too in an old car of his. As you can see, the original names of people like Denny Hulme of New Zealand are on the cars, and then in a smaller writing they've got the name of the driver. And I'll be joined here in the booth by Bill Warner, who just did a very sterling job. He's just getting sat down and getting ready. But it's always a delight. He's been in here and done some commentary before with me. Always a delight to have him alongside. And a great sound. And as these guys roar off, I want to give you the full effect of it, because I've been drowned out by most of the day, because their paddock, if you will, their parking spaces are right by my booth, and I'm right out in the paddock here. And it's a fantastic place to be. The sun's shining now. We've got a packed house of fans right next to the bar, as you'd expect, and the media centre. So I'm in heaven. I've got a media centre to my right, got the bar to the left. Here I am, stuck in the middle. Love it. So we're on track, and we're getting ready to go. And like I said, you've heard from some of them, and I think this could get a little tasty. Tommy Dreese did a great job last year, and I've got a feeling, and of course he owns his own car. He's a collector himself. Made his fortune in advertising in the movie industry in Hollywood, and believe it or not, he is one of the original late night racers down Mulholland, you name it. Tommy Dreese, he's the original. Still racing in Trans Am, of course. Ross Merrill, who I had in the booth here earlier, his son Thomas, racing currently in Trans Am. So it's really a who's who out there today, but we are delighted to have Jimmy Johnson. No question about it. And just a reminder of this, the Unser family, 73 to 2000. And an amazing thing, Al Unser Jr., his dad also involved in this, but little Al was here last year on great form, and it's just great to have these legends as part of the IROC series. But this group is known as the Unser family group because they were such a prominent part of the IROC championship from 73 to 2006. And I'm joined by the man who was just bellowing everybody into action, and that, of course, is Bill Warner. Welcome once again to the booth. What's the atmosphere out there?
It's tight, it's tense. You got some amateurs out there with some real pros, and the instructions are don't hit anybody, don't fall off the road, and I think it's going to be a fun event.
Before we get underway, I've got to put a shout out to Ray and his team, because you know, and I know, and I can say this because it's just you and me here. Racing drivers aren't the easiest to rank, are they?
No, and when you say, hey, this is going to be an exhibition, kind of take it easy, when that green flag drops, you don't think last year I think it was Kurt Busch and Jimmy Johnson really went at it.
Oh, yeah. Kurt Busch, yeah, and Tommy Dreese, yeah. But now they've added Jimmy Johnson, which is crazy. And I can't believe he basically is not an historic figure. He's still racing. He's going to do the 500 next year.
Oh, yeah.
I love it. So how's your event been? This thing goes from strength to strength. We're here 52 years into it. I know you started off as a photographer and a journalist. As a journalist, what do you think of what they've done here?
Well, I'm the wrong one to ask. I'm on the committee here. So.
I know. Well, no, but you know.
It's a challenge every year to come up with new ideas, embracing the new culture, some of the newer cars. So it's always a challenge for it. Boy, there's the start. Let them go.
Here we go then. Green flag racing. We are side by side coming into Andretti. In third place is Tommy Dreese. Now will he get it squeezed through? But it's still side by side after the first corner. Out of Andretti they come. And this is fantastic racing already. And no one's giving an inch. No one's giving a moment of space to each other. Johnson round the outside at 2. Dreese looking for position. So it's Kurt Busch leading from Jimmy Johnson. Dreese 3rd, Labonte up to 4th, Dario Franchitti 5th, Scott Borchetta in 6th place. Could be the dark horse for this one. Scott Pruitt's there, never count him out. Patrick Long's already had wins in Trans Am already this weekend, and he's got 5 races. Zach Brown rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, Patrick's driving my car, so it's kind of a mixed emotion sitting here, hoping that nothing wrong goes wrong.
Tell me about the car.
It's the ex-Niki Lauda car, driven won Michigan with Al Unser, driven by Bobby Allison, Buddy Baker, Vinnie Parsons, Danny Ungaius, Gordon Johncock, Niki Lauda, Clay Regazzoni, and Alan Jones.
And just so people understand, we are looking at a history of IROC. In other words, these cars, so each year they chose a different car to race. Well, not every year, but they chose different cars, different marques. They started off with a Porsche, but I think that got a bit expensive after a while. So they went to a little bit more affordable cars, but just as fun cars as we got into the series. And, of course, the best part about it was they were able to bring people to it that were champions in their own right. James Hunt, for example, did a race. We mentioned Niki Lauda, and then, of course, the best of the Americans, because A.J. Foyt would come. So, too, more modern, the likes of Dario you see out here now. And, of course, that's why we call it the Unser family, is because the Unsers, little Al and his dad, would come and race to much effect, I may add. And they raced each other hard in Indy, and they raced each other hard in IROC, too. And our drone shots coming to you high above from HRC for Honda Racing, so thanks to them. And we're underway, and surprise, surprise, it's the 7-time NASCAR champion, Jimmy Johnson, leading the way from Kurt Busch, Tommy Greasy third, Patrick Long fourth, then Borchetta now up to fifth. He's got ahead of Labonte. So Bill, like we said, lots of different cars out there. You mentioned the one that you own.
Yep.
What else would you like to bring people's attention to? How about that Avenger?
Well,
Robert Cordman.
The first generation cars were, of course, Porsches.
Yes.
Then they went to essentially a Camaro out of Roger Penske, built into a race car. Then Richard Petty went to Roger, said, if we get in a bad accident, we better have a stronger car. So then they went to Banjo Matthews to build a second generation Camaro. Then the third generation Camaro. Then it went to Dodge. And they went to 2 generations of Dodge before they went to Pontiac.
Yeah.
So there's been a little bit of everything in there.
Yeah, and we've got 2 Porsche RSRs out there at the moment from 74. Carlos de Quesada, who owns his, and also Greg Fiskin driving William Chip Connor's car. So no change at the front. It's still Johnson, Busch, and Dreesy, the top 3. Dreesy now holding up, if you will, the rest of the field, who are right there with him.
They're having a really pretty good go at it, if I'd say so myself.
Yep.
You know, on one hand, as an owner, you want to see a close race. On the other hand, as an owner, you don't want to see damage.
So, like I said, you'll see names on the cars of guys that rode or drove the original cars, and so it might be confusing when you see the side of a car with Al Unser Jr. on, because he's not out there this weekend, although he was the pace car driver last year. Good to see him. We've done some Trans Am commentary with him in the past. Just get the feeling, Bill, and you've been here forever, like many of them, but last year with that sort of new concession for 55 years, it just seems a real spring in the step of everybody involved in this historic.
Well, they've done a lot of facility upgrades that have been good for the public. The ease of getting in, the parking, the new bridge.
Yes, big time.
It's a lot of improvements here, repaving the track. They're not scared to spend money to make it right.
Yeah, it was interesting. There was a lot of feedback when they did repave the track. Of course, Indy come here, as do many of the top championships, both 2 and 4 wheels. Look at this racing. Greasy going at it with Johnson.
Long.
Yeah. So Greasy hits the front for a minute, but then loses out back to Johnson. But they are literally, 6 at the front, and then you could count the top 8 and throw a blanket over them as they come out of 11. Somebody going very wide there, luckily gathering it. That was Patrick Long. Yeah. Well, he went long. That's the short of it. Across the line they come. Group 13, the IROC Championship, celebrating this magnificent championship over the years. And again, hats off. I'm sure Roger Penske's tuning in. This was his brainchild. And now Ray Everingham, who's part of it. Look at that little nudge. The Lauda car coming side by side with Scott Pruitt. David Roberts at the wheel of that Pontiac Firebird, the number 2, and then Scott Borchetta in the 2B. So I wasn't quite sure whether that was Scott or not, but I think, yes, it is Borchetta, 2B. So Borchetta's up there, but will it to be or not, I don't know. Great to see Scott Borchetta. Those who don't know him, he is the man who discovered Taylor Swift and many, many other great artists for Big Machine. But has always been a racing fan and an Unser fan, I may add. That's why he drives the Unser cars. I was very lucky to get a look around his collection of cars, and he has a magnificent collection, and he is a purist through and through. Not only does he collect the cars, he races them as well. Involved, has been a Trans Am winner in his time, but he got a big accident a couple of years ago on a race I was commentating on at Road Atlanta, and took some time to recover from that, but it's great that he's got his spirit back and he's back at the wheel. Bruce Canepa making it into the top 10. Franchitti not moving forward just yet. Dario doing a good job last year on the podium, but he's down in 8th position as we come across the line again. And again, Borchetta crossing the line and leading this race. I said dark horse, Bill. Well, Scott Borchetta, I think, has got the bit between his teeth, because he's probably got more reason than anybody else to want to beat these guys, because he just wants to put it in the book.
He's doing great. He's doing just fantastic, and he's with the pros.
Well, he's a great story, to be honest. I've followed Scott. He's done commentary with me in Trans Am before now, and what I love about it is that he's put his money into motor racing heavily, just as Mission Foods have, and the point is, he wasn't a racing driver, and he got lessons, he got professional drivers, he got help, and bit by bit, he just became better and better. And I remember distinctly, during the pandemic, he actually got through 2 or 3 computers, because he did something like 500 hours of practice before the actual race weekend. So we knew he was dedicated, and we knew he was serious about being a racing driver and being a good one. You don't hold off Jimmy Johnson in any form of race unless you know what you're doing, as they come down the corkscrew once again. Kurt Busch in the all purple in 3rd. Greasy just behind him.
Of course, the Pontiacs are the newer of the cars, so that the pressure...
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's hard to really work out the form guide for this, because like you say, you've got the Chevrolets, you've got the Dodge, you've got the Pontiacs, and of course the 2 Porsches. So it's hard to really work out which is the more perfect car to have at Laguna. I'd probably argue the Porsches, because it's so versatile, but...
Well, Gregor Pixkin did a great job in Chip Connor's car yesterday.
Yes.
But you just can't out-horsepower the V8s.
No, and in yesterday's qualifying, Jimmy Johnson was the fastest in that Firebird. In fact, it was Pontiac 1, 2, 3 in the Firebirds, as Kurt Busch took 2nd, Tommy Greasy 3rd, and Bobby Labonte 4th.
Of course, the Pontiacs are going on to Washington, D.C. next week for the street race.
That's right, for the 250,
support
yeah.
the Indy cars, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be good. And, of course, IndyCar coming here at the beginning of September as well. So exciting times, and there's no question that IndyCar is going from strength to strength, and it's good to see a sort of brand new resurgence of IndyCar with the talent that they've got. Scott Dixon changing teams, and a whole bunch of young up-and-coming superstars, and Indy going from strength to strength, and I say here. So then, Borchetta leads. The gap is 2.8 seconds, which is impressive over Jimmy Johnson. Bobby Labonte moves up to 3rd. He's got ahead of Kurt Busch in now 4th place. Tommy Greasy made a mistake. He's dropped down to 5th, and now he's got Patrick Long all over him. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be Tommy Greasy with Patrick Long and Scott Pruitt and Dario Franchitti as the guys I'm racing against. Zach Brown ahead of Danny Sullivan. That'll please him. And Ross Merrill, who, of course, is the president of Friends of Laguna, down in 15th position. Anybody else I should point out? Brian Pritt down in 19th position. Scotty White up in the top 10, just ahead of Zach Brown.
Carlo Descaceta in the other Porsche.
Yes, that's right.
They just don't have the horsepower. You can't make up for that.
Well, they're putting in some pretty good times. During qualifying, 134.1, and they're in the 135s at the moment. So already they're getting close to qualifying pace. But you almost expect that as they get more and more used to getting around the track and more used to the equipment, because obviously they're not racing it every weekend. They tend to go just a little faster, and the sun coming out has helped here on the Monterey Peninsula. Just a great sound.
They're taking some wide lines.
Yeah, they are. Johnson and Borchetta going at it. You know that Scott Borchetta is having the time of his life. against one of the greatest drivers America has ever produced.
There's your pass.
There's your pass. Classic pass into the corkscrew. I always think that's a better pass to make, because if you're trying to make it around the outside against Jimmy Johnson, then you've got to say something. That is not an easy pass to make.
Can't do it.
Can't do it. I love this. Scott Borchetta must be thinking to himself, I just got overtaken by Jimmy Johnson. I think he might pull in and say, I've had enough now.
Yeah, I got overtaken there by Brian Redmond. I felt that was an honor.
I'm going to say, you can take that one to the cleaners too. I know James Redmond is listening right now, so James, if you're listening, great to hear you, and love to Brian. Out comes the flag, green flag waves, and we're still racing, and it ain't over yet. Borchetta, though, leading some of the greats, but Johnson back into the front as Busch goes second now, and Dreesy, who won this race last year, up to third. Bill Warner alongside me, enjoying every moment of this as Tommy Dreesy gets amongst it again. Dreesy, who won this race last year, and this is a car he owns, Bill. Yeah. And that's never easy, because I know Tommy's a hard charger, and he doesn't want to hurt this car. I'll catch our bet. Yeah, it's not often you get to say Danny Sullivan's all the way down in 10th position. But he is.
They're really going at it tooth and nail.
Oh, yeah. It was great to see Jenson Button racing one of his own cars, an Alfa Romeo, earlier today. And the quality of the field here, you couldn't ask for more. For those that know these drivers, it really is a who's who. It's a boy's own day out, really, in many ways. And still, this race continues, and Busch and Johnson are going at it.
Well, they really stretched it out now.
Kurt Busch, what a year he's had. He raced at Le Mans. He's raced all over. We heard Ralph Shaheen talking to him. And, of course, he's had his own personal sadness, as we all have in the motor racing world, as we look back on Kyle Busch and, of course, Alex Zanardi. And Alex Zanardi is being honoured today at the famous corkscrew where he made the pass on Brian Herter. And it just says, grazie, Alex, as it should.
White flag.
White flag is out then, and we are racing to the flag. Johnson, Busch, and Dreesy here in the IROC. We come into Andretti for the final time. This is what we came to see. Jimmy Johnson, 7 times a NASCAR Cup champion. Kurt Busch pushing him almost as they come through too. Plenty of places to overtake here. Even though this circuit is narrow, there's always a possibility of an overtake. You've got to be brave, you've got to get your nose out, and you've got to do it against Jimmy Johnson. I wouldn't want to do it.
Well, if you like this year, wait till the announcement on next year.
Okay, I'll hold you to that. I'm looking forward to hearing that. Less than a lap to go. Tommy Dreesy is waiting to pick up the pieces, but he's a long way back, last year's winner. Scott Borchetta had a good run. He led for much of this race, and he can be pleased with that effort by him. Bobby Labonte in 5th. I wonder if Labontes will get another run at this, because IROC is back, folks. It's back for good. Ray Everingham and his team have put on a show yet again. This is just the 2nd year of them running here at Laguna. We come to the corkscrew for the final time. Kurt Busch looks down towards Rainey Curve. Wayne Rainey is here this weekend. He'll be out on track in an hour. Last chance then for Busch. Johnson's holding him off. Johnson's got his elbows out. Through 10 they come. 1 corner to go here at Laguna Seca. Here comes Kurt Busch. He's trying around the outside. Surely not. Can't do that on Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah,
and Johnson, he's bloody done it. Oh, my word. Here we go to the flag. Johnson versus Busch. It's a photo finish, folks. Just as we planned it. What a script. Bill, did you write that script?
No, but I've never seen anybody pass on the outside like that.
That is unbelievable. Kurt Busch wins the race ahead of Jimmy Johnson. And Tommy Dreesy, who won the race last year, is 3rd. Oh, I love that. That was fun.
Well, it's fun to see that my car finished without a mark on it.
Yeah, more importantly,
I have a personal interest in it.
Your pension is safe. Oh, that was fun. Well, I tell you what, I don't know whether I'll get a chance to tell Mel Harder, but Mel, if you're listening, you got to bring IROC back. It's too good. It's too fun. It's too prominent. And provenance, absolutely, it has every bit of it. Doesn't get any better when the guys that drove the original cars drive them again to glory here at Laguna Seca. That was a doozy.
It was indeed. And we'll be back next year.
Okay,
3-year
that's
program.
the announcement.
No, we have 3-year program. No,
that's
better.
not the announcement.
I'm going to let Mel do the announcement. If you like ground pounders, you'll love next year.
Okay, ground pounders it is. I'll take it. So, what a day. Kurt Busch then wins the race ahead of Jimmy Johnson, but I don't think Jimmy's going to be too upset. Hell, he's doing the 500 again in February. He's got to get tuned in. Well, that was a cracking race, and just what we wanted. I'll just give you the top 10. Kurt Busch, then Jimmy Johnson, Tommy Dreesy third, Bobby Labonte fourth, Scott Borchetta in fifth, Patrick Long in sixth, Dario Franchitti in seventh place, Scott Pruitt eighth, Scotty White in ninth, and Bruce Canepa. Rounding out the top 10, Danny Sullivan. No spin and win. In fact, he didn't finish in the top 10, but it won't matter. Danny Sullivan just loves every chance he gets to drive in IROC. Well, my thanks to Bill Warner for coming in and enjoying this race with me. His car's safe, so he can go home with a smile on his face. We'll take a short break here from the Rolex reunion. Join us after this.
Everybody in? Yeah. The Acura MDX with Acura Watch, a system of advanced driver assist technology. Standard. The features that matter most come built in.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca, high above, and the big tent you see in front of you is the Friends of Laguna tent, and of course we've been talking about that a lot. They are the group that has basically put the future of Laguna and what's to come here for the next 50 plus years. So it is watertight as any business can be in this day and age. So great news, and I'll tell you what has picked up, the wind. And as we sit outside here, I love being out in the paddock, but it's a bit breezy. But still, a lot of fun. And coming up next, we have something special for you too, because we've got some parade laps, and we finally got the motorbikes going to be on track, and I'm really looking forward to that. As a ex-motorbike man, I say ex, still love my motorbike, still do MotoGP now and again. And looking forward to it. You can see in the middle of the paddock is the IROC, almost, if you like, the crown jewel of the weekend. But there are so many. I wonder what the worth is of, well, it's unobtainium, isn't it? Of over 400 historic cars here. Talking of motorcycle racing, you can see right there in the background, right on the hill there, Hayden Hill, 69. They remember the great Nicky Hayden. And I remember my early days of MotoGP, watching Nicky do his business up that famous Ray Hall straight. Still plenty of action to come for the rest of the day. Don't forget, we've got some parade laps. We've got Gazoo also, Toyota, are going to show off some of their latest wares. You'll be interested in seeing that. There's also a supercar and hypercar exhibition. And we've also got a Zinger exhibition. I'm hoping someone will come in with me and talk about that, because the Zinger is relatively new to me. Now, I hear bikes. I see Wayne. That is a three-time world champion, Wayne Rainey. They were so impressed. He lives in the Monterey Hills, just across the road a bit. But Wayne Rainey was one of the gentlemen, along with Kevin Schwantz, Eddie Lawson, Mick Doohan, that when I started my career in TV, those were the big heroes. And basically, Kenny Roberts Sr. started it all off, although there was plenty before him and after, but there was a purple patch with Eddie Lawson, 4 championships. Wayne Rainey, 3 championships. We had 93 where Scott Russell won the World Superbike Championship, and Kevin Schwantz won the MotoGP Championship. Of course, Kevin Schwantz now a MotoGP legend. Now, Wayne Rainey, if you don't know, sadly crashed at Misano during his career, and the bike hit him in the back. I was part of the broadcast that day, and it was a very sad day. Slide to his left, and he lost the use of his legs. But just like Alex Zanardi and many others, that won't stop a man like Wayne Rainey. And here he is, back on one of his top bikes that's been adjusted for his ability. And while he won't be using his legs, he will be definitely using both arms and all his brilliant skill. And of course, Wayne Rainey, if you don't know, a big part of bringing top racing back to America, or American racing, AMA racing. Moto America is now what he runs, and has been for several years. I was part of it for many years, and it's been a huge success and launched the careers of many young riders. I was talking to Kenny Roberts Jr. earlier this morning as we look at senior. But yeah, I was talking to Kenny Roberts Jr. and he was sort of saying, I said, well, why do you think there was so many great riders back then? And he goes, it's not that there aren't great riders, it's just, it's timing. There are great riders in America. It's getting that chance. It's being in the Red Bull Rookies. We've got Joe Roberts right now, who did do the Red Bull Rookies, and he's in Moto 2. But it's getting a break. It's getting on the right bike at the right time. And of course, just like in four wheels, certain manufacturers have purple patches. Yamaha were dominant for so many years. If we look at a Yamaha, are brilliant now at the top of their game in MotoGP. And of course, Ducati have had their purple patch over the last few years. It's, for me, very emotional to see that showy helmet and those colours of Wayne Rainey. The battles that he had in the day with some of the greats. And he was always known as the Prost-like figure. Wayne Rainey was just absolutely metronomic in his approach. He wasn't showy, wasn't a schwanz, didn't rag the heck out of the bike. Wasn't the sort of straight entertainer that Kevin was. But Wayne was mighty. Those two went at it. And I was lucky enough to MC a little conversation with them. They've still got a little bit of fire in their bellies towards each other, but of course they've got huge respect as well. Well, hopefully they'll be getting out there fairly soon. I was just pausing a while as Andy Prill just walked in. Come on down, sir. How are you? I'm good. What have you been doing? Everything.
That's a good question.
Yeah,
running around as usual.
I know, as a trial guy like myself, that you are very delighted to see the bikes here.
I am indeed. It was maybe something to do with me that they came.
Ah, good.
I nailed some of the riders at Goodwood.
Yep.
It's typical of their characters. Freddie was a delight. He said yes within 10 seconds. Schwantz said yes within 25. Kenny Jr. was a little bit circumspect, but Kenny Sr. said, I don't get out of bed for that. Typical Kenny.
Yeah.
But
that's just his way.
Indeed. He's always been the same. Bulldog chewing a wasp.
Oh, yeah. He was. I said, they said, oh, will you do an interview with Kenny once? And I said, will he bite?
Yeah, exactly. Well, the great news is that Wayne Rainey did a fantastic job, persuaded King Kenny and Eddie Lawson to come along. The first time that we've had the 6 American World 500cc champions together since 2008.
It's high time we celebrate
Absolutely. Those guys, I mean, it's easy to underestimate it now, all the hype around MotoGP and everything else. But the two-stroke heroes, that is not an exaggeration. Those guys were absolutely brave of the bravest, driving machines on the ragged edge. Well, look, Wayne paid the ultimate price. He paralysed himself, in the pursuit of another championship. Amazing times and amazing bikes. And it's wonderful to have them here.
And before you came in, I mentioned the fact that it's guys like Rainey and guys like Alex Zanardi who we honour
absolutely
for their not just motor racing accolades, but their life accolades.
Well, I don't know if you noticed that the corkscrew will always be the corkscrew, but if you look up there now on the apron, it says Alex in 20-foot letters.
I've seen it.
And that's a tribute to a great man who made one of the passes that will reign long and hard in motorsport history.
Well, as you're looking at the number 2, that is Wayne Rainey. Before the race got underway, or before they went out, Kev caught up with the great 3-time world champion.
Well, look, this is a really exciting moment because we've got our 6 motorcycle world champions just getting set to ready go out on track, and one of them is with me now. And in fact, Wayne, fair to say, you're the man that's made this all possible. Every one of these riders that I spoke to earlier, I said, who was it in the end who really twisted your arm and said, come on, you've got to come? And they all said it was you. So, I mean, you've put together a great thing this weekend.
Yeah, they're all being nice to me right now because they weren't when I was racing against them. So, yeah, it's really cool that we could all be together. It's the first time in a long time. As a matter of fact, when we were riding and we were going through the corner, and I could see all of them in front of me, and I could see their natural style, that was it for me.
It must have been incredible. I forget which one of the guys I spoke to earlier. I said, what was it like when you're side by side? And listen, hang on a minute, more legends going by. IROC behind us. That's also something. But yeah, I just said to one of them, I forget who it was, whether it was Kevin or somebody, what was it like earlier on yesterday when you went out and you're looking left and right and you're seeing other legends who are pals of yours and you're getting to do it all again? I know it's a little bit of an exhibition, but it must have been fun.
It really was. You know, I didn't know what to expect. We were all just going to ride around together. But, you know, we were supposed to go like 60 miles an hour, and then all of a sudden I see 130 on my... And I said, well, I guess we blew that right away. But, you know, you have to go fast. They were going fast enough that I could see, you know, like I said, their natural style. And they were all together. And it was just like I was having a dream to see that because I remembered immediately. That's the first time I thought about that in over 30 years. So
that's incredible. What a feeling for you, but also what a recreation for the fans, because having the 6th year and having the motorcycles here this weekend, it's brought a lot of fans here. There's a lot of people who were there back in the day watching all of these races, and they've come out again.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of motorcycle fans that remember all of us and what we did. Yeah. You know, we saw it at the autograph line. I couldn't believe how many people was there. So I didn't expect that at this event. I'm told it's 54 years old. This is how long they've been doing it. So, and to have us this first time, I wasn't sure if the bike guys would behave themselves, but so far they've done well.
Yeah, they really have. So we're about set and ready to go. You know, what are you looking forward to at this point in time? Just that feeling, that sensation, just that moment looking left and right?
Yeah, it's the second time. I kind of know what to feel on the track. I did some adjustments to the bike. Okay. I have my teammate Jim Farley here, the Ford CEO. He'll be out there riding with us, so I'm looking forward to that too.
Well, Wayne, it's a pleasure talking to you. I know you got to get ready, so thanks for the conversation as always.
All right.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Wayne Rainey is having a ball out there, and in utter respect for both him and his status, and of course, corner named after him here at Laguna, he leads the troop of... I tell you what, if you're a motorcycle fan and you're tuning in around the world, you have never seen this many greats on track together. It's an incredible field. And I know you've had a little bit to do in terms of trying to cajole them into that, but you've got to be proud because this has never been done.
Honestly, it's a bit emotional. I'll
bet.
Seeing this come together. First time the 6 have been together at a racetrack since 2008. They were at Goodwood, and it's okay for a hill climb, but to see them on a track, and Wayne, who's paralysed, riding a motorcycle, absolutely incredible. These guys were ultimate rivals, and it's great to see that they're friendly and they've settled their differences, and they're here today at Laguna Seca. Amazing.
Well, like you say, King Kenny doesn't get out of bed to just wobble around a track, but he's doing it today, and he wants to get his knee down, and we spoke to him earlier in the weekend.
Well, how about this then? For the first time at the Rolex ever, we now have motorcycle world champions, and we've got 6 of them here this year. And Kenny Roberts Sr. with me now. Kenny, firstly, thanks for coming along. This has been sort of bubbling under now for about 6 months or more, hasn't it?
Yes, and I'm here. But 6 months ago, I said, I'm not doing that. Yeah. But here I am.
But here you are. And who was it who twisted your arm? How did we get you here?
It took a lot, and Wayne finally called me and said, look, you got to come because it'll be the last time we're going to be on the racetrack probably together, riding. And they put it all together. I said, oh, okay. I broke down and broke off my vacation to come here.
Well, I can tell there's a lot of people that are happy that you did break off your vacation. Can you see the other side of this camera, by the way? We're about 4 or 5 deep right now. there's more iPhones and phones pointed at us than I think I've ever had. But you've bought the crowds, Kenny, but like you say, Wayne said there, it's the last time we'll all be together on the track. It's going to be a special moment at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. It's going to be quite something, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I didn't really realize it because I don't pay attention to most of the stuff. And it's like, all the world champions will be there. It's like, I know them all. It's no big deal to me. So, no, it's really interesting to see this whole thing. To be honest, I had no idea.
Well, the thing is, the Rolex has been going for so many years now. I've worked on the last 4 or 5. It's the first time we've had two-wheeled motorsport here. It's the first time we've had motorcycles. And I think it's a massive thing. People have loved it.
I hope so. It's a pain in the butt. So, the people used to come here and they still talk about it, the motorcycle racing. Because I would not let anybody race until the last 5 laps.
Right.
So that's why we're doing wheelies and show off, and the people loved it.
Yeah, they did. And fond memories of racing in America as well. Laguna here, one of the tracks that you were able to come back and do it in front of home fans.
I couldn't race in front of my home fans, so if I didn't come here, the only time they would have saw me race when I was world championship was Daytona. So this was it.
What else has caught your eye this weekend while you're here? Obviously, we stood next to a couple of your bikes here. Phenomenal machinery. All of this Japanese heritage display is excellent. But anything else caught your eye that you've really sort of enjoyed seeing, or what you're looking forward to going and seeing?
No. It's all a maze. Of course, I like to watch the old cars race, and I did a little bit of car stuff, so it's cool.
And a lot of the fans here as well, like you said, kind of you came back and raced here in front of home fans. There'll be people in amongst this crowd, the other side of that camera, who probably saw you do it back in the day. They're probably reeling out a few stories that even you'd forgotten.
Yes, and funny, they're all old. I don't know why. Problem living this long, I guess.
Experienced is what they are. All right, well, listen, Kenny, looking forward to it a little bit later on. Then what's going to happen? Just going to enjoy it, wave to the crowd, or are you going to get your knee down?
I'm going to try to get my knee down today. Yesterday we rode around with Wayne, and today he said, okay, you do a couple laps with me, and then you can go. So it'll be a little better today.
Kenny, thanks for talking to us, man. It's really, really exciting, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. But thanks for talking to us.
I'm not comfortable unless my knee is on the ground. I wasn't comfortable yesterday, so maybe today I will be. Thank you.
There you go. You heard it here first. Get set for it.
Well, I'll say one thing. He's not comfortable. I'm not comfortable talking to Kenny Robertson. He scares the hell out of me. He says bejeebers out of me, but he's a lovely guy, really. He just likes to growl.
One of the last of the greats. When you look at that TZ750 two-stroke flat tracker, a back brake.
Oh.
Someone asked me yesterday, how did he slow down? I said, you shut the throttle and waited. He was the last of the greats who raced flat track in the AMA in North America, and then up sticks, went to Europe. If you've never seen it, the On Any Sunday 2 video where he has a broken back at Spa, and he has to push start the motorcycle with a broken back, starts sort of like loses 40 seconds and came fourth at the end.
Wow.
Those guys were absolute heroes. And he's a forthright guy, but they're also modest. Honestly, the achievements are incredible.
Well, just looking at Fast Freddie, Freddie Spencer, the only man from Shreveport, Louisiana. He was the youngest rider to win a Grand Prix until some guy called Marque usurped him. But he still remains the only guy to win both 250 and 500cc championships in the same year, which is just, I don't know, I mean, you just couldn't do that today.
It will never, ever be broken, that record.
Kevin Schwantz only won one world championship back in 1993, but they retired his number. Such was the love of the style of racing that the young Texan brought to the world championship in his day, and he remains an absolute legend. That helmet he wears is sold still to this day, and I see young riders, doffing their cap to Kevin Schwantz.
It's easy to underestimate Kevin. I know Kevin quite well. At the 1988 British Motorcycle Grand Prix at Donington Park, I was riding for Aprilia, and I gave him a TX250, and he still got it.
Wow.
He still rides it. And he's a very interesting guy, Kevin, because he managed to win a championship against all odds. Suzuki at that point was a relatively underdeveloped, underfunded bike, but he kept in there, kept slogging away, and came away with a championship against Honda and Yamaha and Eddie Kajiva. Unbelievable achievement.
Yeah.
Should have won more championships, in all honesty.
Yes, I agree. Couldn't agree more. And I know Kevin because I live in Austin as he does. I know that he does a lot of these sorts of races around the world. He goes to Australia, he goes to Goodwood. And I think it's made more special, and I thank you for this, but they're finally getting a chance to show off here in the United States. And I mentioned up on the hill a tribute to, of course, the late, great Nicky Hayden. But just think about who we could have had here in terms of how strong. Colin Edwards, Cameron Bobier, Josh Hayes, Ben Bostrom. I just mentioned Nicky Hayden, Ben Spees, Doug Chandler. I mean, you know what I'm talking about.
I do indeed.
We the Americans have absolutely punched not way above their weight, but the percentage of great racing two-wheel racing guys.
Imagine the commitment back in the 70s to up sticks from a very, America has an amazing racing scene, but it tends to be quite introverted.
Yep.
And imagine this is a guy who looks out, says, I want the world championship, and gets the backing, goes out there and travels the world and wins it. It's pretty impressive. Much easier now.
Yeah.
The way travel is and everything else.
Yeah.
It's easy to underestimate what these guys did and what they sacrificed to realize their dreams.
Well, we've mentioned Fast Freddie from Shreveport, Louisiana, multiple world champion in here this weekend and earlier in the weekend. Kev Harris spoke to Freddie Spencer.
Well, the sun is coming out here at the Rolex, and the fans are continuing to pack the aisles, not least to catch up with this man, Freddie Spencer. Freddie, we've had to fight through a lot of fans to get a chat with you. Seems the 6 of you world champions being here this weekend, it's been quite the draw.
Yeah, I think it's surprised everyone, because this event's been going on for quite a few years. The first time they've invited motorcycles. Yes. And so it's really great in the response from the fans, and you can see in the autograph sessions and things, and just having the bikes. And I really appreciate Dave Crusoe bringing this 3-cylinder, which is a bike that I've ridden in Europe a few times, and he bought it, and it's over here, and so it runs good. So they get to hear what a two-stroke sounds like.
Yeah, that's awesome. And you went out on the track yesterday. You're going out a little bit later on. How was it looking left and right and seeing the guys that you're riding with?
Oh, well, it's always a treat. Like I said, we get together over the last probably 12 years or so, 3 or 4 times where we're all together.
Yeah.
And then, like, I do classic events in Europe, and I've had Junior, he's been there. I've ridden with Kevin.
Yeah.
And so, it's in Christian Saran and all the European riders. So what's great is that these collectors have gotten these bikes that were privateer bikes, not our factory bikes, but privateer bikes, and kept them up and kept them going. Yeah. And it's opened it up to a whole new generation that loves the sound of two-strokes and, get to hear what a 500 sound like.
And your first time at the Rolex, as you said there, this is the first time we've had bikes here. I've done this now 5 years or so. First time we've seen bikes. But what do you make of the event so far? You just said you enjoy the Festival of Speed at Goodwood in the UK. But hey, this is not bad on the West Coast. It's similar, right?
Absolutely, and it's great. It's great to see American events like this, and especially that they open it up to bikes and things. Because in Europe, we do the Festival of Speed with cars and bikes and everything together up the hill, and you have Formula One cars and you have Grand Prix bikes, and like the collection hall, which the collection hall sent over, a couple of the bikes, that's here, Honda collection hall, and so it's great to see it, and hopefully we'll see more of it, because there's other events that are coming to America in a couple of years, and I look forward to being enjoyed with it. It's great for the fans to be able to see something that brings back such great memories, but it's also opening up to a new generation.
Yeah, no, it really has, and there's certainly an appetite for it in this part of the world. What's interesting this year as well is obviously the featured marque is a country, Japanese motorsport heritage, and that's why we got Yamaha, Suzuki, Honda, those names here as well. But incredible engineers to work with. What was it like working with the Japanese when you're like feeding back to those guys when you get off the track?
Yeah, in those days when I started with Honda, it was when HRC started. Yeah. I was there the first year, won their first race, won their first world championship, and the engineers that I worked with went on to become the project managers and built bikes like motorcycles, RC30s, you know, and CBR 600 and all these bikes. And so racing, that technology filtered down into those bikes, and it changed everything, you know, and it provided the safety aspect as well as performance, but just the friendliness and forgiveness of the bikes all came through racing. And so it's really a pleasure for me to be a part of that first with Honda.
Yeah, it's phenomenal, great thing. Right, so listen, 2 o'clock or just after, you're out on track. It's a little bit of a demonstration, but are we going to see a bit of, a bit of action? You're going to get the knee down, you're going to start having a look left and right?
Yeah, well, I was kidding with Junior yesterday because he's riding this 750. And so we after a couple laps, we kind of ran together and took off. And so I was kidding with him. I said, my tires are scrubbed in now. You know, because I've known Kenny Jr. since he was a little kid, you know. And he loved it, you know, him and I riding together and stuff. So we hopefully put on a good show for the fans and something that you enjoy.
Well, I'm sure we will. Thanks for talking to us. Enjoy that, Freddie Spencer, Wild Legend. Thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
The great Freddie Spencer, doesn't get much better, and always good to hear him talk. Now we've got something special for you. How about this? We've got some real classic cars out there, including what you're looking at right now, one of the Honda-powered dominant Williams cars from the turbo era, of course, associated. In fact, this is kind of where I got into Formula One in a big-time way with the likes of Nelson Piquet and, of course, Nigel Mansell. Growing up, watching Nigel Mansell race his number 5 Cannon Williams was always a thrill. Behind that, the number 10 of Alex Palou, who won not only the 500, but also a race here in 2022. So current 500 winner, but Alex not here today, but the car is. Andy Prill still alongside me. This is special, isn't it? Japanese Motorsports Exhibition.
Yeah, very special. It's amazing to think that what came out of post-war Japan, a fledgling industry. It's quite interesting. Subaru purchased a 356 from Porsche in 1954, and it's no accident that their rally cars were all flat fours.
Yes.
They copied, innovated, and improved, and made the best of what they could do at the time. And you think about it, mid-50s, within 25 years, they had a Le Mans winner.
Yeah,
it's pretty spectacular.
Well, it's amazing. And I think it was Richie Ginter that won it for them. But when Honda won their first ever Grand Prix, it was what, 65?
Yep. And I mean, the two big pioneering companies, Honda and Suzuki, with their motorcycles. Honda with 4 strokes, Suzuki with 2 strokes. I don't know if you heard it earlier. The 250cc Honda 6, unbelievable. Probably the loudest engine here this weekend, and it's 250cc's with pistons the size of cotton reels. Just incredible.
Well, you know, I've got John Noonan coming up to the booth later, but when I look at this Nissan that's so dominated with Jeff Brabham and many others, but what they achieved in IMSA back in the late 80s, early 90s, it was powerhouse stuff, wasn't it?
It's remarkable, and it was the absolute cutting edge. Take no prisoners. Yeah. Toyota, Nissan going at it, hammer and tong, all about power, development, and you know, America was a big market. No car manufacturer can ignore America, and like Porsche did, you know, they recognized that fact. They invested massively in the theory that you win on Sunday, sell on Monday.
Yep. No question about it. And hats off to our cameraman. I just see one of them up there at the top of the hill. You're doing a hell of a job, boys. Keep it up, and you're entertaining these folks, and I can assure you it is being appreciated. I know it's windy up there, and you're being thrown around a bit, as we're still behind the safety car here in this parade lap, as we should be, because we are not racing in this one by any means. But we've got so many great featured cars out here. Honda have brought the S800 RSC. You've also got a Baja 1969. I've mentioned the Williams Honda. You've got, for Toyota, you've got the Dome 85C, the Celica IMSA GTO, and the Eagle Mark III Toyota from 1992. We've got panels out there. And, of course, Mazda. Let's not forget Mazda. That 787B. The Screamer, as I call it.
Absolutely.
With the charged colours.
Absolutely. What a partnership. Dan Gurney, American Eagle.
Yep.
Partnered with Toyota developed some amazing, iconic motor cars, won many, many championships. Incredible, really, when you think about it.
Yeah, no question. And like I said, it's not until you really focus in on what Japan has brought to the table, because they are an understated group of racers compared to other countries, let's say, but it's astonishing what they've achieved.
It is astonishing. It's easy to underestimate as well. You know, Japan's a long way away. They have an amazing domestic series where a lot of this stuff gets developed and ideas come out, but they weren't scared to come into the world and the outer world and compete at the absolute utmost level and win. Toyota again this year at Le Mans.
Yeah.
Very clever. Shook it up. At Le Mans, you cannot win now unless you can go flat from minute one to minute end. Any mistake. And they rolled the dice in the first session and changed their tyre strategy. They got out of sequence, and it didn't pay off until the 24th hour, and they won it. You've got to take your hat off.
Yeah, gone are the days where you could, relax a little bit back down the Mulsanne straight maybe, or maybe take a break as your other drivers did the work. But here, you've got the hot shoes of motor racing full stop, and they are 9/10. It's a sprint race, a lot of these guys, for 45 to an hour and a half sessions.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's no prisoners taken.
I mean, we haven't even mentioned rally yet.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've got some great Subarus here. We've got a Travis Pastrana Subaru. We've got Colin McRae.
Yep.
A Kenny Block, of course, from the Hooligan days. And then Datsun totally dominated the sedan world here in the USA. And I had Peter Brock in here earlier where we were talking about the Bob Sharp group.
I was in it.
Well, that's right. You were. How was it? What were you driving?
Porsche 911.
Oh.
So I must admit, I underestimated those Datsuns. Incredible things. 240 horsepower from 1800cc. They weigh nothing. They corner like they're on rails. It was a little bit of a surprise. Finished midfield, which was okay, respectable. But, yeah.
I'm going to say, if I was in a Porsche, I'd fancy my chances, but...
I did.
Well, it was interesting listening to Peter talk about how he got his ideas originally from the Germans. And sort of looked at their sort of boxy cars, but all the right lines, all the stubby back end, but the nose, the curled nose, and that became the go. And talk about how successful.
Brock's another legend. I had lunch with him. What a pleasure. What a guy. This is a guy who penned the Daytona Cobra, worked with Carroll Shelby, developing the Cobra, and then decided to branch out. But what better thing? Get onto the fledgling Japanese race market in the US and bring them championships. Absolutely incredible guy, incredible achievements. Easy to underestimate.
Yes.
What I didn't realize until this weekend was just how much of an impact that SCCA AB Sedan Championship had.
Yeah.
Just
massive.
Unbelievable. The people that came up that talked about, my father, the first race I saw when I was a kid, and they're very, very passionate about that.
Well, we talked obviously about Paul Newman and how he gave a sort of notoriety to that level of car because of who he was, and even though he tried to stay understated, you couldn't miss him. He even went under the PL Newman name rather than his own Paul Newman name, but won 4 SCCA titles in his time and was very well respected. But what I said to Peter Brock and talking of Bob Sharp is what they did for the Japanese, because as you well know, the Japanese don't and haven't traveled well over the years, and I think that's been to their detriment. It's such a different culture. It's different now, that has changed, but 30, 40 years ago, the Japanese weren't heavily involved in international motorsport.
No, they weren't, and the thing is, you've got to be a bit careful with the Japanese, because I had experience with Honda back in 79, 80. You can't, there's a lot of honour.
Yes.
And Peter Brock tells a wonderful story. After the dominant 510 era, they came with the 240Z.
Yes.
And the first race engines just blew up when they revved them over.
Which is the last thing the Japanese want.
And Peter couldn't understand because he wasn't getting any answers from Japan. He would send faxes off saying, you need to do this, you need to do that. Silence, nothing. Because he wasn't honouring the Japanese culture. It was apparently, I don't know, this is what I've heard, that they had an intern who had Japanese heritage. And he overheard a conversation one day where they were getting frustrated. What's going on? We've broken all these crankshafts and they aren't answering us. And he said, let me have a go. Kind of wrote the fax. They sent it to Japan. 3 days later, the crates turned up. harmonic vibration dampers. Crankshafts went in 8,000 RPM. The rest is history. And they had to do the first part of the season with the old 510 because of the delays with the break in the engines, and then they introduced it to 240 and they win. But it was all about how you communicate. You can't tell us we're doing something wrong.
No.
Yeah, just.
No, there's a product. Yeah, I've raced and worked in Japan many a time, and yes, there is a protocol to do it, and there's a way of getting the Japanese to see it your way. You might have heard of a guy. Is that guy still working there? Because there's a guy in England called Adrian Newey who's also trying to sort out from vibration problems himself with a Japanese company.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they've had a bit of a torrid time.
That's rude. Honda, I love you.
Me too. Yeah, look, you know, that Formula One has now gone to a level which no one can, technically, to a level that many people aren't even on the same page. Yeah, unobtainium. What's going to happen now? I think Adrian is getting a grip of it. They've got these upgrades. They made a few mistakes. He you know, you can't blame the guy. He's packaged that car so tightly. There's some compromises this year. Watch out next year, I'd say. I wouldn't count against them.
Now, the car you're looking at on track is the legendary Mazda 787B Group C race car driven by Johnny Herbert.
Gasho.
Yeah, Bertrand Gasho and Volker Vidla. But the real thing about that car was the sound it made.
I was there.
I was there too.
I was on the pit wall for 24 hours.
And I was just after the Dunlop Bridge.
Yeah, well, it was the only car in the dead of night that you could hear for the whole lap.
Yeah.
And we ended up giving a schoolboy, I can't remember how much we paid him, but one of the people from the team had their family there, and we paid this kid, like 14 years old. We got him a pass. He came out on the pit wall, and he had a stopwatch on that, so we could hold our ears more, even with our ear defenders on. Because believe me, after 24 hours, that thing wore you down.
Yeah,
it was an amazing place to be at the time.
I was a kid in the crowd, like I said, by the Dunlop Bridge, and we were judging when we would next see the cars come round by whenever we could hear the Mazda going through Daytona.
Yeah, it's incredible.
And oh, they're coming.
Yeah. I can remember coming off the pit wall and trying to grab an hour's kit. And literally couldn't, because you could just hear every gear change. When it wasn't in traffic, you just hear it coming around. Oh my God, it's that thing again.
And of course, again, Mazda. I mean, no company like Mazda in terms of their rotary engines and being more innovative than anybody.
You have to take your hat off, don't you? A relative minnow compared to the giants of Toyota and Honda at the time.
Yes.
Massive perseverance. Developed an engine they had so much faith in, and came away with an amazing, perhaps one of the most important Le Mans victories, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say. And when you look at that Miata we just saw, also invented one of the great cars that is still, to this day, bulletproof.
But that's a good example, isn't it? They looked at a recipe that arguably MG created with the midget.
Yep.
You know, and they perfected it, and the rest is history. You know, incredible.
Well, it's been a joy to have you in here, Andy. I hope you've enjoyed the weekend. Can you top this?
I'd like to say yes.
All right.
It won't stop us trying. You know, we're rebuilding. Friends of Laguna Seca are very well established now. We've met our 5-year objectives in 2.5 years. Watch this space. It's only going to get better. Thank you very much indeed.
You're listening to Andy Prill, who's been giving us a thrill of talking us through the bikes and that fantastic exhibition of Japanese cars. And of course, it is the Japanese motorsport legacy that we are honouring this weekend here at the Rolex reunion. We'll take a short break. More action to come. We haven't finished yet. We haven't started. Join us after this. Welcome back to Laguna Seca, where we're about to get another great exhibition. And alongside me from 10, that's the Exotics Network, is Connor. Welcome. And before we get Connor, I'm going to bring in Kev, because this is something pretty special. So let's head down to Kev Harris for the latest from the Supercar exhibition.
Well, how about this? We just had a first here at the Rolex, which was 6 motorcycle world champions going out, and now something also of a first. There's about 40 hyper and supercars roll out. Bugattis, Lamborghinis, Aston Martins, De Tomasos. It's quite incredible. The total value of all these cars, I couldn't shudder to guess. They are quite remarkable, the likes of which we've never seen at the Rolex before. Part of a rally then that's taken place, a road to car week, if you will, covering cross country to get here. And when you get up close to the likes of a Gordon Murray Automotive T50 and take a look at the back end of it, it's just phenomenal. Not the kind of cars that would ever be your daily driver. As we see, an Escort Mark 1 modified heavily by the guys at Borum Motorworks heading out in the mix. That thing kicks out, I forget how many horsepower, I was chatting to the guys earlier, but phenomenal. So really quite something. I don't know what Johnny Green would think about it as they continue to come. Like I said, some of these cars absolutely priceless. In total value, I've got no idea. And could you pick a favourite? Could you pick a favourite as a Bugatti Veyron rolls by, followed by a Corvette that looks like it's just come from outer space? Really quite remarkable, and like I say, nothing like we've ever seen at the Rolex before. A heavily modified Mustang GTD just rolling down the front straightaway here at Laguna Seca. All privately owned. They're going to be doing a bit of an exhibition lap, but you can bet your bottom dollar that when the owners of, listen to that, when the owners of these cars get themselves on this front straightaway, might be the first and only time some of these private owners will have been on a track like this in this situation, so they're going to start to get the hammer down. So Johnny, when you're commentating this one as a massive, massive 6-wheeler of an AMG, I mean a Mercedes G-Wagon with a Lamborghini chasing it down, and then a Ford GT Mark IV, I think, going that way. Just phenomenal. I've never seen anything like this, the Rolex, before. And when you were glancing that way, you look at all the fans that this has brought in. Just nuts. This is a heavily modified off-road Porsche, jacked up, has just roared up here, making its way under the Mission Motorsport Bridge. He had it sideways out of the pits. Johnny, I think we'll go back to you because I want to get myself near that pit, near that wall over there and see what it's like when they all come by in a moment or two. How about that? Hypercars here at the Rolex like we've never seen before.
You're like a kid in a candy store, big man. I love it. You enjoy yourselves. It is a thrill. It's just great being out in the paddock, too. I've finally done it. I finally got the commentary box out to join you guys, and I'm enjoying every minute of it. You said they're from outer space. Well, they're certainly made of unobtainium, because I am never going to obtain one of these because they are well out of my range. Now, I'm delighted to welcome, I almost tried to introduce him, but Connor Medrano is here with me from 10, which is the Exotics Network. And so, tell me about 10, first of all. Tell me about how this came together to come to the Rolex.
Hey, how we doing?
Good.
My name is Connor. Obviously, I'm with 10, like I was introduced. So, the Exotics Network started out as just some friends hanging out who shared passion for cars, and we realized that we need to share passion with the community. So anytime there was an event, we brought people together. They loved being there, and we decided to bring it into our own, host more, and now we're doing the biggest thing in the world. We're at Monterey Car Week. We're here at Laguna Seca, and it's just unreal what we have pulled off in such a short amount of time.
Because I've been hearing about 10, obviously, living in Austin, so I've obviously,
okay.
I keep hearing, 10 are doing this, 10 are doing that, and I'm like, who are these guys? And of course, your guys have also been on our radio show in Austin, so yeah, it's certainly starting to make its name, that's for
Thank
sure.
you so much, yeah.
But tell me what we've got out there, what interests you, and what is your sort of, if you like, what is your precursor to who gets to be in this? Or is it bring what you got?
It's so hard to pick and choose because it is Monterey Car Week. You see all of these unicorns that, might sit in a garage for its entire life.
That's a good way of describing them, unicorns. They are.
of course. So what we truly pride ourselves on is bringing people out of offline and into, reality to share things with each other, experience the technology in person, and create friends out of this. So it's just unbelievable what we have on track. 100 plus hypercars. We have everything from McLaren to Gordon Murray to Bugatti. We have the Ferrari F80, the new flagship car. We have old Zondas made by Pagani himself back when the carbon fiber was still handmade in the autoclave that he got working for Lamborghini. So it's a truly historical track with truly, truly historical vehicles, and we're so happy to share the love of automotive history with the community.
Well, if you just heard a loud bang, that's because it's getting rather windy here at Laguna Seca, and our umbrellas, which are nicely keeping the sun off our heads, have just sort of blown over. But thankfully, this lovely crowd and this community of racers have stepped up and saved my butt, as they say, and have secured my commentary booth for at least the next few minutes. But how about this? Down the main straight at Laguna Seca, I wouldn't even want to guess what worth is out there, because it's priceless. It really is. Some of these cars are, well, they're not one-offs, but they're not far off, are they?
There's a few one-offs out there. If it's not a one-off color, there are one-off models for sure.
Sure.
I'd easily say it's in excess of $1 billion.
Yeah, I would agree. Anything that you would like to point out to our audience, because obviously they're flashing by and it's hard to keep up.
Yes.
But is there any particular cars or things that people who are aficionados or just interested in the future and these exotic cars that you would point out?
Of course. We have a few special ones. We have the second lead vehicle, which is a Sesto Elemento. Last year, originally, that was the only one in America. The owner sold it to an American client, and then he decided he wanted it so bad, he brought another one. So now we have two in America. Wonderful. Just looking at the screen, we have all types of people joining us. We have Shmi from across the pond in that yellow Corvette, good friend of ours online. I just, it's so hard to pick. I want to give a shout out to Share the Enzo. They're raising money for cancer charity research. And so if you donate to him, you can sign his Enzo in Sharpie. He does not care.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
Well, some might argue that this isn't the spirit of historic racing to see almost future cars in many cases. But I disagree. I think you've got to show what is different, what is the future, and what comes from the past and into the future, because every car you see out here has got a hint, a mark, a design touch that has been learned from the cars from the 50s, from the 40s, and so on and so forth. I mean, go back to the Del Monte Trophy, our first race this morning, and there were specials, i.e. they were cars that were probably made in Europe, but then specialized and turned into something different, like a Parkinson Special or a Manning Street Special, whatever. And these are very much in that vein, in that they have, design touches and ways of putting things together in terms of making them exotic. And there's a lot of work and a lot of brilliance coming into this.
Of course. And, that's why I think people love Gordon Murray so much. The T50 was his design, and he told people that this is what he wanted to design. He thinks that this is the modern, most technologically advanced version, that if they could make that the F1, they made it in modern time. So we have the T50. We have the Gordon Murray Le Mans. We have lots of future historic modern hypercars, a lot of future classics out on the track. F40 LM. That's a car that has really made its name even with younger enthusiasts. It's great to see that they're getting more into the classic racing.
Yeah, no question. Gordon Murray, in fact, I don't think he's here this weekend, but he's been here in the past, and I think he's based here, actually, a lot of the time. But, of course, former McLaren guy, and certainly designed a fair few very good Formula One cars, and then got into the exotics and started designing his own cars. It's similar to what Adrian Newey has done in the past. I bet they're hating going so slow.
Yeah. Some of these, they're not made to go slow, so it might be a bit of a bumpy ride, but it's just unbelievable looking at all these cars.
I'm not sure, but isn't there one of these exotics that's actually got the track lap record here?
Quite possibly.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. And I think it's like a top speed of 250 or something. Not here, but
something nuts. Yeah.
But yeah, something ridiculous like that. And the power to weight ratio, unbelievable. They make them very light, very powerful, and
check that out. Number 1 plates.
Oh, what is it?
It's a Mercedes 6x6.
So of course it is.
They had
Why didn't I recognize an AMG car when I saw one?
They had the G-Wagon converted into a truck, and they've only made so many, but it's a $1 million Mercedes truck.
That's amazing. Yeah, that is special. I don't know what I'd do if I saw one of those on the road.
I don't know how you would drive one of those on the road.
Yeah.
So big.
Certainly wouldn't drive it in England very far.
No. We spent some time over there, and we realized all the cars are small.
So you're listening to Connor Medrano, who is with the Exotics, or 10. Obviously, the Exotics Network is the acronym, and so 10 is the acronym. But how did you get involved?
How did I get involved? I've loved cars my entire life, and it's a good story. So apparently the founder used to do similar things to what I did, but I would go to every car show I could. I would drive hours and hours in my free time. I saved all my money to spend it on gas and spend it on food or sleep in my car so I could go see things. And one day I snuck into one of the 10 events in the early days. I recorded everything I saw. They asked me not to do that. I said, that's fine. I published it all online, as one does, and
so you were trouble. Is
what
you're saying.
Yeah. It did well though. It got them a lot of attention, and they decided, don't make stuff for yourself anymore. Make it for us. So since then, I've been leading all the social accounts and doing a lot of the PR stuff. So
don't ask, don't get. I think is the story to that line. And I'll tell you what, if you're listening in, that is the spirit of motor racing. Is that just because it hasn't been done doesn't mean it can't be done. And just because you weren't invited doesn't mean you're not welcome. You just got to get to know people, and you got to tell them what you want to do.
Yeah.
It's funny how people sometimes just go, oh, okay, well, maybe you should do that then. Too much fun. And so what's the plan? You're building a community bit by bit.
Yes.
What's the next expansion? I mean, you're at the biggest event in the world now for historic. So
oh, yeah.
That's a benchmark.
It's a bit unreal. We got to ground ourselves sometimes, but as for what's next, we're not really sure. We try to bet ourselves as a brand every day. If we have the plans to be one of the biggest thing in the automotive community in the future, we want to try to protect the space. We don't want to be corporate about it. So as for being a 10 member, there's no fees as for membership. We're not trying to directly sell anything. So we really just want to take it place by place and host events for the community and really show the world these cars that only exist online.
And are there any rules about being a member of the group, as it were?
There's no rules. You own an exotic. What we want is you get your first car and you hit up the Exotics Network and you see who else owns cars and you make friends that way.
Well, I've got a Toyota Tacoma truck, 2000. I mean, it's not exotic, but the smells that me and my Labrador can put in it are quite exotic. Do I count?
I think you do.
Okay.
I have a Toyota RAV4, and I've got pretty far. So
you see?
Yeah. Right now they're stopping for a photo moment on the corkscrew,
which is fantastic.
Yeah, it's great.
And look, the crowd's suddenly realizing that this is their opportunity to get the photograph. What a wonderful moment.
Unbelievable. The 911 GT1, it looks so good.
Doesn't it?
So good. I think he's going to drive it on the street. I know that F1 GTR that takes the street sometimes. It's been converted by Lanzante.
So they are gathered on the corkscrew, and in a moment you can see them still coming up the hill here. So what a wonderful sight, and it will make one heck of a photo. You've got to be pleased with this. This is all you could have asked for.
Yeah, I have a new wallpaper for my phone.
There you go, exactly.
That's why we did this.
Hell, I'd do my whole bedroom in the ceiling with this.
Yeah, girls will love that. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I met my girlfriend, I had a Bugatti Veyron poster above my wall. Good thing her favorite car is a McLaren P1. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We made a great couple.
Yes, no kidding.
Yeah.
And just again to remind you, grazie Alex. You see the letters there at the corkscrew, and that is of course a tribute to the late great Alex Zanardi, and probably his most famous pass over Brian Herter, and it's known as the pass, was in Indy here where he won the championship and went on the inside and over the sand trap effectively, or over the gravel, and overtook Herter by surprise. And it was a very, well, let's face it, ballsy move. Typical of Zanardi, but a true gentleman and somebody that everybody in the sport of motorsport respects. And it's a sad loss to lose Alex. Of course, went on to lose his legs in that Lashens Ring crash. But that didn't stop him. In fact, it actually pushed him to go further and faster. Went back into touring cars, successful in that. Then went into wheelchair racing, did the Olympics, won in that.
Wow.
Massive inspiration. And Alex Zanardi, as we have a chance finally to pay our respects to him. If you have the program, you can see a nice article about Zanardi and what it meant to him. One of his quotes was, "I never forgot that before I was a driver, I was a race fan. I was just very, very lucky in my life to be able to turn this into a passion and a profession." And he did it brilliantly. We miss him, we do. I got lucky enough to interview him at Macau one year when he was racing in touring cars. And just a true gentleman. What a sight. That AMG now is at the back. I guess doesn't get pole position for this photo, but they're tightening them all up and covering the whole entire corkscrew. 108 feet, 5 stories in all. What did he say?
He said parking it on a racetrack.
Parking on a racetrack. Yes, this is quite a juxtaposition.
Yeah. You know, it's going to make for a great photo, though.
Now, while we await for their photo and get them sort of sorted out, James Barkley is the debut, and he is head of the hyper program for McLaren. And our man Kev caught up with him.
Oh, we have Alex on the line? Oh.
Well, McLaren have brought an absolute treat alongside the cars that we were expecting to see. A late arrival, but a very welcome late arrival, was this, the MCL-HY. I'm with James Barkley. You're not only the team principal here for McLaren Endurance Racing and the Hypercar program, but you're the executive director as well for McLaren Endurance Racing. Tell us a little bit about what we're looking at, you know, a few months or maybe a bit of a year before we actually see it compete on track in the World Endurance Championship.
Well, thank you. Firstly, it's great to be here, you know, at Monterey and here at Laguna Seca. But yeah, it's a very special time for us. We actually showed the car for the first time here on North American soil, and this is our McLaren MCL-HY. It's our all-new contender for the World Endurance Championship, and of course for Le Mans 24 Hours. This is one of our test cars. We have 2 cars at the moment, and we thought, what better way to kind of show it to the US audience to bring it here. And we're very busy in our development schedule for next year, but we had this little window, and we said, why not come here and show it to the world? And yeah, this is the new ultimate generation of hypercar, the top category to win outright in both, of course, the World Endurance Championship Le Mans, but of course IMSA as well. And it's a really exciting time. 9 manufacturers competing, you know, in hypercar, in WEC. You see many in IMSA as well, and it's a golden era for our sports. And for McLaren, we have an iconic kind of, if you like, founder who Bruce wanted to race at Le Mans. He never realized that in a car with his own name. Of course, he won in '66, but that we want to kind of honor Bruce, right? And that's why we're coming back. McLaren belongs in sports car racing, endurance racing. The Can-Am next to us is just a great example of the legacy that we have in our sports, in sports car racing. So there's all the good reasons why we want to be here, but also to be in this golden era, right? We want to be racing some of the world's best manufacturers at the pinnacle of the category. You've never had so many manufacturers competing, right? And we couldn't miss that.
Well, we're very, very glad you're here. I'm going to continue to feast my eyes, and I'll let you get back to it, but thanks very much for bringing this down.
No, it's a real honor. Thank you very much. And yeah, we're looking forward to competing next year, and hopefully have many of your fans supporting and following us. Thank you.
Can't wait to have you.
Thanks a lot.
And of course, McLaren go from strength to strength, and it's great to have the CEO of McLaren here, Zach Brown, who is taking part in 4 of the races this weekend, and to much success. And I asked him earlier, he has a huge collection of cars and continues to collect race cars, and I asked him, he's doing 4 different cars, and all of the cars he's racing, he owns. And so, talk about gathering and bringing your own disposal to the racetrack. He's not a hired gun. He brings his own cars. I love it. What a display. And Connor, I think this is going to be a footnote, a fantastic moment for your tribe or community, as it were. But to be at Rolex, it doesn't get much better than that. So as you can see, they are pulling off into the pit lane as the hypercar, supercar display comes to an end, but pretty darn impressive. Over 40 plus and $1 billion, we reckon, or close to, according to Connor. And yep, I think they've made a mark for themselves. And if you are here at the race weekend, come and have a look at these super hyper cars. They are absolutely stunning, and you won't see anything like it for sure. Connor, pretty happy with what you saw?
I'm extremely happy. Week. So I think we did it big.
Yeah, go big or go home is the same where I live in Texas.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
We thought we bit off way more than we can chew this year, and I'd say we're pretty happy with how things panned out.
So they'll park themselves back into the paddock, and we've got more group racing. Now, you may have seen one of the legends of motorcycle racing out about half an hour ago, and of course one of them was the famous 34. They retired his number. He was so emblematic of race fans' love of the sport and his exuberance of bringing the sport to them, and that, of course, is the famous 34, Kevin Schwantz. Kevin, our Kev, talked to him earlier in the day.
Well, just catching up with another former world champion here, 1993 motorcycle world champion, Kevin Schwantz. Kevin, great to see you. Thanks for coming out. How are you enjoying the weekend so far?
You know, it's been good. Yesterday we had sunshine most of the day. The ride we did around 4 o'clock went really well. We had probably 4, 5, 6 laps. Lots of fun getting out on the bikes. Not really pushing the limit, but yeah, it's good to feel a 2-stroke pull and have it wheelie and listen to the other bikes as well.
Yeah, and you're riding alongside five other legends. I mean, we've never had motorcycles at the Rolex before. Not only this year we've got motorcycles, we've got the 6 of you guys. This is quite something. And, you know, when did you first hear about this, and who twisted your arm to get involved?
Well, I think we all have to blame Mel Harder for this.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. He was, you know, I'm going to call on some friendships. I really need you guys to help me out with this. But, you know, it's so good being here. We don't all really like each other that much, but we'll tolerate each other over a weekend, and we'll put on a brave face and talk good about each other and seem like what's fun. But yeah, to be here, I've never been here for the Rolex or the Quail. I've never been to the Quail. Never been to any of it. To experience it is a real eye-opener, that's for sure.
It really is, and this year, obviously, the featured marque is a country, Japanese motorsport, so Honda, Yamaha, Mazda, Toyota, all of this. We've never had that before, but it's brought the fans out, and I think you guys, the motorcycle fans, you know, it's brought them out.
Yeah, we just did some autographs, and I kept looking, I was like, I didn't notice any motorcycle people here yesterday, but obviously there's some people around, and yeah, to be part of that Japanese culture, to have worked with them and not understand them at all the entire time I worked for them, and now that I sit back and watch and pay more attention, I have that much more admiration for them.
Incredible engineers.
Oh, unbelievable, and the work ethic they've got, you know, until it's done, we're not going to stop.
So looking ahead to just after 2 o'clock when you're going to be out on track, it's going to be quite a moment. It's a sort of exhibition ride, but it's going to be a little close, you know, side-by-side racing there. You might get your knee down.
Yeah, I didn't yesterday, but, you know, we got the tires warmed up yesterday, or the new worn off the tires yesterday. You know, maybe so. We'll have to see.
Anything else here at the Rolex caught your eye? Like you said, you'd never been here before. Obviously, great display of motorcycles here, which you know and love. What else are you looking at, or what else has made you go, oh my word, they're awesome?
Yeah, I mean, all the Japanese stuff for sure. Yeah. But a little bit of Americano here too with the IROC series. I can't wait to see that race later today.
Yeah, well, the IROC is going out just before you. They're a huge crowd pleaser as well. That's going to be great. Well, listen, Kevin, thank you for talking to us. Enjoy the rest of your day, and let's see what happens on track.
Kevin, thank you.
Yep, I've had the privilege of going fishing with Kevin Schwantz over the years. Had a bit of barbecuing here and there. But they say you shouldn't meet your legends, but not in the case of Kevin Schwantz. Absolutely. And I know my good friend Rob Herman would say the same about Wayne Rainey too. And he was out and about with him last night. So we're getting our thrills too. That's what it's all about here at the Rolex reunion. Now, Jonathan Grace is down in the pit lane getting the latest. Jonathan, what have you got for us now?
It's been dubbed the King of Laguna, but I think it's a bit of a royal house, or better, a full flush. They've got 9 zingers. This is the largest gathering of zingers to date. They're all going to do a demonstration for some of the fans in attendance, and you can see the fans absolutely lining the pre-grid area here. Every color under the sun you can imagine. The beautiful blue with the carbon sticking out, the kind of lime Skittles grade. Absolutely love it. What a spectacle to see. It's not just historic race cars, but also some of the new and greatest, the best of the best, cutting edge of technology here on display.
That's good. Yeah, sorry about that.
And we got another parade on track at the moment. And it is the Zingers doing their bit. We've had a bit of a change of the weather here at Laguna because we've lost. Well, we haven't lost. We've lost the mist. We've got the sun, but there's also the wind that has come with it. I said that the mist will get blown off by the Monterey winds, and those are also affecting our outside booth at the moment. So apologize if I'm starting a little bit, but hey-ho, those are the vagaries of live TV, and I love it. Out here in the paddock, couldn't be better than sitting in a dingy box. Much nicer to be out with the crowd and enjoying this festival of colour and noise in its finest. This one of the oldest historic events in the world, and of course it's a huge event now. And this Zinger display started a couple of years ago. These are all Zingers that are out here, made in California. And that's another part of this, is we've been talking about the history of Huffaker and, of course, Parkinson's specials, you name it, all prepared back in the day here in California. Well, the Zinger is another American marvel that has come out of the California sunshine. And it's great to have them on track. Like we say, this is obviously more for the historics, but it's also nice to see where the future lies, and also to see where we go from a 1911 exhibition Indy car that actually raced in the first ever 500. You haven't seen that car yet, but you will, all the way to these cars here. And I think that if I were bringing a son or a daughter here to enjoy and get part of the motor racing scene, I'd want them to see this and want them to see the entirety of what was the past and what is the future, and how these cars have come out of the past and have taken the best in their minds of what has been before and then brought it out to the track. And again, like the cars before, these are not unobtainium, but not far off. All hand assembled in LA. High performance automotive design from ground up. And that's, if you like, the best part of these cars, is that they are with a blank sheet of paper to start with. There are 3 cars in the world that have the same company develop the engine, designed and assembled the chassis, and then wrote the software. And that is basically the DNA of the Zinger 21C. And they are absolutely stunning. The design philosophy that refuses to accept the constraints of traditional automotive engineering. They just said, right, what are we going to do? We've got a blank piece of paper. What would we like to do? It's called biologic, effectively. Engineering asks what component you would like if your only condition was solving the engineering problem as efficiently as possible. So basically, it's a blank sheet. What would you like to see on the car? And these cars specifically inspired by the SR-71 Blackbird military jet, and the idea of the cockpit in the center of the car as the seating arrangement. And if you get a close-up look at these cars, they do look like fighter jets. So, yes, definitely the inspiration there. And there is something. I've sat in a center car. There is a very different a very different outlook from a car when you are in the center of it. It immediately feels much different than a normal car because of being in the center position. And it's much more like being on a simulator in terms of your peripheral view and so on. And so that's part of the DNA here. But these 21C engines, 750 brake horsepower, twin turbocharged 2.88-litre flat plane V8, and the most dense homologation V8 in the world, revving at 11,000 RPM. The core aspect of the 21C is the driving experience. 2 electric motors supplement the gas engine with an additional 500 horsepower, and that results in a combined output of 1,250 horsepower. So you're getting up to Formula One level there. We've got a 50-50 split now between hybrid and combustion in Formula One right now. And the 21C, zinger, 0 to 60 in just 1.9 seconds. And top speed of 250 miles per hour. And growing up, I used to play trump cards, and it was always, what car do I have? The Bugatti Veyron. Oh, okay, well, I have the Lamborghini, this, that, the other. And we'd always, whoever had the highest horsepower or the highest top speed would be the winner of that particular round. And this is just literally a real version of those trump cars in many ways. The 21C also has performance capabilities that extend beyond the straight line speed, though. High downforce variant is equipped with aggressive aerodynamics package that produces 3,300 pounds of downforce at 150 miles an hour. And the result, a production car track records at circuits places like Laguna here, 122.3, and the Circuit of the Americas is a 210.7. That is moving at either of those circuits. More so, I would have said, at the Circuit of the Americas with that long straight between 11 and 12 there. But to do a 122.3 around Laguna Seca, no mean feat. And it's a testament that some of the most progressive cars in America are still being made here in America. So what started off in the early 50s after World War II as a bunch of interested garagistas, as Ferrari used to call the British, but similar here in California, tinkering away with their car specials and making them faster. It's still going strong today, and you can see it here in these zingers. So under the WeatherTech bridge they come, down the Rainey curve. It's great to see Wayne Rainey in action. You could tell how much he was enjoying racing his old race bike, specially modified for him. And it's got to be bittersweet for Wayne Rainey. What a career he had. And sort of two sides to his life, if you like. Life after racing and his disability, but he turned it into a positive. Now running Moto America, and so good to see him. I jokingly said to him one year, what's it like having a corner named after you? He said, well, it was great until they told me I had to sweep it up every morning. Which is Wayne Rainey's humour to a T. Now, you may have watched the IROC race, and sadly, Dario Franchitti wasn't on the podium this weekend, but he was still very much a part of it, and as always, enjoying every minute of it. The IndyCar legend that is Dario Franchitti caught up with our man Kev earlier in the weekend.
Well, continue to catch up with the IROC drivers who are racing here this weekend. And one man who I normally only ever speak to up on the pre-grid, where it's noisy and he's in a car, he's actually got a relaxed moment, Dario. Quite chill here so far.
It's lovely, isn't it? Lovely weather. Yeah, nice morning. Had my coffee, ready to go.
But you just told me something. You're going out racing in the IROC car once again, and you haven't actually had a chance to go in it yet this weekend.
No, it's been a busy week. Showed up Tuesday night, and then Wednesday, Thursday, we were doing press stuff with Gordon Murray with the new S1.
Nice.
Yesterday we were at Quail, so I didn't get a chance to get in it, but Scotty Borchetta shook it down and qualified it for me yesterday. So yeah, I'll get a feeling for it in the warm-up lap, and we'll see what it's got.
I spoke to Jimmy Johnson earlier. He's obviously going well. He's gone quick. Bobby Labonte's going quick. You got Kurt Busch. I mean, you've not been in the car, but you could be up there chasing for a podium.
We'll see what happens. You know, Jimmy's got the bit between his teeth here.
Yes.
He's ready to go. And I saw him last night. We caught up last night, and he was quite excited by his pole position. So he missed the drivers' meeting, though, so I suggested to Ray that he starts at the back.
He should do. If we're following the regulations, he should do, right? But look, IROC came to the Rolex for the first time last year, and it created something of a roadblock of fans up at that driver's briefing. It couldn't not come back. It really struck a chord with the fans, didn't it?
I think it did. But I think for us as well, it's just fun. It's so much fun. I mean, to race with my buddies here, you know, and it's put on a show. None of us taking it too seriously, even Jimmy. Kurt, I don't know, Kurt seems a bit intense about it today, but we're just having fun, and it's just a win-win.
And the series, when it was running for all those years, it was a series, it was a fun series, but it was a series that everyone was excited and flattered to be asked to be part of, but then it was something that everyone really wanted to win as well, because it was about the best of the best.
You know, it was. I never did it because I always felt it was NASCAR cars and NASCAR tracks, and I was like, as an IndyCar guy, I want to have a level playing field, so I never did it. But, you know, life moves on, and now it's just about fun and just about having all that fun. So I kind of regret not doing it, because I think, you know, I think even in my time, I would have got to race against guys like Dale Earnhardt and that sort of stuff. So, you know, you live and learn with life, and I wish I'd done it just to race against some of these guys and some of these legends of other parts of the sport.
You've only got to look at the names on the cars that are up there to realise the legends it was. And I kind of wonder, because I said to Ray, it'd be great if it came back, and he said, well, we'd love it to come back. I mean, I kind of wonder, what cars would we choose? What tracks would we choose? How would we get that level playing field? I don't know.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? I'm not sure how you would do it, but I think it's a great idea, and there's probably smarter minds than me can come up with it.
Dario, thanks for talking to us. Enjoy the autographs and enjoy the weekend.
Thank you. Take care.
What I've always loved about Dario Franchitti, and I've door-stopped him at a 500 before now when he was competing in it, he's always got time for the media. He just seems to understand the job, and even though he is a superstar, he's always had a lot of grace. We've been talking about Alex Zanardi and what a great gentleman he was in the world of motorsport. Well, I put Dario up there as well because Dario Franchitti is a very graceful racing driver and a very successful one too. Sadly, his career came to an early end after an accident in Houston at the street race there, but he's managed to get back into motorsport and loves to do events like this and get involved with IROC. Just a super guy. So we're watching the supercar demonstration laps going through here of the Zinger, made in LA, California. It's been a funny day for weather. We started off with a lot of mist. If you didn't join us early this morning, it took a while to blow off, almost till midday, and so it was quite tough on the early groups because they just couldn't get temperature into tyres. It was a real struggle, to be honest. It's much better now, and the temperature has risen, but not dramatically. It was much warmer here yesterday, and we've got a strong breeze, as I mentioned, and it's affecting both the cars and the organisers here at the moment, but it's still a beautiful day, and I have to say, as I am in the paddock, I can attest to the fact there is a huge crowd here of onlookers, and of all ages, I may add, too. It's been a joy to be down here in the paddock and enjoy it with the fans, as it should be. I know Jay Leno, who of course runs his Jay Leno's Garage from LA, is a big Zinger fan, and he's been to this event and many other historic events over the years. So a shout out to Jay for flying the American flag and exposing these and many other cars like it. Saw a great interview with him and Mark Rouse of Cadillac talking about, or GM, talking about the Formula One car, the Cadillac, and boy, there's a lot going on there. Fascinating story, and one that will continue. A new boss coming to the Cadillac Formula One team just this week as Graham Loudon steps down. Bit of a big news story, that. But GM and Cadillac are back in Formula One. Ford are at the top of their game. A hypercar, and of course McLaren doing what they're doing, and likewise bringing in and coming into the hypercar world of WEC. WEC coming to America in just a few weeks' time. They'll be at the Circuit of the Americas for the latest round, which of course has been affected, like a lot of motorsport, by the war in the Middle East and having to cancel events that were due to be taking place in the Middle East. And so it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy season for Formula One and for WEC and for many other series. And so hats off to all the organisers to try to organise it where they can still race, but do it safely and change and make arrangements to change. We're now going in Formula One to, of course, Malaysia instead of Bahrain. And yeah, it's great that tracks are willing to step in and do that. Imola did it during the pandemic, and yeah. So a quiet procession of the Zingers as they've got their chance, the green flag waving. And again, hats off to our cameraman, going very well in the wind there. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. And just to look ahead to what we've got coming up, I mentioned that IndyCar exhibition. We'll see that in action soon. We've also got the Hurley Haywood Trophy coming up, and the Tommy Kendall Trophy coming up. That's groups 10 and 11. But throughout the day, we've been mentioning the head of Ford, the CEO of Ford Motor Company, and that, of course, Jim Farley. And we caught up with him earlier because he had a great experience. He had a chance to get on a motorcycle. Here's Jim.
Well, I was lucky enough to chat to this man a couple of years ago for the first time, I think, here at Laguna. But obviously, we weren't talking when I first met you, Jim, about motorcycles. This is the first time I've chatted to you at a racetrack. You're in race leathers, you're about to go out on a bike, and you're looking forward to it.
I am. This is going to be so much fun, being on the track with Wayne Rainey and Rainey Corner, and seeing his driving style, you know, with everything he's gone through is very emotional for any American.
Yeah, I can well imagine. And bringing the bikes here at the Rolex for the first time ever in its history has created quite a stir. There's a lot of fans of Wayne and Kevin and all the guys who've come out to see it.
Well, we did the ride over to Quail, and of course, Kenny jumped right in front of the CHP officer and blew through all the traffic. Yeah, bike guys are bike guys, man. He wanted to be the first down the hill no matter what kind of race it was.
You're a racer through and through, so 2 wheels or 4, you just love it, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, competition is great. It makes our products better. It makes friendships. I saw Steve Soper here. You know, it's a global thing. But all my people are race people because we all want the same thing. We want to win.
Yeah, and the Ford Racing booth up there is looking pretty good. Congratulations on the Nürburgring, obviously. The 6 minutes, 40 seconds, .835 is on the car. Looks pretty good. You must be proud about that.
I am. I'm really proud that people are driving their GTDs. You know, they're not just at the racetrack. They're not in a collection. People are actually driving. I look inside of every GTD to see, is there a phone charger? People have a coffee cup?
All right, so look, you're about set and ready to go. What are you really looking forward to about this moment? You're riding alongside 6 former motorcycle world champions. You know, what are you going to take away from this when you know, I don't know, when you get home this evening?
For me, it's celebrating American motorsports and being on the track and seeing people's riding styles. What you don't see on TV is how Kevin or Kenny ride the bike is physically different. I think I'll take away just the skill and the uniqueness of each of the riding styles.
Well, listen, Jim, it's always a pleasure. Thanks for talking to us, and enjoy the rest of your day.
You got it. Thank you guys for everything you do.
Pleasure.
Jim Farley there, talks the talk, CEO, of course, of Ford Motor Company, and carrying on the legend that Henry Ford started all those years ago, back with the Model T, and it goes from strength to strength. Well, it's a beautiful day here out on the peninsula, here just south of San Francisco and San Jose. It's a great place to gather, and it has been the fulcrum of motor racing here in California for many years. Of course, Sears Point and Sonoma, also very storied in its history. And Riverside, Willowbrook, every circuit here in the States, and probably more to come in the future, given the robust number of communities that follow and cover car racing and just car enthusiasts, full stop. Now, the next group is coming up, and that means that our man, gracefully, and that, of course, is Jonathan Grace, is down there, ready for it. Jonathan, what have you got?
This has been something I've been waiting for all day. 45-year anniversary of racing for the IMSA GTP class. You can see the sticker right here on the Gurney Eagle. This incredible 1991 Toyota Eagle Mark III. These Eagles was the most dominant American prototype ever built. It's incredible. We'll get to see Charles Nierberg drive it in just a moment. Let's take a little walk around the grid and see if we can catch Charles just quickly. Charles, as you're putting your helmet on, I wonder if I could grab you for a moment.
Yeah.
We were just reminiscing and waxing lyrical about these Eagles. What's it like to drive?
You know, it is what it was. I mean, it's an incredibly powerful a lot of downforce. To really make it go quick, you got to really keep it running, keep the downforce going. As you know, it was a dominant car in the period. It's just a fantastic car to drive. Every time you don't get to run these cars a lot. Every time I get it back in it, I have to recalibrate myself on how much downforce it makes and how fast you can carry through the corners. And the best thing about this car was, before I bought it, I got a hold of the Gurneys and I said, if I buy this car, I don't want it to be a show car piece. Will you help me with some running information? They said, we would love for you to have the car, love to see it out on the track. And building that relationship with the Gurney family, and it's just been, as much fun as having the car. So.
Well, it's a lot of fun for us as well. You mentioned the dominance, won 14 of 23 races it entered, I believe. It's absolutely incredible. Appreciate your time.
Yeah,
best of luck.
This car won Sebring overall twice and the IMSA championship. So
not an easy thing to do.
No expectation for this car.
Well, you've got one of the best jobs. We'll let you get to it. Thanks, Charles. We'll work our way down now. The NTP 90 just behind us, one of the really heroes of the IMSA GTP era. An absolutely incredible car. It looks great in the Nissan factory colors. See if we can scoot down here.
He unfortunately won't be able to hear you.
No problem at all. It's hard to hear with the helmets on, but we will watch and admire as well. This car, the NPT 90, racing in the 1990 season. Tristan Nunez just behind, strapped aboard his number 202. This is the Mazda 767B. A screaming over 600 horsepower, four-rotor Wankel engine. We're standing near the dangerous end of this car, but this has been one of the most popular cars in the super iconic Mazda livery. Anywhere you look, anyone that's a fan of Mazda Motorsports knows this car. The legendary predecessor to the 787B, of course, the overall Le Mans champion in 1990. This car, the 1989 edition, the 767B. Tristan Nunez, no stranger to driving plenty of modern prototypes, open-wheel racing as well, and now getting to have a bit of a treat as well. Zach Brown strapped into his silk-cut Jag. We'll see if we can have a brief moment with him. Zach, can we steal you for just a moment to talk shop about the Jag as you get a little sip of water here? You've been a busy man this weekend, and the garage is full. We won't tell.
It's been a very busy weekend, but it's been a fun weekend. Great to get these cars out. Monterey always, Laguna is one of the best tracks in the world. So this is a fantastic event, and good to see a good crowd out here.
It's great to see as well, head of major automotive, companies, you and Jim Farley, both spent a lot of time behind the wheel. I know you've spent a lot of time in the silk-cut Jag as well. What is this like to drive? We've been comparing notes driver to driver.
It's hard work. How they used to do this for 24 hours is beyond me, but it's a lot of fun. It's a beautiful race car and what I grew up watching, so it's a privilege to be able to drive it.
Thank you very much, Zach. McLaren CEO Zach Brown, also co-owner of United Autosports, who was running this incredible TWR Jag. Another really, really incredible car. Screaming V12 engine in the back of that as well. Just everywhere you look, it's a feast for the eyes, it's a feast for the ears. The IMSA GTP car is on full display, and fittingly so, I think, for a 45-year anniversary. Johnny, we'll send it back to you for now, but I'm going to keep just licking windows here and admiring all these cars. I feel like a kid in a candy shop out here.
I'll bet you do. And by the way, jump in any time you like, because we're always welcome to get down to the paddock, get down to the nitty-gritty. I love the position you're in. It's a role I've played, and I just love getting amongst it and getting to the drivers before they go out. And just as you've been on camera, look who I found.
Hey.
Kev Harris.
I was just down there doing a little interview with the guys from McMurtry, looking at the spilling, and then they were like, Kev, come on, get up to booth, go and say hello to Johnny. And here I am.
How are you enjoying your day?
I'm having a fantastic day. I was just watching Jonathan up there on the pre-grid. He's really enjoyed himself in the pre-grid area, I know. But I've been mostly around the pit and the paddock today here as well, having a lot of fun. I mean, what can we talk about? So much. I feel like we've been going for hours and hours and hours. What time even is it? We have. No, I'll tell you, we've had those, you know, I was in amongst it when our 6 motorcycle world champions all rolled out. We've never seen motorcycles at the Rolex before, and it created a huge, huge kind of stir with all the fans here. That was a once-in-a-lifetime moment. I don't know whether we'll have all those guys here together again like that. We might not, but I know something that you would have absolutely loved watching, seeing on the screen.
I couldn't believe it. I worked it out. I don't think that's ever happened where we've had the likes of Freddie Spencer, Eddie Lawson, Kevin Schwantz, the 2 Robertses. I mean, just incredible.
Yeah.
And I do think I had Andy Prill in here, who you know well, and has been a part of this event for a long time, and he was part of cajoling a lot of these guys into coming. And some harder than others. Kenny Roberts Sr. not interested.
He's a funny guy, isn't he?
But he's. I'll tell you what, he's consistent.
He's consistent. He's consistent.
He's always been a grumpy old man, even when he was 19.
I said to Junior, I said, I chatted to your dad earlier. He goes, oh gosh, how was that? And I said it was actually really good fun. I'm a big fan of your dad. I like it. But the one catalyst they all said when I was asking them, you know, I said, when did this come about? And they said, we started getting phone calls and emails about 6 months ago or more. But the one catalyst that was the arm twist for all of them was when Wayne Rainey picked up the phone. And they all went, go on then, Wayne, I'll do it. And then now they're all here and doing it. I know they're pleased they did it. So phenomenal.
Any highlights for you that you want to... Well, because you can't get everything on camera. That's the trouble.
You can't get everything on camera. But the one highlight, really, is going out in this next group that the fans have been flocking to see as well. That Mazda 767B, you know, the 1991 Le Mans car that Jonathan was just talking about there. The guys at Mazda every so often sort of wheel it off the display stand and fire it up.
Oh, it's amazing.
And it's 5 deep of people wrapped all around the car, just getting near it to try and see it and listen to it, because the sound of that rotary engine is like nothing else that's here. You know?
Well, me and Andy Prill were swapping stories because he was on the pit lane working on that year, and I was in the crowd as a kid, as a teenager, and we were literally working out where. You know, where they were on track. Didn't matter what they were. When we heard the Mazda coming out of the last corner, we knew, okay, they're coming, and we'd all put our hands on our ears like this.
It's a sound like nothing else, isn't it? And it certainly has made the fans come out in spades. But also, just across away to the left of where we're sat right now is the IROC awning.
Yes.
The sound of those roaring off and away must have been just incredible. But I got a chance to chat to Jimmy Johnson. How good was that?
Oh, it was fantastic, and what a graceful man he is.
Nice
Talking
guy.
of graceful man, we're talking about that Mazda. Let's go down to Mr. Grace, who has got the man who is driving that Mazda. Boy, how are his ears, I wonder.
Well, speaking of popular jobs and popular cars, Tristan Nunez, I think you've got one of the best seats in the house this weekend. You've had some seat time in the 767B previously. How has it been treating you this weekend? I know the fans certainly love it.
Well, there's really no track like Laguna Seca, so to bring this car here, which used to be Mazda's home track back in the day, it just feels really full circle. So it's really special to drive this car and see everyone's head turn as you drive by.
It's an amazing, incredible sound as well. I think anyone that's a fan of Mazda Motorsports knows it well. You know, we were talking on the broadcast, and the commentators were saying people are about 5 deep every time you fire it up and rev the engine. What's the noise like in the car, even with the earplugs in the helmet?
You know, it's actually pretty quiet. I was answering that earlier, so it's pretty peaceful aside from the no power steering and a 6-shift gearbox. So it's definitely humbling to drive, though. I mean, you feel literally everything in the road. But man, is it a joy.
How much of a departure is it from some of the more modern prototypes that you've driven in your career also for Mazda?
Completely. I'd say 10 laps and this thing feels like a full stint in DPI car, but yeah, they're different in their own way, but yeah, extremely humbling, especially to be, you know, around all this history as well.
We appreciate you putting on a show for us. Best of luck in this one.
So we've got a blustery afternoon here at Laguna Seca, but we're having fun. And I'm here with Kev Harris, who has, well, now I realise why you enjoy this so much. 'Cause I've been stuck in the booth for all these years. Now I'm out here. I'm loving it.
It's nice in the California sunshine.
It is. It is.
What a scene this is. And this year, I have to say, I haven't done this now 5 years in a row. It's my 5th one, I believe, and you've done
Same
it more
here,
than that. We're busier than ever. There's a lot of people in this paddock area today. We're having a wiggle through. There's a lot of fans who've come on out. Now, is it IROC? Is it the fact that we're celebrating Japanese motorsport? Is it the fact that we got the motorcycle champions here? I'm not sure, but the combination of all of them has had people come out, and it's great to see.
You know, and also Historics has, I think in the last decade, just become far more interesting to everybody. They've done a good job of creating events that are family friendly. They've got something for everybody. You don't have to be a motor racing fan to come into an event like this. There's lots to see. There's lots to learn. And frankly, like I said, I've been amazed at the crowd behind us, how many young folk have find time to enjoy something like this rather than be on their screens or on their computers or on their phones. They've actually come out in the sunshine to learn.
Yeah, they have. And you know, in the sunshine, these cars look incredible. There's a lot of people with cameras and iPhones and everything else getting very creative with the photos that they're taking and sharing. So, yeah, it's a whole new generation is sort of learning to love all of this. But one car that caught my eye that was on the track about an hour or so ago, Nigel Mansell's, Williams, Honda-powered Williams, the FW11B. Behind it, you had Alex Blue's Indy car going down the hill. But honestly, seeing that livery and those colours on that car, for me, 1986 that car's from, I was 11 years old, right?
Yeah.
I never went to a racetrack in 1986. I wasn't really that much into Formula One. I saw it on the telly. But to see it here now as a grown man and see it on a racetrack in real life, that is a highlight. It looked fantastic.
You know, it's
funny. Immaculate condition as well.
As you know, I cover Formula One here in the States, and I'm often talking to a relatively new crowd because there's a lot of Drive to Survive guys that have come to motor racing, and then they see Williams at the back and they see interviews with James Vowles, and they think, oh, what are these guys doing and scoring no points, and they can't even beat Cadillac and all the rest of it. And then you see, like you say, that PK Mansell car, and you think, man, Williams have got more titles than anybody. With Renault, with Honda. I mean, they were the team. I mean, think about who drove for them. Prost, Senna. I mean, just incredible. I mean, the greatest drivers of all time. And, you know, it's amazing.
It really is. It really is. And just one of many highlights here at the Rolex. Up next, though, from Formula One, we've got these, the Hurley-Hailwood Trophy, the IMSA GTP FIA Group C cars. Group C was just incredible. These things were just, huge sort of behemoths of cars. It was limited or not very much in the way of regulations when it came to designing the car, were they? And that's why we ended up with things like that Mazda 767B.
Yeah, I love that car, and charge, as it says on the front. But it had everything that is Japanese about it.
But the noise, these are some of the noisiest cars that we've got here. When you think about, back in the day, when they were racing and when Group C cars were going, just incredible, wasn't it? So this is going to be a real treat. Not sure where we're up to on our timings for this, but haven't got long to wait. And Zach Brown, maximising his track time once again in his Jaguar.
Tell you what I'm looking forward. Jeff Brabham, of course, in the Nissan MPT90. So we're talking about taking him back to his glory days. And of course, a member of that legacy family that is the Brabham family. Got to get to know David in the last couple of years, who's been doing some racing both here and some coaching here with some young drivers. And I met with him and with Jeff at Indianapolis last year. So that was a joy to behold because they're such a lovely family.
Looks like the pre-grid area then has come alive as they start to roll out. There's
David Hinton in the way.
There he is, David Hinton from the HSR. And there goes Zach Brown in that silk-cut Jaguar there.
Gosh, that is an iconic. For me, that's a very iconic car. I grew up and I went to Le Mans to see that race. And, of course, it was so distinctive.
And look at this. I mean, just so good. And they're going to roll out behind where we're sat in a moment or two, down that front straightaway, not even getting up to speed, but just starting to get some heat into the tyres and hitting the loud pedal a little bit, and it really is super loud here. And the pictures that we're getting as they come down that front straight is just glorious.
Well, these are the monsters, aren't they?
Yeah. These are absolute monsters.
I thought it was interesting.
700 brake horsepower, that kind of thing,
I thought it was interesting what Zach Brown said to Jonathan, which was, I don't know how they drove these cars for 24 hours.
No. No, not a chance. And when you sit there, and if you're lucky enough, as we are, and the fans who come here, to get up close to them, and you look at the cockpit, the driver's seat, where you're going to be sat, you're strapping yourself into a rocket ship. It's quite mad. I'm not sure. You know, I like my adventure sports. I like doing things that are fun, but I don't think I've really got the mettle to strap myself into one of those.
No, and I think that's always something I take away from an historic event, is just how brave these guys are, to trust those that prepare the cars, to be willing to, you know, push them to their limits. Absolutely brilliant. So this, the Hurley Haywood Trophy, 1981 to 1991. IMSA GTP FIA Group C, and many would say that this period of regulations where there was freedom of regulation and monstrous powerful cars is certainly goes down in history as being one of the most loved. And Hurley Haywood, a 5-time overall winner of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona, 3-time 24 Hours of Le Mans winner, and 2-time 12 Hours of Sebring winner. He's the third driver to compete in the informal Triple Crown of endurance racing. And if Hurley Haywood is a hero, so's the man next to me. And I know for a fact, I haven't asked him yet, but I know if there is a kid in a candy store today, it is John Noonan, who runs, of course, IMSA, the head of IMSA. And, I mean, IMSA right now is going through a fantastic purple patch. But, John, I mean, I knew I was right. I knew you'd be giggling, because this is everything you wanted.
It is, and I'm thrilled to be here, and I am a kid in the candy store, especially during this session.
Yeah.
There's so much IMSA history here. There's so much history from my personal boyhood visits to Road America and Brainerd, Minnesota, and Mid-Ohio, and so I have so many attachments here. The whole sport, all of motorsports, having a moment, but we're certainly having an incredibly special one with massive audience growth, 18 auto manufacturers, companies like WeatherTech and Michelin that are with us long term, and some exciting new things as well.
And what do you reckon to our new spot?
I love this.
We wanted to join you in the paddock. You were having too much fun, so we thought we'd come out here and join you here in the paddock. And we've got some of the greatest cars right behind us. The crowd can come in and enjoy it with us. It's absolutely fantastic to be here. But if I said to you 10 years ago when you started on this adventure, well, not 10 years ago, but certainly with IMSA,
yep.
If I'd have said to you, hey, for the Rolex, we're going to have all of these IMSA cars throughout the history, Group C, the legends, Hurley Haywood, the lot, you'd have said, no way, that would be too nice.
No, you're 100% right, and I first fell in love with IMSA. My dad was racing all through the years growing up, but I fell in love with IMSA, I would call it, in 1979. At that time, I was deeply in love with the Mazda RX-7. First time came to the States. So they dominated GTU racing on into GTO. But in 1981, GTP became a reality. And I think you would certainly agree with me. The selection of cars that are competing in the Hurley Haywood Trophy event are several different eras of GTP. The design cues of the cars spoke the brand that they were representing. The speeds were tremendous, and the driver lineups and the teams were out of control. You got it all here with the Gurney AAR Toyotas. You've got Mazdas, certainly the Porsches, Jaguar XJR5, my dear friend and the late Bob Toulius. Like, there's so much connection here that just makes me think back to those days of being a 10, 11, 12-year-old.
And, you know, we're here to obviously honor and celebrate what the Japanese have brought, and it really does become poignant when you talk about IMSA, because even to this day with Acura and so on, they're still hugely part and still dominating in many, many ways. But when you look at the history of what they brought, I was thinking of you this morning, looking at all these cars, thinking, man, if it wasn't for what the Japanese have done, it would be a very, very different championship.
100%. The Toyotas, the Nissans, the Mazdas, obviously a special music note with the rotaries, but it doesn't get much better. Look at, you know, Nissan and Toyota going into turn one area. It does make me giggle.
Oh, and a spin! Oh, my word, right in the opening moments, and that's Charles Nearberg, of all people, who's one of the most experienced drivers in historic racing in the USA, and poor old Charlie, he will be miffed at that. And that's just, I think that's cold tires, I think.
Yeah, I suspect. I was thinking the same thing, and there is a little bit of wind here this afternoon, so maybe a combination of those two.
Well, thankfully, we can all breathe a sigh of relief because the 99 Toyota is still going. He didn't hit anybody, and nobody picked him up either. I did see one car parked on the outside of Andretti from the background shot, but it looks as though he's got back going. Here's that silk-cut Jaguar with Zach Brown at the wheel. But it's Patrick Long, surprise, surprise, leading the way. There is the Charge Mazda 787. And there is Patrick Long. And it's Nip and Tuck. Jeff Brabham out there. And what a joy to see Jeff Brabham reunited, isn't it?
Exactly.
Have you spoken to him this
I
weekend?
have talked to Jeff, and of course his son Matthew came through some programs that I did at Mazda.
No, Matthew
Mazda
Weller from Trans Am, yeah.
Yeah, the Mazda Road to Indy. So to have Jeff out here. But, I was reading about him, in the on-track magazines and the Auto Weeks at the time. And frankly, to see Jeff's name on an entry list is pretty spectacular. You got a current era driver, Parker Thompson, who's running in LMP2 and ran at Le Mans this year. Taz Harvey, a Mazda dealer, and I have to give a shout out to Tristan Nunez and Tom Long. They both drove for me back at the Mazda days. So just a special event. The crowd here, how about that? A massive crowd here today to see the Rolex Monterey Motorsports reunion.
It's interesting. You mentioned Christian Nunez and, what I would call, and Nick Yellerly. I mean, there are drivers here that are sort of getting their heads around how much fun it is of a weekend off to come and do some of this.
We did, back when I was at Mazda, I spent a lot of time making sure that the drivers of today understood how we got to today. And I think it's incredibly important for our IMSA fans, for our current era drivers to understand GTP and GTO and GTU and the classes that were really incredible in the, people say, the golden age. I think we're in the premium age
I know.
now. But for them to understand how we got here. But you look through this, the number of manufacturers, Acura, Ford, Chris Liebenberg from Three Dog has that 06 Ford Mustang that ran at Road America and won in its first outing. So many special cars and brands. But I think you're right. Educating the new era, if you will, of fan and driver as to how we got to today is really important.
Well, we're under caution at the moment. For a moment, there's another Jaguar going through, that famous 44 colors, those green and white colors I remember so well back in the day. And it really is just a joy to see all these cars out on track, because it's rare that we get the historics out there as much as we like, I'm sure. And I think actually this year just might get more attention put this way. And of course, IMSA goes from strength to strength. You must be happy with this season as well.
We're having a great year. If you roll the clock back even to early last year, every single event that we've had has experienced an all-time record attendance. So we're obviously grateful for the fans that have voted by buying a ticket. Audience size around the world is really now probably over 12 to 14 million. We're really excited about that. The viewership. And I also think, and you touched on this a second ago, the younger fan embracing what we're doing, coming out to the events, tuning in. Our social channels are now over 4 million followers. So I'm really proud of that and really happy for everyone involved, the partners, the teams, the drivers. IMSA's having a moment. We're going to keep doing our best not to mess it up.
Well, and also, I want to give you a bit of credit. I may be wrong when I say this, but you took a bit of a jump, a plunge, onto this type of coverage. And what I mean by that is we're live on Racer right now, going across YouTube, and we're on Goodwood TV. But you, with IMSA, also gave that opportunity to go away necessarily from network, or at least add that social media aspect to it. And it was a huge success.
1,000%. And so got to give it up to Greenlight. That whole Greenlight team has done a fantastic job supporting us on the HSR side.
Yeah.
I know you have been part of several streaming platforms. And as we looked at our broadcast, we have a long-term partnership with NBC, obviously NBC Network and Peacock.
Yeah.
Tremendous. We also have 18 automakers from around the world, and they have fans, they have leadership, they have employees following the programs. So a couple years ago at Sebring, we took a flyer and we did a live YouTube broadcast free of charge outside the U.S., and over 500,000 people tuned in right out of the box.
That's amazing.
On their phones, on their iPads, on their computers. And so for us, it was a big moment of the light went off. And we've done that now. Since then, we're nipping at 2 million YouTube subscribers now.
Wow.
1 year ago, we were at 1 million. So it just shows you the ways people are taking in the content.
Yeah, it's amazing. And like you say, it's how we consume, and you've got to be on the cutting edge of that. And I take my hat off to what you've done, because you're right. Yes, you've got the national and international platforms, which are the traditional broadcasters like a Peacock and like an NBC. But the point is, now you can literally watch your motorsport. You can't watch everything on a Sunday. It's just impossible. You can't watch NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, and IMSA on the same day. Well, you can try. I've tried. But the point is, on a Monday or on a Monday evening, maybe, you can go back to YouTube and you can watch it, or you can zip through.
Yeah.
Then you've got, like you say, social media. You've got bits and bobs that are being created all the time. And then you've got the drivers who've got their sponsors to please, and so on and so forth, and the manufacturers. And so it now creates a cacophony of real interest in the sport that we never had before.
Yeah, in the series, you know, back in this era of many of these cars, it was the IMSA Camel GT series, and now it's, of course, the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Those series, they get the spotlight all the time. Michelin Pilot Challenge. But on our YouTube channel, to your exact point, you can go back now and watch the Porsche Carrera Cup North America from Road America, the Mazda Whelen MX-5 Cup, the Ford Mustang Challenge, and those broadcasts are getting the kind of numbers that I remember us getting early days when I was at Mazda in the national broadcast. So it's really an incredible tool for us to educate, but then in the chat, new fans are coming. The existing fans, welcome them in, educate them on the differences between the classes and those types of things. So I think we're onto something, and we're going to keep pushing it really, really hard.
Now, of course, as part of this modern world of racing, the drone has come into its own, and that wasn't a prepared joke, but it is HRC that Honda Racing, of course, bringing in these fantastic drone shots, and hats off to our drone pilots. They do a hell of a job. They are now part of the coverage, and I would never have anticipated that, but there are now times where the drone captures a better shot than the actual traditional cameras.
100%. I mean, even in our both national and domestic broadcasts, the planes that are up, helicopters, the drone pilots, to your point, I would like to meet them, because some of the things they pull off are just magical.
I know. I was watching one of the races the other week, and the drone pilot kept flying right over this bridge, and then finally went under it. I was like, I knew he was going to do it eventually.
You know what's amazing? I just looked at the entry list. Porsche, Toyota, Nissan, Jaguar, Mazda. The top 7 are all different manufacturers. And that's exactly what happens today at an IMSA race.
Yeah, and a shout out to a good friend of mine from New Zealand, carrying on the tradition of great Kiwis that have come over here, right back to Bruce McLaren, Howden Ganley, you name it. But Brendan Leach, a good friend of mine, and the Leach family are a fantastic racing family, and they have come up and put their hard work energies into racing in New Zealand, and now Brendan is taking it far afield. He's raced in Asia, he's raced around the world in Super Trofeo and many others, and now he's here this weekend. Great to have him. He's now leading the race, so good timing. Well done. He texted me and said, "Where are you?" So hopefully maybe he'll come and have a quick chat. But another great kid from Invercargill, from the bottom of the globe, where they made the first and fastest Indian back in the day. They made a movie about it. But yes, if you go down to New Zealand, go down to visit the Leaches. They've got a wonderful shop where they prepare race cars, and they are a classic Kiwi racing family.
You know, for some fans that are maybe just tuning in for the first time, this is almost a mirror example of what's happening today in IMSA. GTP cars, the quickest cars out there right now, represent what maybe is GTP today, but also intermixed. Jim Downing who wrote a lot of IMSA Mazda history books. He's in a kudzu. That would have been a Camel Lights car.
Yeah.
Much like the Spice, much like the Alba. Those were a second class in Camel GT. And now in WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, you have GTP and LMP2. Similar cars, different horsepower and weight levels, but this is a perfect example of how it is today.
Yeah, now you've got McIntosh on the pylon on the left there, but that's because he was originally driving it, and he did Anthony McIntosh, that is, who drove this car earlier in the weekend to qualify it. But Brendan Leach, I know, is at the wheel, and I saw him on the entry list, so I know it is Brendan that's out there, and he's already texted me, so I know he's here. And Jeff Brabham, that'll be a thrill for him to be up against one of the greats. And, of course, Zach Brown moving into, third position already. I tell you what, Zach's pretty handy, isn't he?
He is handy, and the fact that he's driving an IROC Camaro.
Yep.
He drove an Indy car here, a kart Indy car. He's got the Jaguar here. His garage is full of amazing McLaren history, but overall, what a racer at the core. And to have him driving a CEO of a Formula One program, McLaren. Frank Van Meel is here this weekend from BMW M, CEO globally, and of course Jim Farley, President and CEO of Ford Motor Company. I mean, it's just racers running car companies. How much more of that can we clone?
Yes, exactly. And I often think of Piastri and Norris in a debrief, going, the car's no good. You know, Zach, I can't do this, I can't do that, and he's like, come on, get on with it. I'm a racing driver too. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it is thrilling, and to have so many folks that are passionate enough to bring their passion to the car company they represent, and then come out on the weekends and show people how authentic their passion is.
I don't know how much you can tell me, and I'm sure you'll cut me off at the knees if I get it wrong, but I'm very interested in what Toyota are doing. I'm currently doing the Super GT coverage on Racer, and obviously that GR GT is coming. Are you hoping that it could be one of your cars too?
It would be amazing, and it's of course their announcement to make, but the Gazoo Racing GR GT3 road car and race car are absolutely spectacular, and I think the inspiration of the road car creates the race car.
Yep.
And I hope that the race car and their competition, hopefully in IMSA, can be a learning and a lab for them to make and continue to refine that road car. But I got to sit in both. I have to admit, the race car seat was made for little hips,
smaller
ballerina. The pedals were for a 6-year-old. They were so close, but both of them look amazing. And just visually, you see the design cues from the men and women in the design centers that are incorporated right into the road car and the race car.
I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be in opposition to the Le Mans current champions, Toyota, as they bring in a new GT car, because it sets all new. It's like, here we go again. We've just got the Acura going. We've just got the Cadillac up to where we want it.
Here they come.
And then suddenly, here they come again. But I love the ethos that they put into this, which is, instead of just building a car and giving it to the best racing driver and saying, right, develop it, what they did was, no, they took their engineers, they took their designers, and they said, no, you drive the car around the Nürburgring.
Yeah.
It's the toughest place to drive, the toughest conditions to drive in. You tell us what's wrong or what's right about it and put it in real competition.
Yeah, and the stories that I heard just this weekend from the engineers and the designers that drove it, where they've never felt more one with the car, the platform that they've designed and developed. So that's right at, to your point, the ethos of a lot of these brands is wanting to make sure that what they do for the marketplace emulates what they're doing with racing and vice versa.
Bruce Marquand there in the 44. That's the 85 Jaguar XJR5. And like I said, it's a color scheme and a car, that 44 famous car that I seem to remember growing up. Racing around the world at Le Mans and many other fantastic endurance races. And so, what I love is how they go about picking the provenance of these cars and what is important to the fans.
Yeah, the committee is made up of some true historians of the sport, guys like Bruce Canepa, guys like Andy Prill, David Hinton, who just know everything there is to know about these cars and the eras, and they're picking cars not because they have the right paint scheme, but because they have prominence.
Right.
They won at Daytona, they won at Sebring, they won at Le Mans, they won around the world, and that to me is what makes it so special. These things were built as pieces of artwork, but they were also made to be raced. So the fact that we're out here putting them through their paces in front of an absolutely record crowd is amazing.
I wonder if you noticed this, and maybe you could tell me in your stacks, but you already mentioned the social media, and that immediately tells me that there is a younger crowd being interested. But now when you see the figures and the numbers coming to your events, I'm just amazed at an event like this, which I just wouldn't expect 12 and 13-year-old girls and boys to come to. But even younger than that, really enjoying it and really getting into it.
Yeah, it gives me a lot of hope for the future. We're seeing it at IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship weekends. I saw it here so much. Parents walking along, holding the hand of a young one. They're pulling wagons with kids. That gives me a lot of hope. And I think what we're trying to do is bring car corrals and owners clubs of these brands to the racetrack. That's a typical IMSA weekend, and I've seen it here this weekend with the supercars and the hypercars, the road cars that were here on display during the lunch hour. The passion of that audience, I think, to learn the history of the sport is really special.
Well, Brendan Leach grew up racing in the Toyota Racing Series, so he'll be very proud to be representing because he and his family, his brother Damon, also raced in that series, currently working at Highlands in New Zealand. So as I said, a very strong racing family, and they do race historics as well. I'm amazed at when you go to Australia and New Zealand, I don't know if you've noticed, but they absolutely love all the old cars. And it seems like whenever people went over to do the Tasman series or whatever, they kind of like, oh, well, we're going to race a new car next year. Do you want to buy it? Because we don't really want to send it back.
Yeah. No, the fact that there's so many cars here in the paddock this weekend that didn't necessarily race just in North America. You see cars, to your point, that raced in Japanese Super GT or DTM or any of the series, the prominent series around the world. That also, I think, helps people understand the full gamut and history of the sport.
Well, we're watching the final lap of the 1991 AAR Toyota Eagle GTP Mark 11100, the 98, with Brendan Leach at the wheel of it.
And his teammate in the 99 is coming back. He's up to P4.
Oh, yeah, Parker.
Charlie Nierberg.
Oh, right,
is,
yeah.
Up to
he
fourth.
spun right at the beginning, and he's come right back to fourth place. Absolutely, good spot.
So good.
I knew Charlie would be miffed, and he did a good job of keeping it on the asphalt, as it were, but I think just cold tyres or maybe a gust of wind, but because he is such an experience. Of all the people I wouldn't expect to have a problem.
You're 100% right.
Would be Charles.
He's a pro. He's obviously taken very seriously the history of the AAR Toyotas, and to your point, he brings incredible talent, but also incredible hardware to these events.
Well, look, we've got everybody interested. Tell us about the rest of the IMSA season. Where can they tune in? When can they tune in? What's to come?
Heading to Virginia International Raceway next weekend for the Michelin GT Challenge, a place I know you know well.
Yes.
A beautiful facility. Connie Nyholm and Kerrigan Smith are going to welcome in 5 IMSA series on that weekend.
Wow.
We go back to the Battle of the Bricks, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, in the middle of next month. That'll be a 2-hour, 40-minute race for WeatherTech, also a pilot challenge and a couple of single makes. And then, of course, the first weekend in October, Motul Petit Le Mans, the championship weekend at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We're so excited. We've got some network television yet before the end of the season on NBC. We have, of course, YouTube available at any time on the IMSA YouTube channel, so tune in there. And I can tell you right now we're going to have 3 more record crowds before the end of the year based on where ticket sales are right now. And 27 is right on the cusp, the 65th running of the Rolex 24 in January, and we'll be doing some testing at Daytona in December. So there's no off season anymore, is there?
No, that's the problem. There is no off season, but we love it. We wouldn't do it otherwise. And My thanks to John Doonan coming in here and enjoying this little festival of cars that is the Hurley Haywood Trophy, and it was IMSA GTP FIA Group C from 1981 to 1991, and it was a thrill. Great to see that Mazda out there and to hear that roar of all these great cars. And by the way, Petit Le Mans, it's on my bucket list, so if you need a cable carrier
or get you there.
Okay, or a little pit reporter or something, just, I'll stand out in the woods. Don't mind. But no, I mean, looking forward to that. If you haven't seen Petit Le Mans, they race into the night around Road Atlanta, and it is a thrilling race to see, one of the best in America. My thanks to John coming in here, and I hope you've enjoyed Group 10. We'll take a short break. More from the Rolex reunion after this.
Highway 1, the legendary road connecting Los Angeles to San Francisco. A place to slow down and enjoy the view.
Hey, Callum, what's up? Where you headed? Grand Prix Long Beach, you? I'm going up to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Or treat the track for the pitch.
What's with the ball? The match in LA. San Francisco's next.
Highway 1.
Enjoy the view.
It's the iconic path between California's premier sporting events.
Why do we race? Not just for trophies or records. At Gazoo Racing, we race for something bigger. We race to push every nut and bolt to the absolute limit. Then we rebuild it and make it stronger. That high-performance powertrain, Le Mans tested. This is research and development at 200 miles an hour. Because the track doesn't just test our cars, it shapes what we build next.
Completely different on my roster. But I'm delighted to say that Scott Durnick has just joined me, and I've been watching him race today. And Scott, welcome.
Thank you.
No, I was told Nick Price was coming in. I was like, that's not Nick Price. He's not.
He's much better looking and significantly younger. Yeah.
Now, what have you been up to? I was watching you lead a race.
Yeah, no.
What happened?
We've had my team has done such a great job. We had a fabulous run with the Sting Can-Am car, and we won the race yesterday and started from the pole. And today we had built up a pretty good lead, and then the safety car came out, which I'm very thankful for, because in turn 6 at about 40 miles an hour, the right front upright broke. Which also then bent the right upper upright, or the upper wishbone, I'm sorry. But it was quite a little disaster, but I was able to coast down into the pits, and I only killed a lap or so of the race, I think. But the car was absolutely fantastic, and it was one of those days. Everybody who races cars knows when they have one of those days, and I had one today. Everything was working well. Just wasn't in the cards, but I'm glad it happened the way it did. The car wasn't hurt other than the broken parts, and I wasn't hurt. And if that would have happened during the race, it would have been a very different story. Entry speed, that corner is about 140 miles an hour.
Oh, well, Scott's joined me to talk about the next group coming up. But before we get to that, let's head down and hear from Thomas Yates, the co-founder of McMurtry, and hear from him. He is down in the paddock.
Now, one car here that is creating something of a stir, and it's not even been on the track, is behind me right now. And I'm really pleased to say that Thomas Yates, who's the co-founder and owner of McMurtry, the home of the Spearling, is with me now. Thomas, your car is creating a big noise, and you haven't even fired it up.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's so amazing to be back here. We last had cars here in 2024. We brought 2 of our early prototypes. We were running them around the circuit. Unbelievable time. We set the new electric lap record with an amazing guy who's over there, Philip Kaduri, driving the car around the track, and I got to drive one of them too. But yeah, it's so great to be back here with the production car. We've been working like absolute dogs. This is 95% new redesign compared to the cars we've run here before, and it's just the response. I'm so grateful to the crowds, to the people who are the fans of what we do. I mean, the history around this is amazing. All the way back in 1970, 56 years ago, Jim Hall, the true inventor of vacuum downforce technology, ran the Chaparral 2J with Jackie Stewart driving, and here we are 56 years later with our sucker car here again. But this is one that us excitable, enthusiastic people can actually we can use, we can take on the track, we can own these wonderful things.
And that is your passion is infectious, Thomas, I'll tell you that. But that's the thing about this car. First, it's electric. Secondly, it creates incredible downforce through a fan system that is underneath. Just give us some of the facts and figures and the stats about this incredible little car.
Yeah, well, there's so much cool stuff going on, but the downforce just makes it such a wonderful thing to drive. But I guess we really haven't targeted acceleration, but the acceleration is absolutely absurd. It's 0 to 60 in 1.55 seconds. We're going to prove that really soon. But more than that, it's the fact that it does like 2,000 kilos, like 4,400 pounds of downforce from stationary, and that means we can deliver unreal performance in the low-speed corners. So, like round the hairpin, through the corkscrew. I mean, these cars are probably the fastest cars in the world to go through the corkscrew. And I mean, I really hope that at some point soon someone's going to come back with one of these and they're going to start pushing on the outright record for the circuit, because I truly believe with a tailwind and with the right driver we should be knocking on the door.
Well, you shouldn't. Lap records is what this car's been doing. I mean, Goodwood Hill Climb, you knocked the socks out of that, didn't you?
Oh, thank you. I mean, yeah, it's 4 years ago now, but it was super cool to break a record that had stood for something like 23 years from Nick Heidfeld in his Formula One car, and to show up as a group of excitable, enthusiastic people who've built something quite mad. It was, yeah, what a wonderful thing it was to achieve.
A really wonderful thing to achieve. And the interesting thing, obviously, is when we look at this big wing on the back, loads of aero, but what people might not understand is the aero does a bit when the car's moving through the air, but you're getting downforce and suction before you even set off effectively.
Yeah, that's the real party piece. That really is what makes this car stand out from pretty much any other car in existence at the moment. Is that 4,400 pounds of downforce? We deliver that genuinely from zero. I mean, if we switched it on now, you'd be able to see the tires squish. It almost looks like the tires are going flat on the spot because it sucks itself so hard down like a limpet.
And this is a company that you founded with your best mate after getting a phone call from someone really rather special.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I am the luckiest guy alive to be able to found a company with my best friend Kevin, who is our technical director.
Great name.
Thank you. Yeah, yeah, and as you rightly say, after having a phone call from Sir David McMurtry, who unfortunately he's no longer with us. He passed 2 years ago, which was incredibly sad. But I think we would all tip our hats to someone who, at the age of 74, says, you know, I feel like it's the right time to start a car company in my life. And thankfully, he got on the blower to me and said, do you think we can do this? And to be honest, at the start, we were like, this seems absolutely insane. And that was 11 years ago. So we've been through 4 generations of car now. This is finally it. We're finally putting our pens down. This is the car that we're going to deliver to customers. We've got it. This is the second car we built with the new generation. There's a third car being built in the factory right now for our first amazing owner. That car will be going all the way to South Africa, and we just can't wait to put this proper sucker technology into the hands of our wonderful owners.
I love this. We could talk all day, but just quickly, because this one's not going out on track. People aren't going to see it running here, but you were here a couple of years ago, 2024, and you won the reverse corkscrew hill climb. If people want to see them running, Instagram, online, and then in real life at some point in the future?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So clearly we do quite a bit online, but we'll be running these cars. I mean, we've got lots and lots of kilometers put on these cars really soon, so they'll be running around Europe. We really hope to be back here next year with owners' cars as well as our own, because we'll be delivering cars really, really soon. And I think we're talking about being back over in the spring as well. Maybe we'll be running around a few cool owners' clubs. So yeah, we'll do our best to post where we're going to be, but I really hope that for all those wonderful fans who like seeing the cars run, thank you for supporting us, and we'll try and make sure there's a good opportunity to see the cars ripping really soon.
Well, Thomas, thanks ever so much. It's a small car in a big place, but it has drawn a huge crowd, so you're doing something right. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you, Kevin. Really appreciate it.
Pleasure.
So here we go then. Well, the next group is Tommy Kendall. And if you want to know who he was, well, at just 19 years of age, he began racing IMSA GTU Mazdas, and he was an immediate winner. Tommy went on to be a 4-time SCCA Trans Am Series champion, 1990, 95, 96, 97, and won a record 11 consecutive Trans Am races in 1997 alone. He was the 1993 IMSA GTS champion, achieved class victories in 98 and the 2006 Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. A true champion, Tommy Kendall, and certainly worthy of the honor of being one of our group names. And this is Group 11, 1981 to 1991, GTO, GTU, and Trans Ams. Scott Durnick alongside me, Jonathan Green, to enjoy this one. And as you pointed out while we were just off air there, what an eclectic group here.
You know, Oldsmobile Cutlasses, Chevy Camaros, Nissan 240SX, Datsun 280 turbos, Porsche 944s. When's the last time you thought of a Buick Somerset as a race car or a Mercury Mercure? But, this was a big advertising effort for the OEMs. These are basically silhouettes of the cars that they were trying to race on Sunday and sell on Monday. And a lot of innovation, a lot of interesting technology, very varied engine displacements based on the technology. A pushrod engine could be one size, an overhead cam engine was another size. So they were constantly tweaking these class rules to equal the performance. They would ballast the cars to make some heavier. It was really an interesting time in IMSA racing, pretty much the heyday of IMSA racing.
And how would you compare it? I mean, we saw a fantastic demonstration and race from Can-Am, and we kind of labeled that as, anything goes, but
right.
It wasn't anything goes. How liberal were the regulations for this then?
They were pretty tight because, again, they were trying to balance performance. And when one car would be succeeding too much, they would give it some more weight to ballast it, or they would use they'd have other means of restricting. Whether they weren't yet using restrictors on the intake system, but they had ways to limit the performance. So they didn't want one manufacturer to show up and put everybody on the trailer because they'd lose all their participation. So they tried as best as one could to level the playing field. But if you had a gifted driver like Tommy Kendall or some of the other standouts in this series, there's only so much you can do to slow these guys down.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, listen, Scott, while I've got you, let me hear about your history. How did you get into all of this California racing?
Oh, goodness. I've been a car nut since before I was born, and I through some lucky internships when I was in college, I got involved in motorsports on a more OEM level. And as that started to change, I was very fortunate and got introduced to vintage racing and was immediately hooked. So I love the history, I love the people, I love the cars, so many different venues, and every car's got a story. And it's really fun to try and maximize the performance of the car, but keep within its original spirit of construction.
Yeah, and are you somebody that chases one marque, or are you just a car lover?
Anything. If it's got an engine and wheels, I'm down. Let's go.
And this, would you agree, this event particularly, I mean, I know it has the history, but it's one thing having the history, it's another maintaining it. This has grown exponentially. We started this morning at 8 o'clock talking about 1950s Pebble Beach races, the Del Monte Trophy, and here we are now getting up to more modern cars, and we've also had a display of supercars and zingers and so on.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Well, you've got to change. You've got to grow. This is my 33rd Monterey Historic.
Is it really?
Yeah. So it's in addition to reminding me of my mortality, it's really interesting to see a change. 33 years ago, they wouldn't have dreamed of running cars like this. Oh my God, there was heresy. But they grow, they change, and you have to as your participants change and their desires change. But it's great to see this wide variety of cars. I mean, look at the Lamar group. We've got cars 2013, 2012. There's a place for all kinds of race cars as long as you share the common enthusiasm and, you realize it's about the cars, not the drivers, and it's about preserving history. We're fortunate to be the custodians of these things, and, we want to preserve them for the next generations.
Yeah, no question. And, for a company as big as Rolex, who have been massive in motorsport and their following of all sports, with ambassadors around the world, Jensen Button, of course, a Rolex ambassador here this weekend, and there are many, many others, of course. But the quality is such an important important. It looks as though we're going to only have one lap behind the safety car and we'll get going again. But yeah, I'm always amazed at not only the history, but also the maintenance of these cars and the restoration of these cars and the love and care each and every one gets. And you can't come to this event unless your car is correct.
Yeah, I mean, I've more than once, as many times as I've come here, they've told me no with a car that didn't have original livery. Yeah, I've got a fabulous Porsche GT3 RSR, and I didn't really like the livery it raced in, so we put in Gulf livery. And the powers that be are happy to say, well, as soon as you make the livery correct, we'll be happy to accept that entry. So it doesn't matter who you are, what you are, you've got to have a car that's proper. It's got to be representative of the way it ran at its point in history. So, and that's really something to be respected. There aren't many venues that do that.
Well, we're under a caution at the moment here in our Tommy Kundle Trophy for 81 to 91. Combination of GTO, GTU, and Trans Am cars. As we've already mentioned, it's quite an eclectic group, but an amazing one too. At the moment being led by Matt Crandall in the number 7. He qualified his Oldsmobile Cutlass from 1990, second on the grid.
Yeah, there's a fair number of Cutlasses, and Oldsmobile had a pretty good engine combination in that period. That's why the Cutlasses were chosen, and Oldsmobile was trying to, sort of fluff up their image from being a car for the more genteel to something that was a little sportier. But the Oldsmobile heads were ones that worked pretty well, and it was required that the manufacturers use their OEM castings and things like that. Looks like we're back under green.
We're back under green, under the Mission Bridge. Great to have Juan Gonzalez here this weekend, racing himself, and he, of course, is the owner of Mission Foods here at the WeatherTech Raceway. And the 33 of Chris Hines dives through Andretti, and out he goes, leading the way in that 1990. So two 1990 Cutlasses at the front here in our Group 11 as we get restarted under the tie rack bridge. And it is Crandall.
And just in case we get confused, there are 3 cars numbered 33 with letter suffixes.
Yes, so that's a good point.
But that one definitely is Chris Hines, and he's doing a fine job. Again,
he's got the
Cutlass.
T there.
Yeah.
33T, that's the distinction. We've got a 33A, and as you say, we've got 3 in all, I think.
You look at how much speed Hines is carrying into like turn 6. The car's really hooked up, but see how much ground clearance goes away as these guys are building up speed, and the arrow's starting to work.
Good to see Brown Jr., Chip Brown out there, 28B. And he has been a long member of this group, Walter Brown Jr.
Yeah, and again, just the diversity of the cars. There's Porsches, there's Nissans, there's Toyotas, there's Chevys, there's Oldsmobiles, there's Mercurs, there's Mercuries, there's a little bit of everything here.
I bet you're excited. I had John Noonan here a moment ago, and we were just celebrating the love of Japanese manufacturers and what they brought to motor racing.
Unbelievable. It's so often overlooked. And when you think about the Rolex Motorsports reunion, it's not just cars. Japanese motorcycles changed the face of the motorcycle industry.
Did. Totally. Still are.
Still are. The Honda 750 4-cylinder changed everything. And, their racing success and their engineering is just without parallel. And this looks like a good battle between second, third, and fourth here. These guys are quite close.
Yeah, they are.
We've got the, I remember that Mercury XR4 Ti. We had a friend that had one, and we used to call it the Xerati. But they were at the beginning of the hot hatch era, and they were trying to establish that brand in the U.S., but it never really caught on.
Ross Myers, I believe, in that 1988 Mercury Acura.
Yep.
The back of that group. Well, I said
that's Tom Flower, I think.
Is it?
No. In the Camaro that's in third there. Is that the car?
I was looking at this.
That's the Mercur. Yeah. But no, the car that's currently in second.
Yes.
So those guys are all pretty close. See how wide he's trying to do an entry into the corkscrew there? Look at how much ground he gained in the Mercur.
Big time.
So the Mercurs he is on the move. He's on the move.
Almost.
Rainy.
Almost thought about it.
Yeah, he looked at it.
Well, that's a classic move, isn't it? You go
high
and wide at the top.
That's right.
And then get the drive down as you turn in. It's not easy to do because you don't always have the room to do it.
That's correct. That's correct. But this group of guys races together fairly frequently, and they usually run quite clean.
Yes.
No.
And that's an important thing. Dorsey will be on their case otherwise.
That's right.
I wouldn't want his job, I must admit.
No. No.
But there's no arguing with him. He's got a fair resume himself.
Absolutely. Dorsey's driven just about everything. So he's got a unique perspective because he's made every BS excuse we try to give him when we do something stupid. So,
yes, I heard a nice story about world champions that take part in historic racing often get a mulligan if they cause trouble.
Yeah.
And Sterling Moss thought that was the case and was reminded that he wasn't ever a world champion.
World champion, yeah. Oh, my God, with the Aston Martin. We'll never stop talking about that. That's unbelievable.
I love that.
Bet that was back when you could incur the wrath of Steve Earle, our founder, benefactor, benign dictator. And without him, none of us would be doing this here today. He really started it all.
Yeah, and let's just take our hats off to Steve Earle. Back in 1974, he began the historic racing here. And it's gone from strength to strength since Steve Earle and his team put that together. And it was... Well, it was a.
Oh, the Merkur got by.
He did get by.
Yeah,
yes.
he's in third now.
Nicely done.
Awesome.
Yeah, Steve Earle deserves a lot of credit because they carried on the tradition and they built this event from 1974, and it's gone from strength to strength. And there are people like you who each and every year, God, this is a great race. Into turn 11, side by side. Oh, the Merkur's through. No, not quite. Didn't do it.
It looks like the Camaro's got a little more power, but the Merkur is probably a bit lighter.
Yes.
So it looks like he can go in deeper a little bit for braking, but number 28 is keeping them honest. He is lurking back there, and you can see how the Camaro is tightening his line, not going nearly as wide in turn 2, so he doesn't open the door for the Merkur. So that's the problem when you start fighting with somebody, then the person who's 2 positions behind has the opportunity to close because you, by definition, you're going to be going a little bit slower if you're trying to keep the guy behind you. You can't take as open a line.
You're listening to Scott Gernick helping us through Group 11, the Tommy Kendall Trophy.
And the Merkur is really able to close in this sector of the track.
I was about to say, if you don't have the power, where can you close? Where can you really make up time?
In the starting in the corkscrew, so corkscrew 9 and 10.
Yep.
If you've got better aero and a lighter car, you can carry more speed through those high-speed corners, and that really helps. That's John Goodman's car there, the photovoltaic. John's an excellent racer, got a fabulous car collection. All his cars have great history, and he's got the Sperling Special Ferrari-powered sports racer. He's got a couple different Corvette race cars. A lot of great cars, and John's a big enthusiast.
Well, wherever you're tuning in around the world, this is the Rolex reunion. And in many ways, certainly in America, it's the original. It started before Goodwood, started before some of the other great classics like Watkins Glen and so many now around the world. But this was one of the originals. And they started racing here in this part of California back in 1950. And it was Phil Hill, of all people, America's first F1.
Look at that. Look at how
here he comes.
There he goes. Oh! No.
Oh, what a shame.
That's going to be a black flag.
He did not mean to do that.
He did not mean to do that. That's going to be a black flag, I'm sure.
What a shame. Well, he's got it going.
He's got it going.
There you go. He's all right.
Now he's going to rejoin the fray. But yeah, the Merkur got a little bit carried away there down on the inside of the corner, and probably should not have been there.
Well, it doesn't look like there's any damage.
No, it doesn't look like there's any damage. But now he is what we would call motivated, car number 8. He is going to chase him down with a vengeance.
Well, that's one of the rules here, is that there's plenty of mist on the Monterey Peninsula, but no red mist allowed.
No, none allowed, and it is difficult to not get carried away sometimes. But you got to remember, again, you want to put the car in the trailer the same way you took it off.
So then, Jonathan has been out and about, and we've been talking about John Goodman, so let's hear from him. He was with Jonathan earlier.
Part of the American contingent on display, this 1988 Corvette. John Goodman behind the wheel. This is a Sebring winner from 88 in the IMSA's GTO class. Talk me through your machine today.
Well, it's a great car. Wally Diamondback drove it. I'm very happy to have the ability to drive this, and I'm in 5th place, so I can only go up.
sounds the part as well. Big screaming 5.5-liter naturally aspirated V8. It certainly sounds like American muscle.
It is American muscle. It's what's left of American muscle. Big car like this. Big engine, big car.
I know Japanese cars and the racing history and pedigree in Japan is on display, but there's a really healthy contingent of grumbling American cars. That's got to make you proud too, yeah?
Oh, yeah, very proud. I mean, it's just great to see some of these old cars out here like this. It's fantastic.
And what does it mean to you just to keep the history of this particular chassis going and that great IMSA GTO class as well?
Well, it's just not around anymore, so you don't have cars like this. So it's unique, and hope it continues on for as long as it possibly can. Till everyone forgets about us.
Well, as do we. Thanks very much for being here. Best of luck.
So, yes, we're back to the action. We're just looking at this number 28 that Rick Jeffrey's driving, and it's a Camaro Proto Fab. Can you explain what that is?
Protofab was a chassis builder and a very, very good one. So again, remember these cars were largely silhouettes of the production car.
Right.
So they had a fiberglass body of a Camaro, and they had to run, you can see the stock tail lights and a few other things. But Protofab built excellent tube frame chassis and very good suspension geometries, and they were very good at exploiting every letter of the rules. And it's interesting to see that now that he's not following the Camaro anymore, the yellow Camaro, the Mercure is having trouble keeping number 28 behind him. He's able to actually close a little better. And I think the Mercure was getting some advantage by drafting the Camaro in front of him, but now that he's having to run in clean air all by himself, the lack of power is, not lack of power, but the difference in power is making itself evident. So it'll be interesting to see how these two battle it out.
Beautiful sights and sounds, and as we're right in the middle of all of it, because we're right in the middle of the paddock, we can hear cars revving and screeching on every side of us. It's a lovely place to be, I have to say. If you enjoy motor racing, this is absolutely the place to be, because it's just full of the noise and roar. I remember going to my first race at about 3 years old to a Formula 5000 race at Brands Hatch when I was about 3, and it scared the heck out of me. Yeah, but I was hooked.
Yeah, no, there's nothing like a Formula 5000 car. They're the Can-Am cars of Formula cars.
Yes.
Big engines, a lot of noise.
Yeah, no kidding.
So we're not seeing much of first, second, and third. They appear to be running pretty trouble-free on their own. The battle here is for fourth and fifth.
Well, they're less than half a second off each other. So, just over a second between Crandall and Heights. Mm-hmm. Tim Lynn's now moved up to third place.
Uh-huh.
Now, Philip Mendelowitz is also one of the competitors here, and earlier in the day we caught up with him. Let's hear from him.
So many great and iconic cars on the IMSA GT grid in representation here, but hardly are more successful than this, the 240 SX from 1989. This chassis, LR001, one of the most successful IMSA chassis ever. Philippe Mendelowitz, the driver. Philippe, how special is it for you to race such an iconic, such a successful chassis as well?
It's really a lot of fun. Appreciate the history. You got to take care of it, but it's well sorted. 4 different drivers won championships with it. 4 Nissan championships. It's just an awesome car.
It was an uber competitive class at the time. You mentioned 4 different drivers, won 4 different drivers' titles. That's not a common thing for a chassis to be that successful.
Well, absolutely. They gave it to other drivers who kept on winning. They won in South America. I've raced it in Australia. It raced in Japan.
Well, it's an absolute treat for us to have it here. Thank you, Philippe. We'll let you get to it. But this 240SX, certainly one of the winningest cars here on display.
Yes, and that was Philip Mendelowitz in that Nissan 240SX 1989.
And in the meantime, Rick Jeffrey has dispatched the number 11 Mercure, and he is in front, but the Mercure is by no means surrendering. Watch him close here on the approach to turn 11. Now we're going to look back up at, I believe, the leaders here. Number 7, Matt Crandall. He's in command of the situation, but certainly being kept honest by the number 33.
Yeah, it's going to be a close finish. There's the 33T, Chris Hines. It's been a good little battle between these two, actually.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, there's maybe a tenth of a second between these guys, 2/10 of a second between these guys, and similar cars. So yeah, quite a battle.
Up to the corkscrew then for the final time.
They are.
And did your stomach drop when you come down there?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's so fun. There's really no other track, at least in North America, that has the kind of elevation change that Laguna Seca has.
Well, obviously Coda has its big hill, but it's completely opposite.
Yeah,
going
completely
up.
different. Yeah, you know, most people don't realize that the corkscrew was kind of an accident. They originally meant to run this course the other way.
That would have been
and
interesting.
The old low-powered sports cars of the 50s couldn't climb the hill with enough speed to be interesting. So they said, "Nope, here it comes."
There's the checkered flag
Crandall
then
takes the checkered
for
flag.
Matt Crandall. And he
Very
takes the win here.
Very good. Tom Lynn in third, Rick Jeffrey in fourth.
Hines taking second in that
Heinberg in
33T.
fifth. John Goodman in sixth with the polyvoltaic Corvette.
Well done to
Good
Rick
run by
Jeffrey in
everybody.
fourth, yeah. Liebenberg, we reckon, was a change, right?
Yep, was
So,
a change.
Yes.
Chris Liebenberg in number 11. The program lists Ross Myers.
Okay. And then Goodman, Marshall Jr., Rincon, Brown Jr., and Johnson. Not Jimmy Johnson, Gordon Johnson.
Yeah.
And once again, thanks to HRC Honda Racing for our drone shots. And my thanks to Scott Durnick. You've got one more race, right?
Yep, I got to jump. I got
jump.
my clown suit on, so I'm going to go have fun with the Le Mans car.
That's what I love about
Great.
it. Talking
Thank
to
you.
racing drivers in the paddock before they get in a car. That is how we should go motor racing. Thanks,
All
Scott.
right, no worries. Happy to help.
Listen, we'll take a short break here at the Rolex reunion for 2026. The sun has gone in for a moment, but it'll be back out. Join us after this. Now, welcome back to. Sorry about that. We've had a few technical problems, but that's mainly me, not our technical staff, I may add. Welcome back to Laguna Seca. We've had a wonderful day here. It's been a long day, I have to be honest, so I'm getting a little tongue-tied towards the end. We did start at 7 this morning, so forgive me. But it's been a fantastic day and an absolute tribute to what WeatherTech have put on, Mission Foods, and, of course, Rolex again. Putting on a hell of a show. It has been quite fantastic so far. And we're getting ready for our next group. And before we go to that, one of the stars of this weekend has certainly been Jimmy Johnson. And he spoke to our Kev Harris earlier in the day.
Buckets with him now, Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy, firstly, you had fun in that IROC race, didn't you?
I really did. That was an incredible battle with Kurt. And just so much talent on the field. I mean, we had a really nice time.
But something quite different now. Alex Blue IndyCar that won here in 2022 and not that long ago in 2025.
Yeah, I had a great time competing in the IndyCar series. And a lot of great friends at Chip Ganassi Racing. And they were so kind to invite me to drive Alex's 2025 Indianapolis 500 winner. So I'm trying to take care of it, but at the same time, it's so fun. I've got to get on the gas out here.
Yeah, I'm sure you are going to get on the gas out here. Just what is it like to drive? What does it feel like when you jump straight back in? You haven't driven one of these in a while. Do you slot straight into it and go, okay, this is easy?
It's one thing to go semi-fast, but to slot into the field with the IndyCar drivers, they're so talented and they're so good at driving these vehicles. But what was really odd for me yesterday is I got out of the Alfa Romeo with 160 horsepower into this thing with 800, and it was a wildly different experience. But with the downforce, the carbon fiber brakes, there's so much performance in this car. It's nice to get out there and get through the gears, stand on the brakes hard a couple of times, and just feel that all over again.
Well, when you're on this front straightaway in a minute, the fans are on this side and up there in the grandstands are going to absolutely love it. But talking about, the IndyCar display that we've got here and the other cars that are out on track, it's a really good heritage display, isn't it? From the brand new to the very old.
Very much so. And growing up in Southern California, I was first an IndyCar fan. Yeah. My path took me to NASCAR, and so thankful. But that's why I had to go IndyCar racing for those 2 years, because it was my childhood dream. And now all those cars are here and out on the racetrack. It's really special.
Well, Jimmy, thanks so much for talking to us. It is super loud down here in the pit lane. You're going to get ready to go, but thanks once again for your time, and go well.
I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
And as the clouds come back in again here at Laguna Seca, we're looking high above the corkscrew, looking down on the pylon and down to turn 10. It's an interesting angle from there, really. You don't often get to see that because it's not a normal camera angle, but it's a fantastic way to look down on what is Laguna Seca. And I'm joined in the booth once again. A little bit blustery down here, but we're enjoying it. And I'm delighted to welcome back into the booth because Frank joined me last time. Frank Zucchi from Zucchi Restorations and another perennial member of the fraternity that is the Rolex reunion. Welcome.
Thank you.
You're just thumbing through the program, which is excellent, I may add, thanks to Barry Topke. And I'm really enjoying how they've put this event together this year. The detail, as always, pristine. The program, excellent. The field, even better. Jimmy Johnson, just one brilliant example.
Oh, it's been fantastic. Just walking through here, for a spectator base, you can see all the celebrities that are here, and they're accessible to, most places you don't have access to them, but you can walk right up to them. They're phenomenal. They've been great job with their support of our organization here.
And you are part of what is the most important part, the restoration of these cars.
Yes.
Tell us what you do, what kind of cars you deal with, and how you came to do it.
It started with Dad. Dad came from Ferrari, and it was actually an outside source of Ferrari. So if you wanted to buy a Ferrari and you wanted certain modifications, it did not go through Ferrari. It went outsourced, kind of like Ford and Shelby, or Saleen. So you did your modification, then it got back, and then from there, it got sold to you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where Dad worked, and then he came here, started the business. We've done so many cars for like the Newt family and the Romax and the George Dyers and all those guys. So we've been around a long time with these people, and they've had the best of the best cars to be able to work on.
I've been looking forward to talking to someone like you who does restorations to hear the news that Honda and Acura are basically now going into that business of restoring their cars. Is that a hindrance or a plus for you?
No, it's an actual plus because, we've had the fortune to be able to work on cars that were original. So we understand what the originality really is and where it started. Now, the generation that is restoring some of these cars, it's already been restored 2 and 3 times and it's been changed. So do they really know what the original is? Do they know that year and that specific car is supposed to have a flat blade screw versus a Phillips screw? So it's a challenge, but when the factories get involved, like Ferrari has and some of the others, it kind of corrects it and brings it back to neutral.
Well, as you can see, we're about to see a fantastic display, hopefully, in a moment of Indy cars. And, of course, one man connected very much with Indy cars as well as Formula One is, of course, Zach Brown. And he spoke to our Jonathan Grace earlier in the day.
And Zach Brown, you get to drive a lot of really cool cars. This, though, is pretty unique. A restoration, you got to work on it with the folks at Honda and HRC. There was the collaboration, of course, with Penske to get the car. This is pretty special because you're going to get to drive it here.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable race car. I mean,
Gotta thank Roger Penske. This came out of his collection. And he knows how much it means to me and to everybody. You know, Gilles de Ferran was an awesome guy, an unbelievable racer, a great friend. So I kind of felt like I needed something Gilles in my collection. And this Renski, as they all call it, is unbelievable. This car won Rockingham, great race with Kenny Breck, and then went on to win the championship, clinched it in Australia in this car. I need those wings because this is not ideal downforce, but I'm not going to be driving fast enough to notice whether there's wings on the car or not. So just out here to celebrate Gilles, and also a big thank you to Honda. You know, they don't let their engines out of their factory often, so it was a great team effort to be able to celebrate Gilles.
You've had a busy day already in the Silk Cut Jag. You're a very active driver yourself. Where do you feel like this is going to stack up in the list of things you've driven?
It's as cool as it gets. I'm looking forward to, we need to do a little bit of modification to get it really in a road course, so you know, I'm very cautious. I would be cautious anyways, but we'll be back with this car at Laguna for the IndyCar race with the full road course setup, so I'll treat this cautiously and then maybe do something stupid at the IndyCar race.
Zach, I love it. Ever the racer, always wanting to improve. Thank you very much for your time. Have an amazing time.
Yeah, and it's just reminded me of the unenviable task I had a few years ago of going down to McLaren, representing Speed City, which covers Formula One, and having to go and sit down with Gilles de Ferran and Zach Brown and ask why things were so bad at McLaren and why people like Alonso were saying that it felt like a GP2 car, etc., etc. But they would put a brave face on it. Obviously, we've lost Gilles, and I can see why Zach so importantly wanted to have a piece of his history, because it was those two men, let's remember, that put McLaren back onto the track to being the current world champions.
Absolutely. The history there is just unbelievable. And to see these cars here and actually on the track and running around is phenomenal.
Well, here is our exhibition, and this is, I'm so excited by this because we really do have a smorgasbord of over 100 years of racing, starting with one of the oldest cars here, and that was a car that raced a National 40 in the first ever 1911 Indy 500. Part of the ragtime races that usually often come here for this event, but not here this weekend. But we really do have a real history of Indy here. Right from the get-go.
Absolutely. I mean, the car you see here, that 1911 National, is normally driven by myself.
Oh, okay.
With the ragtime racers, and we've traveled to Indy, and we've done, you know, Lime Rock. We've brought it all over the place. But our whole group to keep these things alive is amazing. And again, you know, here you have a 1911 National, ran the first Indy 500, and it went 100 miles an hour in 1911.
Yeah. Finished 7th, I believe, with Charlie Mertz.
Yes, he did. He finished 7th. And think about it. Today, the Indy 500 is, what, an hour and change long? It was 7 to an 8-hour race back then.
And you can explain this, but the passenger looks as though he's having a joyride, but he's not. He's doing a lot of work. No mirrors back then, so he is your mirror. He is your original spotter.
He's your spotter, and he's your fuel pump.
Right, but also probably your starter as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, he's your starter.
I've been in this car. I mean, it may have been with you, but I've been in this car around Sonoma, and I'll tell you what, it was a thrill of a lifetime.
Oh, it is. It's amazing what the car can still do. When we brought it back to Indy 2 years ago, I had that thing just shy of 110 miles an hour, believe it or not.
You are kidding me.
Unbelievable. The shaking stops at about 80 miles an hour.
Oh, that's nice. So who's at the wheel today?
The wheel is at Brian Blaine.
I know Brian.
Brian originally owned the car, and he has sold it to another gentleman who is part of our group.
Well, also, don't forget that he was also a human suspension then. Did you notice that? That's
yes,
also part of that
yes,
job.
Yes, he was. One unique thing is, and you see all these other Formula cars there, but on the old car there, that car started out as a touring car.
Right.
So you had this extra long car, and then they started shortening it until they got the speed that they wanted. So it was shortened at least 3 to 4 times until they got what they wanted, and then they actually went a little bit too short, and now they extended it long again. But phenomenal what it could be. Wood wheels, unbelievable.
Yeah, you know, and also I noticed there's a display of the Ballo, the 1919 Ballo out there, and they've got if you like, an example of the bricks back then. And I cannot believe just how rough those were and how these cars could go over those bricks. You would have lost your teeth.
It's amazing. Again, you got to get to a certain speed. But the 1911 car, it's just a band around a drum.
Yeah.
So you do have a foot brake, but you also have the handbrake that you're using.
Amazing, absolutely. Well, we've got all sorts out there. We've got an AJ Foyt Coyote from 1974, chassis number 2. We've got Curtis Craft 500B from 1953, chassis 363. So plenty of stuff to look at. I mentioned that 1990 Ballo. That's Rennie Thomas qualified the Ballo on pole for the 1990 Indianapolis 500 at approximately 104.7 miles an hour, breaking the previous Indianapolis qualifying record. The Ballo team was among the most technically advanced entries of the year, and they were changing that car right up until the get-go because of those bricks and because of the suspension being rattled to death.
Absolutely. You know, and it's mind-boggling how it evolved, you know, and you look at the proportion where the driver sits, and it's just odd. But yet they were able to achieve what they did. It's amazing.
We've also got a 1983 March 83C. Tio Fabi drove that for Forsyth Racing, and it's chassis number 1. Tio Fabi, of course, a famous name. Now, Andy Wallace is a name that most people in motor racing know well, and Kev had a chance to catch up with him down on the pre-grid.
Well, how about this then? At the front row of the grid here, or the front row of the warm-up pit lane area, Andy Wallace. Andy, great to see you. You're going to be going out in something rather special.
Yes, I am. 1974 McLaren IndyCar. It's the first time I ever drove an IndyCar, to be honest, and it's been brilliant. I drove it yesterday behind the safety car, so now we get to run without that there. So it's to really open the car up. It's going to be great fun. The only thing is, I look down the pit road and you see all those cars, big, fast, very fast cars with good drivers in. So I guess these mirrors are going to be important.
It's going to be a great spectacle. I mean, you just said there, you got Jimmy Johnson in an Alex Palou modern race car, Zach Brown in something new that he's just treated himself to back there. I mean, it's an incredible collection showing a brilliant class of racing, IndyCar.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I catch all the IndyCar races on TV. I'm a big fan. Well, I'm a big fan of anything to do with motor racing. And I raced a lot in Laguna Seca, but I hadn't been here for a few years. So this is also a treat to come back here and to see how this event has grown and how many people are here. It is so impressive.
It's really impressive. I've worked on this now 5 years, and this is the biggest crowd that I've seen on a Saturday. Aside from getting out in this car and running this one, what else has caught your eye? What else have you enjoyed seeing this weekend?
Well, it's just a trip round memory lane, to be honest. In every single tent is something worth looking at. And I think that's what makes the event, isn't it?
It really is.
So, and we went up to the corkscrew and watched the IROC race from there. That looked mega.
It was something else. We were just chatting to Jimmy Johnson. Him and Kurt Busch were really going for it, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. Absolutely. And because we were stood there, I still don't know who won out of those two.
Do you know, I'd have to double check. They went through here with a lap to go, and I wasn't sure. And I was elsewhere. But yeah, like nothing else, and a great view from up in the corkscrew there. What is it like to go around this track here at Laguna? You've done it many times before. You've raced in the US many, many times before. But you know, you're back here doing it. What is it like dropping down the corkscrew?
Well, you know what? It's very impressive as a spectator.
Very.
In the car, it's completely blind. So. You've also got a right-hand corner. You're arriving quite quickly in a right-hand corner. So you take that, and then the world just drops away. So you have to kind of guess. And as soon as you come over the top, you know if you made the right choice or not. Of course, the lap after lap after lap, you perfect it. But just in general, I did a lot of IMSA races here.
Yeah.
And of course, it was always in a prototype.
Yeah.
And then you had the GT cars, and they were all sticking two wheels on the gravel and bringing the sand on.
Yeah.
And so every lap was a new experience. You arrive there, oh, the track's got more slippery. It's a unique track, really, and it's one of the great. I mean, US has a lot of great racetracks, which have really been here a very long time.
Yeah.
And this is one of them. And the fact that you haven't had to change the layout to fit modern cars is brilliant.
I mean, the modern cars and the variety of cars that have raced around this track is quite something, isn't it? So you got to get set and ready to go. What's the game plan for this one? Just relax and enjoy it, or start to hit the loud pedal a little bit?
Well, relax and enjoy it. Hit the loud pedal a little bit and look in the mirrors a lot.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for talking to us, Andy, and enjoy it.
Thank you.
Typical, isn't it? Needs someone like Andy Wallace to sum up. Typical, isn't it? It needs somebody like Andy Wallace to sum up what the essence of historic racing is, isn't it? Hit the loud pedal, but keep an eye in the mirrors.
That's right, especially when you got who's behind him. But it's, you know, you look at the car that he's driving, and what, you know, the evolution from the Formula 5000 to that, there's not a whole lot of difference, you know.
Well, I noticed David Hobbs was on the side of the car, so he's obviously driven that car, and he's a 5000 proponent, touring car guy and IndyCar guy. Still going strong.
After coming up behind the old ragtime, there he is getting ready to go.
Yeah, and strapped in now.
Even after all those years of experience, to get behind some of this stuff has got to be incredible.
Yeah, and you know, I know how particular racing drivers are. You know, if they don't, you know, confidence is a funny thing in a racing car. You have to have, you know, blind faith that you've got what it takes to think. And when you're getting in a car that you don't know that well, there's got to be a sense of, well, what can this do and what can I do with it? And how far do I want to push it and how far will it let me push it?
Exactly, because, you know, it's like when I was running a Formula 2 car at one time and learning from what I've used to learn, okay, so I got to adjust the shock or I got to adjust the sway bar to get the, you know, to get the car to handle correctly, but yet now you got aero to add to it. So which one do you do to make it correct?
Yeah. Tough indeed. Great. Lots of RVs. That's another part of Laguna, is a lot of people come up and spend their summers up here and get ready for the IndyCar race or whatever. Now, there, talking of Indy, there's a very special car. And the man who drove it, a very special driver, the number 10, Alex Palou car, and still going strong. The current 500 champion, and of course won here at Laguna in 2022 in this car.
Jimmy has sure driven a lot of cars this weekend.
Yep.
There he goes. Unbelievable.
Yeah, there's certain race cars that are distinctive. That's one as well. The bulber colours on, but you know, I don't know the 73, that McLaren as well, but there are certain Indy cars that just ping of your memory of seeing them at the 500. And it's almost, because each and every year the cars are very similar in look, it's the liveries that, you know, put them apart from each other. And so we've all grown up looking at certain liveries and then having that memory. And there it is in action. Wallace at the, and by the way, Andy Wallace, a pretty damn good racing driver in his own time.
Yes, he is.
Multiple champion in touring cars.
What an unbelievable car. Look how the difference in the how these cars have evolved and the aerodynamics and, you know, closing off the cockpit compared to being out in the open.
Yeah, no question. This was chassis 029, Chip Ganassi Racing, of course, Alex Palou. The Dallara Honda won at Laguna Seca, as I said here, in 2022 and again in 2025. And of course, Palou, the current Indy 500 champion. Amazing story. Went off to Japan and was known by those coming up through the ranks, obviously, in his early Formula days, Alex Palou, but it wasn't really until he made it to America when everybody went, who the heck is this guy?
Yeah, who is this boy?
Yeah.
And very quiet.
Yeah.
You know, he's not an in-your-face kind of guy. He's very, very quiet, and he just gets the job done. You never see him too excited.
No. And I think that is, obviously, you look at attributes of a racing driver, you need that confidence, you need that exuberance, but you also need that calmness.
Absolutely. The one that taught me the most calmness is a good friend of my father's, which I grew up learning how to drive, was Manuel Fangio.
Okay, yeah.
Unbelievable. The style that he had and how he taught you to do certain things in a race car. It's just, it's unbelievable. Just very calm. The man was just always very calm. Even his nephew was that way.
Yeah. I must admit, I'd like to learn to be a racing driver. I'm too old now, but I think it would, because any time I've been in a racing car, whether it be a race school or just getting an outing in one, my adrenaline goes through the roof, and I just lose. I do. I get dizzy. I get not dizzy, but I get giddy, and I do. It all becomes too overwhelming, and I don't think I have that calmness to deal with the adrenaline, to deal with the speed, to deal with the fact that you're risking your life. All at the same time, and that I think is a very special trait that all of you guys have, because it takes a lot. I guess some of it's instinct, some of it's learned.
Yes, it is. You forget about the fear factor.
Okay.
Well,
you have to.
You have to.
Couldn't do it.
Especially when you start out young and you're in a go-kart like most of these guys have been, and it's just you don't even think about it.
Yeah.
It's something you put that pedal down, and how do I get that extra little tenth of a second?
We're looking at that 2001 Reynard. Gilles de Ferran, the Team Penske chassis, number 12. Zach Brown now owning that car and driving it. Gilles de Ferran, Team Penske Reynard Honda, part of the second consecutive car championship season. The Reynard 011 won the 2001 driver's title with Gilles and the constructor's title with Penske. What I like about Zach's choices are he picks cars for a reason.
Yes, he does.
And there's never a doubt when he does. I just got this on the chip. No, he doesn't even. I don't think he even thinks about the money. It's about the prestige. It's about something that's important to him personally, or something in Gilles' case that is important to his, if you like, racing career too, because Gilles was a huge part of that.
And how rare are some of these cars are. The serial numbers, close to the 01 mark, so.
Well, this is chassis 86C13. This is Budweiser March 86C. Bobby Rahal. And actually in the program it says it's one of the most important Indy cars of the 80s. And I wouldn't, when you actually read the history, you wouldn't disagree with that. Rahal won the 86 Indianapolis 500 and also won the Laguna race here in 96 on his way to the kart championship. Then Rahal won 4 consecutive Indy kart races at Laguna Seca from 84 to 87. So yes, I would argue that this is one of the most important Indy cars here.
I agree, especially with the livery that it has. It was in your face all the time. Again, like you said, the liveries that you remember as a child.
Yeah. We just got a quick glimpse of the Roger McCluskey AAR Eagle from 1966. Lindsey Hopkins entry driven by Roger McCluskey in the 1966 Indianapolis 500. And if I'm right in saying Jim Clark was there at that one, I don't know.
Yeah. I believe Jimmy Clark did.
It sounds good.
Oh, you talk about livery, but the unique front end of an Eagle is just
distinctive. Yeah.
Oh, unbelievable.
That's a sight to be reckoned with.
Oh, look at that.
66 versus 22. I love it. 1966 versus 2022.
Let's see if Jimmy gets around him.
Well, I'm delighted that Jimmy's taking to this as well, because I think he'll enjoy it. I think he'll enjoy, as we just saw Jensen Button walk by a moment ago, but, as somebody who, is mobbed at a big race meeting, and you will be at the 500, the Daytona 500 next year, it's just nice to go historic racing and not have people, media and fans always in your face, but actually just shaking your hand and saying, hey, man, nice to meet you.
Yeah, yeah. And that's the other thing that we try to do with all of our customer cars and our cars is that, you always try to grab the kid that's just oohing on, and you just pick them up and put them in the car.
Yeah, exactly.
To get that smile, and you never know. It could be that next race car driver.
Yeah. I know my dad's eyes rolled when I got my first sat in a car, and I was like, I like this, Dad. And he's like, yeah, well, enjoy.
I remember in '79 we were at Long Beach with the Formula One race, and that's when Clay Regazzoni qualified on the pole. And we were in the pit there. My dad was we were talking to Nicky Lauda, Clay. My dad was good friends with Clay, Mario Andretti, and Fittipaldi, and Nicky was there. And I was young at the time, so to listen to their conversation, I didn't want to butt in, but I walked over to Nicky's car, and he walked over right behind me. He goes, "You want to sit in it?" Absolutely. I sat in that car. He helped me in and helped me out of the car. That was my weekend at Long Beach.
Well, Clay Regazzoni was one of my first autographs in my autograph book.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. And Layla Lombardi, of all people. How about that?
Oh, wow. Yeah, Clay was a good friend of my father's.
Nice guy, too.
Oh, very nice man. Yeah, even though when he got hurt, he never hung it up. He still got into a car. Did a lot of rallies.
Yeah,
afterwards.
People don't know that much about it, that side of his racing career yet. So we're watching our IndyCar exhibition here at the Rolex reunion, and it's been a fascinating day, to be honest. It's had so much history, so many great drivers. We watch Andy Wallace in a David Hobbs McLaren, number 73.
How many celebrity drivers do we have in this group here?
Goodness gracious.
Who's
pretty much half
what?
the field. Oh, you got Jimmy Johnson, you got Andy Wallace, you got Zach Brown. Trying to think who else. Right, yeah, Scott Brewer is in one of the cars. Checkered flag is out, though, for our exhibition. And the David Hobbs car, driven by Andy Wallace, taking the checkered flag.
Doesn't look like he was looking in his mirror very much. Looked like he found that loud pedal.
He did. He's enjoying himself. Well, you only get a few chances at a car like that.
Oh, absolutely. The sound is unbelievable.
Well, my thanks to Frank Zucchi from Zucchi Restorations. May you long well continue what you do, and thank you for doing what you do, because we wouldn't be here otherwise.
We enjoy it. Thank you very much.
So let's head down to Kev, who's on the pre-grid for our next group coming up.
So just a quick reminder then for this Group 12 Scott Pruitt Legends race. Number 42 lines up on front. No Phil Kadori in second after his little incident yesterday. Walked down with me there. Number 23 car. We just chatted to him, didn't we? That was Jim Davenport in his 2011 Orica. Then we got Spencer Trini, who had a little moment with Jim yesterday, didn't he, in the number 15 car. We're going to be interested to see how that one plays out. Then we take a look at this. We've got a Dodge Viper down here. This is the next one, the number 12 car, being run by Jensen Button. Jensen's just here having a quick little chat with somebody. And then in the Martini colours here, just behind him, Scott Durnick, I think is the number 46 car. Yes, Scott Durnick just sitting there getting set and ready to go. I might try and jump in with Jensen. He's just having a little chat to somebody here. But a lot of excitement, a lot of noise down here at the pre-grid area. Let's spin it around and look up, because this is what it's like when you're at the pre-grid. This is what the drivers see. This is what's going on. Like I say, Formula One world champions lining up in historics here in the case of Jensen Button. He's quite busy. Can we get in there? We might be able to. I'll have a little look. I'll get in his eye line. We'll see if we can. I'm trying to catch his eye. We might get lucky. We might get lucky. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Jensen, can I just grab one quick word on the live stream? Great to see you once again. Firstly, thanks for coming back to the Rolex. I haven't seen you racing one like this before, Dodge Viper. Yeah. Tell us about this one.
Yeah, so this is mine, actually. Nice. I bought it end of last year, and it's just had the engine fitted. It flew out here, landed here Wednesday.
No way.
Yeah. So drove it for the first time Thursday. Yeah. First time I saw it. It's a weapon. It's
it
really
is an
cool.
absolute weapon, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so cool. I mean, the sound of it, the big V8, V10, sorry.
Yeah.
The sequential box and 700 horsepower. It's really cool. It's such a cool car.
I can imagine, and quite different to what I've chatted to you in this pre-grid area with previously, because I know you're enjoying the historics, but sometimes they're quite small and the horsepower's nothing like this. So just getting back to something with a bit of grunt.
Yeah, so I've had the C-Type here before. I've got the Alpha here. Yeah. I took out my Super GT winning car earlier on, which is pretty epic. That thing's just unbelievable. The amount of grip it's got. This doesn't have that grip, but it has the power. And yeah, it's been really fun. They're nice cars to drive. There's a few other quick GTs here as well. So we're in amongst the The sports cars. I don't think we'll be there for long. But.
The sharp end there, Le Mans winner down at the front, Nick Yellerly in that one there. They're all getting in. You better go. Jensen, thanks for talking to us. Enjoy it, mate. There we go. Right, so we better get set and ready to go. Then it is that Group 12 Scott Pruitt Legends of Endurance Cup race. Johnny, let's go live. Let's go racing.
Here, let's go racing. I'm joined by Mike Sweeney, who's been out, Mike Sweeney Jr., who's had senior in.
Yeah, I heard that. I was a little busy at the time.
Yes, we're out on track. How did it go?
You know what? Okay, we had a little bit of a running issue, but I was able to kind of figure out the fuel delivery thing and got the car hustling okay. Chassis handling great, and driving Brian Redmond's Chevron. I mean, that never gets old.
Well, it's funny, actually. I know that James Redmond is watching at the moment, so he'll be delighted to hear that there is a Brian Redmond car out there.
And a massive fan driving it. No, that is just a super cool car. And actually, I got to jump in my customer's Datsun 1600 this morning in the John Morton Cup. So yeah, busy morning and good event.
Well, as you can see, the car's getting out on track and getting ready to go out and put on a show.
Yeah, and some amazing stuff in this group. A lot of these cars are from my personal history. I used to race professionally, but a lot of friends in this group, and this kind of stuff. You know, I grew up watching these cars and then got into racing with these cars, and just it's so cool seeing them out there.
Well, look, I've seen all 13 groups, but it's hard to keep an eye on every car. Why don't you tell me what you think the audience would be interested in this particular group?
Well, there's a couple really, really interesting cars out there. For one, I mean, we got Nick Yellerly, current factory driver.
Yeah, brilliant.
And he currently drives for Mike Shank in the DPI, and he's also driving an incredibly cool car, the ARX-06 Acura. It's actually got the engine from Le Mans from like 10 years ago. I was talking to Lee Niffenegger, and he said they had to pull the thing out of storage. They just did a service, and they're running it 10 years later. To be fair, though, the Corvettes, both the C6 and the C7, are absolutely awesome. Mike Skeen's out there in a really cool E30 DTM car, a BMW M3 owned by Junior 3 Motorsports. He's driving it for his owners. Just really, really cool stuff out there.
Okay. Well, this honoree for Group 12 is, of course, Scott Pruitt, a multiple Grand Am champion, and here today, actually, out in the IROC, and is considered one of the best sports car racers of all time. Pruitt broke the record for the most IMSA wins in 2016 when he won his 60th race. Yes, 60th race. He has 5 Rolex Grand Am championships, 2 IMSA GTO championships, 2 IMSA GT Endurance championships, and 3 Trans Am championships. Scott Pruitt, truly one of the great American racers.
An absolute legend. I've gotten to share track time to him, and he is technically a co-worker. We're both at Lexus Racing right now.
There you go. Perfect. Not bad to rub shoulders with a legend.
Not
and
bad.
Just to reiterate it, these are the Legends of Endurance Cup. That's 91 to 2011, and it's a mixture of IMSA, ALMS, Grand Am, and FIA. And as you can see, it's quite a smorgasbord, but lights coming on. It's actually getting quite. It's clouding over again as it started the day, so it's cooling down dramatically. The wind has picked up, and I'm just a little concerned as they warm up the tyres that it's going to be quite a trial and tribulation to get these cars up to temperature, both brakes and tyres at the moment.
100%. It's a good thing we're doing 2 pace laps. These cars have big wheels, big tires. Takes a while to get the pressures up, and honestly, out of all the groups, these are probably the most sensitive to track temperature. So the operating window for the modern tires is a lot smaller, so this will affect things.
So we've got BMWs, we've got Aston Martins, Porsches, obviously. There's never a group without a Porsche. And that Dodge Viper that is run, of course, by Jensen Button. 2000 Dodge Viper GTSR. And as he said, he loves the roar of it, that front engine V10.
Yeah, what a machine that thing is.
Yeah.
I mean, starting P4 in a group with this many prototypes, that's pretty rad, too. I want to give a little shout-out to Jim Davenport in P2 in that Orica. He drives that car very, very well, and he's down a little bit on power on the Acura, but he's going to give it his absolute best. He's a good driver, does a lot of SECA racing in P1, and was out in the Group 6 car with me earlier today. Just a very good driver. And I always like to see him wring that thing's neck to try and stay up front.
Also, Mike Skeen, I'll shout out to him in the BMW E30 M3. I know Mike pretty well. Sports car driver, both in IMSA, does Trans Am, you name it, but another very, very good driver. Bill Auberland out there as well in the 22, another BMW M3.
It's easier to look up to Mike Skeen than Bill Auberland as a person, but I look up to both of them as drivers.
Yes, that's true.
Mike
very
Skeen's
tall.
about 6'6".
Yeah, very tall indeed. I don't know how. Yes, he wouldn't go well in a single-seater. It wouldn't be easy, put it that way. Patrick Long's also out there for his 500th drive. Well, it's not quite, but it feels like it. He's in that 2004 Porsche 911 GT3. And looking forward to this again as they line them up 2x2 behind the Porsche pace car. This is Group 12, the Scott Pruitt Legends of Endurance Cup.
And my friend from PTX, Alan Serban's about to lane toss onto pit lane. They're all packed up and paired up, getting straggled up in the back. Looks like we're ready to go.
Yep. Lights on, ready for action. I like this shot from here. It's a shot that we don't often see at Laguna on the inside of 11. So blazing lights on for the front two as we're about to watch just under the S of the mission flag, the wave of the flag. And there it is. We are racing in Group 12. Scott Pruitt Legends of Endurance Cup.
Good jump by Trenery there in the Daytona prototype.
Yeah, Spencer Trenery, a storied figure here in historic racing. He's almost at every event that you would want to go to.
Excellent driver, and I spent a lot of time with those DPs in Grand Am. Not quite as much downforce or chassis as the Oreca behind him, but it's got a big old honking V8, so that helps at the start.
Well, I'm really glad that Jensen Button, who of course is a Rolex ambassador, has taken to the historics and found a way to transition from professional racing driver, world champion, and a chance to see him enjoy his racing. That's one of the biggest thing he came back and said last year when he started racing. He brought his Fangio car that he owns, and he said it was the joy of racing again and racing cars that just, you know, he would never get a chance to do in WEC or in Formula One. Oh, we've had a spin-up.
Oh,
the
boy.
143.
And it looks like he ripped the front end off those 996s. He probably got the radiator. This is probably going to bring out a yellow.
Oh, dear.
Let's see. He's going to rip the radiators off now for sure. Actually, you know what? They're hanging on. If that bumper doesn't come off, we'll be okay.
Yeah, that's Colin Doherty out there in the 143. He was in 22nd place. Yeah, that's not what you need.
And I think I might have just seen a pass under yellow. Spencer saw it himself and gave it back. That's good stuff right there.
So that's just a, okay. So we're under caution.
Hopefully a quick cleanup. Looked like a single car incident. The short caution Motorsports boys should get that thing handled real quick. And he's right by the turn 5 gate, so hopefully it's a one-lap deal here.
Now, we've been talking about Nick Yellerly, of course, a current driver, and at the top of his game at the moment and in his prime when it comes to racing. And we spoke to him earlier in the weekend.
Well, in a moment or two, when these things fire up, it's going to be incredibly loud. But I'm really pleased to say that the man's on pole. Nick Yellerly is with me now before things start to get noisy. Firstly, congratulations, pole. And the first time you've driven this car was you qualified a few days ago.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I drive stuff like this quite often already, so it wasn't too much of an adaptation. And I raced here in the GTP class for Acura earlier in May. So know the track and the sort of car pretty well. Great fun to just jump in and have a go. It's weird not having a roof over my head because obviously the old school cars are without the roof, but having fun.
And a 2010 Acura is what we've got here then, and a car that, you know, has created a lot of interest down there in the Acura stand. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously LMP2 car reached the HPT Acura engine in around 550 horsepower. This specific configuration won Le Mans with the drivers above. So also this aero package is the Le Mans aero package. Everything is exactly as it should be after that win. So pretty cool car to drive, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. Have fun. It sounds great, and if everyone watches out for the exhaust, I'll try and make some nice flames going into turn 1.
Oh, that'd be awesome. I really look forward to that. But also, great little story. One of the names that when it won at Le Mans on the side there has a connection to you.
Yeah, so Danny Watts, the winner in this car, was one of my first driver coaches actually. So I know Danny pretty well back from when I started racing cars in 2009. So yeah, it's cool to have driven in the same seat, so to speak, as Danny.
And does he know that you're running it this weekend?
No, he'll have no idea. So yeah, if he sees it on TV, then it's cool for him as a surprise.
Great little story. And you've been to the Rolex event here, the Rolex Monterey Motorsport reunion previously. How you enjoyed it this year? I think it's bigger and better than ever. The numbers of people here, it's huge.
Yeah, numbers of people. I was shocked coming in today in particular of how many people. I was queuing to get in, which was great. I think the old school vintage cars, vintage or older school, let's say, are really, coming back with a vengeance. So it's great to see.
Exhibition racing, but you're still going to go for it. You want to take that top step at the podium.
Yeah, of course. You don't come racing no matter what it is to finish second. So we'll be going for it.
Thanks, Nick. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Well, I didn't think I'd hear Danny Watts' name mentioned. A good friend of mine from Macau many years ago. Danny, a great peddler in his time. And if he is tuning in and listening, good to hear your name mentioned, Danny. Had some fun with you over the years, and good to know that you're a good friend of Nick Yellowlee's too, and been a driver coach to him as you have for many a driver in the past. Yeah, that car won the LMP2 class at Le Mans in 2010. It also raced the 8 hours of the Castellet and the Autosport 1,000 kilometers of Silverstone, and was a win overall in the 1,000 kilometers at the Hungaroring. But Nick Yellowlee is certainly pretty good racing driver currently, and we'll have him in historics anytime.
Absolutely, and I love his attitude on the racing. With the historic stuff, you need to keep it clean, but for me, when I started coming here as a kid, the ability to see these cars move the way they're supposed to, racing, making noise, laying rubber, I love that. And he just said it's a race, of course we're going to go for it. That's exactly what I like to hear.
And if you've been surprised at the amount now of young drivers who are realizing there's a lot to be learned and a lot easier way to go racing in historics if you are still learning the trade.
Well, and you know what? I don't even think it matters if you're just learning. I came into this stuff before I went pro racing, and I've just done it the entire time. But even now, as a washed-up pro, I'm telling my buddies, it's not bad on the beach, man. Just wash up. The amount of stuff you get to drive. I drove 2 cars today that are 30 seconds apart on lap time, a half hour apart. They were completely different cars. You get to drive bias-ply tires. You get to drive cars that shift with the left hand or the right. The variety of stuff you get to do. And then just the fact that you're just racing. There's not all the meetings. There's not all the obligations. You don't have to drive the car the way you're told to. You drive the way the car tells you to drive it. It's a joy to drive these old things. And the fact that these are all historic cars, you're not just driving a cool car. You're driving somebody's cool car and representing it. And that is also, just as a driver, I think just the coolest thing.
That's a lot of pressure, though, too.
If you think about it, yeah. Yes. I just try not to think much.
Fair enough. Be a goldfish is what they say. Jim Davenport is in second place at the moment as we are under caution, but we did catch up with him earlier in the weekend.
Well, lining up third on the grid for this one is car number 23, being run by Jim Davenport. Jim, quite an exciting moment ahead of the race. Tell us what you're going out in.
It's an Orica 03. It ran at Le Mans in 11, 12, and 13. I've run it for about 3 years now, 3 or 4 years. Run it at Watkins Glen several times here, up in Portland. So anyway, I've had good success in it. The car's been bulletproof. It's really stout and reliable, so it's been a good car to run.
And you're obviously going well this weekend already because, like I say, you've qualified third and you've qualified behind a Le Mans winning car in front as well.
Yep. Yesterday, Spencer and I had just the slightest touch down into 2, spun me around from second, went to the back of the field, but was able to make it back through to the podium on third. So anyway, good run. Hopefully no drama today.
Well, that is a good drive and an enjoyable drive as well, because at these kind of like historic race weekends, you don't always get to do loads of overtakes, but you clearly did.
Yeah, it was a lot.
All right.
And we lap a lot of cars as well. So anyway, it's good. Good fun.
So what's the game plan for this one then? What's going through your head right now?
You mean for this race? Oh, well, you warm the heck out of the tires and brakes on the first 2 laps, the pace laps, trying to get everything up to speed. But should be good to go from there. I've been running stickers, but I'm running the tires from yesterday to today. The stickers take a little bit more to get up to temp and speed, so shouldn't be quite as much drama. We're only running 12 laps, so not that long today.
Phil Cadore lines up just in front of you. I'm sure you've had plenty of battles with him in historics before.
He wrecked it pretty good yesterday, so I don't think he's making the grid.
Is he not making it out?
No, I don't think so. but he tore it up pretty good yesterday.
All right, well, listen, very best luck, and thanks for talking to us.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Back to the action alongside me, Mike Sweeney Jr., and the reason why we have the junior is seniors here too.
Absolutely.
He came in the booth.
We have made this a family affair. He actually is the reason I ended up doing this stuff. He took me to an IndyCar race here in 86 or 87, and I wanted to be a fighter pilot until that absolute day, and forgot about that immediately. He came into racing as a hobby a lot later, but we've managed to make this into a thing. We've got a shop called Pacific Throttle House together that I started when I got out of pro racing, and we brought him on as a customer, and then we eventually just partnered, and it's turned into an amazing thing. We're running 5 cars this weekend.
5?
Yeah, and I get to spend a bunch of time with my dad at his hobby, which is his passion, and my job, which is my passion. Work together. I get to coach him, and I get to old grandpa race a Porsche 993 RSR or the 356. Looks like safety cars.
Yeah, safety cars coming in. We're going racing again. So green flag and Nick Yellerly, Jim Davenport, and Spencer Trenery. We haven't really talked about that number 15 car, and I know it's one that's dear to you. It's in 3rd place at the moment, about to go for 2nd. As they come into Andretti, he uses the pit lane exit. And does he make it? Yes! Oh no, he does not!
I was going to say that Daytona prototype does not stop as well as that Oreca. It doesn't have the downforce. It weighs a lot more. Looks like he locked his rears on that last downshift. Looks like everybody just about avoided him. But, well, it was ambitious. That's an uncomfortable place to sit. I've been there before. Headlights pointing the wrong way, watching everybody come at you.
Yeah, that's very scary. But it was bold. I'll give him that.
Darn near work, too.
Oh, and there's a bit of damage to the side panel of the 22 by the looks of it. Look.
Yeah, there was a slight touch. I think Jim Davenport's car is going to be okay. That's a pretty tough car. Looks like the bodywork latch on the DP came off.
It's just the latch, I guess.
Oh, he might have. Is he off?
It's left rear, look.
He might have a tire down. Is he off pace?
Oh, maybe. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, he's off pace. He might have a tire down or damage.
Yeah, he's looking as though he's gingerly going it. Well, when you've got the world champion Jensen Button behind you, passing you in the Viper round the outside at Rainey, why not? But yeah, he's lost a lot of pace. I think he's going to pull in after turn 10.
Yeah, I think one of those scrub tires he was talking about are down. I hope that's the case, because otherwise that would be a link of some sort.
Sure enough, he's bringing it in, yeah. Well, historic racing isn't about bashing.
They are racing, though, and this group, they've been racing hard. And, I understand why he went for that, but you just also got to remember what you're driving. He weighs probably 700 pounds more than that car.
Right, yeah. Well, we're looking at Jensen Button in the Viper, number 12, up to 3rd place now, looking for... Oh, no, up to 2nd place now.
Not bad for a GT car.
No, and another car parked up. That's the 88.
The old Auto House car. That was Jordan Taylor, and wasn't Willie T. Ribbs with him in that car, I believe.
Willie T.
Yeah, I believe it was. Or no, it was Bill Lester, maybe. I can't remember.
Well, Willie T's a legend.
I just know I talked to Jordan about that car all the time because we were teammates briefly at that point.
So that's Tim Lynn in the 88. Turn around. He's got it going again, that Camaro GTR 2010.
With probably about 6 parts from a real Camaro in there. That's a Pratt Miller tube frame. Those are actually terrific race cars.
And 21 of Bill Orbanen.
Speaking of terrific race cars, that's the V8 M3, the cheater homologation car. That thing's got an incredible motor in it.
You listen to the fantastic sounds of Laguna Seca at full tilt. Love it. Patrick Long currently in the top 10, but only just in the 66.
Yeah, he's been driving like 5 different cars. I mean, he's got a... It's got to be a nightmare to remember where all the switches are and which car turns on which way. But
well, I said that. He was telling me what he was driving and the differences in the cars early this morning before he went out. And I was just amazed. I said, how do you get your mind and head around the different braking positions, the different, torque, the different acceleration? He said, yeah, it's hard.
Well, that's one of the things, a good pro, you're just constantly reading the situation.
Right.
And, but yeah, like I said, when I jumped from that 1600 Datsun with 120 horsepower to a 300 horse Chevron this morning, you've got to mind your P's and Q's for the first couple laps.
I'll tell you what, Yellerly is motoring. He just did a 120.5 and he's 15 seconds up the road. Everybody else in the 128s. Just to give you an example, who else? Well, Jenson Button, 126. So that tells you everything when a Formula 1 driver is 6 seconds off the current yellow car. But they are very different cars. I'm not judging Jenson by that by any means, but I'm just making the point that the Bob Neopol and Nick Yellerly car is flying at the moment.
Speaking of which, 18.8 that last lap. He got down to a mid-17 yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah,
Did
no,
he really?
is hustling.
That is very impressive indeed.
And what a car.
Yeah. Back with Jenson Button as he comes under the Mission Foods Bridge and across the strip.
This thing looks like a handful over the hill. It floats the front end with that big motor, but man, does it look cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about straight line speed with the Viper, isn't it? You've just got all the grunt at the front. I don't know what it handles like in the corners, but like you say, I would have thought it's quite a handful.
Yeah, I can't imagine an 8-liter motor ever being friendly when you tip in, but the chassis looks, I mean, Orica did so much work on those cars, and they were so dominant in the day. I remember those Corvette Viper battles back in the day were just so good.
Well, I'm interested in watching Jenson start his historic tour, as it were. He started off buying a Fangio Jaguar C.
Oh, God, and that car is just drop-dead gorgeous, isn't it?
Absolutely fantastic, and I watch him wield it with much interest the first year, because it's a huge wheel.
And a lot of opposite lock, right?
Right, and remember, at the time of driving that car, he was still a current wet driver, so you know the size of a wet wheel. It's tiny, it's like a Formula 1 car. So, you know, and Jenson can handle that admirably, but having a bloody great steering wheel like he had in that Jaguar was amazing. But he owns that. He's also got an Alfa Romeo, which he raced this weekend and last year. And now, of course, he's got this Viper. So he's got an eclectic bunch as Jenson. I'm going to be interested to see where he goes next in his purchases.
I was going to say, that gentleman's got good taste. I like that. That's a good mix there, and they all look like absolute riots to drive. I've watched him drive all three.
Scott Durnick coming through. And up to third place. He'll be pleased with that in the Orica. The famous Martini colours. Scott had a good time in the booth a while back.
He's had a pretty tidy weekend in that car. As the group steward, I've been watching everybody, and he's been doing a nice job.
Yeah, what does that entail?
You know, basically, if there's contact or somebody's mad at somebody, instead of going straight to Dorsey Schrader with 500 people, they pick a person to be the chief complainer to.
Yeah, each group has a steward to complain to, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, these guys have been, these are difficult cars. These are all serious machines, and these guys are doing a good job. So we really haven't had any major issues. A few little single car incidents, a few little bits of contact, but honestly, I work in IMSA full-time as my other part of my day job, and, we tear up a lot more stuff over there, so I can't really give them too much stuff. I mean, the closing speeds in this group and the diversity of drivers, I think they've done a great job.
We'll have a quick look at Patrick Lindsay in the 73 for a moment, as we go back to the number 3. That's Thomas Mueller, 7th place at the moment in the 2014 Chevrolet Corvette.
Being hounded by our friend Patrick.
Boy, the temperature's dropped dramatically in the last hour or so, hasn't it? The mist coming back in over the sea. You can never know what's going to happen at Monterey.
Yep, absolutely. I've worked at this track for about 15, 18 years now, and there's like 3 jackets, a sweater, a t-shirt, and a pair of shorts in the trunk of my car right now.
I know, I've gone from t-shirt to sweatshirt now. Here's a good little battle. The 66 on the move. That's Patrick Long, of course, having a rare old day. We go back to the 12 of Jenson Button here, racing for your entertainment.
Using that little bit of bonus pavement they gave us a couple years ago on 5.
Oops,
there goes the 3.
Spinner.
Patrick was putting pressure on him. Pat Long was right behind him. That car's got a lot more power, but Pat was really hounding him on the brakes. It looks like he forced him into a mistake.
Yep, Thomas Mueller turning it round, but luckily keeps it all on the asphalt. Half an hour anyway, but he's decided to turn it round. He's come up on a Rolex side. Good advert for Rolex, but not when you're trying to get past it.
It's nice of him to shine the headlights on it, too. Light it up. Is that car off picks or no? No, it's not.
Yeah, it's a hard angle to see from the drone. Exactly the number on the side of the car.
I think that might be our Momo Porsche. Not sure.
And there is the leader, Leopold, and Nick Yellowly's car in the number 42, heading towards victory here in the Acura ARX01C from 2010. There's the Beamer.
It's interesting to see a lot of the guys are staying off that curb on entry of 6 when they repave. There's a little lip there now that can grab the tire and give you a little bit of oversteer. It's nice to see these guys realizing that.
Yeah, and when you're out there racing, it's nice. Do you kind of go and look for things like that, or do you do it in the car?
So, you know, in pro racing, when we get a chance, we do a track walk the day before, but I know this place so well because I've worked for Skip Barber and the Porsche track experience for so long. Oh, checker flag.
Yep, and there is the win then for Nick Yellowly and Bob Neopol. And, yep, came up with quick honours, but Jenson Button gets on the podium. And his historic career going from strength to strength. Scott Durnick will be happy to finish behind the ex-champ in third place. Welsh, Lindsay, Griot, Patrick Long 7th, Bill Alberton in 8th position. Spencer Traynor 8th. Well, bit of an interesting outing for him. He finishes 9th, but could get himself in some trouble for causing an incident. But hey, what the heck? He's an experienced guy. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and he's been so clean for so long. I'm sure that's just a talking to because that was an easy mistake. I got to say, as a door slammer guy, it's cool seeing Jensen put a GT car second in between two prototypes. I always love the GT cars. They're my favorites.
Yeah, good point.
I mean, a heck of a GT car, obviously. 8 liters does help, but I think Jensen had a big part of the pace of that car today.
Yep. Well, I think he knows what he's doing.
You could say that.
Well, listen, my thanks to Mike Sweeney Jr. Once again joining me in the booth as he did last year. I hope it's not another year till we see each other again, but if it is, I look forward to it.
Absolutely. If it's once a year, I'll take it. Yep. I'd take 2 or 3 if I could. Thank you so much.
Don't work too hard, but I know it's not work for you.
Like a rented mule, but I don't know it. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Have a good day.
We'll take a short break. The action continues here at the Rolex reunion as we wind down what has been a sensational weekend of historic racing.
Okay, everybody in? Yeah.
The Acura MDX with Acura Watch, a system of advanced driver assist technology. Standard. The features that matter most come built in.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Some things aren't made in a day. They're built by hand, taught by hearts, and sharpened by time. This is our legacy, built by generations and carried forward by you.
Highway 1, the legendary road connecting Los Angeles to San Francisco. A place to slow down and enjoy the view.
Hey, Callum, what's up? Where are you headed?
Grand Prix Long Beach, you?
I'm going up to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Or treat the track for the pitch.
What's with the ball?
The match in LA. San Francisco's next.
Highway 1.
Enjoy the view.
It's the iconic path between California's premier sporting events.
Welcome back to the Rolex reunion. It's been an absolutely marvelous weekend, and for those that do the full endurance, it's been a great couple of weeks. There's been some astonishing auction sales, including that Cobra going for $42 million. Peter Brock, who helped in the design and make of those cars, was there to see it happen, and we've had things like that happening all weekend long. And it really has been a special weekend, getting the bikes back here for the first time and having so many legends. It's just so impressive. And we've got another group to come. Looking forward to that. But before we do, let's head down to Kev, who earlier in the day spoke to Lucas Zinger, the founder and CEO of Zinger Cars.
Well, I've got to say, I'm really quite excited about this one because I first heard the name Zinger back in 2022 when I visited Laguna Seca, and I got a chance to look at the car back then. But now, Lucas Zinger, you're back in a big way with the 21C and the 21C Spider that you just revealed yesterday here at Monterey Car Week. And oh boy, what a car this is.
It's been a tremendous week for us. The launch yesterday takes the 21C another step further. Roadster, new braking system, new neural node in the center, really bringing it up a notch, and just had the best time with it at Laguna on the track here.
Yeah, I mean, let's just talk about that for a second. You had, I think, 8 or 9 of them out there just now. You were leading the way in this one. How was that?
We've delivered about 20 cars now, so that was half of our cars almost out at the same time. I mean, those sorts of miracles hardly ever happen, so it was just awesome. All our customers behind the wheel, us booking it, right? They're moving out there. The track is tremendous, and the cars love it. The cars love it. Yeah.
Well, they do love this track because track records is what you're all about. Talk to me through that, because I think 4 times you've broken the lap record here.
Yeah, lap records were part of our spirit, part of our winning spirit DNA, but they're also part of our development. They're also how we got our name out there as a new business. So during the development of 21C, we actually just kept marking a better and better time throughout. Then we got to the production version of the car, and we had a really good back and forth with a company, Koenigsegg. Ultimately, we came back here. We shaved about 1.8 seconds off the track record with our final production car.
That is really quite phenomenal. And one thing that, aside from lap records and the out-and-out speed that they can do, the design and the styling on these Zinger cars, they're unique. They really turn heads. They're incredible works of art.
Thank you. We call it otherworldly. Right? The skin needs to represent the technology behind it as well. Everything from the way we engineer the cars to the way we manufacture them to the way we package them is unique to us.
It really is. That manufacturing process, I forget what you exactly call it, and you'll forgive me on this, you make them in a pretty special way, sort of additive engineering almost. When you look in the back end, the engine bay, it doesn't look like it's been manufactured. It almost looks like it's grown.
Yes. We call it biologic engineering. There you go. Exactly for that reason, right? And it's because we look at designing structures almost as compressing evolution. So our machine learning AI software, our FAE, our structures engineers, they use a software that basically takes in the requirements for that part. How stiff, how many forces is it going to take, how durable does it need to be? The software solves that, adds and subtracts the material until it says this is actually the perfect geometry for that application. And then we have a manufacturing method which for the first time actually lets you express that in manufactured form. So layer by layer by layer, you laser melt this metal to the exact form that the software designed.
It's phenomenal stuff, and just standing and listening to you talk, Lucas, reminds me of when I spoke to your dad in 2022.
Yes.
It's just, for someone like me, I can't wrap my head around it, but I mean, you can, and now you're, by the way, listen to that thing over there.
Yeah.
You can't see this, but there's a very loud Le Mans prototype car or Group C car over there. I mean, loud, but no refinement, Lucas, no refinement, not like this thing.
No. This is a road car through and through, so it loves the track, but it's ultimately built fully homologated, right? New technology, full crash testing, full California carbon emissions, our own V8 in-house. So this is a car you can go to the DMV in California, register as a normal road vehicle.
That's absolutely remarkable. So, what's for the rest of the weekend? What's going on around Zinger? The big reveal was yesterday with this. You've been on the track and people just coming by and enjoying it. Or you got any other tricks up your sleeve?
More driving on the road, maybe more on the track. But for us, we've got a good group of our customers here. It's about enjoying the moment with them now and celebrating the cars.
Well, as somebody who's sort of seen how it's developed over the last 4 or 5 years, I've got to shake your hand and congratulate you. And it's a great journey that's just going to go on and on. So well done, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, fascinating car, fascinating concept in many ways. And long may they continue, and it's good to have them as part of this historic event. May not be what you expect to see from historics, but I love the inclusion. I think it's great. And it's also good because those cars in 50 years' time, when I'm sure Laguna is still running this event, they'll become the historic cars of this event. So always interesting. Got one more group to bring you, and that, of course, is the Peter Gregg Trophy. That's 73 to 81, and that's IMSA cars yet again. That coming up, Group 9. And we're about to get underway, and I think I'm going to get Billy Taylor to join me. And as I say that, out of nowhere comes the man himself. What an honor, he says. All right, sit you down, sir. We're looking high over the corkscrew. You're going to enjoy this with me because I know you've got some skin in the game here. Tell me what's going on, Billy.
Well, I mean, I think you are aware that Chet is my son.
Yes.
And Chet runs in this group all the time. It's his absolute favorite car, favorite run group. And, he drives the wheels off that. It's a 74 911S, spec'd as an RSR. It was, that car was delivered new to a guy who owned a dealership, Callaghan, in 1974, stripped, and he got parts from Peter Gregg to build it out as an RSR and started racing it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
How's your weekend been?
It's been fantastic. Thank you. I've been running our, we have 2 Alfa Romeos as well. I've been running our 65 Alpha with a 1600 in the John Morton group, and that's really fun. Had quite a bit of racing with Andrew, who has that beautiful Speedster number 191. We were doing some real head-to-head driving, super fun. And then Chet's been running our John Norman Trans Am Alpha in that group, and he always drives really well.
Well, I got a thrill this morning. John Morton joined me for the commentary of his group race.
Oh my God!
How cool is that?
I've been waiting to go home tonight to watch it.
Oh yeah,
because I just wanted to watch the race.
He is fascinating to listen to,
Oh, my
and the
God.
history, and obviously as we celebrate Japanese cars this weekend, it's just a thrill to have guys like that who were the originals.
We're so lucky when they show up, and they're so much fun to meet, and they're so cool. They've done it all.
And then out of nowhere, Peter Brock shows up, the Grand Marshal, and he starts talking about the Datsuns and the Nissans. And
Well, you won't get that depth of historic knowledge from me. Chet and I got into this about 10 years ago. We actually bought that car 17 that ran in the John Morton. Bought it on eBay. I had no idea what I was doing. Chet and I would share the car, and he was 16. And we just learned from there and just got into it, kept going.
So how many Rolex is this for you?
It's probably, I would say 6 or 7. We own a Cooper Monaco as well. I run that usually. They don't have a run group for it this year.
Okay, no group to run in this year.
But I love driving that car. It's a lot of fun. It's a slider, handful, but great drive always. Yeah.
Well, we're awaiting the final Peter Gregg group, but we also want to bring you up to date with one of our latest interviews with former chief designer Trevor Harris at MPTI and Jeff Brabham. Let's take a look at what they had to say.
Well, Jeff Brabham, quite a special treat for all of us. Hopefully it was a special treat for you. A reunion with your Nissan GTP car. Of the GTP cars on display here, you were the only one that's driving your original car. That's got to feel pretty special, I'd imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't driven the car since, 1991, somewhere around there. And I never in a million years thought I'd ever drive it again, never alone race it again. So, for me it was very special. And it's been a great weekend too, and I really enjoyed it and enjoyed driving this car again. And looking at all the fans out there, it's been a special weekend for sure.
Hopping back in after all this time, was it like riding a bike? Did it feel familiar?
Well, not really. When you get to my age, things don't happen quite as quickly. So, but yeah, it was just I don't know. It just brought back lots of memories, which was the main thing. And I did my best out there. the Toyotas were beating us. When I stopped racing this car, the Toyotas were a little bit quicker than us, and he was quicker than us today too. So nothing's changed, you know. So.
Still a second-place finish. And fair to say, it doesn't look like you've lost a touch. You may feel it, but to the outside, certainly doesn't look like it.
Well, you know, I have been doing a little bit of historic stuff lately, and you know, so that was good, because if I hadn't driven anything for 35 years and jumped into this car, it would have been really tough, you know. So.
Curious to get some comments as well from the gentleman just to your right. It's Trevor Harris, who was the chassis designer on this car,
and my engineer through all the championships that we won with this. Yeah.
Well, incredible. It takes a heck of a driver to go quickly, but it takes a heck of a car to be able to sustain that. Just talk us through a little bit about the design process and what it's like to continue to run this car all these years later.
Well, it's phenomenal, unbelievable. I had no idea that the car would run anywhere near as well as it ran as well as it could possibly do. And thanks to Chris Willis over here, who's just off to one side, because he really helped re-engineer the car. This car hasn't run for anywhere for 34 years, and to have Jeff come back and drive it after all these years, unbelievable. And for me to get a chance to look at all this happening and help a little bit, it's all unbelievable.
Well, it's a great team, but running this well after all this time, also I would imagine a hallmark of a good design. From your perspective as a driver, to drive something like this that's designed as quick as it was back then, as quick as it is now, what's that like for you?
Yeah, well, I mean, a race car's a race car. You know, there's two limits. There's the driver's limits and the car limits. I suppose when we were running back then, the limit was really the car's limit, but today the limit's definitely the driver's limit, you know, so it changes, you know, so, but yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's a challenge, you know, they're quite physical, and I was glad that there was a bit of a yellow there, so the laps were shorter, you know, so, but yeah, it's just a great experience, and I'm really happy to thank all the crew. They did an amazing job putting this car together.
Well, it's been a treat for us. Before we end, I want to ask you just to reflect a little bit. It's the 45-year anniversary of the IMSA GTP class. Some of the most iconic race cars I can think of, certainly on the sports car side, but what's it like to relive that and have it celebrated in such a big way here at the reunion?
Yeah, it's I don't think it really sink into I get home, you know. It's just one of the, when you're here, you're involved, you're trying to, you know, work with the crew and get yourself up to speed and all that. So, you know, mentally you're kind of focusing on all that. But I think when I go home and I go back and look at all the photos, you know, it's really going to sink in. It's really damn cool. It really is.
Well, Jeff, Trevor, thank you both very much. This was an absolute treat for us. We hope you've enjoyed it as well.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you forget the cars are the stars, but when you get a bit a little rosy-eyed when you see the likes of Jeff Brabham and anybody from the Brabham legacy that Sir Jack started, and Billy, your eyes went wide open when you looked at who we were looking at there. Just great legends.
Oh, absolutely. And I really appreciate that they called out the mechanics in this world, too, because keeping these cars running is no easy feat. I mean, a car of that level, incredible. But even the cars we run in V Sedan, everything, I really have to shout out to all the mechanics involved, everybody that keeps this thing going. It's doing amazing.
So we're looking down on Ransom Webster's Porsche 935 K3 from 1976. Couldn't get more distinctive in colours, could you?
It's a beauty.
Yep. About to head out for what is the next group, which is the Peter Gregg Trophy. It's our last group race of the day. We've got a little bit something special towards our last run. And, I'll hold back on telling you what it is, because it's something quite special. Ray McCann. I love the lines on that. It's beautiful.
Love the camera.
64. Yeah. Martin Lauber, who was in here earlier. There he is.
Great guy.
Oh yeah, brought his son into the booth.
Yeah. It's really cooled off this afternoon. I wonder if we're going to see some faster lap times today.
Yeah, good point. Actually, yeah. Or will we have more more problems because of tires that weren't 100%? Or potentially brakes that weren't working as well as they should. And you can see he's got a fair few races under his belt of historics. Rolex, Velocity, 24, WeatherTech, you name it, it's all there. HSR from Daytona. Yeah. Love it. Martin Lauber, great character, and another one of the characters that you run into here at the Rolex reunion.
Inevitably, these cars from this era have Daytona history. I know our car does. It didn't do it until the late 70s, early 80s, but that's more the Daytona setup, early 80s Daytona setup. Really cool.
Billy, I'm sure you're like me. Every time you come to this weekend, something surprises you, something jumps out at you, or something that you didn't expect to happen happens. Have you had any sort of fun things happen while you've been here this weekend?
Well, I mean, from a strictly personal experience, my racing with Andrew that has the Speedster number 191 I was surprised by that. I was surprised that he was as fast as he was, and we had a great race. That was great. I don't know. I'm surprised by how cool people like Jimmy Johnson and Jenson Button, how supportive and just friendly they are to all the people who love racing. I really appreciate that. Maybe not a surprise, but really a great part of the event.
Well, the beauty for them is that the pressure's off. You know, they were men that were always being looked at, not just by the fans, but by the guys employing them to perform.
Absolutely.
And once you get the Jimmy Johnson marker on your back and everybody knows who's in the 48, then suddenly there's a little bit of pressure that goes with doing it year on year on year on year. So
absolutely. No, I know they're here having fun, just driving lots of cars, but they're also really nice people. A lot of fun to be around.
Yeah, no question. Well, as you can see, they are heading out of pre-grid and heading to the rolling start for our Peter Gregg Trophy. Delighted to have Billy Taylor in here, but again, let's just mention why you're interested in this particular group. Your son's out there.
Well, unfortunately for my son, I drove the car in qualifying and put him a few seconds back from where he would have been otherwise.
Thanks, Dad.
He doesn't mind. He is in it for the love of the cars, the love of the drive, and he's happy to start anywhere. Really proud of him. He's really become a great driver. It's been a wonderful, this greatest experience of my life, getting into this. I hope more fathers bring their kids into this. We need that legacy in this historic world.
So high above the corkscrew as they come out of Andretti and wind through turns 3 and 4. Should start making the run towards the left-hander, which begins the uphill climb here at Laguna Seca. There is that left-hander. It's a tricky corner, that, and you can see they've relayed it recently, but there is an overtake possibility into there, but you can lose a lot of drive by making an inside move. So then, we're getting ready for our final group of the day, and it is the Peter Gregg Trophy. Who is Peter Gregg, you ask? Well, he has a multitude of race wins and championships across many series. Was a Trans Am champion back in 71 and 73, and in 73 he also won the 24 Hours of Daytona before retiring. Oh, that wasn't the end of it, though. He came back from retirement and won the 75, 76, 78, and the 24 Hours of Daytona in 78. Peter also won 4 IMSA GTO championships, 74, 75, 78, and 79. And at the 1977 24 Hours of Le Mans, he finished first in class, 3rd overall. Not a bad record.
Unbelievable.
Yes, this is the Peter Gregg Trophy. It's for cars from 1973 to 1981, and it includes IMSA, GT, GTX, AAGT, GTU, and FIA. But as we look at some of Peter Gregg's great achievements and talk about them, it's pretty impressive and well-deserving of the Group 9.
Another thing that's interesting about Peter is just how many cars he touched. Like even our privateer car, he was involved.
Yeah, I know Simon Gregg quite well. And yeah, that legacy continues with the Gregg family, and they've had a huge part of racing in the USA. Charles Neerberg, who had a spin in the last race, he's out in another K3, 935. Let's hope he doesn't have another spin. He won't like me reminding him of that. But I think that was a case of changing weather conditions. I'll put it down to that, shall I? Ken Epsman's out there as well. Patrick Long again in the 935. I think that's the K4 he's out there in. 1981, and that is a missile. Literally. Cameron Healy also in this one in a 1974 Porsche 911 Carrera. Any cars that you either are envious of or have a history with or just have a mate in one? Besides your son.
Well, of course that, but I really love some of these front-running cars, the 935s, and of course Patrick Byrne and that Greenwood Corvette. Chet and I lust for a Greenwood Corvette from time to time, and Patrick Byrne, I mean, he's always incredibly fast. He never breaks down. He drives great. You know, I really love those, and of course I like it. I love the Monzas. Cameron brings incredible cars to the game. Everybody does.
Looking high up towards the corkscrew, great angle to look at, and you get to see the big drop off there. And at speed, it is. I've never done it in a race trim, but I've certainly done it in a pace car and got some joy rides. But yeah, it's still a thrill a minute. And we thank HRC Honda Racing for giving us these overhead drone shots that have been with us all day today. So well done, guys. Appreciate it. Hell of a job. And a hell of a perspective, too. I think the drone, I was talking to John Noonan about this, the drone has changed motor racing forever.
Amazing. Everything.
Yeah.
Every media, all media.
So the pace car comes off, and we're about to start our final group, which is the Peter Gregg Trophy for 73 to 1981. IMSA GTs, GTXs, AA GTs, GTUs, and FIA. Quite a mouthful, but a fantastic lineup of cars.
There they go.
Away we go then. Green flag waves, and it's a run down to Andretti. Side-by-side action. Who dares wins? Look at this.
Oh, my God, you guys.
Patrick Byrne. Coming back at him, though. Alan Turpin's not giving in. He's got the inside line into the next. Oh, great
guys.
stuff. Keep it up.
Oh, Alan got him.
That's good stuff. That's how you start a race, isn't it?
That moto.
Oh, look. Oh, no! Both of them go round. 3 go round.
Oh, my God.
Mayhem here at Laguna.
God. That was just ridiculous. Oh.
You know what? We said the cooler temperatures might just catch a few people out, and I think that is the case of that.
Especially those cars on bigger tires.
Yeah.
It can be really
I'm not saying that's the reason. I mean, because there was obvious bit of racing going on.
Oh. There was Chet and Martin Lauber going hard.
Billy Taylor joined this one with me. Scream anytime
right,
you like.
A little squeal there.
No,
Excuse me.
Squealing is allowed. That's okay.
It looked like they almost touched going into turn 5.
Yeah, Martin Lauber.
Turn 6.
Yeah, great stuff. So we've had a dramatic start to the Peter Gregg Trophy, and Peter wouldn't have it any other way, I'm sure. Out of 10 come the leaders, and already building on that lead now is Turpin's. And they come out of 10. And it is now Ransom Webster who's picked it up in the pink and white. 42, that 1976 Porsche that we started off, the K3 935, starting to pull away, flaming through. And into second place goes Ken Epsman, getting ahead of the 33 of Nelson Calais. Ken Epsman, another man that's been racing historics for many a year.
He's a great driver.
Yeah.
I really admire his whole thing.
Done a lot of historic Trans Am, has Ken.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. But he's capable of driving any of the cars.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty car, simple in terms of its livery, etc., but impressive all the same.
Here comes Alan. Great.
Lauber just behind him.
Yeah.
Alan Turpin's getting up and past. Patrick Long into the top 10. Cameron Healy not showing at the moment, 13th place. Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it, out there? You can tell.
It's fast. A lot of really well-prepared cars, really good drivers.
So then, another lap completed, but it's still plenty of action. Look at this.
Oh, yeah, it's tight.
5 cars all coming out of 11 together there. Back to the leaders. And he's closed right in on him as Ken Epsman as they dive into Andretti again. Flames coming out of the 42. Lighting up the Laguna circuit. We've got a race on here, Billy.
Yeah.
For sure.
We'll see if Turpin catches up to him. Is Patrick Byrne still on the track?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yes, he's still running in 17th place.
Oh, my gosh. So he dropped back away.
Yeah, big time.
Alan's closer. Yeah, here he comes.
All right. We'll give him time.
Yeah, he'll get them.
Distinctive colour scheme for sure. Oh, he is right there. Now he's got the lights on. Intimidation begins. I never know whether that works or not. I wouldn't be intimidated because I know what they're trying to do.
I will tell you, having a 935 on your tail would be intimidating.
Full
no
stop.
matter what, lights on
Yeah.
or off.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
You're going to be
Flames
looking
coming
in
out of
your
it, doesn't matter.
mirror.
Yeah. You know you're in trouble.
Nice driving, guys.
Yeah, this is nice and a good tasty start to this one. Durkheimer up to 7th place, Taylor now 8th, Hosek 9th, and Ornstein in 10th place, rounding out the top 10. As the leaders dive into turn 11 here at Laguna. And the top 4, you can throw a blanket over them.
Incredible.
And here comes Patrick Long. He's out for another victory. He's in 4th at the moment. And a look up the inside, but it was never on. That said, not so with the number 2. Patrick Long means business. He told me earlier today he loves an overtake at 2. And look at him, he's doing it here.
Yeah.
That is classic. I always love it when drivers like Patrick share with you a couple of their secrets, especially in historics. And I said, where's a good place to overtake? And he said, well, I like 2. And in the previous race, he did exactly that, and now he's done it again. Up to 3rd. Might be 2nd in a moment. Here he comes at 5. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Classy driver. No
Very.
question about it.
Yeah.
And a Porsche man through and through. You know, we were talking earlier when he came in the booth about how he was a single-seater driver, went to Europe and thought that was going to be his trajectory, and then Porsche spotted him, and as you know, the rest is history. He's been a Porsche man through and through, and pretty incredible, and still helps juniors coming through a program with Porsche.
He is an insane driver.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, underrated in many ways.
Wow.
Not that his career total doesn't show you that, but he could easily have been a Formula 1 driver.
I think he's done quite well.
Yeah, he's done quite well. He's done okay.
All right.
You know what I mean.
But that's the thing that's so impressive about any of the pros when they show up is the technique of their driving, the consistency, the way they figure the track out in an unfamiliar car.
Oh, look at that! Round the outside at Andretti. Mario, get on the phone and give Patrick a wave. That was pretty good. That was Mario-esque. How about that to go into the lead?
Yeah.
Beautifully done.
He's running away with it now. Got it.
Yeah, that's it. He's checked out, hasn't he? That's gone. He's gone. So Ramson Webster settles for 2nd and now settles down to holding off these 2 cars behind him. I think Patrick Long is going to be off and running. We'll see what the lap times are after this. Long did a 1:33.3 last time out. And here we go. Here's a pass for second, coming up the hill towards the corkscrew. No, he's not going to do it this time. Instead, he's going to go high and wide and maybe get some drive on the 42. Down they come, and into Rainy Curve. Flames flaming out of the 42. What a lovely shot. And they're back with the leaders, Billy. Here we go again. It's nip and tuck between the top three. But yeah, no question, Patrick Long pulling away now, and the battle now is between Ransom Webster, Alan Turpins, and Ken Epsman. And here we go.
God, Alan. Wow.
And Turpins, nicely done. Up to second. Well, we're seeing some classy moves, that's for sure.
Very.
Long's overtake around the outside at Andretti. Spectacular, and another really good move here to go to second place for Alan Turpins. Field spreading out though as the race goes on. It's great to see so many cars staying here all day and enjoying the racing, making a full weekend of it, and of course there's campers as well. They'll be here, probably stay through to the IndyCar race in September. Looking, Patrick Long did a 1:31.7 on that lap when he took the lead, so dramatically up the pace. Beautiful sounds.
Yes.
Nothing better than to hear these cars doing what they were made to do. Yeah, he's pulled out, what, 3.2 seconds? Now, we've been talking about Patrick Long. Well, Kev Harris caught up with him earlier in the weekend. Let's hear from Patrick.
Well, look, I tell you what, this may be a historic racing weekend, but the racing is serious, and some of these drivers are doing double duty, and one of them is with me now, Patrick Long. We've just watched you off camera leap from one car to the next, Patrick. You had fun in that last one.
Yeah, you know, yesterday in the pre-race, the Friday race, that was a 40-minute enduro, so I was feeling a lot hotter when I jumped into this K4. But the 935, this is such an evolved 935. I'm working with Max Crawford, who was the original designer and crew with these guys from Kramer. So it's just a tremendous honor to drive this car. But yeah, 5 classes this weekend. These two are back-to-back, last race of the whole weekend. So we're going to go out and put on a show for those who've stuck in the van.
You're going to sleep well tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah, you know, but I don't get to do this much. I stepped out of pro racing in 2021, so I'm like the kid at the buffet who took too much food and ate it all and has a stomach ache, but in the best way.
That might be you and Zach Brown, actually, because he fills his boots on these weekends as well. But you're obviously going well in this car, put it on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, it's a tremendous honor to drive for the Seymour Group. Brian Pritt and Tate Pritt have given me the opportunity to drive this car, and these are pieces of history. They're Bowling museums, so yeah, honored to give it a roll.
Right, we'll give it a roll. Thanks so much for talking to us and enjoy it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying these interviews during the race because, you know, it's all very well watching them, but to hear what it means for them to go racing, and even greats like Patrick, you know, it means so much to go racing.
Yeah.
Well, he's taken off, that's for sure. He just did a 1:30.9 and increased that lead to over 5 seconds now. And like I said, taking full control. And
well, Patrick Burns coming up too. I see he's running 1:33s. He's behind Chet. He'll probably
7th at the moment.
Him
yep.
soon.
We'll keep an eye on it. Here's that battle again between the 42 of Ransom Webster in 3rd and Ken Epsman now in 4th place in the 20. And these two have been at it for a while now. Put the lights on, blazing him, trying to intimidate him as they go back up the hill and towards the Ray Hall straight. And up towards the corkscrew. Yeah. Have you ever had any mishaps up the top there?
Trying to remember. I know I've gone off the track out of turn 5. And the corkscrew, you go in blind. It's such an unusual experience. I probably don't drive as fast as I could.
Well, I've listened to hundreds of drivers describe how to take the corkscrew, and all I know is get there, hold the anchors in, turn in, look for the oak tree, and
punch it.
Gun it.
Yeah. That's what I do, I guess.
Well, the safety truck's on track, so something's amiss. But let's hope it doesn't bring out the safety car. Maybe it's just a pickup at aisle 9. But this race continues between Epsman and Webster. Ransom Webster in the 42, pink and white Porsche, up against the Budweiser all-red number 20 of Ken Epsman. That car, a Decon Monza from 1976. Back to our leader, who's already coming up on traffic now. And it looks as though we are going to have to go full caution yellow for this one, whatever the incident is. But that's a shame, because it was all heating up there. And, well, Patrick would be the one that's most miffed. He gouged out an 8-second lead. Hey-ho, that's racing. But if you notice where the incident was, the truck was on the main straight, so maybe it's at Andretti, because he was heading that way. So we're under caution in our final Peter Gregg group race. And yes, the checkered flag is out, so it won't bother the actual race, because it's over. And Patrick Long takes victory over Alan Turpins in second place, Ransom Webster in third, Ken Epsman in fourth, Mark Lauber rounding out the top 5. Patrick Byrne was on the move, as you pointed out, in the 40, got up to 6th place. So a little bit of a reprieve for Patrick, who didn't have to do the restart and be under pressure. But well done to Patrick Long. What a day, what a weekend for him. Boy, he's been working it.
Amazing, a lot of driving.
Yeah, a lot of driving.
Yeah.
So what's next? What's your next event or challenge?
I don't know. We usually do a couple of season closers, one with CSRG, one with Vara at Willow Springs. Although this year I think we're going to run at Willow Springs in kind of something with the new management. But that's where Chet and I learned to drive. We love that track. We're looking forward to maybe some historic activity there in the near future. We're hearing rumors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pray tell.
Oh. Well, we'll see. I'm looking forward to it. You know, that whole track is under construction and rehabilitation. It's a wonderful place.
See what pans out. Yeah,
it needed some renovation.
Yeah.
But really fun place. It'd be really fun to see some of these groups there, and I hope we will.
So that concludes the Group 9 coverage, and well, certainly some very, very good overtakes in that. Good race in terms of racecraft. And that overtake by Patrick Long, that's the way to do it at Andretti. Round the outside, full on, keep the grip. And my thanks to Billy Taylor joining me here in the booth. Thanks for coming in.
What a pleasure.
Oh, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you. We'll take a short break with more action to come, though. We're not quite done just yet, so don't go away. More action from the Rolex reunion after this.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Highway 1, the legendary road connecting Los Angeles to San Francisco. A place to slow down and enjoy the view.
Hey, Callum, what's up? Where are you headed? Grand Prix Long Beach. You? I'm going up to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Or trade the track for the pitch.
What's with the ball?
The match in LA. San Francisco's next.
Highway 1.
Enjoy the view.
It's the iconic path between California's premier sporting events.
Why do we race?
not just for trophies or records. At Gazoo Racing, we race for something bigger. We race to push every nut and bolt to the absolute limit. Then we rebuild it and make it stronger. That high-performance powertrain, Le Mans tested. This is research and development at 200 miles an hour. Because the track doesn't just test our cars, it shapes what we build next.
Some things aren't made in a day. They're built by hand, taught by hearts, and sharpened by time. This is our legacy, built by generations and carried forward by you.
Welcome back. You join us here at the Rolex reunion and looking forward to what is something quite special coming up in a moment. But before we get to that, we've got one more interview for you. David Velasquez from Dunlop Tires. Obviously, the tires are a massive part of every historic event, in any motor racing event, of course. Let's hear from David.
Inevitably, one of the most crucial elements of any race car and any racing weekend are the tires. And one of the most storied names in motorsport, think the Dunlop Bridge at Le Mans, is just that, Dunlop, the iconic yellow. A welcome return to the United States as well on the road tire side, and eventually we understand the competition side. I'm with David Velasquez. He's a motorsport event lead for Dunlop. Tell us a little bit about Dunlop's return here to the States.
Yeah, so Dunlop's back in North America. We've been gone for a while, but we're back. We're excited to be here. This is our home for us as the motorsport side. Right now we have the Blue Response all-season touring tire, which is for your everyday car. You know, Lexus ES, Lexus RS. We have SUV sizing. In the 2 to 4 year gap, we should have a full variety of 200 treadwear performance tires that fit especially for this event.
I know in many ways, David, Dunlop is starting from scratch here in North America. Kind of an exciting thing because we have a lot to look forward to on the road tire side, and we said maybe see a slick tire over there, the competition side at some point.
Yeah, so we have the ability in the European market. Dunlop is huge in the European market, and we're super excited to bring that energy here to North America, especially in the motorsport scene.
And why was that exciting and especially of interest for Dunlop to showcase here at Rolex Reunion?
It's super exciting because we have a lot of history here, right? We have the classic tires, which is the Dunlop racing tire. We have the slicks, which we're eager to bring back. It obviously takes a lot of research and development to bring those things back on the business side, but we're super excited to be here as part of our history is from here.
Excited to see Dunlop continuing to grow that history here in North America. David, appreciate your time. Thanks for everything that you and the rest of the folks at Dunlop do.
Thank you, guys. And remember, Dunlop, taking you beyond.
Great stuff from Jonathan Grace, and my thanks to both Jonathan and Kev throughout the day, bringing us all the action and getting us down and dirty in the pits. And hopefully Jonathan's going to join me in a moment to finish off the day, as well he should. But we've got a couple of more interviews that we haven't shown you yet, and that one, of course, the big race, or one of the biggest races of the weekend, was the IROC, and it didn't disappoint. Kurt Busch was the winner, and a deserved one. Let's hear from him.
Well, Kurt Busch, we caught up just a couple hours ago, and now back in victory lane in the 2003 IROC car. You won the championship bit, no less. That's going to feel pretty good.
It's amazing. Just the feelings of being back with an old car, it brings back so many memories. And then on the grid today, I got a little choked up with my brother's passing, and respect to my brother on the bow for Kyle. His engine builder helped me put this car back together. So Kyle's got a little special part of the engine process. And then, my guys in Carolina with Bryce and Kenny, my whole gang of friends, a bunch of volunteers helped me put the old IROC car back together. So the Purple People Eater, she's fast again.
So I'm sure Kyle will be very happy to see it. I want to talk about you chair in the front row again with Jimmy Johnson. That had to feel fun as well.
It brings back so many memories. It's like all the trash talk we used to do, and then, he bring it out on the track, and there it was again. He was throwing some blocks. I didn't want to go after him hard in the corkscrew, because that's too obvious. And last year I made a mistake through it, so I waited. I stayed patient, and then he was throwing the blocks, and I said, I know I've got to take the outside going into 11. I just hope I can get it to launch. And I heard him spin his tires, and I was just like, this one's mine, this one's mine. And I was barely inched him out.
What about pre-grid? Any ribbing, any words between you guys?
It's always fun. Just the whole group with Borchetta jumping out there in the lead. I mean, he's a good racer. I just knew we could force him into a mistake. And then with Dreesy, he won last year, but everyone's working on their stuff, and we're having fun.
Well, I love it, too, because these are anything but parade laps. You guys are racing, real, wheel to wheel. Yes, it's a showcase for the fans and things like that, but it's still stiff competition.
Yeah, the first part, we wanted to get, like those photo ops, but yet we're there side by side, kind of seeing who's got what on cold tires. And I was definitely chattering my fronts. I didn't get enough heat in my fronts because we only had the one parade lap. So it's your old racing juices kick back in, and the fun that we all get to have. And then just the fan favorites with these cars, these colors. The kids dig them. That's why I became a fan of IROC when I was a kid. It was all the colors and the cool names.
Right. Well, hard not to. Great job bringing the Purple People Eater back to victory lane. Thanks, Kurt.
Thank you.
And Jonathan Grace joins me here in the booth. Welcome. You've had a hell of a day. Well done.
Oh, I feel like a kid in a candy store. It's been so much fun. I've been to this event before as a fan, but to see it from this side, what a treat. I mean, everything behind us, the IROC cars, the racing. I'm impressed by how hard some of the racing is. It's been really well managed driving standards-wise, but Kurt and I were talking about it. These are not quite parade laps. These guys want to win, and I love that. I love seeing everyone's favorite cars pushed to the limit. For me, personally, it's been a blast.
More importantly, where's my coffee? At 6 o'clock this morning, I expected coffee from you. I got none.
Well, I slept past my alarm, so that was a self-inflicted.
I'm ribbing you.
I owe you a coffie or two.
Okay, done. Done deal. Hey, listen, what's been the highlight for you? I know this has been a thrill to be part of, and such a prestigious event. What's lit your wick?
So behind us, some of the Eagle Mark IIIs. We got to see a couple of the Eagles race in the GTP class for the Hurley Haywood Cup. That's a car that lives in or one of them at least, the Peterson Museum in Los Angeles that I try to visit as much as I can when I was home. And to see it in motion and driven in anger and driven so well today, that was really cool. But all of those IMSA GTP cars, those are some of my favorite race cars on earth. That was such a treat for me.
Yeah, and I think that's the point. Well, and this is our last group, or last on-track action, I should say, not group, it's only two cars. But yeah, I think you just summed it up well there, which is to see it in anger, to see the art, to see the history of this sport raced properly as they should in anger. But now let's talk about in anger. How about this? The latest from Toyota. We've saved this till last, because why not look to the future? And I know you're as excited as I am. Toyota bring their Gazoo Racing GTR.
Oh, my goodness. What a thing. What a machine. The road car is impressive, and I know that will catch a lot of people's eyes, the GR GT that's forthcoming, but the car behind it with the big old aggressive wing on it, that's built to the GT3 Global Homologation Specifications, dubbed the GR GT3. Currently, Lexus, in the hands of Vassar Sullivan Racing here in the States, and a CODIS ASP in the World Championship race, the Lexus RCF GT3. And it's been wildly successful, but it's aging. This is the new challenger for Gazoo Racing, and it certainly looks the part. It sounds the part. Kev Harris and I had a chance to sit down with some of their engineers and walk through it. They have a tremendous cutaway of the inside of the road car. The engineering is remarkable. It is, at the same time, incredibly complex and very simple. It is built to last. It is understandably built for endurance racing. But I think the thing that catches my eye the most on this, Jonathan, is that this was not a case of Toyota and Gazoo Racing building a road car that then they built up a GT3 car on top of, right? The chassis has to be from the production line. That's in the rules for the GT3 formula. They built the race car first and then said, all right, let's make it road legal and add some air conditioning and a hybrid unit. And I think that's really, really cool.
Yeah, and I like the idea also that instead of putting a hot shoe racing driver in the car, they actually took it to the Nürburgring and gave it to the engineers and gave it to the guys that design the cars and said, right, put it through its paces. This is one of the hardest tracks in the world. What can you do?
Well, that's so fitting for this car, isn't it? You look back to the start of Gazoo Racing as an entity, and it was kind of this parts website forum, but it was a bunch of engineers and employees that went racing in secret under the Gazoo Racing moniker so that their bosses at Toyota wouldn't catch them, and it caught on, and they had such a great time and did so well that eventually Toyota said, well, all right, I guess we should do this for real. But it's fitting, I think, that at the Nürburgring of all places, they let the engineers have their way with it.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've been doing a little bit of research on this because if you're a racer fan and you're tuning in on Racer on the YouTube channel, if you are signed up for the Racer Network, you can see Super GT from Japan, and I'll be doing it next weekend with RJ O'Connell. I know you know well, and I called him up to say, hey, what do you think Toyota are bringing the GTR? And he goes, well, we're hoping to see it in the championship, in Super GT, next year in 27, which is amazing when you think about it, because the Super is still right at the top of its game.
Oh, sure. I mean, it's a quality problem for Toyota and Gazoo Racing to have when you bring it. I'm super excited to see it in GT300 trim over there. I'm super excited to see it in, hopefully, although nothing's been announced, I would hope and wish that it's in either GTD or GTD Pro in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Of course, we'd love to see it on the world stage in WEC as well, but, oh, man, I mean, what a machine.
Well, I tried to put John Noonan on the spot to see if he would let me know if it was coming to IMSA at any time, and he didn't say. He sat on the fence like he should and didn't say too much because he knows he can't be talking about what plans Toyota have, or haven't got. It's not his place to say that, but I know that he is excited, as we all are in sports car racing, to see what Toyota bring next, and this is it. So an historic event, finishing with the future, as always, and as it should. And Toyota, as we, of course, celebrate Japanese marques and Japanese motorsport et al., it's been a great weekend to celebrate just that, which is Japanese racing, and fitting somewhat to see the road car and the race car.
And look at him going at it as well. I mean, you'd think this was the last lap of a race here for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Obviously, they're doing demonstration laps, but these are at anger. These are at speed. This is what these cars are built to do. I want to go back to the engineering side as well. I mean, if you were in the paddock today, I certainly hope you got the chance to go and see it. But that cutaway was remarkable. The gearbox and the differential setup, so clever from the folks at Gazoo Racing. They've done a 2-degree offset to the left and down for the shaft that then feeds into the differential to minimize any clunk or slop in the gearing. Instead of the traditional kind of straight cut large gears that you would use, they've used more helical shaped gears. It's really clever. It's a fairly simple system as well. For the road car as well, shifting I think won't be a problem. Downshifts in particular. You think of fast shifting road cars rather, you think Porsche and their PDK gearbox. The only limiting factor with that, although it is a brilliant and beautiful piece of engineering and works like a dream, is heat management. Gazoo Racing have found a really clever solution. They use 2 different clutches in actually the hybrid system as well. One, of course, will separate from the driveline, and the other is completely in control of the shifting action. And so what that allows you to do is shift as quickly as your hand can move down the paddles. It's a pretty remarkable innovation, and it really saves on any of the heat generated as well.
Well, Jonathan, as you and I have been watching the racing all day, they also give out the prizes, and there are many for this historic event. It's no prize money. There's no first, second, and third necessarily. That's not how historic racing goes. But there are trophies to be had, and one of them is the Spirit of Monterey, a prize that was given out earlier. Let's see who won it.
In the spirit of the weekend, and exemplifies why we are all here, to safely experience our cars at speed and share their history with others. And this year's winner is Ranson Webster.
Mr. Webster, if you don't know, is quite a devotee of Porsche, has quite a fleet of Porsche race cars, including some of the rarest and most significant in the world. He has a Porsche race poster collection better than the factories. I mean, you talk about a true enthusiast. I'm really thrilled that you received this award this year. Congratulations.
And a fitting winner from Will and Grace, or Johnny and Grace. I don't know what is our twosome call, because you're a JG, I'm a JG.
And both JGRs at that.
Oh yeah,
which is interesting.
Good,
both
interesting.
Monosyllabic last names.
I love it.
So Because we'll have to
I tell you
figure out
what,
something.
Ransom Webster, a deserved guy. I've watched him race many a time. Last year, Zach Brown won it, and it's a good one to have. Spirit of Monterey. It means basically you are the essence this year of what it takes to be in this event. And there are many prizes to be had as we watch Toyota's latest toy.
And it sounds the part, doesn't it, as well? It's a 4-liter twin-turbo V8, obviously the road car with a hybrid, the GR GT3 due to the current GT3 rules. No hybrid system. Of course, we'll save on a little weight. Everything can be the power plant of choice as long as it is an engine of some configuration. You can turbocharge it. You can leave it naturally aspirated like the Ford Mustangs. But that Lexus RCF is one of the better-sounding GT3 cars, and I think Toyota's done a really nice job with GR in following that up with this. It's got that burble, that V8 grumble that I love from a GT3 car, and it's certainly alive and well here.
Well, as we watch the Toyotas go around their paces, the new GTR, not been seen on track yet, but looking forward to it entering into the world of motorsport, both as a road car and, of course, in racing trim in Super GT and possibly in IMSA. But that concludes our day of racing anyway. And looking forward to another year of racing like this. And, of course, the Japanese have an expression, Jonathan, mission of Kaizen, or continuous improvement. Fitting line.
Oh, I think so, too. You look at this car and everything it's improved on from the aging RCF GT3, it's been refined in every way. Top down, I think it's going to be a real threat on whatever grid it finds itself on, either in North America or internationally. It's a thing of beauty, but I think that spirit of refinement extends to many of the marques that we've seen represented here under the Japanese heritage for this year.
Well, it's been a fantastic weekend, no question about it. Rolex has pulled it off again. The WeatherTech Raceway has performed its part. It is one of the heroes of course, this adventure into historic racing. They've been doing it right here for 52 years, since 1974, and Steve Earle. And if you look at the racing, it goes back to even further, 76 years of racing, all the way back down to 1950. It's been a great and fitting tribute to Japanese racing, and I agree that Kaizen, the mission of Kaizen, and that of course is a continuous improvement, has been proven today. He's Jonathan, I'm Jonathan. We'll see you next year. We'll leave Kev to take us home.
Well, big thanks to Johnny Green and Jonathan Grace. They're wrapping things up here at Monterey at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And a chance for me just to catch up with two of the people who make this all possible, Mel Harder and April Henderson. Guys, the fans are starting to leave. The track is going quiet, but it's been an absolutely brilliant year, hasn't it, Mel, this year?
It was, yes, really incredible. So many new parts to it. It's kind of the events within the events, but between IROC, the motorcycles, the auction that we had earlier in the week, but really the real key was the Japanese celebration. Really knocked it down.
I was going to ask you what your highlights were, or your highlight was, but I think you've just done it. All three of those things were phenomenal. And April, what about yourself? I mean, you've been super busy, I know, but any highlights for you from today or the week?
You know, I think building off of what Mel said is just the opportunity for us to celebrate all those individuals that were out here. So our award ceremony went off without a hitch, and we were able to celebrate all of those people up there on stage.
Great celebrations, and excitingly, we already know that we're coming back to do it all again next year. When are we going to do it?
It's going to be August 11th through the 14th.
And under wraps, the marque for next year. Stay tuned. Is that right?
That is true.
Okay, stay tuned. Join us next August, though, when we'll be back here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. I've had a blast. Jimmy Johnson, got to speak to him twice. Zach Brown was here again. Jim Farley. Wayne Rainey, who else can we mention? Too many to mention. But from myself, Kev Harris, and all the team, thanks for watching wherever you are. We'll see you next year. Goodbye.
Some things aren't made in a day. They're built by hand, taught by hearts, and sharpened by time. This is our legacy, built by generations and carried forward by you.
Everybody in? Yeah. The Acura MDX. With Acura Watch, a system of advanced driver assist technology. Standard. The features that matter most come built in.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Highway 1, the legendary road connecting Los Angeles to San Francisco. A place to slow down and enjoy the view.
Hey, Callum, what's up? Where you headed? Grand Prix Long Beach. You? I'm going up to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Or treat the track for the pitch.
What's with the ball?
The match in LA. San Francisco's next.
Highway 1.
Enjoy the view.
It's the iconic path between California's premier sporting events.
Why do we race? Not just for trophies or records. At Gazoo Racing, we race for something bigger. We race to push every nut and bolt to the absolute limit. Then we rebuild it and make it stronger. That high-performance powertrain, Le Mans tested. This is research and development at 200 miles an hour. Because the track doesn't just test our cars, it shapes what we build next.